Xiao Mu traverses into a fantastical realm, becoming the downtrodden young patriarch of an imperial clan, awakening the most formidable husband system, wherein marrying a wife enhances his strength. As his beloved spouse cultivates, he receives feedback on her progress. The greater her innate talent, the more substantial the rewards. Investing in his wife can trigger critical bonuses, and expanding their lineage may yield delightful surprises. Thus, Xiao Mu embarks on a blissfully invincible life of leisure. Chapter 1. The tiger falls, the dog takes advantage. Patriarch, the auspicious hour approaches. The clan leader requests that you prepare to escort the bride from the Su family. Came the respectful voice of a servant from outside the chamber. Patriarch? Escort the bride? Wasn't I working overtime at the company? What am I doing here? Xiao Mu gazed at the antiquated decor of the room, momentarily believing he was ensnared in a dream. Soon, a torrent of memories flooded into his mind, inducing an excruciating headache. He had crossed over into the sacred Xian continent, where martial prowess reigned supreme, assuming the identity of a young patriarch of the Zhao clan. The original owner of this body was also named Xiao Mu, who had tragically perished due to a cultivation mishap, thereby granting him the opportunity to inhabit this vessel. As the young patriarch, his life should have been luxurious. Regrettably, their esteemed ancestor, a being of the sacred emperor realm, had recently fallen, leading to a precipitous decline in the Zhao clan status, now beset by the covetous eyes of rival factions. The younger generation of the Zhao clan was also rather mediocre, resulting in a lack of capable successors. Xiao Mu, as the young patriarch, possessed only ordinary talent and, at the age of 19, remained stagnant at the third tier of the martial venerable realm. Martial artists are categorized into 12 realms: Qi refinement, Dan formation, martial venerable, martial king, martial emperor, sacred spirit, sacred king, sacred emperor, divine king, divine emperor, and divine sovereign. In the lower realms, the sacred emperor level represents the pinnacle of power. While other imperial clans boast sacred emperor guardians, the Zhao clan is currently devoid of such protection, and thus its imperial title is likely unsustainable. Clan leader Zhao Li, Xiao Mu's adoptive father, having recognized his son's lackluster martial talent, intends for him to marry soon, thereby fostering the clan's lineage. In life, the ancestor had arranged a marriage for Xiao Mu with Su Xyling, the eldest daughter of the Su family, another imperial clan who possesses the illustrious golden talent, the moon spirit's sacred body. Should Xiao Mu wed her, there lies a considerable probability of begetting children endowed with golden talents, with the full support of the clan, might eventually restore the Zhao clan to greatness. Just after crossing over, and am already being bestowed a bride? Moreover, an imperial lady from the Su family? It seems I am indeed fortunate in this regard. Xiao Mu mused, feeling somewhat reassured. However, the Zhao clan's current predicament is dire, and with his unremarkable talent, a challenging path lies ahead. He wonders whether Su Xyling might reconsider their union. After all, their ancestor is no longer among the living, leaving them without any deterrent power. Would the illustrious Su Xyling even deign to acknowledge him? Others who traverse often acquire systems, or, at the very least, receive a magical ring from a benevolent elder. Why am I left with nothing? Xiao Mu lamented. Ding! Congratulations, host, on awakening the most powerful husband system. Initiating the novice quest. Please marry your first wife promptly. Completing this quest will reward you with the supreme immortal demon sacred body and eternal golden kidney. Newbie benefits. Supreme recovery pill. Supreme divine. Xiao Mu was momentarily taken aback, then elated. This was a sure thing. What functionalities does the system possess? This system allows the host to bind the cultivation of a beloved wife. The experience and insights gained from her training will be reciprocated to the host at a rate of 1 to 10 times. The higher her talent, the greater the feedback multiplier. The host has the opportunity to invest in his beloved wife once a month upon successful investment. The returns will vary based on her satisfaction. This system will periodically issue marriage tasks to find suitable partners for the host. With each new branch of the family, the host can also receive delightful surprises. The higher the talent of the offspring, the more substantial the rewards. My wife cultivates while I lounge? This is the epitome of enjoying the fruits of another's labor. His fiancée, Su Xyling, was exceptionally talented, so the feedback multiplier should be quite high. This was a tremendous windfall. Xiao Mu could hardly wait to propose. And there were the newbie benefits. Supreme recovery pill, capable of healing all injuries. Supreme divine eye, able to see through all disguises, unaffected by illusions, and can assess the luck level of a target, categorized into white, green, blue, purple, gold, and red. They all seemed remarkably powerful. Xiao Mu promptly chose to merge with the Supreme Divine Eye, feeling a slight sting in his eyes after blinking vigorously. The world before him burst into vibrant colors. With his supreme husband system, all he needed to do was continuously marry and bear children to grow stronger swiftly. This was simply exhilarating. Time was of the essence. Xiao Mu had no time to ponder further. He hurriedly donned exquisite attire, tidied his appearance, and stepped outside. The wedding procession had already gathered outside the Xiao family ancestral home. The Xiao family placed great importance on this proposal, with the clan leader personally leading the way, accompanied by 9 holy spirits and a significant number of 47 martial emperors. The betrothal gifts were exceptionally lavish, and the display was grandiose. Upon seeing Xiao Mu, Xiao Li immediately reached out, drawing him onto the flying vessel. Muir, this marriage concerns the future of our Xiao family. You must perform admirably. Understood, father. A beautiful matron standing nearby smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, my son is so handsome that if I were that girl from the Su family, I would eagerly wish to be ushered into the bridal chamber at once." Listening to his mother, Nangong Qingshui's bold words, Xiao Mu felt a wave of embarrassment. Xiao Li coughed awkwardly. "Let's set off quickly. We must reach the Su family ancestral grounds before the auspicious hour." The flying vessel soared swiftly into the sky, departing the Xiao family ancestral grounds. Through the teleportation array, they traversed hundreds of thousands of miles to arrive at the most prosperous city in the southern domain, Saint Han City. Saint Han City was the ancestral home of the imperial Su family, significantly larger than the cities governed by the Zhao family. In a flash, the wedding procession arrived at a royal city that dwarfed even the most magnificent of earthly palaces by hundreds of times. However, the anticipated warm reception did not materialize. The Su family had only sent an elder to handle the reception. Seeing this, Zhao Li's expression darkened. The Su family clearly did not regard this marriage as a serious matter. This union was likely doomed to fail. Zhao Li, accompanied by his son Xiao Mu, came to the Su family to propose marriage. "Might I inquire as to the whereabouts of clan leader Su Yuan and Miss Su Xyling?" Elder Su Rian of the Su family let out a disdainful snort, casting a sidelong glance into the distance, utterly disregarding the visitors. The Zhao family, having lost its ancestral power, was no longer the imperial clan it once was. How could they dare to seek the hand of a prodigy from the Su family? How do you have the audacity to propose? Xiao Li, have you even considered your son's capabilities? A mere martial sovereign in our Su family. He is not even worthy to stand at the gate. Let me be frank. Our young lady will never marry into the Zhao family, so cast aside such illusions. However, out of respect for the past kindness shown to us by your ancestors, we cannot allow you to leave empty-handed. Aside from a young lady, you may choose any suitable maiden from the Su family to take with you, thus fulfilling the marriage pact established by our forebears. With a clap of his hands, a line of over a dozen Su family maidens emerged. Though young, they were all rather unremarkable, their skills limited to either qi cultivation or dan formation, falling vastly short of Su Xyling's prowess. Seeing this, Zhao Li's anger surged. You Su family are truly overstepping. To renege on a promised engagement and present us with mere tokens is an affront. Su Ruyan scoffed coldly. Take them or leave them, I have brought you the women. If you do not wish to marry, consider it the Zhao family voluntarily relinquishing the engagement, and let it be of no concern to us. Faced with the Su family's haughty demeanor, the Zhao clan seethed with indignation. Among them, Xiao Mu's eyes flashed with intensity. This was nothing short of an insult to the Zhao family. He would remember this slight. However, his attention was soon captivated by the group of Su maidens. His gaze sharpened. How could it be? The Su maidens bore ordinary white or green auras, but among them, one possessed a deep crimson aura. The crimson aura signified that this woman was destined to become a great emperor, perhaps even surpassing that to reach the higher realm of divine kings. Xiao Mu's focus quickly zeroed in on her. She was strikingly beautiful, clad in a simple gown, her skin as smooth as jade, though her face bore a slight pallor, resembling a delicate willow swaying in the wind, as if she had endured great hardship. Tears shimmered in her eyes, and her gentle breaths evoked a sense of compassion. Su Qianqian, a legitimate daughter of the Su family at the 3rd stage of Dan formation, the reincarnation of the Empress of the Heavenly Veil dynasty in the Sacred Spirit realm, endowed with a red 90-year aura. However, due to a shattered true spirit, her past memories remain dormant. The Supreme Restoration Pill can mend her true spirit and awaken the memories of her former life as an Empress. Chapter 2. The unexpected engagement with the Su family's Empress. Upon reading the introduction of Su Qianqian, Xiao Mu was utterly astonished. This seemingly delicate woman was, in fact, the reincarnation of an Empress from the upper realm. Why pursue Su Xyling when one could wed the reincarnated Empress? What say you? Have you made a decision? My patience has its limits, Su Rian stated with evident irritation. The members of the Zhao family wore expressions of humiliation. Such indignity was unbearable. Yet, Faced with the formidable Su family, they found themselves powerless. Xyling was already considering retreating, planning to arrange another marriage for Xiao Mu. At that moment, without a second thought, Xiao Mu rushed forward and grasped Su Qianqian's hand. Do you wish to marry into the Xiao family and become my wife? Su Qianqian was startled by Xiao Mu's sudden advance, her eyes wide with alarm, instinctively attempting to recoil. However, Xiao Mu's grip was too tight for her to escape. Bewildered, Su Qianqian pondered, was she not merely brought here as a mere pawn? Everyone knew the Xiao family's aim was Su Xyling, leaving no room for alternatives. Even if the Xiao family were to decline, they would never regard her, a mere illegitimate daughter, with any significance. Why would Xiao Mu choose her? Yet, considering this might be her best opportunity to break free from the Su family, Su Qianqian found herself inexplicably nodding. If young Master Xiao does not mind, I am willing. Born as a concubine's daughter and having lost her mother early, her life in the Su family had been precarious, filled with arduous tasks and frequent scoldings. She had contemplated escape numerous times, but her timid nature had always held her back. However, now that the opportunity lay before her, she was determined not to let it slip away. Moreover, Xiao Mu was exceptionally handsome, with striking features. Follow me. With her affirmative response, Xiao Mu immediately took her hand and approached Zhao Li. Father, I wish to marry her. Both Zhao Li and Negong Qingno were taken aback. Child, are you serious? Xiao Mu nodded solemnly. I fell in love with her at first sight. I will not marry anyone else. Zhao Li sought to dissuade him, but Nangong Qingsno tugged at his arm. Mu'er has grown up and has his own opinions. Let us respect his choice. Thus, Zhao Li ceased further arguments. He tossed the betrothal gifts aside and coldly addressed Su Ruyan. We shall take this young lady with us. The wedding will occur in 3 days. We kindly request the Su family to grace us with their presence and partake in the celebration. Hand in hand, Xiao Mu led Su Qianqian onto the skyward vessel. Suddenly, he turned to the empty distance and declared, Su Xyling, remember this day. It is not you who is unchosen, but I, Xiao Mu, who does not desire you. Should regret arise in the future, do not come weeping to seek me. With that, they departed the Su family's royal city in a grand procession. As Zhao's party vanished from sight, Su Ruyan found himself momentarily dazed. An illegitimate daughter cast aside by the Su family had exchanged for a substantial dowry from the Zhao family. Was Zhao Li truly infuriated to the point of madness? Just then, a stunning figure clad in purple appeared beside Su Ruyan. Her finely arched brows furrowed, and her expression darkened. Had he detected my presence? Impossible. He is merely at the martial sovereign level, lacking the capability. He must have merely spoken harshly to draw my attention. Such trivial tactics are transparent to me. Yet, he specifically chose Su Qianqian. If it were anyone else, it would be inconsequential, but her. Su Ruyan, startled by the sudden appearance of the girl, quickly bowed in respect. Miss, why have you returned so early? The purple-clad girl was none other than Su Xyling, the eldest daughter of the Su family. Her eyes sparkled with violet lightning, and a celestial aura emanated from her, radiating an astonishing spiritual pressure. Su Ruyan gasped, congratulations, miss, on breaking through to the Holy Spirit realm. At merely 20 years old, such extraordinary talent. It seems the Su family shall soon witness the rise of another emperor. A mischievous smile graced Su Xyling's lips. In 3 days, I shall visit the Zhao family. Su Qianqian is, after all, my sister, as her older sister. It is only reasonable for me to extend my congratulations. Su Ruyan's heart sank. He believed he had been sufficiently ruthless towards the Zhao family, only to discover that Miss Xyling was even more so. Judging by her expression, she undoubtedly intended to leave the Zhao family humiliated on the wedding day. Reasonable, exceedingly reasonable. Su Ruyan responded with a forced smile. On their return journey, the Zhao family traveled in silence. In the days of their ancestors, the Zhao family had never endured such humiliation. Now, with the shifting tides, even a minor elder of an imperial clan could act with such audacity before them. Mu'er, did you witness that? This is the reality of the cultivation world, survival of the fittest. All notions of etiquette and hierarchy are mere illusions. Only the strength of one's fist holds true value, Zhao Li remarked gravely. As the patriarch of the Zhao family, he had always been the center of attention. But this visit to the Su family had indeed been a lesson in humility for him. Xiao Mu nodded, resonating deeply with his father's words. However, with the invincible system at his disposal, he was destined to embark on an extraordinary path, leading his family towards new heights. System, the task of marrying has been accomplished. It is time for my reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully marrying the first beloved wife. Reward, supreme immortal demon sacred body and eternal golden kidney. Xiao Mu eagerly began to examine the rewards. Supreme immortal demon sacred body, a red quality supreme body. A fusion of the bloodlines of the Supreme Immortal Emperor and the Supreme Demon Emperor, impervious to all, untraceable, with no bottleneck and breakthroughs below the Holy Emperor realm. The fusion process will reconstruct flesh and blood, creating a new body. Eternal Golden Kidney automatically accumulates during the fusion of the Supreme Immortal Demon Sacred Body. A man's dream and a woman's blessing. Once possessed, the joy is boundless. Incredible. It is indeed a red quality sacred body. Moreover, the most remarkable aspect is that during the fusion of the sacred body, Xiao Mu's flesh and blood will be reforged. After all, he is currently utilizing someone else's body. Marrying and having children with Su Qianqian felt as though he was laboring for another's benefit. However, once his body is reforged, it will belong entirely to him. It is akin to a soul transmigrating into a physical form. As for the eternal golden kidney, its benefits are beyond compare. System. How long will the fusion of the sacred body take? At least half a day. Then I shall wait until I return home to fuse it. Before long, the Xiao family traversed the teleportation array, returning to their ancestral lands. Upon arrival, Zhao Li immediately summoned the clan members to discuss wedding preparations. Meanwhile, Negong Qingsno took Su Qianqian aside to familiarize her with the Zhao family's environment and arrange her accommodations. Xiao Mu had hoped to deepen his relationship with his empress wife today, but it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. Nevertheless, it afforded him the perfect moment to fuse the supreme immortal demon's sacred body. Once back in his quarters, Xiao Mu firmly shut the door, activating the array to ensure no one could interrupt him. System. Initiate the fusion of the sacred body. Chapter 3. Rewards of the imperial rank. As the words fell, Xiao Mu's body erupted with a thunderous sound, transforming into a mass of chaotic particles, commencing the process of flesh and blood reconstruction. Organs, bones, and bloodlines gradually reformed within the chaos. His kidneys radiated a brilliant golden glow. The process of bodily regeneration continued until the following morning. Upon reopening his eyes, Xiao Mu felt an unfathomable power surging within him. Although his realm remained at the martial sovereign level, he could distinctly sense that his strength was incomparably greater than before. This was the formidable nature of the sacred body. If I were to cultivate now, I would likely break through to the martial king realm in no time. However, cultivation was not on my agenda. Xiao Mu headed directly to the residence of Negong Qingxue. Mother, your child has come to pay respects. Negong Qingxue smiled as she gently patted Xiao Mu's head. The greetings are merely a formality. What truly matters is that you long to see your wife. Before Xiao Mu could respond, Su Qianqian, who stood nearby, blushed deeply. Last night, she had engaged in a candlelit conversation with her future mother-in-law and gained a general understanding of the current situation of the Zhao family. As the young clan leader, Xiao Mu displayed tremendous courage by marrying a seemingly ordinary concubine like herself, especially after hearing numerous heroic tales of him recounted by Negong Qingxue. Her admiration for Xiao Mu had skyrocketed. Little rascal, your mother has laid the groundwork for you. The rest is up to you. Negong Qingxue whispered before departing on her own. Xiao Mu was left bewildered, completely unsure of the circumstances. No matter, I must focus on what is important. Qianqian, come with me. I have a great treasure to show you. Xiao Mu grasped Su Qianqian's hand and unceremoniously led her back to his room. As he closed the door, Su Qianqian's heart raced, feeling a wave of anxiety. Although she was prepared to enter the Zhao family, the wedding day had yet to arrive. Was this progress too swift? While Su Qianqian was lost in her thoughts, Xiao Mu produced a pill that shimmered with an extraordinary light and presented it before her. My dear, is this the great treasure you mentioned? What else could it be? Xiao Mu held Su Qianqian's hand, guiding her to sit down. This is a restoration pill. It can mend your shattered true spirit. Su Qianqian's face instantly displayed astonishment. It was no secret that her true spirit was inherently broken within the Su family. They had previously sought help, but all physicians declared that her true spirit was innately flawed and irreparable. The Su family would not invest excessive resources in a concubine, and the matter was subsequently forgotten. Yet, her husband had noticed even such details and had sought out a remedy for her overnight. Overwhelmed with emotion, Su Qianqian felt tears streaming down her cheeks. Husband, your affection for me is overwhelming. I feel unworthy. Xiao Mu tenderly wiped her tears away. Little crybaby. It is only natural for your husband to cherish you. You need not overthink it. Quickly take the pill. Xiao Mu had previously consulted the system, and he knew that even if Su Qianqian consumed the restoration pill, the memories of her past life as the empress would not awaken immediately but would gradually merge into her consciousness, subtly transforming her. Thus, he dared to present the supreme restoration pill so soon. Otherwise, if Su Qianqian suddenly transformed into the empress of the heavens and kicked him away, it would be a tremendous loss. Su Qianqian, deeply moved, nodded vigorously and promptly consumed the supreme restoration pill. The pill was incredibly miraculous, dissolving into divine light upon entering her mouth and merging into her body. Her aura underwent a dramatic transformation, releasing an indistinct spiritual pressure that even Xiao Mu could barely withstand. After approximately half an hour, her aura finally settled into tranquility. Husband, I think I had a dream in which I became a formidable empress, leading divine generals in a relentless battle against the malevolent forces from beyond. Yet the evil could not be vanquished, and ultimately, I fell amidst the stars. Su Qianqian spoke, her emotions inexplicably stirred, as if a flame of anger burned within her, difficult to suppress. Xiao Mu suddenly embraced Su Qianqian. Do not worry, with your husband by your side, no malevolent entity shall harm you. Su Qianqian seemed fatigued, resting her head against Xiao Mu's chest, and soon fell into a peaceful slumber. Xiao Mu activated the supreme divine eye. Su Qianqian, young lady of the Zhao family, 9th stage of the pill condensation realm, reincarnation of the empress of the heavens, red 9th rank fortune, sacred body of the heavens in the process of activation. Has she already broken through to the 9th stage of the pill condensation realm? And in a state where the sacred body of the heavens has not yet been fully activated. Once Su Qianqian's sacred body is completely awakened, her talents will be utterly terrifying. Ding! Su Qianqian's cultivation has broken through. The host receives tenfold cultivation experience feedback. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 6th stage of the martial sovereign realm. To receive the maximum tenfold cultivation experience feedback, Xiao Mu suddenly felt a surge of power manifesting within him, elevating his cultivation by 3 levels. This is the feeling of a free win. It is simply exhilarating. Yet, the surprises did not cease there. Another system notification chimed in. Ding. The host's investment in the Supreme Restoration Pill for his beloved wife triggers a 100-fold return. Receiving the Imperial Rank Martial Skill, Heavenly Slash, and the Imperial Rank Divine Weapon, Heavenly Sword. The rewards have been deposited into the system space and can be retrieved at any time. Imperial Rank Martial Skills. Imperial Rank Divine Weapon. Xiao Mu's heart raced, nearly waking the slumbering Su Chanqian. There was no help for it. Xiao Mu was simply too excited to contain his emotions. 2 Imperial Rank Rewards. Even though the Xiao family is an Imperial clan with a past Supreme Emperor, they have never inherited an Imperial Rank Martial Skill. As for the Imperial Rank Divine Weapon, such treasures are exceedingly rare across the entire sacred Xin continent. Only the most prestigious Imperial families have the right to possess them. Su Chanqian was the reincarnation of the Empress of the Heavens, and the rewards I have received are the Heavenly Sword and Heavenly Slash. They appear to be connected. With such precedents, if I were to marry 10 or 8 empresses in the future, would I not be inundated with Imperial Rank rewards? After a lengthy slumber, Su Chanqian finally awoke. She found herself resting on Xiao Mu's lap, while he remained motionless, seemingly unaware of how long he had maintained this position. Feeling a wave of guilt, Su Chanqian quickly sat up and said, I am sorry, husband. I overslept. Xiao Mu, engrossed in studying the newly acquired Imperial Rank Martial Skill, smiled and ruffled her hair upon hearing her voice. I am your husband. There is no need for you to be so humble in my presence. You may freely express your affection and do as you wish. This is the very essence of our marriage. Su Chanqian nodded, only partially understanding. She sat up, nestling happily against Xiao Mu's shoulder. Husband, I just had another dream, where we had 10 sons and 10 daughters, living joyfully and carefree together as a family. Chapter 4. The Grand Wedding, Xyling's Disruption. Goodness, is this an occasion for childbirth or merely for begetting offspring? It appears one is destined to produce a whole brood. Speaking of which, expanding the family and nurturing descendants does come with its own set of systematic rewards. However, with just 2 days remaining until the wedding, there is no need to rush. After all, it is the first time, and it is essential to create some beautiful memories. Are you still feeling drowsy? Shall we take a stroll? I shall heed my husband's arrangements. 2 days later, the Xiao family ancestral home was adorned with lanterns and festive decorations, and the news of the young clan leader's wedding spread like wildfire, drawing various factions to offer their congratulations. Whether their intentions were sincere, however, remained uncertain. Xiao Mu was unconcerned, as he was busy reaping the rewards of cultivation. Ding. Su Chanqian's cultivation has broken through. The host receives a tenfold experience feedback. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 1st tier of the Martial Emperor realm. In the past 2 days, Su Chanqian's celestial body had been fully activated. Now, she not only possessed a crimson fortune, but also a rare crimson talent. Her aptitude deemed unparalleled in the current era. It would be difficult to find another like her throughout the southern domain. Perhaps tasting the sweetness of progress, Su Chanqian diligently practiced, even through the night before the wedding, achieving a breakthrough to the 7th tier of the Martial Lord realm. Such rapid advancement was indeed extraordinary. With Su Chanqian's tenfold experience feedback, Xiao Mu found himself effortlessly succeeding. In just 2 days, he ascended to the Martial Emperor realm, rising 2 significant tiers. Coupled with the Celestial Sword and Celestial Slash, Xiao Mu's combat prowess was now sufficient to render him invincible within the Martial Emperor realm. Even when facing a formidable opponent in the Sacred Spirit realm, he held a considerable chance of victory. The auspicious hour had arrived. Xiao Mu and Su Chanqian donned their splendid wedding attire and made their way to the Xiao family hall. The guests had all gathered, creating a lively atmosphere. Zhao Li and Negong Qingno were also dressed in formal attire, attending to the various guests. However, the smile on Zhao Li's face appeared somewhat strained. It was astonishing that none of the Imperial clan factions from the southern domain had graced the occasion with their presence. The phrase people come and go, tea grows cold was epitomized at this moment. Suddenly, a commotion arose outside. The eldest daughter of the Imperial Su family, Su Xyling, had come to offer her congratulations. What? Zhao Li's expression turned to one of shock, his teeth gritting in anger. During the proposal, Su Xyling had refused to even show her face. Yet on the day of Mu Ur's wedding, she had come in person. It was evident she harbored ill intentions. The guests below began to murmur amongst themselves. Everyone was aware that Xiao Mu was originally to wed Su Xyling, but due to circumstances, he had settled for Su Chanqian instead. One was the esteemed eldest daughter of the Su family, blessed with a golden talent and the moon's spirit sacred body. Already a peak martial emperor at the tender age of 20. The other was merely an inconsequential illegitimate daughter of the Su family, with mediocre cultivation and negligible aptitude. It was said that her innate true spirit was shattered, casting doubt on her future survival, let alone her ability to reach a high realm of cultivation. The world is not short of idle gossip. Previously, Su Chanqian had been a mere shadow in the Su family, but now, as the young mistress of the Xiao family, countless individuals had unearthed her past, exposing her unfortunate circumstances within the Su family, including the tale of her shattered innate true spirit. Upon hearing the discussions among the guests, Zhao Li's expression darkened considerably. He too had just learned of Su Chanqian's shattered innate true spirit. Had it not been for this misfortune, her aptitude would surely have been commendable. Why did heaven treat the Zhao family so unjustly? Zhao Li lamented internally. Yet he maintained a facade of cheerfulness as he stepped forth to welcome Su Xyling. Dressed in a purple moon robe, Su Xyling, already a natural beauty, had taken special care to adorn herself with exquisite makeup, instantly becoming the center of attention as she entered, overshadowing Xiao Mu and Su Chanqian's presence. TSK. The Zhao family was once an imperial clan. How could the young clan leader's wedding be so shabby? There was hardly any grandeur, which truly tarnished the name of the imperial family. Thankfully, I did not marry into this family. Otherwise, I would be utterly disgusted. Upon hearing Su Xyling's words, all the Zhao family members present were infuriated. This woman appeared young, yet her words were remarkably venomous. It was one thing not to marry, but to come on the day of the Zhao family wedding to utter insults was truly malicious, revealing a heart as cold as a serpent's. One of the Zhao family's sacred spirit guardians could no longer bear it and stepped forward, angrily declaring, Su girl, you are not welcome here. Leave at once. You dare obstruct my path. Su Xyling's aura intensified as purple lightning erupted from her eyes, instantly sending the Xiao family's sacred spirit guardian flying several dozen meters, rendering him unconscious. Witnessing this scene, everyone was utterly astounded. Su Xyling had actually dispatched a sacred spirit master with a single strike. Such aura could it be that Su Xyling had already broken through to the sacred spirit realm? At merely 20 years of age, what could this signify? The attendees dared not contemplate further. Could the Su family be on the verge of producing another emperor? Zhao Li felt a tumultuous storm brewing within him. Su Xyling's talent was indeed terrifying. Yet, regardless of her exceptional prowess, she had come to the Zhao family wedding to create chaos. As the clan leader, Zhao Li could not remain passive. He unleashed his 6th-tier sacred king aura, directing it towards Su Xyling. But at that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared, standing before Su Xyling and effortlessly dispelling Zhao Li's oppressive force. A sacred emperor. Zhao Li's face turned ashen. The Su family truly valued Su Xyling, having dispatched a sacred emperor guardian to secretly protect her. The Zhao family lacked even a single sacred emperor to stand guard. It was over. Zhao Li felt a sense of despair wash over him. Today, the Zhao family was destined for disgrace. Once an imperial clan, they were now being overshadowed by a younger generation. If this news spread, the Zhao family would lose all face. A cold smile graced Su Xyling's lips. Ignoring Zhao Li, she stepped forward. Qian, my dear sister, do come over and offer me a toast of celebratory wine. Were it not for me, you would hardly possess the qualifications to marry into the former imperial clan and become the young mistress. What a pity. You were born with a 3rd-tier condensing Dan cultivation and your family had high hopes for you. Yet, it turned out you were a shattered innate true spirit, utterly incapable of cultivation. Your family wasted much resources on you. But who could have foreseen that this burden of yours would ultimately bring such a substantial dowry to the Su family? Thus, one must never underestimate themselves, for even the most seemingly useless individual might find a chance for redemption one day. She chuckled mockingly. As Su Xyling's unrestrained laughter rang out, Xiao Mu felt Su Chanqian beside him tremble slightly, her eyes glistening with tears once more. Although she had regained some of her memories of the Empress, the time was too short for her gentle nature to transform. Moreover, during her time in the Su family, she had likely endured considerable oppression from Su Xyling, who had become a psychological shadow for her. Xiao Mu suddenly grasped Su Chanqian's hand, as if to say that everything would be taken care of. Feeling the reassuring gaze from Xiao Mu, Su Chanqian's emotions gradually settled. Xiao Mu raised an eyebrow, turning his attention to Su Xyling. Who was making such a ruckus here? Ah, it's the discarded lady of the Su family. How bold of you to come seeking us. Have some dignity, will you? I have already made it clear that I shall not marry you. It would be prudent for you to relinquish such hopes. After all, how could one so full of empty boasts ever be worthy of someone as fragrant as I? Chapter 5, The Prodigy? Is that all? Xiao Mu was neither aware nor concerned about why Su Xyling had appeared at the grand wedding. However, since she sought to make a spectacle on his territory, he was more than willing to show her the consequences. A 20-year-old in the Holy Spirit realm. Quite impressive, isn't it? Young man, watch your tongue. The imperial clan must not be insulted. The guardian of the Holy Emperor behind Su Xyling spoke in a low voice. With just a slight release of spiritual pressure, the guests and members of the Xiao family felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, a thick layer of frost forming on the ground and walls. Impudent. This is the Xiao family's domain. It is not your Su family's Holy Emperor who can wreak havoc here. Xiao Li could no longer contain his fury. With a wave of his hand, a radiant light materialized into a cage, ensnaring the Su family's guardian. The guardian was taken aback, and though he attempted to resist, it was already too late. The remnants of the Emperor's might were palpable. Indeed, though the ancestral figure of the Xiao family had fallen, his lingering power remained formidable, not something to be trifled with lightly. The Xiao ancestor had once been a figure of great renown. He undoubtedly paved a way for his descendants before his demise. The Su family had miscalculated. A mere guardian in the Holy Emperor realm believed he could challenge the grandeur of a bygone imperial clan. How foolish. Su Xyling recognized the terrifying implications of the Emperor's remnants, her brows knitting momentarily before she smiled. Why so angry, clan leader Xiao? Each use of the Emperor's remnants diminishes their potency. Even if you were to slay my guardian today, what would it matter? Tomorrow, my Su family will send forth a greater legion of Holy Emperor Realm warriors to lay siege. Can your Xiao family withstand that? Zhao Li's expression darkened. Yes. The remnants left by the ancestor were ultimately a means for the Xiao family to safeguard themselves in dire situations. Each use brought them closer to catastrophe. If Xyling sought to humiliate the Xiao family, then let it be so. Compared to the survival of the clan, what was the loss of a little face? The Xiao family was no longer the imperial clan it once was. If they could not even grasp the principle of enduring humiliation to survive, calamity would soon befall them. With a sigh, Zhao Li retracted the emperor's remnants. The guardian of the Holy Emperor realm, though spared, was drenched in sweat, his legs trembling, barely able to remain standing. Xyling scoffed. How dull. Very well, I have represented the Su family in congratulating you. Sister Qianqian. I wish you happiness in the Zhao family and hope you bear 2 robust children to contribute to the Zhao family's revival. Oh, I almost forgot. You possess the lowest white talent. The children you bear will most likely be mere mortals incapable of cultivation. After all, the offspring of waste will only be waste. She could not help but laugh, clearly in high spirits, stretching lazily before turning to leave. Sister Xyling. At that moment, Su Qianqian suddenly spoke. She gazed at Su Xyling, hesitating for a moment before saying, "This will be the last time I call you sister. Please convey my gratitude to Father for his nurturing over the years, and also to you." Su Qianqian cast a gentle glance at Xiao Mu. "Thank you for relinquishing the engagement, which allowed me the chance to marry such an outstanding husband. I must correct you, my husband and I are not waste. Our future children will not only be far from worthless, but will also become unparalleled powerhouses exceeding the talents of the imperial clan's prodigies. I demand you retract your earlier words." Xiao Mu was slightly taken aback, surprised that Su Qianqian had the courage to confront Su Xyling. It seemed that the restoration of her true spirit and the awakening of past memories had instilled her with great confidence. She was no longer the meek and submissive daughter of the Su family. Witnessing Su Qianqian's growth brought Xiao Mu a sense of satisfaction. However, Su Xyling was far from pleased. She turned in disbelief to look at Su Qianqian. This was the same Su Qianqian who had always bowed before her. How dare she retort? "Su Qianqian, who gave you the audacity to speak to me in such a tone? Just married and already bold enough to defy me? I see you seek punishment." Su Xyling, accustomed to wielding her power over the Su family, felt a surge of rage at this small concubine daring to oppose her. She stepped forward, a swirling moonlight rising beneath her feet, appearing before Su Qianqian in an instant, raising her arm to strike. Zhao Li and Nangon Qingsno were alarmed and rushed to intervene, but they were a moment too slow. As Su Xyling's hand approached Su Qianqian, a flash of instinctual fear surged through her, and she instinctively closed her eyes. This experience was all too familiar to her from her time within the Su family. Even with her true spirit restored and some past memories awakened, her body's instinctual responses could not be altered instantly. However, the anticipated slap never came. When Su Qianqian opened her eyes, she saw Xiao Mu's tall and imposing figure standing protectively in front of her, seizing Su Xyling's arm. How is this possible? Su Xyling's face was filled with astonishment. Xiao Mu's strength exceeded her expectations. No matter how she struggled, she could not free herself from his iron grip. Wasn't Xiao Mu merely at the martial sovereign realm? The difference between the martial sovereign and Holy Spirit realms spanned 3 great levels. Logically, Xiao Mu should have been as insignificant as an ant before her. Yet, he was able to restrain her with sheer force. Xiao Mu regarded Su Xyling with a mocking glance. The so-called prodigy cultivated by the imperial Su family, it turns out, is merely a petulant madwoman. I must suggest to clan leader Su that merely investing resources in cultivation is insufficient. Quality education must accompany it. Raising unruly and arrogant offspring will ultimately invite disaster upon the family. What are you? How dare you presume to educate me? My father wouldn't even dare to speak to me like that. Su Xyling gritted her teeth, her anger boiling over as she unleashed a dazzling display of purple lightning, crackling and erupting, aiming to engulf Xiao Mu in its fiery embrace. Not good, Zhao Li exclaimed in alarm, preparing to summon the emperor's remnants once more. But at that moment, the entire hall darkened slightly. A streak of pitch-black sword light sliced through the thunder. Su Xyling cried out in pain, soaring into the air and tracing a graceful parabola before crashing heavily outside the hall's entrance. The Su family's guardian was momentarily stunned, rushing forward to shield Su Xyling only after processing the scene. The prodigy of the imperial Su family, Su Xyling, was defeated so easily? Xiao Mu casually swept his sword, dissipating the surrounding arcs of lightning in an instant. The guests were left dumbfounded. Heavens, what martial skill was that? At the moment Xiao Mu drew his sword, it felt as though the heavens themselves were obscured. Is the young clan leader truly only at the martial sovereign realm? Strange. My spirit detection technique reveals no signs of power fluctuations from Xiao Mu. Did Su Xyling just get sliced away like that? A golden talent, the moon's spirit holy body. A 20-year-old in the Holy Spirit realm? Was that her true level? I am utterly bewildered. Is Su Xyling merely a figure of empty reputation? Or is Xiao Mu truly defying the heavens? Chapter 6. The ascendancy of the celestial body. Amidst the astonishment of the guests, none were more shocked than Su Xyling. As a prodigy of the Su family, endowed with the innate moon spirit's sacred body, her prowess and combat strength far surpassed her peers. She had grown up under the admiring and envious gazes of all, and now, after breaking through to the sacred spirit realm, she considered herself the pinnacle of the younger generation, surpassed only by a select few extraordinary talents. Yet, She had been effortlessly defeated by a single strike from Xiao Mu. Had it not been for the protective treasure that automatically shielded her from Xiao Mu's sword energy, she would have undoubtedly sustained grave injuries from that blow. If that sword had been wielded by another, her astonishment would not have been so profound. But it was Xiao Mu, the seemingly useless young patriarch of a fallen imperial clan. How could he possess such strength? Xyling's gaze bore into Xiao Mu, as if she sought to unveil his secrets. To her astonishment, regardless of her methods, she sensed not the slightest ripple of spiritual pressure emanating from him. He appeared as an ordinary person devoid of cultivation. Yet, this was utterly implausible. He must be concealing his true power. Could it be? He was not a waste after all? Not only was he not a waste, but perhaps he was an unparalleled prodigy transcending her abilities? Had anyone suggested this to her before, she would have deemed it utterly preposterous. Yet now, it seemed the only plausible explanation. But why did it have to be him? Xyling could not accept this reality. She had come to Zhao's house to assert her dominance, not to be humiliated. Anger surged within her, and with the moonlight rising beneath her feet, she charged forward once more. At that moment, a barrier of light materialized, restraining Xyling. Zhao Li stepped forth, coldly remarking, "Miss Su, it would be prudent to cease your actions. Should you continue to create a disturbance, I would not hesitate to waste a chance at the Emperor's residual power." Xyling's heart sank. Even a dying camel is larger than a horse. If she truly provoked Zhao's family, she would be the one to suffer. She took a step back, her gaze fixed on Xiao Mu and Su Qianqian, her emotions tumultuous. Feeling an indescribable frustration. This should not have been the outcome. "Xiao Mu, I was careless just now. Do you have the courage to duel me head-on? If you can defeat me, I, Xyling, swear never to step into Zhao's house again." "Why not?" Xiao Mu was about to accept Xyling's challenge, intending to earn her complete submission. However, at that moment, Su Qianqian stepped forward, declaring, "As the future matriarch of the Zhao family, I accept your challenge." Xiao Mu was taken aback. Although Su Qianqian had activated the celestial body, she had only been cultivating for 2 days and was merely at the 7th rank of martial sovereign, 2 significant realms below Xyling. How could she possibly win? "Trust me, my husband," Su Qianqian said, noticing Xiao Mu's concern and offering him a confident smile. Instantly, Xiao Mu understood. As a reincarnation of the Empress, she undoubtedly possessed her own hidden strengths. If she dared to accept the challenge, she must have absolute confidence in her victory, leaving him with little to worry about. Xyling's beautiful eyes widened. "Su Qianqian, are you challenging me?" If Xiao Mu concealed his cultivation, could it be that she too had something to hide? With unwavering composure, Su Qianqian approached Xyling. "Thanks to my husband's restoration of my true spirit, I have resumed my cultivation. I have now reached the 7th rank of martial sovereign. Though I may fall short compared to the prodigious Miss Su, defeating you should be more than sufficient." "Very well, Su Qianqian, you have indeed grown stronger. Since you have willingly accepted the challenge, do not blame me for being merciless." Su Qianqian continued toward the training ground. "This place is too confined. I invite you to the training arena." "Humph." Xyling strode after her. Zhao Li was momentarily bewildered, unsure whether to intervene. "Father, please rest assured. Leave it to Qianqian." Xiao Mu assured him. "Mu'er, what exactly is happening? How have you suddenly become so formidable? What is your cultivation level now?" Zhao Li inquired eagerly. Xiao Mu smiled mysteriously. "I will explain everything to you later. For now, let us enjoy the spectacle." With that, Xiao Mu made his way outside. The guests, having regained their composure, followed him to the training arena outside the Zhao ancestral home. This arena was typically utilized for family members to hone their martial skills and engage in combat. The spacious ground was crafted from exceptionally durable black iron stone, constructed by the late patriarch of the Zhao family. Even a powerhouse at the sacred emperor level would not damage the terrain in battle. Outside the arena, it was now crowded with onlookers. Inside, the 2 sisters from the Su family stood facing each other, their gazes locked, the air thick with tension. Although Xyling did not believe Su Qianqian could pose a threat, the day's unusual occurrences warranted caution. Dressed in a striking red wedding gown, Su Qianqian appeared dignified and gentle, though she seemed somewhat nervous, tightly clasping her hands and striving to steady her breathing. To any observer, the disparity in combat prowess was evident. It felt as though Su Qianqian was bravely walking to her demise. Nan Gongqing Snow, witnessing this scene, could not help but feel anxious for Su Qianqian. "Mu'er, are you sure there won't be any issues?" "Mother, have no worries. Qianqian is incredibly capable. She is far stronger than we can imagine." Despite his reassuring words, Xiao Mu was uncertain of Su Qianqian's hidden strengths. Thus, he discreetly tightened his grip on the celestial sword, ready to intervene should Su Qianqian falter against Xyling. "Let us begin. I shall allow you to strike first. So you cannot accuse me of taking advantage of you." Xyling fully unleashed her spiritual pressure, the moonlight rising around her, creating an aura reminiscent of a divine being, evoking a sense of reverence. Su Qianqian showed no hesitation. Taking a deep breath, her gaze sharpened, yet she made no aggressive motion, merely raising her right hand. With a flick of her palm, she pressed down, and in an instant, extraordinary phenomena unfolded. The heavens and the earth dulled, as if a shroud of darkness enveloped the entire world. Xyling was taken aback as she realized her moon spirit domain was being suppressed. The moonlight around her dimming at a visible rate. "All laws of the universe, be subdued," Su Qianqian uttered, her lips forming the words like an incantation, each syllable deliberate. In the next moment, Xyling felt as though a great mountain had descended upon her, her body bending as she was forced to the ground. The hard black ironstone surface cracked, fissures spreading like a spider's web. The unimaginable pressure she was enduring was beyond comprehension. Seeing this, the Su family guardian rushed forward in alarm, attempting to protect her. However, before he could approach, his body fell uncontrollably to the ground, crashing heavily and rendered immobile. Silence enveloped the arena, in eerie stillness. Not just the others, but even Xiao Mu was taken aback. Wait, my wife is truly serious. Could this be the might of the Celestial Empress? Chapter 7. The Wedding Night Ding. The enchanting wife, Su Qianqian, comprehended the Emperor's secret technique, Heavenly Hand Seal. The host received a tenfold feedback, automatically grasping the Divine King's secret skill, Reversal Divine Seal. Xiao Mu was engrossed in the spectacle when an unexpected system prompt jolted him to attention. The secret technique that Su Qianqian mastered could also be reflected upon him. As a surge of monumental information flooded Xiao Mu's mind, he instinctively learned the Divine King's technique. Understanding the terrifying power of secret techniques left Xiao Mu in awe. A secret technique is a unique form of martial skill, yet its acquisition is infinitely more challenging than that of ordinary martial arts. While martial skills can be learned by anyone with adequate talent and guidance, secret techniques demand profound insight. Without immense willpower, enlightenment, and wisdom, grasping a secret technique is exceedingly difficult. Su Qianqian's technique, the Heavenly Hand Seal, was undoubtedly a supreme skill she had comprehended in her past life as the Heavenly Empress. She must have awakened a portion of her memories, leading her to rediscover the Heavenly Hand Seal. With this ability, she could now overpower even those at the Sacred Emperor stage. Xiao Mu's Reversal Divine Seal was even more formidable. A technique reserved only for those at the Divine King level. While the Heavenly Hand Seal primarily focuses on suppressing opponents and rendering them incapable of resistance, the Reversal Divine Seal is a genuine combat technique, allowing direct confrontation even with Sacred Emperor-level adversaries. It certainly qualifies as a trump card in Xiao Mu's arsenal. However, given Xiao Mu's current strength, forcibly executing the Divine King's technique would come at a tremendous cost, potentially shortening his lifespan by a decade. Yet, in dire circumstances, it is a necessary measure. The power of the Reversal Divine Seal may not guarantee the instant defeat of a Sacred Emperor-level opponent, but if executed unexpectedly, it could certainly cause them to stumble. Against foes below the Sacred Emperor level, a single strike would suffice. It is akin to sacrificing one's lifespan to conquer seemingly insurmountable foes, a guaranteed means of survival. Darling, did I not disappoint you? Xiao Mu was lost in thought when Su Qianqian returned to his side. She had refrained from inflicting severe harm, allowing Su Xyling to faint before stopping her actions. Well done, my wife. Xiao Mu chuckled, affectionately ruffling Su Qianqian's hair before turning to the guests. Let the wedding continue, esteemed friends. Please take your seats and enjoy the feast. As for the unwelcome guests, let them remain where they are. Su Xyling had suffered a tremendous humiliation at the Xiao family today, and the Su family would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Yet, with the Divine King's technique in hand, Xiao Mu felt no fear. It was rumored that the Su family had 2 Sacred Emperor-level ancestors in residence. Should they come knocking, Xiao Mu would not mind testing the potency of the Reversal Divine Seal against them. As Xiao Mu and Su Qianqian returned to the hall hand in hand, the guests gradually regained their composure and followed suit. However, this time, their attitudes had undergone a significant transformation. The couple's combined display had elevated the Xiao family's prestige, and no one dared to underestimate them any longer. After all, the Xiao family had suddenly produced 2 figures of imperial stature, promising an immeasurable future. The Su family would surely be dumbfounded. Their cherished Su Xyling had been effortlessly overwhelmed by an unwanted daughter. How blind they had been. Upon hearing this, Patriarch Su Yuan would likely be driven to madness. The recent display of power was nothing short of terrifying, as even the Su family's Sacred Emperor Protector had been utterly powerless against it. If not witnessed firsthand, one would find it impossible to believe such an event. After today, the Xiao family's reputation would undoubtedly soar, with the young patriarch and matriarch rising to become unparalleled talents in the southern domain. As the guests murmured their thoughts, Zhao Li walked with an air of buoyancy. Ever since the passing of the Xiao family ancestor, he had never felt as elated as he did at this moment. Although doubts still lingered in his heart, this was not the time to delve into them. He resolved to continue presiding over the wedding, postponing all discussions until the ceremony concluded. Before the gathered witnesses, Xiao Mu held Su Qianqian's hand, commencing the marriage rites. Bowing to heaven and earth, bowing to ancestors, the couple bowed to each other. The ceremony was complete. They were sent to the bridal chamber, in the training grounds. The once prominent talent now lay forgotten under the scorching sun. Su Xyling had regained consciousness but seemed as if her soul had departed, lying motionless. Miss, the Xiao family has gone too far. Should we send word back to the Su family for the patriarch to lead the clan in suppressing them? The protector struggled to rise, his face aflame with indignation. Isn't this humiliation enough? Su Xyling sat up, observing the lively scene in the Xiao family's hall, bustling with guests and joyous shouts. For the first time, she found herself questioning her own talents. Su Qianqian, how could she have become so powerful after her true spirit was restored? If only her father had resolutely pursued treatment back then. Perhaps the Su family's prized jewel would be her and not me. With this thought, Su Xyling's expression turned desolate. Yet, it lasted but a moment before an icy, murderous intent ignited in her eyes. No, we shall not return home just yet. I must visit Phoenix Valley. I will remember today's grudge, Su Qianqian. Enjoy your triumph for now. Soon enough, I shall return, and that will be your end. The protector felt a tremor in his heart, witnessing such heavy malice from the young lady for the first time. She was truly enraged. He dared not speak further, slowly fading from sight to continue ensuring Su Xyling's safety in the shadows. Meanwhile, Xiao Mu and Su Qianqian had returned to their bridal chamber. As the formation activated, it sealed them in their own world, free from interruptions. Su Qianqian sat on the bed, tightly clasping her small hands, her 10 delicate fingers twisting nervously. They had finally reached this pivotal moment. Although she had prepared herself mentally, the thought of what was to come filled her with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Xiao Mu, too, was not without his own apprehensions. With nearly 50 years of combined memories from 2 lifetimes, the night would mark his transformation into adulthood, a moment fraught with anxiety. Yet, the thought of possessing the everlasting golden essence filled him with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Mu settled beside Su Qianqian, inhaling her unique youthful fragrance, causing his heart to race and breath to quicken. My lady, since there is still time, would you care for a few drinks to help us relax? Su Qianqian, her head bowed, could not meet Xiao Mu's gaze. Her cheeks flushed to the point of appearing as if they might bleed. She nodded vigorously. I will follow my husband's lead. Xiao Mu promptly summoned a maid to bring forth fine wines and delicacies for them to share. After a few cups, the atmosphere became significantly more relaxed. My lady, you smell delightful. You are so soft, it is truly a pleasure to hold you. My lady, I cannot contain myself. Xiao Mu exclaimed as he swept Su Qianqian into his arms, heading straight for the bed. Chapter 8. A fortuitous reward. The night was deep. Xiao Mu gazed at the peacefully sleeping Su Qianqian beside him. Her skin still bore a faint blush, rendering her almost unreal in her beauty. In the past, he could scarcely have imagined possessing such a flawless woman. If there were any regrets, it would be the overwhelming prowess of the eternal golden kidney. Although Su Qianqian was quite cooperative, it was her first time, and her endurance was limited. Xiao Mu sensed that just as the preliminary warmth was dissipating, she was already exhausted. Yet, with time on their side, there was no need for haste. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the milestone, allowing Su Qianqian to conceive successfully. Rewards include 100 Spirit Tier Martial Techniques, 10 King Tier Martial Techniques, 1 Emperor Tier Martial Technique, 100 Spirit Tier Divine Weapons, 10 King Tier Divine Weapons, and 1 Emperor Tier Divine Weapon. Upon the birth of the host's first child, additional surprises will be awarded based on the child's qualifications. The sudden system notification left Xiao Mu momentarily stunned. Had Su Qianqian truly conceived? The probability was astonishingly high. Moreover, there were separate rewards for both conception and birth. As if the system were apprehensive that his growth might not be sufficiently rapid, Xiao Mu hurriedly opened the system space to examine the contents. Before him lay a plethora of martial techniques and divine weapons, meticulously arranged within the system space, overwhelming his senses. Although he had already acquired Emperor Tier martial techniques and divine weapons, these lower tier items no longer captivated his interest. However, not all martial techniques were solely offensive. There were also supportive techniques that, even if not reaching the Emperor Tier, would still benefit his strength. Xiao Mu selected several beneficial martial techniques and a few appealing divine weapons to keep, intending to pass the remainder to Zhao Li. For the Zhao family, these rewards were akin to timely assistance, significantly enhancing the capabilities of its members. As the young patriarch of the Zhao family, he understood that the family's strength was intrinsically linked to his own. Qianqian, you truly are my lucky star. Xiao Mu couldn't help but embrace the slumbering Su Qianqian, planting a gentle kiss on her soft, fragrant lips. She instinctively draped her leg over him, clinging to him like a koala, sleeping soundly and securely. Xiao Mu smiled softly, dismissing any further thoughts, and embraced her to sleep. The following morning, Xiao Mu took Su Qianqian to pay respects to his parents. However, he noticed a peculiar expression on her face. Assuming she was merely nervous, he offered her words of comfort. To his surprise, she shook her head and said, "Husband, I had a nightmare last night. In my dream, someone scolded me, saying that as the Empress of the Heavens, I should be focused on reviving our dynasty instead of indulging in personal affairs, deeming me an unworthy empress. It's just a dream. No need to dwell on it." Xiao Mu reassured, taking her delicate hand in his and giving it a gentle squeeze. Feeling the warmth from his palm eased her anxiety considerably. She nodded, admitting, "Perhaps I have been overthinking it." In truth, Su Qianqian had not revealed everything to Xiao Mu. In her dream, the woman had claimed to be her master, the immortal Dreamwa, and had accurately recounted the Zhao family's information, ominously stating that she would eventually descend upon the Zhao family to guide her back to the upper realm. The vividness of the dream left her uncertain on how to broach the subject with Xiao Mu, compelling her to keep this information to herself. After paying their respects to Zhao Li and Nangang Qinxue took Su Qianqian to explore the Zhao family's gardens, while Zhao Li summoned Xiao Mu to the study. "My son, it is time for an explanation," Zhao Li began. The surprises brought by Xiao Mu and Su Qianqian the previous day had been monumental. But after a night of contemplation, he sensed something amiss. Xiao Mu had grown up under his watchful eye. He was all too familiar with his son's capabilities. It was clear that Xiao Mu was merely at the martial sovereign level, a rank he had achieved through the family's resources, and with his innate talent, it was impossible for him to surpass Su Xyling. As for Su Qianqian, she had effortlessly defeated a sacred emperor-level expert, an astonishing feat. This young man was undoubtedly concealing many things from him. Indeed, I have encountered some opportunities recently, but rest assured, my strength is derived from legitimate means, and there is nothing underhanded about it. The existence of the system was Xiao Mu's greatest secret, one he could never divulge. Before Xiao Li could respond, Xiao Mu continued. Father, you are well aware of the current situation facing the Xiao family. Reviving the family is of utmost urgency. As a member of the Xiao family, I must contribute to its resurgence. Saying this, Xiao Mu produced a spatial ring and placed it before Xiao Li. Uncertain of Xiao Mu's intentions, Xiao Li curiously opened the ring. Upon witnessing the neatly arranged martial techniques and divine weapons within, he stood in stunned silence for a long while before regaining his composure. These, Xiao Mu smiled gently. All of these were obtained through legitimate channels. With these martial techniques and divine weapons, the Xiao family's strength should see a significant enhancement, especially with the Emperor tier divine weapon. In your hands, Father, it will certainly wield tremendous power, allowing us to withstand even a sacred Emperor level threat without relying on the remnants of our ancestors' strength. Xiao Li, at the pinnacle of the Sync King level, paired with an Emperor tier divine weapon, would be capable of contending with most sacred Emperor level experts. His hands trembled with excitement as he realized the immense value of an Emperor tier divine weapon. During the lifetime of the Xiao family's ancestor, they had only possessed a few such weapons, which had fallen into slumber after the ancestor's demise, unable to be awakened again. The augmentation of combat prowess that divine weapons provided was formidable. Previously, Xiao Li had contemplated selling some family assets to acquire an Emperor tier divine weapon. Yet, before he could act, Xiao Mu presented him with one. The abundance of King tier and Spirit tier divine weapons was also noteworthy. Once these weapons entered the Xiao family, they would greatly enhance the strength of its warriors. It was not an exaggeration to say that this batch of divine weapons alone could more than double the Xiao family's overall power. As for the martial techniques, they too would yield tremendous benefits. The greater the variety of techniques available, the more options the clan members would have, making it less likely for their talents to go unnoticed and facilitating the emergence of strong individuals. This was a core resource for the long-term development of a family. No one could have too many. The more Xiao Li contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Finally, he could not resist rising to his feet and giving Xiao Mu a hearty pat on the shoulder. My son, you are the pride of your father and the pride of the family. I will no longer pry into your secrets. Whatever decisions you make in the future, I will unwaveringly support you. Even if you wish to become the clan leader, I will not hesitate to pass the position to you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mu quickly waved his hands, saying, Oh no, father, I believe that only you are truly suited for the role of clan leader. I'm quite content remaining as the young patriarch. He chuckled. After all, being clan leader means managing all matters of the family, constantly busy, which would be a source of endless trouble. Chapter 9. Feedback on cultivation. After concluding a heartfelt conversation filled with familial affection, Xiao Mu sought the company of his mother and beloved wife in the Xiao family's garden. They enjoyed a delightful morning together, and after their midday meal, Xiao Mu intended to take Su Qianqian on a leisurely afternoon excursion. However, Su Qianqian resolutely declined, insisting on returning to her chamber for cultivation. She declared that the vast landscapes could be appreciated in due time, but the present moment was critical for her training, and every second counted. Unable to persuade her otherwise, Xiao Mu reluctantly escorted her back. Before long, Xiao Mu sensed a remarkable surge in his own cultivation. The fruits of Su Qianqian's efforts were being reflected back to him tenfold. Although the gratification of such effortless gains was delightful, Xiao Mu found himself yearning for a more intimate day together, especially on their first day of marriage. Yet, faced with Su Qianqian's unwavering diligence, he felt disinclined to voice his desires, fearing it would portray him as lacking ambition. Observing Su Qianqian immersed in her rigorous practice, Xiao Mu lost interest in venturing outside, choosing instead to recline on the bed and peruse a tome on martial arts techniques. This was a treasured manuscript, penned by the family's esteemed ancestor, intended to guide the descendants in their martial training. As he read the first line, his spirit soared, and his determination ignited. However, by the 10th line, his breath grew even and his eyelids heavy. When he next opened his eyes, the night had descended. Xiao Mu was bewildered. Could this book possess hypnotic properties? Suddenly, he received a notification. Su Qianqian had broken through to the first stage of the Martial King realm, and he was rewarded with tenfold cultivation experience feedback. Congratulations. He had ascended to the 4th stage of the Martial Emperor realm. Was it possible that he had advanced 4 levels merely during his slumber? Gazing at the still meditating Su Qianqian, Xiao Mu was astounded. Such was the terrifying talent of the Empress of Heaven. In just half a day of cultivation, she had transitioned from Martial Sovereign to Martial King. At her current pace, breaking through to the Martial Emperor in 3 days and the Sacred Spirit realm in 10 days seemed almost trivial. With the benefit of tenfold cultivation feedback, Xiao Mu estimated he could reach the Sacred Spirit realm in no more than 2 days. Having such an extraordinarily gifted and industrious wife was indeed a treasure. As Su Qianqian gradually opened her eyes and noticed the deepening night, she felt a twinge of guilt seeing her husband still beside her. Husband, have I neglected you in my fervor for cultivation? Not at all. With such a diligent wife, I can only feel immense pride, he reassured her. She approached him, climbing onto his lap. Husband, just relax. Tonight, I shall attend to you. Xiao Mu was taken aback. Such a delightful turn of events. Dear wife, you need not feel guilty. Your rigorous practice ultimately benefits me the most. Yet, faced with Su Qianqian's affectionate overture, he could not bear to refuse her kindness. Although he had already rested the entire day, he was more than willing to indulge in a couple more hours of leisure. When he opened his eyes again, he found Su Qianqian had resumed her cultivation. Was she truly this dedicated? After a night of considerable exertion and minimal sleep, she had already returned to her practice. Xiao Mu felt a pang of concern. Resolute, he decided that today he would not recline idly. He aimed to be a devoted husband. As his wife diligently cultivated, he would gather resources to support her training. Rising early, Xiao Mu made his way to the Zhao family's treasure vault. This vault served as a repository for various treasures and was accessible only to the family patriarch. Upon finding his father, Xyling, Xiao Mu simply stated his intention to collect cultivation resources for Su Qianqian. His father generously handed him the vault's key, stating that he could manage it henceforth without needing further permission. The treasure vault was nestled within a cave at the rear of the Zhao estate. A small world refined by their ancestor through extraordinary means. The entrance was concealed behind a waterfall, possessing the key allowed one to traverse through. While the waterfall appeared ordinary to those without it, upon entering the vault, Xiao Mu was awestruck by the sight before him. The chamber was vast, comparable to 3 or 4 football fields, meticulously arranged with hundreds of treasure niches housing a myriad of rare artifacts. The legacy of the imperial family lay before him, and he envisioned the former glory of the Zhao lineage. Alas, most of the niches were empty, since their ancestor had entered his twilight years. The family had been in decline, depleting their resources until only a fraction of their former wealth remained. Yet, even a withered camel is larger than a horse. Some treasures still endured. Xiao Mu activated his supreme divine eyes, scanning each item meticulously. Among them, the most magnificent was a hammer, towering 2 stories high. Crafted entirely from exquisite gold and adorned with countless gemstones and intricate runes. Divine Forging Hammer, a royal-grade divine weapon capable of forging all things. Once wielded by the ancestral patriarch of the Zhao family during his lifetime. Currently, its spiritual essence is at 0 and has entered a state of deep slumber. It can be awakened by infusing it with spirit. The patriarch had been a renowned master craftsman in the southern region. It was said that in his youth, he garnered fame throughout the land for his forged divine weapons, which were highly sought after by various imperial families. The Zhao family had flourished during this period, accumulating wealth through his relentless forging endeavors. However, in his middle age, an unforeseen incident led him to cease forging altogether, a subject he never divulged to his descendants. Now, with his passing, the secret remained buried. Xiao Mu only knew that this incident was related to the infamous Forbidden Zone of the southern region, known as the Ancestral Burial Ground. In pursuit of a rare forging material, the patriarch had ventured into the Ancestral Burial Ground with several other masters. But only he emerged alive. The Ancestral Burial Ground had long been a taboo topic within the Zhao family, with no one daring to discuss it. The patriarch had issued a stern command forbidding descendants from entering the Ancestral Burial Ground. Ding! A new mission has been issued. Enter the Ancestral Burial Ground before breaking through to the Sacred Emperor Realm, with a reward of imperial-grade forging technique. The sudden system notification left Xiao Mu momentarily stunned. Had he triggered a hidden quest? Was the system rebelling against the patriarch's decree? Nevertheless, considering the reward of an imperial-grade forging technique, Xiao Mu could only reluctantly contravene the ancestral command. Fortunately, the mission required entry before achieving the Sacred Emperor Realm, allowing him to time his visit for the pinnacle of the Sacred Emperor Realm to minimize risk. Stealing his resolve, Xiao Mu continued to explore the other treasures. Before long, he emerged from the vault with several cultivation resources, elated to present them to Su Qianqian. Chapter 10. The South Region's talented individuals. Ranking the treasures Xiao Mu extracted from the treasure pavilion included a bottle of king-grade 7th-tier elixir, the Tian Yuan Dan, and a royal-grade Yuan Spirit Stone. The Tian Yuan Dan aids martial artists in swiftly absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, thereby accelerating their cultivation speed. The royal-grade Yuan Spirit Stone continuously releases Yuan spirit energy, compensating for the consumption incurred during rapid cultivation. In the sacred Xin continent, any naturally occurring treasures beneficial to martial practitioners are referred to as spiritual essences. These can be categorized into 4 grades: spiritual, king, royal, and imperial, with each grade further divided into 9 tiers. With the enhancement provided by these 2 artifacts, Su Qianqian's cultivation efficiency should see improvement, though it still feels somewhat lacking. It is rather unacceptable that the Grand Zhao clan could not procure a single imperial-grade elixir. More effort is needed. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Xiao Mu stored the treasures in his spatial ring and departed the treasure pavilion to return to his residence. Noticing Su Qianqian deeply engrossed in her cultivation, he refrained from disturbing her, placing the elixir and Yuan Spirit Stone beside her before heading out once more. Xiao Mu wandered aimlessly, contemplating how to acquire more cultivation resources. After all, he could not neglect his own wife. Moreover, the cultivation experience she gained would substantially benefit him in return. Although it appeared he was providing resources for Su Qianqian, the greatest advantage would ultimately be his own. Naturally, such a mutually beneficial arrangement invigorated Xiao Mu. Greetings, young clan leader. As he strolled into the training grounds, he found many clan members practicing martial skills, creating a lively atmosphere. Upon seeing Xiao Mu, several clan members approached to greet him. The display of his swordsmanship on the day of the grand wedding had garnered him newfound respect from many. particularly among the younger generation, who began to compare him to the illustrious prodigies of ancient imperial clans in the South region. Xiao Mu waved in acknowledgement, continuing on his way until he noticed someone scribbling on the wall. Curiosity piqued, he approached to inspect. There, inscribed upon the wall, were numerous names. The South region's talented individuals ranking? Xiao Mu read aloud. Greetings, young clan leader. The plump boy engaged in writing turned upon hearing Xiao Mu's voice. Hastily bowing in respect. Please enlighten me about this ranking, Xiao Mu requested. The boy eagerly began to explain. This ranking, the talented individuals list, is published by the largest intelligence organization in the sacred Xian continent, the 10,000 Knowledge Pavilion. Besides the talented individuals list, there are also the imperial clan list, wealth list, divine weapon list, elixir list, beauty list, and spiritual essence list, among others. However, the most popular and closely watched is undoubtedly the talented individuals list. The figures on the South region's talented individuals list are the most exceptional prodigies in the region. For instance, ranked first is Xiao Mu, the jewel of the Jiang clan, the foremost imperial clan in the South region. At merely 26 years of age, she has already reached the 7th stage of the Saint King realm and is currently the center of attention, with the world anticipating her to achieve the miraculous feat of breaking into the imperial realm before turning 30. There is also the 9th-ranked Huangxi, a rising star of the Phoenix imperial clan, who, at just 16, has already broken through to the Saint King realm. It is rumored that she has awakened the ancient Nirvana bloodline of the Phoenix clan, which grows stronger with each battle. Even when mortally wounded, she can undergo Nirvana rebirth, enhancing her combat prowess. In a few years, Huangxi may very well surpass Xiao Mu as the South region's top prodigy. Additionally, she is said to possess unparalleled beauty, ranking not only 9th on the talented individuals list, but also among the top 3 on the beauty list. The boy enthusiastically recited the details of these prodigious individuals. Xiao Mu, however, was struck by a thought. The women on the talented individuals list were the most gifted of the younger generation. If he could marry all the beauties listed, compelling them to cultivate tirelessly, would not his own prowess soar at an astronomical rate? Ahem. Please transcribe the entire list for me to study at my leisure, Xiao Mu instructed. Of course, young clan leader. By the way, with the new list being published next month, it is possible that young madam may ascend to the talented individuals list, which could attract some trouble. The boy expressed with concern. If Su Qianqian were to feature on the talented individuals list, Xiao Mu would not be surprised. Given her ability to subdue a Saint King realm expert with a single move, few among the younger generation could rival her. What sort of trouble could arise? In recent years, a mysterious organization has emerged in the South region, calling themselves the Talent Assassins. They are known for their deranged behavior, deriving pleasure from slaying prodigies. Those who have appeared on the talented individuals list have often become targets for them, with several prodigies having fallen victim to their sinister hands. Xiao Mu's brow furrowed. This was indeed crucial information. Radiant talents often attract undesirable attention from the shadows, warranting heightened vigilance. Understood. Keep a close watch on any changes to the talented individuals list and inform me promptly. After leaving the training grounds, Xiao Mu sought out his father, Zhao Li, to inquire about swift means to acquire spiritual essences. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Li replied, not long ago, we discovered a small cave blessed with spiritual essence on the southwestern edge of our Zhao clan territory. It contains some spiritual-grade herbs, but a pack of monstrous beasts guards it, making harvesting quite troublesome. I intended to lead the clan members to exterminate the beast in due time. Since you have some free time, you may take charge of the expedition. Having grown, our child needs opportunities for experience. Moreover, given your previous performance, it is evident that your strength has at least reached the Saint Spirit realm. This small cave should not pose too much danger. Your capabilities should suffice. Just spiritual-grade herbs. Xiao Mu felt a twinge of disappointment. Do not be overly ambitious, Zhao Li admonished. Very well, I shall go. Without waiting for Zhao Li to speak further, Xiao Mu swiftly departed. Such a child. Zhao Li shook his head with a wry smile, pondering from whom the child had inherited such impulsive tendencies. Xiao Mu acted decisively, boarding the flying vessel that afternoon, accompanied by a dozen clan members. As they set off toward the southwest, initially, Xiao Mu intended to embark alone, but Zhao Li, unable to quell his worries, dispatched 2 elders and several elite youths to assist him. Elders Zhao Yuan and Zhao Qi, I appreciate your support on this journey. Xiao Mu greeted the 2 elders. Do not mention it, young clan leader. It is our duty, they replied. Rest assured, with us here, your safety is guaranteed. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiao Mu moved to the front of the aerial vessel, gazing down at the landscape below, feeling rejuvenated by the howling wind. Chapter 11. The Sword of the Heavens demonstrates its might once more. The sacred Xian continent is divided into 4 regions: southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, along with the central sacred land. In the central region lies the dominion of the dynasties, where 3 paramount dynasties command the realm. The 4 regions, however, are the territory of the imperial families. Spanning over 100,000 miles, this expanse serves as the threshold for ascension to imperial status. Although the Zhao family has fallen from grace, the territory under their jurisdiction still extends an impressive 16,000 miles, boasting numerous blessed lands and countless cities and marketplaces. The population dependent on the Zhao family numbers in the billions, a staggering figure beyond imagination, which elevates my status as the young clan leader considerably. Yet, in the grand scheme of the sacred Xian continent, the land possessed by the Zhao clan is merely a drop in the ocean. It is said that ancient imperial families with legacies spanning over 1 million years inhabit the continent, their territories exceeding several million miles, vast beyond comprehension. Even among the imperial clans of the southern region, the Xiao family's land is the most diminutive. What a marvel it is that the sacred Xian continent can accommodate so many colossal imperial clans simultaneously. I yearn to behold its entirety, which must be truly magnificent. Sit tight, young clan leader. We are about to enter the teleportation array, Elder Xiao Yuan cautioned. Moments later, the skyward vessel glided into a small teleportation array. Many imperial clans maintain large teleportation arrays for convenient travel, while several smaller arrays are established within their territories for ease of movement among clan members. The presence of teleportation arrays proves advantageous. Otherwise, traversing thousands of miles would take several days. Upon entering the array, the skyward vessel swayed slightly before quickly stabilizing. Looking outward, the scenery had transformed entirely. The group found themselves over 90,000 miles southwest of the Zhao family's ancestral grounds, near a small town named Zhuyuan. Zhuyuan lies on the periphery of Zhao territory. Its population is merely 20 to 30,000, yet its geographical significance is remarkable. Situated near an active spatial disturbance zone, akin to an earthquake belt, this unique natural environment often witnesses unstable spatial structures and occasional spatial tremors. Following such tremors, a stable spatial rift may occasionally emerge, often concealing ancient blessed lands within. The destination of Xiao Mu and his companions was a newly formed spiritual-grade blessed land. Blessed lands are categorized into 4 tiers: spiritual, royal, imperial, and divine, with higher tiers being significantly more valuable and perilous. Some exceedingly dangerous blessed lands can even wreak havoc upon the material realm. Millennia ago, a former imperial clan that ruled this territory allegedly faced a cataclysm due to the emergence of an imperial-grade blessed land, which, if not sealed in time, led to an invasion of demonic entities, resulting in catastrophic devastation. It took thousands of years for the calamity to subside. Something feels amiss. Zhuyuan is too quiet. Not a single soul in sight during broad daylight, Elder Xiao Qi remarked warily. Xiao Mu squinted and observed the small town, which appeared clean and orderly, devoid of any signs of battle. Yet all the doors along the street stood ajar, and not a single person could be seen. Only a few small yellow dogs wandering about. Surely, if the townsfolk had stepped out, at least some would remain. Young clan leader. There is something unusual at the Blessed Land. A robust clansman rushed over, breathless and filled with terror. Elder Xiao Qi quickly introduced, this is Zhao Qianli, who practices the martial art known as the Thousand-Mile Eye. While he lacks combat prowess, his eyesight is extraordinary, allowing him to discern a hair several dozen miles away. Qianli, remain calm and recount what you witnessed in detail, Xiao Mu urged, offering Zhao Qianli a cup of water. Deeply moved, Zhao Qianli grasped the cup and drank heartily before regaining his composure. Upon discovering that Zhuyuan was empty, I climbed to the top of the skyward vessel to survey the area. I noticed a crimson mist enveloping the direction of the blessed land, with numerous corpses scattered about. I estimate there to be 300 to 400 bodies. I fear that the citizens of Zhuyuan may have perished. At this revelation, Xiao Mu's brow furrowed in concern. Had the entire populace of Zhuyuan been slaughtered? How perilous could a spiritual-grade blessed land be? Let us investigate the situation, Xiao Mu declared decisively. Elders Zhao Yuan and Zhao Qi attempted to dissuade him, but Xiao Mu had already launched toward the direction of the blessed land, prompting them to hastily maneuver the skyward vessel to follow closely. Before long, they arrived at the vicinity of the blessed land. As they surveyed the surroundings, a thick crimson mist enveloped the ground, submerging the trees and hills, rendering visibility near impossible. Xiao Mu's supreme divine eye discerned that the mist contained toxins, which could be fatal upon inhalation. He swiftly halted the skyward vessel, preventing further advance. Just then, the crimson mist began to surge violently, akin to a tsunami, rushing towards the skyward vessel. This is bad. Protect the young clan leader. Zhao Yuan and Zhao Qi reacted swiftly, positioning themselves to shield Xiao Mu, while the other clansmen drew their weapons and gathered around. With a resounding roar, Zhao Yuan unleashed his spiritual might, generating a tempest that forced the encroaching mist to recede. In that fleeting moment, the group caught sight of formless shadows leaping and darting within the mist, agitating the crimson haze. Demons! Elder Zhao Qi exclaimed in alarm. Amidst a low, guttural growl, one shadow lunged forth, heading directly for Xiao Mu. The shadow lacked physical form, resembling a humanoid figure, and appeared particularly sinister up close, akin to a vengeful ghost or malevolent spirit. Dare you seek death? Zhao Qi bellowed suddenly, his arms emanating golden radiance as he swung his fists like hammers towards the shadow. A deafening crash echoed, reverberating with formidable force. This was the Zhao family's signature martial art, the hammering fist, originally designed for forging divine weapons, yet equally effective as a means of combat. The formless shadow crumbled under Zhao Qi's onslaught, but it swiftly reformed, attracting more shadows that began to encircle the skyward vessel. As the situation grew increasingly dire, both Zhao Yuan and Zhao Qi steeled themselves, determined to protect Xiao Mu at all costs. Stand back, Xiao Mu declared, his expression unwavering. He stepped forward, the sword of the heavens slicing through the air. In an instant, the world dimmed, as if an invisible net obscured the heavens, severing the light. The terrifying might of the sword instantly tore through the surrounding shadows, carving a vacuum in the crimson mist within a 100-meter radius. Is that all? Xiao Mu scoffed. believing the demons to be formidable, only to discover their true insignificance. Chapter 12. The Annihilation of the Jiehua Sect Disciples. Silence. On the aerial vessel, Zhao Yuan, Zhao Qi, and the rest of the Zhao clan gazed at Xiao Mu with incredulous eyes. Could such a sword strike truly be wielded by a mere human? What are you staring at? Continue onward. I desire to uncover the source of the chaos concealed within this crimson mist. Yes. Zhao Yuan and Zhao Qi promptly regained their composure and, following Xiao Mu's orders, steered the aerial vessel straight into the heart of the red mist. As they advanced, the vessel soon approached the vicinity of the cave's entrance. Xiao Mu, seizing the opportunity, unleashed several sword strikes, parting the surrounding red fog to reveal the entrance to the cave. Before them lay a narrow spatial fissure nestled between mountains, from which a continuous flow of red mist seeped forth. Scattered around the entrance were numerous corpses, their features distorted and their blood seemingly drained, leaving their flesh sunken and resembling desiccated remains, a truly harrowing sight. Xiao Mu furrowed his brow. It appeared that the citizens of Zhu Yuan town had all fallen victim to this tragedy. The deaths of 20 to 30,000 souls was no trivial matter, especially occurring within the Zhao clan's territory. Xiao Mu could not remain idle. He leaped down to the ground, his supreme divine eye fixed upon the cave's entrance. Ancient Mind Cave Paradise, a standard spirit-level cave. Everything appears normal, suggesting that the cave itself has not undergone any transformation. Yet the multitude of corpses speaks volumes. If the source of the anomaly does not originate from the cave, then from whence does it arise? It seems this is not a natural disaster, but rather a man-made calamity. All personnel, follow my lead into the cave for investigation. At Xiao Mu's command, he was the first to traverse the spatial fissure and enter the cave. Zhao Yuan and Zhao Qi swiftly followed. However, just as they were about to cross the fissure, a torrent of scarlet mist surged forth, violently ejecting them from the cave. This is bad. Observing shadowy figures stirring within the mist, the two hastily attempted to defend themselves. But it was too late. They were swiftly engulfed by the crimson haze. On the other side, Xiao Mu emerged through the fissure into a bizarre and wondrous cavern. The concentration of spiritual energy here was remarkably high, with luminous ores clinging to the surrounding rock walls, and the cave bore evident signs of having been artificially excavated. Though it had long since fallen into disrepair, the so-called cave paradise could be likened to a type of spatial fossil. This space had experienced a violent spatial tremor in ancient times, subsequently sealed within the river of time. Until recently, another spatial tremor inadvertently activated this buried realm, allowing it to resurface after countless ages. Beyond housing ancient treasures, cave paradises possess significant archaeological value. Xiao Mu recalled reading about a particular cave paradise that contained an ancient city, inhabited by living individuals from that era. This group of ancient ancestors was even brought out of the cave, embarking on a new life that spanned millions of years. It was said that from this group of ancient forebears, a once mighty imperial lineage emerged, celebrated as an ancient dynasty. Notably, there were multiple such ancient dynasties. Unfortunately, as a person of modest education, Xiao Mu could not delve into further details. After taking a few steps forward, Xiao Mu marveled at the extraordinary scenery along the way. However, upon glancing back, he found no trace of Zhao Yuan and the others. Where are they? Sensing that something was amiss, he turned to search when suddenly a chilling aura penetrated his being, causing his entire body to tingle. Yet, in the blink of an eye, this cold energy was overwhelmed by a surge of warmth emanating from within him. The immortal demonic sacred body, impervious to all forms of attack. Clearly, someone had launched a covert assault against him, but the innate immunity of the immortal demonic sacred body thwarted their intentions. Xiao Mu clenched the celestial sword tightly, his supreme divine eye scanning the shadows, where he detected a grayish figure. Without hesitation, he unleashed a sword strike. With a swift sound, the gray shadow was cleaved in two, collapsing to the ground, eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at Xiao Mu, unable to utter a word before succumbing to death. Dong Ge, inner disciple of the Jiehua sect, 9th rank of the martial emperor realm. Taken aback by the information about the fallen assassin, Xiao Mu pondered. What manner of sect is the Jiehua sect, and from whence did they emerge? Could the red mist and phantoms outside be their doing? Crouching down, Xiao Mu rifled through the assassin's belongings, discovering several spirit-level elixirs and a spirit-level divine weapon. Qi poison pill, calamity poison pill, decay poison pill. Each elixir bore a name associated with toxicity, their effects increasingly sinister. The chilling aura he had sensed earlier seemed to be a volatile toxin emanating from one of these pills. The red mist outside the cave was likely a product of these toxic concoctions. Could it be that the Jiehua sect specializes in the art of poison? Xiao Mu turned his attention to the longsword, hollow within, its blade adorned with several blood channels indicative of a spirit-level divine weapon. Bloodthirsty sword, a spirit-level divine weapon. Mass-produced by the Jiehua sect, this sword possesses the ability to absorb blood. After slaying, it can extract the victim's essence and automatically condense it into blood pellets. Furrowing his brows, Xiao Mu pried open the sword's hilt, pouring out hundreds of blood pellets of varying sizes, an overwhelming stench of blood wafting forth. Stifling the urge to retch, he cast the bloodthirsty sword aside, fury coursing through him as he ventured deeper into the cave. He began to piece together how the citizens of Zhu Yuan town had met their demise. What a brazen Jiehua sect, daring to wreak havoc within the Zhao clan's territory. They would find no return. Xiao Mu's gaze turned icy as he surveyed his surroundings. Upon reaching the cave's exit, he encountered two more Jiehua sect disciples. They stood guard over a cauldron, continuously pouring blood pellets into it, seemingly engaged in some form of alchemy. Both cultivators had reached the Saint Spirit realm. Without hesitation, Xiao Mu delivered 2 sword strikes, catching them completely off guard. The 2 Saint Spirit realm experts could barely muster a sound before being dismembered, collapsing amidst the blood-soaked ground. Pathetic, even less formidable than Su Xyling, Xiao Mu scoffed. He failed to consider that, as the prized jewel of the Su family, Su Xyling was shielded by countless treasures. Unlike these 2 nefarious disciples, Xiao Mu approached, kicking the cauldron over, causing a deluge of blood pellets to spill forth. Some had already melded together, forming gelatinous masses. Though unsure of what the Jiehua sect was concocting, he was certain it was no good. Clang! A fierce gust of wind rushed toward him as a flying sword struck his forehead with a sound akin to metal against stone. Xiao Mu's head jerked to the side, as if struck by a blunt object, causing him to grimace in pain. Looking up, he saw an elderly man, bloodied and disheveled, staring at him with a bewildered expression. "Who are you, that you possess such audacity?" the old man exclaimed, unable to contain his curiosity, having devoted his life to the study of assassination techniques. The old man had employed a strike honed over decades, an attack that few below the Saint King realm could withstand. Yet, to his astonishment, his blade had failed to draw blood from Xiao Mu. This young man appeared to be in his early 20s. Could it be that he had already surpassed the Saint King realm? Old fool, attempting to ambush me, are you? Xiao Mu's anger flared as he gritted his teeth and unleashed a flurry of sword strikes. The old man reacted swiftly, vanishing into thin air in an instant, employing a technique that had saved him on numerous occasions. Yet, how could he escape the gaze of the Supreme Divine Eye? Sizzle! Xiao Mu wielded his sword, striking true and forcibly manifesting the old man from the void. The blade, imbued with a chilling aura of lethality, instantly dispatched the elder, whose body shattered into several pieces upon impact with the ground, lifeless and irrevocably defeated. Chapter 13, the 9th rank of the Sovereign Stage. Hong Ming, the 3rd elder of the Jiehua sect, 1st stage of the Holy King realm. Upon observing the information of the deceased elder, Xiao Mu felt a slight surprise. This old man was actually a Holy King. There exists a substantial distinction between the martial realm and the Holy realm. Below the Holy Spirit, one is merely a martial artist, fundamentally an ordinary mortal, unable to transcend to the extraordinary realm of the saints. However, starting from the Holy Spirit realm, the martial power reaches its zenith before evolving into the power of the holy. As one's strength intensifies, the difficulty of breaking through escalates exponentially. Cultivating a strong individual at the Holy King realm is exceedingly arduous. After all, the world is not filled with prodigies. The majority are just regular people. Even the Zhao family, once an imperial lineage, has only managed to cultivate a few holy kings. The patriarch, Xyling, merely stands at the pinnacle of the Holy King realm. This illustrates the rarity of such powerful beings. Yet, this level of strength could not evade the fate of being slain by Xiao Mu with a single sword strike. Xiao Mu gazed at the sky-covering sword in his hand. His expression slightly moved. This exemplified the worth of imperial-grade divine weapons and techniques. Just as Xiao Mu reveled in his triumph, several disciples of the Jiehua sect rushed over. Upon seeing the elder sprawled on the ground in disarray, their eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. "Why you? You killed Elder Hong Ming. Who are you? State your name at once. Could you be an assassin sent by the Thousand Thunder sect?" Annoyed by their incessant chatter, Xiao Mu raised his hand and swung his sword once more. The world fell silent again. Now, that was more like it. Xiao Mu searched through the bodies and unearthed a collection of highly toxic pills and some rather sinister-looking divine artifacts. Additionally, he discovered a blood-red pearl and several letters on Elder Hong Ming. Blood Thunder Pearl, an inner core formed from the essence of a 9-winged thunder howling phoenix. An imperial-grade 9th rank spiritual essence. 9th rank of the imperial grade? Xiao Mu was somewhat astonished. How could such a treasure be in Elder Hong Ming's possession? This was nearly at the imperial quality level, a rarity even the current Zhao family could scarcely find. He perused the letters, gathering a rough understanding of the context. The Jiehua sect disciples had been dispatched to gather materials for the Holy Blood Pill. The motive stemmed from the sect leader's ambition to break through to the Holy Emperor realm, yet he had been stymied by the final bottleneck. He had discovered a method from ancient texts, claiming that refining a holy blood pill from the blood of 1,000,000 living beings would aid in overcoming his constraints. As for why these Jiehua disciples ventured onto Zhao family's territory to concoct the holy blood pill, it was due to the news of the ancestral god's demise spreading. Without the presence of an imperial powerhouse, anyone could take a bite. Even if discovered, the risks would be significantly minimized. However, the letters did not clarify the origin of the Blood Thunder Pearl. Could it possibly be related to the Thousand Thunder sect mentioned by the previous Jiehua disciples? Regardless, he decided to keep it for now. Regrettably, he had arrived too late. The 30,000 citizens of Zhiyuan town had suffered at the hands of the Jiehua sect. Nevertheless, the content of the letters had already indicated the general location of the Jiehua sect. Once his strength increased further, he would inevitably uproot the entire sect and eradicate this pest. For the first time since his transmigration, Xiao Mu felt the stirrings of murderous intent. He wondered about the situation of Elder Zhao Yuan and the others. It was best to investigate. The threats within the cave had been eliminated, allowing him to return to explore at any time. Xiao Mu promptly retraced his steps, passing through the spatial rift back to the outside world. The crimson mist had dissipated unbeknownst to him, and just as he felt relieved, he heard a series of thunderous roars in the distance. He immediately rushed over, only to find elders Zhao Yuan and Zhao Qi engaged in combat with a group of unknown martial artists. The opposing side was fierce, with at least 5 Holy Spirit Realm experts, placing the Zhao family at a clear disadvantage. Elder Zhao Yuan had already sustained injuries, with half of his arm charred. Relying on Elder Zhao Qi's formidable hammering punches that sent sparks flying, keeping the attackers at bay. Elder Zhao Qi, I advise you not to seek your own demise. Our goal at the Thousand Thunder sect is the Blood Thunder Pearl. If you surrender it, we shall withdraw from Zhao family territory. However, if you fail to retrieve the Blood Thunder Pearl, returning to our sect would lead to our doom. Wouldn't it be beneficial for all to retreat a step? The leader of the opposing Holy Spirit Realm experts spoke, feigning diplomacy, yet arcs of lightning continuously erupted from his palm, crackling ominously. He clearly had no intention of retreating. In the past, the Zhao family might have warranted some respect, but without their Holy Emperor ancestor, they were now insignificant. In terms of strength, the Thousand Thunder sect was not necessarily inferior to the Zhao family, and with their numerical advantage, they had no reason to yield. Thus, they sought to probe the whereabouts of the Blood Thunder Pearl. Since its theft, their sect leader had been furious, nearly toppling the sect in his rage. A death order had been issued if the Blood Thunder Pearl was not recovered within a month. The thunder symbols within them would detonate, leaving no survivors. The threat of death loomed close. They had abandoned all else in pursuit of the Blood Thunder Pearl. Zhao Qi's expression turned fierce. Stop your prattle. This is Zhao family's territory. Outsiders like you should quickly withdraw. The Zhao family may have fallen, but it does not mean that you insignificant rabble can run rampant here. How bold of you. It's a pity your ancestor has turned to ashes in a box. What can you two Holy Spirit Realm cultivators stir up? Since you seek your demise, do not blame me for being unkind. Come at us if you dare. Spare me the nonsense. Even if it costs my life, I will take you all down with me. Zhao Qi grunted, his iron fists swinging with formidable force, sending sparks flying and exuding an intimidating aura. Xiao Mu arrived just in time to witness this scene, his respect for Elder Zhao Qi rising significantly. He was courageous and tenacious, matching the 5 opponents without losing his spirit. Moreover, Elder Zhao Qi appeared relatively young, his physical constitution seemingly reaching the purple threshold. With adequate resources for cultivation, he might achieve remarkable feats in the future. Well said. Elder Zhao Qi truly embodies the backbone of our Zhao family. Xiao Mu applauded. Stepping forward, though Zhao Qi was indeed powerful, facing 5 opponents alone was ultimately a slim chance of victory under the current circumstances. It was imperative for Xiao Mu to intervene personally. Upon seeing Xiao Mu emerge safely, Zhao Qi's expression brightened. Who is this young lad? What are you? The peak Holy Spirit Realm expert of the Thousand Thunder sect spoke coldly, and as his words fell, a thunderclap erupted, striking directly toward Xiao Mu. The thunder roared. Yet Xiao Mu remained unperturbed. With a casual motion, he deflected the lightning away. This spectacle left the 5 Holy Spirit Realm experts of the Thousand Thunder sect dumbfounded. What kind of technique is this? Xiao Mu chuckled disdainfully. The supreme immortal demon body impervious to all methods is not something a mere electric arc can harm. Young master. It's all right now. Zhao Qi, who had just been sweating bullets for Xiao Mu, was equally astonished by this turn of events. Could lightning truly be swatted away like a fly? The young master consistently performed the most unexpected feats. Chapter 14. Slaying 2 Sacred Kings once more. This is the good-for-nothing young patriarch of the Zhao family. Upon hearing Zhao Qi's call, the members of the Thousand Thunder sect instantly recognized Xiao Mu's identity. Their astonishment deepened. Was it not said that the young patriarch of the Zhao family was a complete failure, barely breaking through to the martial sovereign realm by relying on the Zhao family's resources? Yet, it appeared that the external rumors were gravely mistaken. Clearly, their intelligence had become outdated. Xiao Mu's gaze then fell upon the 5 individuals from the Thousand Thunder sect. The elite 5 tigers of the Thousand Thunder sect, a name that reeked of cannon fodder. Did their sect leader send you out to search for the Blood Thunder Pearl? As if there were no other capable subordinates? Xiao Mu chuckled, tossing the Blood Thunder Pearl into the air, where it shone with a crimson glow. The sudden appearance of the Blood Thunder Pearl left the 5 members of the Thousand Thunder sect in utter shock. The sacred artifact was indeed in his possession. Hand over the Blood Thunder Pearl. Such a divine object is beyond your grasp. With fervent eyes, the 5 charged towards Xiao Mu, their bodies crackling with arcs of lightning. Unleashing a deafening thunderclap, their approach fierce and overwhelming. Xiao Mu's smile faded, and a chill emanated from his eyes as the heaven-obscuring sword reappeared, casting a shadow over the realm. In the next moment, the elite 5 tigers of the Thousand Thunder sect were severed in half, their deaths synchronized. Normally, a sacred spirit realm expert would not perish instantly even when bisected. However, the heaven-obscuring slash, as an imperial-grade martial technique, possessed the ability to sever life and death, affecting not only the physical body but also the true soul. Those struck by the heaven-obscuring slash had at least one advantage: they met their end swiftly. The process devoid of prolonged suffering. Xiao Mu mused to himself, pondering the necessity of honing this sword technique. It would not do to eliminate opponents so effortlessly every time, or the experience would lack depth. Young patriarch. Zhao Qi and his companions hurried over, witnessing the unnamed sacred spirit realm expert of the Thousand Thunder sect being dispatched by Xiao Mu in a single stroke. They were shocked, but had grown somewhat accustomed to such displays. The strength of their young patriarch seemed unfathomable. rendering any miracles associated with him entirely plausible. Let us scour the spoils. I shall check elsewhere for any remnants of the Thousand Thunder sect, Xiao Mu commanded before taking flight on his sword. Typically, martial artists could only attain the ability to soar through the air upon reaching the sacred spirit realm. Although Xiao Mu was at the martial emperor realm, his unique constitution endowed him with exceptionally strong spiritual power, and coupled with the sentient nature of the heaven-obscuring sword, he could indeed perform simple sword flight. Circling the surrounding mountains, Xiao Mu felt a vague unease within. The Blood Thunder Pearl was a royal-grade 9th-tier spiritual essence of extraordinary value. The Thousand Thunder sect, having lost such a treasure, would not merely dispatch a few sacred spirit realm warriors in hopes of reclaiming it. It was likely that other formidable experts were en route, at least to the Sacred King realm. Should such high-caliber individuals enter the Zhao family territory without prompt action, dire consequences could ensue. With the Supreme Divine Eye surveying the land, Xiao Mu meticulously observed and patrolled, missing no detail. Suddenly, he halted, his gaze piercing through the dense forest, detecting a subtle fluctuation of concealed spiritual pressure. This wave of spiritual pressure, though well hidden, could not escape the extraordinary perception of the Supreme Divine Eye. Without hesitation, Xiao Mu dove into the forest. Don't be so impatient, Ghost. Once we have the Blood Thunder Pearl, we can leave the southern region. No matter how the Robbery Transformation sect and the Thousand Thunder sect pursue us, they will never find us. Then, we shall have all the time in the world. A male voice chuckled, followed by a sultry female voice. Little beauty, let me hold you. I'm simply dying of desire. As Xiao Mu drew closer, he overheard the conversation. Furrowing his brow, he wondered what was transpiring. Keeping his presence concealed, he advanced cautiously. The Supreme Celestial Demon's sacred body possessed an innate ability to remain undetected. As long as he did not actively reveal his aura, outsiders could not perceive him. He stealthily approached a nearby tree and looked down, witnessing a man and a woman tightly embracing on the forest floor. The man, robust and imposing, bore a face adorned with a thick beard, his bare torso marred with scars, exuding a menacing aura. The woman appeared mature and alluring, her fox-like eyes captivating, and her figure exceptionally voluptuous. Her attire had been disheveled by the man's hands, revealing more than was proper. Xiao Mu was taken aback, instinctively gesturing with his hand. This is larger than my head. He quickly utilized the Supreme Divine Eye to investigate further. Hongzhen, Grand Elder of the Robbery Transformation Sect. 5th stage of Sacred King Realm. Chu Furong, the wife of the sect leader of the Thousand Thunder Sect. 4th stage of Sacred King Realm. This. Connecting their previous dialogue, Xiao Mu deduced the circumstances. Ghost, don't pinch so hard. You're hurting me. Chu Furong playfully scolded, pushing Hongzhen away. Hongzhen, rolling on the ground, suddenly erupted in fury, lunging to pin Chu Furong down, cursing, "You filthy wench, don't overestimate yourself. I want you now, whether you like it or not." As he spoke, he violently tore at Chu Furong's clothing, stripping her bare, his hands cruelly grasping her neck, forcing himself upon her. Moments later, their heavy breaths and pleas echoed throughout the forest. Xiao Mu had no intention of acting as a hero. He remained still, seeking an opportune moment to strike. Two Sacred King Realm experts, both in their prime, possessed significant strength, and Xiao Mu lacked the confidence to eliminate them in one blow. Yet, if he could find the right opportunity for a sneak attack, his chances of victory would be greatly enhanced. Just a little longer. This was not due to any desire to witness a live performance. Roar. Hongzhen suddenly let out an angry bellow, and then he became utterly still. What? Is this over already? Although somewhat perplexed, Xiao Mu recognized that this was the optimal moment to strike. He ceased his concealment, the heaven-obscuring sword surged forth, plunging the area into darkness, its ominous blade slicing through the air, aiming for Hongzhen's lower back. This fatal strike, likely few men could withstand. In the midst of his reverie, Hongzhen was caught off guard, his reflexes hindered as he summoned a heavy black stone sword to defend himself. However, as he attempted to rise, his expression shifted dramatically. He felt no sensation in his lower body. The strike had penetrated deep, rendering him paralyzed from the waist down. Chu Furong was quicker. She kicked Hongzhen away, not even pausing to clothe herself, seizing a handful of iron sand and tossing it into the air. The particles transformed into a cloud of dust, swept up by the fierce wind, striking everything in a 100-meter radius with lethal precision, reducing trees and rocks to mere powder. This was Chu Furong's survival technique. Each grain of iron sand was forged from high-quality steel, covered in sharp spikes, possessing immense lethality. Seeing the area around her stripped bare, she felt a momentary sense of relief. But the very next second, she heard a soft thud, as a blade glimmering with dark light pierced through her chest. With a slight tremor, Xiao Mu shook the sword, and half of Chu Furong's body was cleaved away. Her eyes wide with shock and disbelief as she collapsed into a pool of blood. Who are you? Hongzhen, now incapacitated on the ground, fixed his gaze on Xiao Mu. Go down and be a pair of doomed lovers. Oh, I almost forgot, with your capabilities. You'll soon be wearing a green hat. With a swift motion, Xiao Mu severed Hongzhen's head from his shoulders. Thus, two Sacred King Realm experts met their demise in succession. Xiao Mu casually sheathed the heaven-obscuring sword, rubbing his eyes as he murmured, "This sand is a bit blinding. I must have my wife help me clear it when I return." Just as Xiao Mu was poised to reap the rewards of his conquest, Hongzhen's lifeless body unexpectedly disintegrated into a cloud of crimson mist, accompanied by a series of sinister, cackling laughter. From the sanguine haze emerged an unscathed Hongzhan. "You have compelled me to unleash my blood transformation," he declared. "I must concede your strength, but this is where it ends." With that, Hongzhan wielded his heavy sword and brought it crashing down. Chapter 15. A bountiful harvest. The resurrection of Hongzhan was entirely unexpected for Xiao Mu. As he witnessed the heavy sword descending, Xiao Mu found himself momentarily unable to keep pace with the speed of his assault, leaving him unprepared for defense. At that critical moment, the Sky Shield sword autonomously shielded him, positioning itself before Xiao Mu and clashing against the heavy sword with a resounding clang. Deflecting the force of the blow, Hongzhan, in turn, was jolted back, loosening his grip on the sword, which was sent flying. Xiao Mu's heart surged with joy. The divine weapon of imperial rank was indeed no mere boast, possessing a protective function for its master. The sword's spirit guards its wielder. This truly is a divine weapon of imperial rank. A look of astonishment crossed Hongzhan's face. This young man possessed an imperial-grade weapon. No wonder his earlier strike had rendered him unable to resist. However, judging by the young man's reaction speed, he seemed to be at most at the pinnacle of the Holy Spirit realm, even with the imperial-grade weapon in hand. Hongzhan felt confident of his victory given his own current strength. Suddenly, Hongzhan opened his mouth, and a mist of blood coalesced into the shape of a long sword, thrusting towards Xiao Mu. The Sky Shield sword once again stepped in to protect its master, intercepting the blood mist sword. Yet, the true threat of this long sword lay not in its power, but in the virulent poison it contained. As the Sky Shield sword dispersed the toxic mist, it enveloped Xiao Mu within its grasp. "You have fallen prey to my corruption death poison. Let us see how arrogant you remain." Hongzhan cackled wickedly. "Once you perish, that imperial-grade weapon will be mine." The corruption death poison was the most potent toxin of the Tribulation Transformation sect, a concoction only the sect leader could brew. Even a powerhouse at the Holy Emperor level would be powerless against it, watching helplessly as their flesh was slowly corroded away. "You must have bad breath." Xiao Mu's voice unexpectedly emerged from the blood mist. Gradually, as the mist dissipated, Xiao Mu appeared unscathed before Hongzhan. Aside from his clothes being utterly corroded, there were no signs of damage upon him. The poison seemed to have no effect whatsoever. Hongzhan's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. What kind of physique does this young man possess that even such a domineering and fierce corruption death poison cannot harm him? Taken aback by his own reaction, Hongzhan swiftly retreated several meters, creating distance between himself and Xiao Mu. He was uncertain of Xiao Mu's depth and realized that continuing the battle could prove disadvantageous. Prioritizing his survival, he resolved to flee, leaping onto the treetops. Yet, Xiao Mu would not allow him to escape easily. He immediately took to the skies on his sword to pursue. However, one must acknowledge that as a fifth-tier powerhouse of the Holy King realm, Hongzhan's speed was indeed impressive. In the blink of an eye, he had distanced himself from Xiao Mu, who was on the verge of losing sight of him. Xiao Mu felt a twinge of helplessness. His lower realm placed him at a disadvantage in speed against such a Holy King realm expert who opted to flee when faced with defeat. Just as he prepared to concede, a melodious system prompt suddenly rang out. Ding! Su Qianshan's cultivation has triggered sudden enlightenment, resulting in a significant elevation of her prowess. Breaking through to the 9th tier of the Martial King realm, Host receives a tenfold cultivation experience feedback. Breaking through to the 1st tier of the Holy Spirit realm, a surge of terrifying energy coursed through Xiao Mu's body, causing him to awaken with an expression of incredulous joy. "No way. My wife is astonishing. She just broke through to the Martial King realm last night, and today, through a moment of enlightenment, she has reached the pinnacle of that realm. This has allowed me to rise several tiers as well, officially stepping into the threshold of the Holy Spirit realm." Feeling the torrent of power surging within him, Xiao Mu took a deep breath, channeling his spiritual pressure to its utmost. He caught up, just as he was about to lose Hongzhan. The latter reappeared in Xiao Mu's line of sight, becoming firmly locked in. Having just relaxed, Hongzhan felt the whistling sound of the approaching sword behind him. Causing his heart to tighten, he unleashed a cloud of toxic mist in an attempt to obstruct Xiao Mu. However, all his efforts were destined to be futile. In mere moments, Xiao Mu's overwhelming speed allowed him to close the gap. When Xiao Mu was less than 100 meters away from Hongzhan, the Sky Shield sword had already swung forth. Having broken through to the Holy Spirit realm, the power of the Sky Slash had undoubtedly increased significantly. As he swung his sword, the sky darkened, and the air itself seemed to thicken. Hongzhan felt his limbs grow numb, dizziness overtaking him. As a primal fear surged within him, rendering his movements sluggish and lacking any ability to defend himself. In an instant, his body was pierced through by the Sky Shield sword, blood spraying into the air, marking his death in a spectacular fashion. After landing, Xiao Mu observed Hongzhan's corpse for a moment, ensuring the man was utterly deceased before sheathing the Sky Shield sword. This man was the Grand Elder of the Tribulation Transformation sect. He must possess a wealth of treasures. As Xiao Mu collected his spoils and opened Hongzhan's spatial ring, he was genuinely taken aback. This fellow, surely he didn't raid the entire treasury of the Tribulation Transformation sect? The sheer volume of items was overwhelming. Approximately 1,000 cubic units of storage space brimmed with various pills and spiritual essences. Just the spiritual-grade spirit stones numbered over 10,000. While spiritual-grade spirit stones were the lowest tier, their value was still considerable. The elders of the Zhao family received only a handful of these each month. Though the Zhao family could gather such a quantity over several days, Hongzhan had been carrying such a vast hoard of spirit stones with him. Was he truly planning to elope with Chu Furong? It was indeed a possibility. Unbelievably, I have stumbled upon a tremendous fortune. The wealth of the Tribulation Transformation sect and the treasures of the Thousand Thunders sect now rest in my hands. Xiao Mu's spirit soared. He would no longer worry about lacking resources to support his wife. Speaking of Chu Furong, she might also possess numerous treasures. I must return and gather them as well. Xiao Mu nonchalantly stored Hong Zhen's corpse within his spatial ring and retraced his steps. Upon returning to the original location, Chu Furong's body was still warm, yet her breath had entirely ceased, devoid of any life. Strangely, she was entirely bereft of possessions. Not even a single spatial ring in sight. This shouldn't be the case. Xiao Mu activated his Supreme Divine Eye to search meticulously. It was hidden here. He thrust his sword into Chu Furong's abdomen, directly piercing through her dantian. In an instant, a plethora of spiritual treasures spilled forth. This woman possessed some clever tricks. Having crafted a miniature storage space within her own dantian, Xiao Mu eagerly gathered all these treasures into his possession. There were various divine weapons and spiritual essences among them. Many of high quality, even a few of royal grade quality, their total worth likely rivaled that of Hong Zhen's spatial ring. This venture has truly yielded bountiful rewards. Xiao Mu also collected Chu Furong's body before leisurely returning to the entrance of the ancient mind's paradise. Young master, it's not good. We found some letters on these elite members of the Thousand Thunder sect. They state that the sect leader has cast a spell on the Blood Thunder Pearl. Once it appears, it will immediately relay the location back to the Thousand Thunder sect. The sect leader must have received the news and is currently on his way to the Zhao family. Zhao Qi reported with a worried expression. What is there to panic about? When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water comes, we shall dam it. There is nothing to fear. Xiao Mu calmly waved his hand and inquired. What realm is the sect leader of the Thousand Thunder sect? The Holy Emperor realm. 9th tier. Chapter 16. The return home. It is a moment of solace amidst the turmoil, yet the presence of a 9th realm Saint Emperor does instill a sense of urgency. Xiao Mu inhaled deeply before inquiring. How long will it take to traverse from the Thousand Thunder sect to our Zhao family residence? In the swiftness of a Saint Emperor. It would take no less than 3 days, Zhao Qi responded. Young master, it would be prudent for us to return to the ancestral grounds of the Zhao family as swiftly as possible. There, the residual aura of our ancestors. The remnants of the Emperor's might will offer us protection. Even if the sect master of the Thousand Thunder sect seeks us out, he would think twice before acting rashly. Let us not hurry. Since we are already here, we ought to retrieve the medicinal herbs from the cave. There are also the corpses of a few disciples from the Tribulation Transformation sect that require our attention, Xiao Mu replied. The Tribulation Transformation sect? Zhao Qi was taken aback. Isn't it the Thousand Thunder sect? Why does the Tribulation Transformation sect suddenly come into play? Could it be that the young master has already encountered a battle within the cave? Without delay, the group followed Xiao Mu into the cave. Upon discovering the lifeless body of Elder Hong Ming from the Tribulation Transformation sect, Zhao Qi and the others were left in utter shock. It is indeed that old poisoner. Hong Ming. Recognizing the elder, Xiao Mu inquired with curiosity, do you know him? Zhao Qi nodded, reporting to young master. The two most formidable forces surrounding our Zhao family territory are the Thousand Thunder sect and the Tribulation Transformation sect. The former keeps its distance, maintaining a peace of sorts, while the latter is a band of outright evildoers, indulging in murder and arson. In the days of our ancestor, they dared not act so boldly, yet of late, they have become increasingly brazen. Upon seeing the body of the elder, Zhao Qi's mind raced with the realization that the annihilation of Zhu Yuan town was undoubtedly the work of the Tribulation Transformation sect. Wait, wasn't Hong Ming a powerhouse of the Saint King realm? How could he have fallen to the young master? Just how formidable is the young master's strength? Let us first gather the herbs. I will personally settle the score with the Tribulation Transformation sect, Xiao Mu declared coldly, an unintentional aura of authority emanating from him that left the Zhao family members trembling. Half an hour later, the spiritual herbs within the cave had been thoroughly collected. Along with a cache of spiritual grade ores, an unexpected bounty. The bodies of the Tribulation Transformation sect disciples were also disposed of, with Zhao Yuan and Zhao Qi ensuring that the blood pills, formed from the essence of the 30,000 souls of Zhu Yuan town, were not left in the hands of the Tribulation Transformation sect. As they departed the cave, Xiao Mu surveyed the landscape strewn with bodies. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively drew the celestial sword, cleaving a 10-meter-deep pit in the valley, instructing his kin to gather all the corpses and lay them to rest within, erecting a gravestone to honor the departed souls. Once this solemn task was completed, the sky had darkened. The group then boarded the skyship, returning to Zhu Yuan town and subsequently traveling back to the Zhao family's ancestral grounds via the teleportation array. Upon their return, Zhao Yuan and Zhao Qi immediately sought an audience with the clan leader to report the events that transpired in Zhu Yuan town. Xiao Mu observed a level of fury on his father's face he had never witnessed before, not even during the humiliation at the Su family's hands. Such audacity from the Tribulation Transformation sect and the Thousand Thunder sect. I shall ensure that they pay a bloody price. Clan leader. It is certain that the sect master of the Thousand Thunder sect will come looking for us in the coming days. It is imperative that we prepare for a defense. Zhao advised, his brows furrowed in concern. Although he had not directly dealt with the Thousand Thunder sect, he had some knowledge of them. The sect master, Wang Heming. possessed a golden talent known as the thunderous sacred body, allowing him to cultivate lightning attribute martial arts with remarkable efficacy, rendering him a formidable adversary. To be honest, I am uncertain whether the residual power left by our ancestor will suffice to suppress him should he come calling, Xiao admitted. Mu, what exactly is this blood thunder pearl that has garnered the attention of the Thousand Thunder sect? Xiao inquired, turning his gaze to Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu produced the blood thunder pearl and explained, this is the inner core of the royal tier beast, the nine-winged thunder cry phoenix. The revelation drew gasps from all present. No wonder the Thousand Thunder sect valued this blood thunder pearl so highly. It was a supreme lightning attribute essence. An invaluable treasure for those who specialized in lightning attribute martial arts. Wang Heming might very well be counting on it to break through to the Saint Emperor realm. Mu, you should keep the blood thunder pearl. If used wisely, it could help you elevate your cultivation to the Saint Emperor realm in a short period. As for the Thousand Thunder sect, I shall devise a strategy to counter them. While Wang Heming is indeed powerful, the Zhao family is not to be trifled with. Zhao Li asserted resolutely. Though provoking a peak Saint Emperor was not a wise course of action given the current state of the Zhao family, the events had unfolded. And they must confront the reality. This was both a perilous situation and an opportunity. As long as they safeguarded the blood thunder pearl, it would yield immense benefits for the Zhao family. Xiao Mu nodded in agreement, then produced a spatial ring to present to Zhao Li. Father, these are some spoils I have acquired. The items I found useful have been retained, and I entrust the remainder to you for disposition, as they should bolster the overall strength of the Zhao family. Zhao Li's face lit up with gratitude as he opened the spatial ring, only to be left in a state of astonishment. It took him a considerable while to regain his composure. Mu, have you plundered the treasure trove of the Tribulation Transformation sect? Xiao Mu chuckled, briefly recounting the circumstances surrounding Hongjin and Chu Furong. Upon learning that the entire incident stemmed from the machinations of the pair, Zhao Li was momentarily speechless. Yet, considering how both factions had labored only to serve Xiao Mu, he couldn't help but feel that his son was truly favored by fortune. For his first foray into the world, he had secured such tremendous gains. Xiao Mu did not linger long. After concluding their conversation, he promptly returned to his quarters. Upon entering his chamber, he found Su Qianqian still in deep meditation. The royal tier elemental spirit stone he had left with her had been completely consumed. Goodness, she exhausted in a single day what others might take years to deplete. My husband. Hearing Xiao Mu's footsteps, Su Qianqian rose to greet him, tenderly intertwining her arm with his. Did you miss me? Xiao Mu smiled, cupping her face in his hands, eliciting a soft pout from her lips, tender and inviting. Su Qianqian nodded earnestly. It felt rather unusual to meditate without you by my side today. Such a good girl. Come, let your husband shower you with affection. More hugs, please. My dear wife, how greedy you are. But who am I to deny my beloved? Let us indulge for a while longer. Although they had not yet reached the stage of an elderly couple, the initial awkwardness of their relationship had faded, giving way to a sweetness that was palpable, almost intoxicating. As they embraced, their gazes locked, the air thick with unspoken desire. Without the need for further words, they instinctively found their way onto the bed. Relax, my dear. Tonight, I shall cherish you as you deserve. Chapter 17. A new spousal quest. The following day, Xiao Mu awoke to find Su Qianqian deeply engrossed in her cultivation. Surrounding her were numerous Yuanling stones, meticulously arranged like a formation, from which a potent aura of spiritual energy emanated, coalescing into a visible vortex that surged into her being, where it was refined and absorbed. The astonishing efficiency of her cultivation left Xiao Mu both astonished and exhilarated. At this rate, it was highly likely that Su Qianqian would break through to the martial emperor realm today. Rising, Xiao Mu approached her and gently kissed her forehead, choosing not to disturb her further, and exited their chamber, with her eyes closed. Su Qianqian's lips curled into a faint smile before she fully immersed herself back into her practice. Upon reaching the training grounds, the chubby boy from the previous day hurried over, presenting Xiao Mu with a handwritten booklet. Young master, this is a compilation of various rankings that I transcribed overnight for your review. Well done. Xiao Mu rewarded him with a Yuanling stone, causing the boy's eyes to brighten with gratitude as he departed. Finding a quiet spot, Xiao Mu opened the booklet and began to examine it in detail. The rankings published by the Hall of 10,000 Insights were quite comprehensive, featuring not only the major lists but also several niche categories, such as poison rankings, spirit pet rankings, clothing rankings, and famous artifact rankings. Each list detailed not merely the top 10 but the top 100, albeit with less accuracy for those beyond the initial 10 due to frequent fluctuations in their standings. Certain lists, like the spirit pet and clothing rankings, even included illustrations, presumably sketched by the chubby boy himself. The Zhao family offspring truly possessed a wealth of talents. While Xiao Mu skimmed through the other lists, his primary focus remained on the talented individuals list and the beauty list. The criteria for the talented individuals list required candidates to be under 50 years of age with a constitution rated above purple, followed by a comprehensive ranking. After perusing both lists thoroughly in search of women who ranked on both, Xiao Mu compiled a unique list of potential brides. At the top was Jiang Muyao, who held the first position on the talented individuals list and fifth on the beauty list, hailing from the premier imperial family of the southern region, the Jiang clan. Undoubtedly a paragon of excellence, she appeared nearly flawless. Regrettably, although unmarried, Xiao Mu was already betrothed through familial arrangements to the eldest son of the ancient Guyu clan of the eastern region. A family with a lineage spanning over 100,000 years, wielding immense influence and connections, making them the true sovereigns of the East. Though the challenge was formidable, Xiao Mu still included Xiao Mu on his candidate list. How can the unparalleled beauty of our southern region be allowed to wed into the eastern region? That would be a tragic waste. The second candidate was the little princess of the Phoenix imperial clan, Huangxi, though she had just turned 16. Her talents and beauty were exceptional. Even Jiang Muyao at that age had not garnered as much fame. Moreover, her noble Phoenix bloodline presented the possibility of producing a hybrid offspring with extraordinary potential if merged with Xiao Mu's lineage. This opportunity was certainly not to be overlooked. However, it was rumored that those of the Phoenix clan had notoriously fiery tempers and an exceedingly proud demeanor, making interactions with such a highborn princess potentially challenging without sufficient strength to command respect. The third candidate was Tu Shanmengdai, a figure shrouded in mystery. Known to hail from the Fox clan, yet her background remained entirely obscure. She had always appeared solo, and even the major Fox clan factions in the southern region could not clarify her origins. While her ranking on the talented individuals list was relatively modest, resting in the 80s, she claimed the top position on the beauty list. According to the Hall of 10,000 Insights, wherever Tu Shanmengdai graced the stage, all else would pale in comparison. Her beauty defied description, her noble purity rendering all others envious. Such extravagant praise piqued Xiao Mu's curiosity about this enchanting fox maiden. Furthermore, due to her solitary nature and infrequent display of strength, her true power and talent remained elusive, leaving her ranking on the talented individuals list potentially misleading, suggesting she might be an extraordinarily gifted prodigy. The remaining candidates paled in comparison to Jiang Muyo, Huangxi, and Tu Shanmengdai. Failing to captivate Xiao Mu's interest for the time being, he resolved to assess them further upon meeting them in person. Ding. Detection of the host's matrimonial aspirations has triggered the spousal quest. Within 3 years, marry Jiang Muyo, Huangxi, and Tu Shanmengdai. In addition to the standard rewards for individual marriages, successfully uniting with all three will yield an extra customizable divine artifact. A divine artifact? One that can be chosen? The system has undeniably become increasingly generous. Nonetheless, the completion of such a long-term task would be no small feat, and the magnitude of the reward was justified. Setting aside Huangxi and Tu Shanmengdai for now, the challenge of marrying Jiang Muyo alone was daunting. Considering the involvement of the foremost imperial families of both the southern and eastern regions, without the system's aid, this task would have seemed utterly insurmountable. Shaking his head, Xiao Mu chose not to dwell on it for the moment. There was still ample time, and his immediate priority was to enhance his cultivation. Should he break through to the Saint Emperor realm, all obstacles would vanish. The world of fantasy indeed possesses its advantages. As long as one wields sufficient strength, most challenges can be resolved. If one's strength falls short, then one must train until it is formidable enough. Clenching his fists, Xiao Mu felt a surge of determination, ready to seek out a martial technique to hone his combat abilities. Conveniently, he had previously acquired a royal-level martial technique from Chu Furong, named Thunder Dragon's Dominance, which promised to enhance both attack power and reaction speed, while he already possessed ample offensive capabilities. The enhancement of reaction speed was of utmost importance. Those who have practiced martial arts understand that a slight difference can yield a monumental disparity. He retrieved Thunder Dragon's Dominance and made his way to a secluded training hall, where he sat cross-legged and began his cultivation. Hours passed in deep practice. As evening approached, Xiao Mu finally experienced results. Clusters of delicate azure lightning arcs danced across his body, the sound of thunder resonating like a dragon's roar emanating from within. He had achieved minor success in Thunder Dragon's Dominance. Was royal-level martial technique truly so easy to master? Xiao Mu opened his eyes, astonished by the rapid progress he had made. In his recollection, royal-level techniques were not typically within reach of ordinary practitioners, even with the required aptitude. Merely entering the basics often took 3 to 5 years, and achieving minor success usually demanded a decade or more of diligent effort. Yet he had accomplished it in a single day. Could this remarkable comprehension ability be a boon of the supreme immortal demon Saint Body? With such extraordinary insight, might Xiao Mu be able to train in additional martial techniques to further fortify himself? Chapter 18. Su Chanchan's continuous breakthrough. Xiao Mu's heart surged with fervor as he swiftly retrieved several volumes of spiritual-level martial techniques, diligently practicing each one in turn. These techniques had been meticulously selected by Xiao Mu previously, tailored to suit his physique. Although their combat abilities might be average, their auxiliary effects were commendable. The Brahma Sky Hand could enhance the strength of his fingers, ensuring a steadier grip on weaponry. The Primordial Spirit Restoration technique could accelerate the recovery speed of spiritual energy. The Lingbo Shadow Step could render his movements more agile and dexterous. In total, he attempted to cultivate a dozen spiritual-level martial techniques. Compared to the king-level martial techniques like Thunder Dragon Body, the difficulty of practicing spiritual-level techniques was significantly lower for Xiao Mu. Typically, he could grasp the fundamentals after a single attempt, and with just a couple more practices, he could achieve notable proficiency. For the first time, Xiao Mu profoundly experienced the advantages bestowed by his exceptional talent. While others might toil for years to attain even modest success with these martial techniques, he could master them with a mere glance and refine his skills with minimal effort. The disparity was indeed staggering. It was not until the deep of night that Xiao Mu left the training grounds. Under the sparse stars of the moonlit sky, he stretched comfortably, basking in the moonlight. Experiencing the sensation of being a genius for the first time was quite delightful. Upon returning home, Xiao Mu found Su Tranqian still immersed in her cultivation. Her aura fluctuating vigorously, seemingly on the verge of breaking through to the martial emperor realm. Unable to offer assistance, he refrained from disturbing her. Opting instead to take a bath and instructing a maid to prepare some dishes for later, planning to celebrate together once Su Tranqian achieved her breakthrough. After a little over an hour, a powerful spiritual pressure erupted, and Su Tranqian's aura surged as she successfully broke through to the martial emperor realm. Simultaneously, Xiao Mu received a pleasant system notification. Ding! Su Tranqian has successfully cultivated and broken through to the martial emperor realm. The host receives a tenfold cultivation experience feedback. Advancing to the second tier of the sacred spirit realm. After breaking through to the sacred spirit realm, the experience required for further advancement would increase significantly, something Xiao Mu had anticipated and was not surprised by. A smile graced his lips as he presented a bouquet of flowers to Su Tranqian, saying, "Congratulations, my lady, on your breakthrough to the martial emperor realm." "You are so thoughtful, my husband," she replied, touched, and leaned in to plant a kiss on Xiao Mu's cheek. "You must be hungry. Let us eat something. And later we can enjoy a hot bath to relax." Indeed, Su Tranqian smiled as she rose, but instead of hurrying to eat, she took Xiao Mu's hand and led him to the bed. "You little glutton, are you asking for more?" "Yes, I want to sleep with my husband. I could never tire of it." Xiao Mu was taken aback. Such bold words from Su Tranqian were unexpected, indicating her growing audacity. The night was filled with joy. The next day, Xiao Mu slept until noon. By then, Su Tranqian had already been cultivating for a while. Observing her diligence, Xiao Mu felt reassured. He had been somewhat worried that she might become too enamored with the comforts of life and neglect her training. Thankfully, Su Tranqian remained remarkably disciplined in her cultivation, requiring no oversight from Xiao Mu. With no urgent matters to attend to, Xiao Mu chose to relax at home. As there were no suitable martial techniques for him to practice at the moment, there was no need to rush. After yesterday's extensive practice, he had more than enough to sustain him. Having worked hard for 2 days, he felt it necessary to rest for a good 10 days or so to recharge. As for the leader of the Thousand Thunder sect, should he truly come knocking, Xiao Mu would not mind using him to test the might of the heaven-overturning divine seal. After all, it merely cost him 10 years of lifespan. Now that he had broken through to the sacred spirit realm, his lifespan had significantly increased. Living for 200 or 300 years was no issue at all. As his strength grew, so too would his lifespan. Using a technique like the heaven-overturning divine seal, which consumed lifespan, occasionally would not be a matter of great concern. As long as a sacred emperor-level powerhouse did not come to the Xiao family, Xiao Mu felt no fear. In the evening, as Xiao Mu dozed, a sudden system notification jolted him awake. Ding! Su Tranqian has achieved enlightenment. Her cultivation has surged, breaking through to the 5th tier of the martial emperor realm. The host receives a tenfold cultivation feedback, advancing to the 4th tier of the sacred spirit realm. Another 2 levels up? Xiao Mu could hardly contain his satisfaction. With a wife like Su Tranqian, what more motivation did he need to strive? He decided to continue lounging. "Husband, I'm hungry." Su Tranqian pouted, nestling into Xiao Mu's embrace. "I'll send a maid to fetch us some food." "Husband, let us go out to eat. It's been a while since I joined the Xiao family, and I have yet to stroll through the night market. With today's training goals accomplished, I need not practice tonight. We can enjoy a leisurely outing." Since Su Tranqian expressed a rare desire to venture outside, Xiao Mu would not dampen her enthusiasm. They quickly donned light attire and, hand in hand, stepped into the vibrant, illuminated streets. Near the Xiao family's ancestral home lay the grandest city within their territory, Tangding City. This city was relatively young, nearly as old as the Xiao family itself, established by their ancestors. With a population of approximately 10 million, it could not compare to the core cities of other imperial families, yet it had been meticulously planned during its construction. From a distance, the entire city exuded an otherworldly charm, especially at night when the lights illuminated the atmosphere. It was Xiao Mu's first time leisurely wandering through Tangding City since his arrival in this world. Walking amidst the bustling crowds, listening to merchants hawking their wares and patrons engaging in lively discussions, he found it to be a unique experience. Upon reaching the end of the main thoroughfare, they encountered a vast central square dominated by a colossal bronze cauldron, towering several dozen meters and weighing millions of tons. Xiao Mu explained. This cauldron was used by our ancestors to smelt ores. After being discarded, it was relocated here as a landmark for Tangding City. It is filled with hot water year-round, and during winter, steam rises from it, providing a place for many citizens to escape the cold and bathe. Su Tranqian's curiosity piqued as she inquired, "Husband, I recall that the Xiao family began with weapon forging, correct? Has the territory developed numerous mines?" Xiao Mu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. However, most of the resources within the Xiao territory have been depleted. The family business has begun to transform, and currently, the weapon forging industry accounts for less than 20% of the family's enterprises, which is a direct reason for the Xiao family's gradual decline." Suddenly, Su Tranqian leaned closer to Xiao Mu and whispered conspiratorially, "Husband, if I could find a new large mineral vein for the Xiao family, would that help restore the weapon forging industry?" Xiao Mu was taken aback. "A large mineral vein? How substantial?" "Very substantial. It contains numerous imperial grade ores. And deep within the vein, There lies the corpse of an imperial-grade dragon. At these words, Xiao Mu's eyes widened in shock. Is what you say true, my lady? Of course, for that imperial-grade giant dragon was slain by me, Su Qianqian replied with a light smile, as if recounting a trivial matter. Chapter 19. Intelligence of high value. After Su Qianqian's explanation, Xiao Mu understood the general situation. It turned out that tens of thousands of years ago, the Empress of Heaven had traveled to the lower realm for a period of time. During her journey through the southern region, she was provoked by a malevolent dragon at the Saint Emperor level. The Empress, being a figure of immense power, showed no mercy to the dragon that sought its own demise, severing its true spirit in a single strike. The dragon's corpse measured over 1,000 meters in length, and if left to decay, it would give rise to numerous malevolent spirits, threatening the surrounding land. Kind-hearted, the Empress sought out an underground vein and concealed the dragon's remains within it, employing a unique formation to prevent its decay. Although tens of thousands of years have passed, the formation laid by the Empress should still be in effect, indicating that the dragon's body remains intact and could even be used for cooking. Xiao Mu instinctively swallowed hard. A large mine containing imperial-grade ore. The corpse of an imperial-grade dragon. Once these treasures fell into the hands of the Xiao family, there would be no doubt that the enhancement to their overall strength would be profound. With this substantial mine, the Xiao family could readily revive their former glory in the crafting business. Despite the current lack of formidable experts, they still possessed a significant number of craftsmen, and with ample or dormant workshops could swiftly be revitalized, producing a continuous stream of divine weapons and treasures, generating endless profits for the Xiao family. Moreover, one must not forget that Xiao Mu had a task to enter the ancestral burial grounds, with the reward being the imperial-grade forging technique. Once acquired, the value of this large mine would increase even further. Xiao Mu excitedly grasped Su Qianqian's hand. My dear wife, do you know the precise location of this mine? Please help me find a map of the southern region. Certainly. Xiao Mu promptly retrieved a map from his spatial ring. The map primarily depicted the terrain within the Xiao family's territory. Though it was less detailed beyond their borders, it was still sufficient. Su Qianqian took the map, scrutinizing it for a moment before extending her delicate finger to point at a cross-shaped mountain range, marking a rough area. My awakened memories are not very clear, but I can confirm that the mine is located here, with no more than 100 miles of error. This place. Xiao Mu's expression suddenly shifted to one of peculiarity. What is it, my husband? Su Qianqian inquired with concern. Nothing, just feeling that it's quite a coincidence. The location Su Qianqian indicated was to the southwest of the Xiao family territory, precisely situated between the Jiahua sect and the Qianlei sect. Xiao Mu briefly recounted his experiences in Zhuyuan town to Su Qianqian, explaining the situation regarding the Jiahua sect and the Qianlei sect. With two peak Saint Emperor experts stationed there, that could indeed pose a challenge. However, my husband need not worry. Give me another 6 months of cultivation, and I am confident that I can assist you in eliminating these two factions, Su Qianqian declared with remarkable confidence. At her current pace of cultivation, reaching the Saint Emperor realm within half a year should pose no difficulty. Resolving two sects without Saint Emperor level guardians should be a trivial matter. 6 months. By then, your belly should be quite noticeable, Xiao Mu thought to himself, unwilling to let his beloved wife fight while heavily pregnant. He vowed to eradicate the Jiahua sect and the Qianlei sect within that time frame, ensuring his wife would not need to lift a finger. After further discussion, the two strolled to the bustling night market of Tangding City. This place was primarily known for its delectable street food, showcasing an array of peculiar delicacies, along with a rich variety of fruits and local specialties. They tasted and purchased various items, and by the time they finished exploring the night market, it was already past midnight. Xiao Mu had filled a designated spatial ring with an assortment of gourmet treats. Given the robust storage capabilities of the ring, food remained fresh regardless of how long it was stored. Thus, having a surplus would allow for leisurely enjoyment later on. Throughout the evening, Xiao Mu noticed that Su Qianqian had an excellent appetite, eagerly indulging in various foods and consuming a considerable amount. Even she found it strange that her appetite had significantly increased. Realizing the hour was late, they returned to the Xiao family ancestral home. The following day, Su Qianqian resumed her secluded cultivation. Xiao Mu continued to lounge idly, awaiting the arrival of the Qianlei sect's leader. The Xiao family was on high alert, raising their security levels significantly. Zhao, his father, patrolled the ancestral grounds with a grave expression, evidently tense. However, no unusual occurrences had transpired thus far. Xiao Mu remained unperturbed, for the Blood Thunder Pearl was in his possession. It was Wang Himing who ought to be anxious. 2 days passed swiftly. During this time, Su Qianqian's progress in cultivation slowed, only advancing to the 8th stage of the Martial Emperor realm. In response to her cultivation feedback, Xiao Mu broke through to the 5th stage of the Saint Spirit realm. It appeared she was preparing for a breakthrough to the Saint Spirit realm, and once successful, she would likely yield a significant surge of power. In a few days, Xiao Mu might even have the opportunity to push towards the Saint King realm. This sensation of daily idleness coupled with steady growth in power was becoming familiar to Xiao Mu. After all, his wife was exceedingly diligent. On a sunny morning, Xiao Mu relaxed beneath the great trellis in the courtyard, surrounded by seasonal fruits, engrossed in a thick book of strange tales. The volume contained accounts of various monsters and evils that could easily annihilate cities and clans, illustrating the perilous nature of the Holy Xian continent. Ordinary people, without a backing, found it challenging to survive. It was no wonder that imperial clans thrived, for as long as a Saint Emperor-level expert resided in a territory. The common folk would naturally gravitate towards them, making it exceedingly easy for the powerful to establish their own factions. Though folk tales may lack the authenticity of historical texts, they serve as a reflection of the sentiments of an era, revealing much valuable information to Xiao Mu. As he was deeply engrossed in the book, he suddenly sensed a peculiar wind rising. It was an ominous breeze, dark and heavy, accompanied by crackling sounds of electricity in the air. The intense static caused Xiao Mu's hair to stand on end, as if a formidable thunderstorm was imminent. Yet, upon raising his gaze, he found the sky to be clear and cloudless, with no sign of a storm. Just then, a sudden and urgent blast of horns echoed from afar. The Xiao family was stirred into action, with numerous clan members converging towards the training grounds. Xiao Mu's thoughts raced. It seemed the Qianlei sect was beginning to mobilize. He tucked a corner of the book's page, set it aside, and bit into a bright red fruit, savoring the sweet, refreshing juice that filled his mouth, utterly satisfying. It appeared he would have the opportunity to test the might of the celestial seal today. As Xiao Mu prepared to depart, the doors swung open unexpectedly, revealing Su Qiashan, who had concluded her cultivation ahead of schedule. "My husband, I will accompany you." Chapter 20. Wang Heming's fury at the Zhao family martial arts arena, led by Zhao Li. Over 10 elders of the clan had gathered, with hundreds of elite disciples from the Zhao family arriving in succession. Soon, the martial arts arena was filled with over 1,000 people. Xiao Mu and Su Qianqian had also arrived. Looking up, they noticed a fierce wind approaching from the southwest, with visible arcs of electricity flickering in the air. This was the spiritual pressure of a peak Saint Emperor, and even before his arrival, the overwhelming aura was quite intimidating. As Xiao Mu muttered to himself, among the Saint Emperors, Wang Heming's strength was unparalleled compared to the Su family protector who had visited with Su Xyling last time. The difference in aura was as vast as the heavens and the earth. After all, Wang Heming was a golden talent with a divine body, already on the brink of entering the Saint Emperor realm, and it was highly probable he would soon break through, being the leader of a significant force rather than an ordinary Saint Emperor. Suddenly, a dark spot appeared on the horizon. Xiao Mu's gaze sharpened as his supreme divine eye pierced through dozens of miles, revealing a colossal airship speeding toward them. The airship was immense, over 200 meters in length, and its presence in the sky was quite oppressive. A thick structure resembling a chimney was constantly spewing lightning, creating a terrifying sight. At the bow stood a tall, imposing figure radiating a strong sense of pressure. Wang Heming, Peak Saint Emperor, leader of the Thunder Sect. "They're here, all Zhao family members. Heed my command and prepare for battle," Zhao Li shouted, seemingly crushing something in his hand, as a light curtain swiftly rose from the ancestral home, protecting the entire Zhao family estate and the city of Tangding. This was a protective barrier crafted by the Zhao family's ancestors, activated only in times of dire crisis. Each activation consumed a significant amount of spirit stones, and given the current financial state of the Zhao family, maintaining it for long was unfeasible. However, with the formidable enemy approaching, Zhao Li could not afford to be stingy with the spirit stones. After all, the Thunder Sect posed a severe threat. Any destruction they wrought within Tangding would result in far greater losses. Following Zhao Li's command, he led the clan's elders and elites aboard the airship, charging toward the Thunder Sect's vessel. Xiao Mu and Su Qianqian also boarded the airship. Seeing the young clan leader and his wife take the lead instilled confidence in many clan members. On the day of the last wedding, Su Qianqian had demonstrated the ability to suppress a Saint Emperor-level protector single-handedly. Although the strength of the young clan leader was somewhat unclear, it was said that he had slain a powerful being in the Saint King realm during his visit to Zhuyuan town. His combat prowess was thus regarded as top tier within the Zhao family. Nevertheless, most Zhao clan members felt a deep sense of unease. Their opponent was the Thunder Sect, and its leader, Wang Heming, was a superlative peak Saint Emperor. Today's battle might be the most formidable test the Zhao family faced since the fall of their ancestor. A defeat would spell the end for the Zhao family. "Zhao Li, you have the audacity to kill my beloved wife and seize the treasures of the Thunder Sect. Today, I, Wang Heming, shall fight you to the death." A voice filled with fury echoed toward them. The distance between the two sides was less than 3 miles, and the oppressive presence of the Thunder Sect's massive ship intensified the anxiety among the Zhao clan members. However, those present were the elite of the Zhao family. Far from being timid or cowardly, though instinctively fearful of the overwhelming enemy, each held their weapons firmly. When battle commenced, they would not falter. After all, the family was a united front, where all shared in both glory and loss, and no one would betray their kin at such a critical moment. Seeing the resolute expressions on the faces of his clansmen, Xiao Mu felt a sense of comfort. Despite their insufficient strength, the Zhao family exhibited remarkable cohesion. There had never been an internal conflict in the thousands of years since the family's establishment, a feat many imperial families could not claim. Some seemingly powerful imperial clans were rife with internal factions and rivalries, constantly embroiled in bitter strife. "Wang Heming, your wife was deceived and wears the mark of betrayal. How dare you come to the Zhao family to bluster? Even if you seek to tarnish our name, it cannot change the fact that you have been cuckolded." Zhao Li coldly scoffed, fully aware that today's battle was inevitable, and he spoke bluntly, piercing Wang Heming's vulnerabilities. Upon hearing these words, Wang Heming's countenance darkened, and arcs of lightning erupted from his body. In an instant, hundreds of bolts of thunder struck out, heading straight for the Zhao clan members. The might of this attack was terrifying. If it landed, the Zhao family's airship would surely plummet. However, Xyling was prepared. He swiftly raised his hand, conjuring a protective barrier around the airship, withstanding the onslaught of thunder without faltering. Though unharmed, Xyling was secretly astonished by the sheer power unleashed. How terrifying! The residual aura left by the ancestor nearly crumbled under such force. Wang Heming's strength was evidently beyond his expectations. He had undoubtedly stepped half a foot into the threshold of the Emperor realm. In less than 10 years, Wang Heming might very well have the opportunity to break through to the Saint Emperor realm. This man would undoubtedly become the greatest threat to the Xiao family. He must be eliminated today, or else, once he ascended to the Saint Emperor realm, it would be the Xiao family's doom. On the other side, Wang Heming's heart sank. So this was the residual aura left by the Xiao family's ancestor. Although the ancestor had perished, this lingering power still held immense potency, capable of thwarting even the most powerful attacks from an emperor. If he could not resolve this troublesome residual aura, dealing with the Xiao family would indeed prove challenging. Xiaoli, we bear no animosity. I shall not make things difficult for you today. As long as you hand over the Blood Thunder Pearl, I will overlook past grievances. Henceforth, the Thunder Sect and the Xiao family shall remain at peace. Wang Heming resolved to take a measured approach, aiming to reclaim the Blood Thunder Pearl first. As long as it was in his possession, he was confident in breaking through to the Saint Emperor realm in the near future. By then, even with the protection of the Emperor's residual aura, annihilating the Xiao family would be a simple matter. He would then establish an imperial family to replace the Xiao family. A prospect he found quite delightful. Master Wang, is this the Blood Thunder Pearl you seek? Xiao Mu suddenly stepped forward, holding out the Blood Thunder Pearl. Upon seeing it, Wang Heming's eyes widened, fixated on Xiao Mu. Hand over the Blood Thunder Pearl, and as the leader of the Thunder Sect, I swear I will no longer be your enemy, and I will lead the Thunder Sect out of the Xiao family's territory, never to return. Mu'er, do not yield. This man's words cannot be trusted. Xiaoli quickly signaled Xiao Mu with his eyes. Xiao Mu smiled faintly. Father, rest assured, I am not so foolish. He then reached into his spatial ring and retrieved 2 corpses, tossing them onto the Thunder Sect ship. Master Wang, I have dealt with your unfaithful wife and her lover. There is no need for thanks. This Blood Thunder Pearl serves as adequate compensation. If you have no further business, you may hasten home to attend to your wife's affairs. Xiao Mu chuckled, reclaiming the Blood Thunder Pearl into his spatial ring. You seek death. Wang Heming erupted in fury, his entire being crackling with thunder. He conjured a dazzling thunderball in his hand, which erupted with a deafening roar as it hurtled toward the Xiao family. Chapter 21. Wang Heming's despair initially no larger than a fist, the thunderball swelled in size, becoming as immense as a millstone in mere moments, radiating an unfathomable power that was both terrifying and overwhelming. The blinding flashes of lightning and the deafening thunder echoed like divine retribution, leaving the Xiao family members gasping for breath, their bodies tingling, utterly immobilized. Observing the dire situation, Xiao Mu was prepared and bellowed, form the formation. All the elders at the Saint King realm responded in unison, unleashing their spiritual pressure to create a special resonance of force, coupled with the lingering might of the Emperor. They conjured a radiant barrier, channeling all their efforts to shield against the Thunderball's assault. In an instant, it felt as if the very heavens had been shaken. The exploding arcs of lightning ensnared the entire flying vessel, yet it could not advance a single step closer. All divine thunder was kept at bay by the shimmering barrier, ensuring the safety of the Xiao clan. Wang Heming snorted coldly, a man is trying to stop a chariot, utterly delusional. With a grunt, he clenched his fist, conjuring countless long spears from the power of thunder, hurling them forth simultaneously. Do not panic. Maintain the formation, Xiaoli commanded, leaping into the air to summon a 3-legged golden cauldron, sweeping it towards the multitude of thunder spears, absorbing them all into the cauldron and thwarting Wang Heming's second wave of attack. An imperial-grade divine weapon. Wang Heming's brow furrowed. The Xiao family, renowned as a masterful forging clan, was indeed formidable. With such a weapon, Zhao Li's strength could transcend a significant realm, reaching the Saint Emperor level. Had he only been an ordinary Saint Emperor, he would have little chance of victory. However, having attained the half-step Saint Emperor realm, he was not to be underestimated. Taking a deep breath, Wang Heming's spiritual pressure surged once more, and azure arcs of lightning enveloped him like a suit of thunderous armor. In a flash, he soared to the front of the Zhao family's flying vessel, unleashing a thunderous assault that caused the barrier to sag suddenly, sending the Zhao elders sprawling to the ground as the thunder threatened to strike the vessel. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Mu was ready to activate the celestial seal at any moment. Just then, Su Qianqian beside him suddenly exuded an overwhelming aura, darkening the skies as if a massive black curtain had descended. She raised her hand, directing her power towards Wang Heming, and with a gentle press uttered, "All laws of heaven, be subdued." Caught off guard, Wang Heming felt an immense weight bearing down on him, losing control as he plummeted to the ground with a resounding crash, kicking up clouds of dust. The thunderous brilliance dissipated in an instant. The pressure on the Zhao elders lifted, and they felt as if they had been granted a new lease on life, their hearts still racing. Zhao Li cast a glance at his daughter-in-law, elated by her formidable suppression technique, which had proven effective even against a peak Saint Emperor like Wang Heming. "Young ones, attack." Wang Heming, suddenly enraged from the ground, bellowed. Instantly, over 100 figures surged forth from the flying warship of the Thousand Thunder sect, each bearing fierce expressions, surrounding the Zhao family's vessel with their wild cries, unleashing a barrage of divine weapons and poisoned arrows. Xiao family disciples, attack. Zhao Li commanded, and without hesitation, he led his kin to engage in direct combat with the Thousand Thunder sect disciples. The air was filled with thunderous clashes as sparks flew from the collisions of divine weapons. Several disciples from the Thousand Thunder sect and Zhao family members were seen being hurled back amidst the fray. Xiao Mu observed from the sidelines, noting that the Zhao family retained the upper hand. Although the Thousand Thunder sect seemed numerous, they lacked core combat strength aside from Wang Heming. Most of their fighters were at the Saint Spirit realm, with many at the Martial Emperor realm, their overall quality far inferior to that of the Zhao family, whose elders each wielded imperial-grade weapons, while their elite members possessed spiritual-grade weapons. The Zhao clan fought with disciplined coordination, and it quickly became evident that the Thousand Thunder sect was outmatched, their ranks breaking apart under the Zhao family's precision strikes. Realizing he need not intervene, Xiao Mu's gaze shifted back to Wang Heming on the ground. Su Qianqian maintained her grip on him, restricting his movements. Although his strength greatly surpassed that of the Su family's protector, he was on the verge of breaking free from her control several times. But her composure suggested he was still unable to retaliate. This was the perfect opportunity to strike while he was vulnerable. Though he was ready to unleash the celestial seal, he preferred to conserve his energy as it would cost him 10 years of life. Xiao Mu leaped from the flying vessel, wielding the sky-covering sword as he descended. Just as Wang Heming regained his footing, Xiao Mu's sword struck him directly, sending him back to the ground. However, Wang Heming's protective lightning shield absorbed the blow, preventing any significant harm. You are doomed. Wang Heming glared at Xiao Mu, full of rage. Xiao Mu retaliated with another strike, landing a blow squarely on Wang Heming's face. You seek death. Wang Heming's fury ignited as lightning crackled in his eyes, wishing to devour Xiao Mu whole. Xiao Mu swung again. You, Wang Heming began. But before he could finish, he was met with yet another strike. Repeatedly struck, Wang Heming was left dazed. Was this Xiao family scion insane? For every word he uttered, he was met with a sword strike, seemingly unending. Not speaking? Then I shall continue. Xiao Mu relentlessly struck, observing the protective lightning dim with each hit. It was evident that even his shield had its limits. A continuous assault could indeed breach his defenses. Go ahead, my husband. I can still hold him down. Su Qianqian encouraged, catching up to Xiao Mu. With a slight pressure from her palm, the weight on Wang Heming increased exponentially, pinning him to the ground, utterly immobile. Excellent technique, my lady, Xiao Mu exclaimed, wielding the sky-covering sword without hesitation, lunging forward to thrust into Wang Heming's back. This strike seemed to ignite an explosive reaction, unleashing a torrent of lightning that diminished Wang Heming's protective shield significantly. Trapped and unable to move, Wang Heming could not even open his mouth, rendered a stationary target. My lady, could you turn him over? I can't see his expression, and it makes it difficult to strike, Xiao Mu chuckled. Consider it done. Su Qianqian flipped Wang Heming over, exposing him to the sky. As he opened his eyes, he was met with a dark shadow overhead as black sword energies rained down upon him. He was utterly bewildered. A peak Saint Emperor, the leader of the Thousand Thunder sect, had never endured such humiliation. Were this couple even human? Their cruelty surpassed that of any demon. Chapter 22. The first kill of the Saint Emperor realm. Wang Heming had never felt such an overwhelming sense of frustration. Who were these two individuals? And why were they so formidable? Joined together, they attacked him with such ferocity that he found himself utterly defenseless. Although he could still hold his ground for now, if he continued to be passively battered, he would inevitably be worn down to nothing. He could not afford to remain idle any longer. Wang Heming steadied his breath, and a myriad of lightning arcs erupted from his body. He opened his mouth and, astonishingly, swallowed all those lightning bolts into himself. In an instant, his aura surged once more, with lightning bursting forth from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. It was as if he had become possessed. Emitting heart-wrenching roars that darkened the sky, summoning ominous thunderclouds as countless bolts of lightning rained down upon him, striking him directly, drawing heavenly lightning into his body. Xiao Mu furrowed his brow. Although he was uncertain of Wang Heming's intentions, it was undoubtedly not a good sign. Without a second thought for his own lifespan, Xiao Mu activated the heavenly turn seal to prevent further complications. In that moment, Xiao Mu's true spirit trembled. A beam of golden light radiated from within him, etching a divine seal across the heavens. This seal was unlike anything of the mortal realm. It seemed to encompass the very essence of profound truths, instantly draining all spiritual energy from the world. The impending storm of lightning dissipated in an instant. The disciples of the Thousand Thunder sect, who were engaged in battle with Zhao's clan, suddenly felt their spiritual energy stagnate, rendering them incapable of summoning any power. Meanwhile, Wang Heming, who had been poised to unleash a devastating blow, suddenly found his gathered strength forcibly interrupted, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of pressure. Silence engulfed the world. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Xiao Mu, although he too was taken aback by the terrifying power of the heavenly turn seal. He had no time for contemplation and hurled the seal towards Wang Heming. A cascade of golden light descended, coalescing into a solid golden imprint that struck Wang Heming squarely on the forehead, leaving behind a mysterious mark. Strangely, however, Wang Heming appeared to suffer no harm. Almost paralyzed with fear, he was stunned for a few seconds before erupting into wild laughter. Is that it? Thunderous noise with little substance. I thought you possessed some great technique, but it seems merely a fade. Yet, as soon as he spoke, Wang Heming sensed something amiss. His vision blurred. His strength rapidly waned, and when he attempted to raise his arm, he found it non-existent. Looking down, he saw his arm disintegrating into fine grains of sand, swept away by the wind. No. A hoarse, heavy voice emerged from his throat, followed by a torrent of sand erupting forth. To the onlookers, it appeared as though Wang Heming was being reduced to sand, his entire form decomposed into countless tiny particles, until in the blink of an eye, his body vanished, leaving behind only a layer of fine sand spread evenly across the ground. As the golden imprint faded from the sandy silhouette that barely retained the outline of Wang Heming, everyone stood in stunned silence. A peak Saint Emperor realm powerhouse had perished just like that? Su Qianqian's beautiful eyes sparkled with astonishment as she gazed at her husband. Filled with wonder, the Xiao family members were initially taken aback before erupting into joyful cheers. In stark contrast, the disciples of the Thousand Thunder sect were left in despair. Their faces drained of color. The sect leader was dead? Kill them all. Leave no one behind. Zhao Li suddenly bellowed. He too was amazed by Xiao Mu's ability to eliminate Wang Heming with a single strike, realizing that the opportunities Xiao Mu possessed surpassed his wildest imagination. However, such power could also spell disaster. News of Xiao Mu's extraordinary capabilities, if spread, would likely lead to dire consequences. This information must not escape. Thus, the Thousand Thunder sect could not afford to leave a single survivor. The Xiao family's elders and elite members quickly launched a fierce assault against the remaining disciples of the Thousand Thunder sect. In no time, they were all annihilated, with even their true spirits shattered, leaving not a single soul alive. Zhao Li, still uneasy, led a team to scour the Thousand Thunder sect's aerial warship, ensuring no remnants escaped. Meanwhile, Xiao Mu felt a bit dazed. So this was the power of the heavenly turn seal, a divine technique of the gods, terrifying indeed. Not only could he dispatch a peak Saint Emperor realm like Wang Heming with ease, but he felt confident even against true Saint Emperor realm experts. Yet, the cost was steep. One strike had consumed 10 years of his lifespan. While using it a time or two was manageable, repeated usage would be unsustainable. He would need to recuperate thoroughly upon returning. Ding. Congratulations, host, for achieving the first kill of a Saint Emperor realm powerhouse. Reward, 50 years of lifespan. 1 random imperial-grade divine weapon, and 1 random set of imperial-grade martial techniques. The sudden system notification left Xiao Mu momentarily stunned, dispelling the weakness he had just felt due to the depletion of his lifespan. What was happening? The first kill of a Saint Emperor realm powerhouse. Had Wang Heming indeed transformed into a Saint Emperor? Was the system mistaken? Ding. System data is accurate. Wang Heming utilized a secret method to forcibly elevate his cultivation, temporarily breaking through the threshold of the Saint Emperor realm. Goodness. It seemed Xiao Mu's intuition had been correct. He had sensed that something was off with Wang Heming. Fortunately, the timing of the heavenly turn seal had been impeccable. Had he been even a moment late, it would have been troublesome. A true Saint Emperor could likely annihilate everyone present with a single strike. Not only had he resolved the troublesome enemy in Wang Heming, but he also received the rewards for his first kill. Not only did he gain an imperial-grade divine weapon and martial techniques, but he also received an additional 50 years of lifespan, with his vitality not merely sustained but increased. Husband, are you alright? Su Qianqian inquired, supporting Xiao Mu's arm with concern in her gaze. Xiao Mu chuckled. I am perfectly fine, my dear. There is no need for worry. The move you just executed, if I am not mistaken, it should be a divine technique of the gods, right? Xiao Mu nodded slightly. It was an unexpected acquisition. It was my first time using it, and its power is impressive, though the cost is significant. It should not be used lightly unless absolutely necessary. Seeing that Xiao Mu was aware of the implications, Su Qianqian felt a bit more reassured. She understood that utilizing such a divine technique at Xiao Mu's strength would entail considerable repercussions. It was all her fault. Had her own strength been greater, Wang Heming would not have found an opportunity to retaliate. She resolved to train harder in the future. She could not allow her husband to bear everything alone. At that moment, Zhao Li finally finished eliminating the remaining disciples of the Thousand Thunder sect. He approached Xiao Mu, nodding with a look of satisfaction. Mu'er, this battle was made possible thanks to you. However, do not use that technique lightly again. It will attract too much attention. Upon our return, I will instruct the clan to keep this matter secret. You need not explain it to me. Just keep it to yourself. Xiao Mu nodded. Father, rest assured, I will exercise discretion. Very well, you and Qianqian should return first. We will handle the cleanup of the battlefield. Chapter 23, a challenge from Huangxi upon returning home. Su Qianqian continued her secluded cultivation, while Xiao Mu eagerly opened the system space to examine the 2 Emperor tier rewards from his first kills. Black Emperor Divine Light Armor. Emperor tier armor, with a spiritual value of 72, crafted from black divine titanium. Capable of withstanding physical damage from enemies up to the 5th level of the Holy Emperor realm. 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Technique. Emperor tier martial skill. Capable of summoning 9 Heavens Divine Thunder to attack enemies within a 10-kilometer radius, allowing for up to 100 strikes simultaneously. Xiao Mu felt a rush of exhilaration. Both rewards were remarkable treasures. With the Black Emperor Divine Light Armor, his safety would be significantly enhanced, allowing him to adopt a more relaxed approach to challenges. The 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Technique, a formidable long-range attack skill with an expansive 10-kilometer radius, promised overwhelming power. He could hardly fathom the scene of unleashing 100 bolts of divine thunder at once. Just as Xiao Mu was preparing to delve into practicing the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Technique, an unexpected system notification chimed in. Ding. Candidate no. 2 for a beloved wife is approaching the host. Please prepare for her arrival. Who? Xiao Mu was momentarily taken aback, only to soon realize that the candidate no. 2 for a beloved wife referred to Huang Shi, the young princess of the Phoenix imperial clan, who had reached the Holy King realm at the tender age of 16 and ranked 9th on the Southern Domain's talented individuals list. What brought her to the Xiao family? As Xiao Mu pondered this, a pink paper kite fluttered in through the window and landed before him. Intrigued, he reached out to seize the kite, unfolding it to reveal a letter. The letter bore crooked handwriting that read, Xiao Mu, you injured my best friend Xyling. I seek revenge for her. Tonight at Baiwa Mountain. If you do not come, you are a coward. The letter bore no signature, but featured a poorly drawn little phoenix. Without a closer look, one might mistake it for a wild chicken. Xiao Mu couldn't help but grimace. This was nothing short of a challenge akin to those penned by schoolchildren. He quickly deduced that his candidate for a beloved wife was indeed Xyling's close friend. It seemed Xyling had gone to the Phoenix imperial clan to lament her plight, prompting Huang Shi to come to the Xiao family to stand up for her. Despite her childish scrawl, the girl displayed remarkable loyalty. Xiao Mu found himself in a mix of amusement and exasperation. However, he resolved to meet her. For Huang, she was indeed the candidate he had chosen for a beloved wife. Yet, a nagging feeling of unreliability lingered in his mind. From the challenge letter, Xiao Mu could almost envision a brash, foul-mouthed young girl with bright yellow hair, having lived nearly 50 years across 2 lifetimes. He felt ill-equipped to navigate the world of such a girl. If he were to marry her, how would they coexist? Nonetheless, the allure of the extra rewards tied to his marriage mission stirred his interest. Even if Huang Shi turned out to be something of a rebellious youth, he could accept it. After all, she was merely 16. There would be ample time for guidance. With the hour still early, Xiao Mu chose not to rush out, but instead retreated to the adjacent room to practice the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder technique. This was not so much cultivation as it was a rapid absorption of the system's gifted martial skill. In just an hour, he had gained a preliminary mastery of the technique. Regrettably, the spectacular vision of 100 bolts of thunder striking simultaneously would not materialize anytime soon. With his current true spirit strength, he could only summon a maximum of 5 bolts of 9 Heavens Divine Thunder at once. To achieve the full 100, he would need to elevate his true spirit strength. In this realm, true spirit was akin to a person's soul, and Xiao Mu had no clear idea how to cultivate it. It seemed that only after breaking through to the Holy Emperor realm could one begin to control their true spirit. He would have to wait until then. Afterward, Xiao Mu donned the Black Emperor Divine Light armor. The armor, a solid black, conformed perfectly to his form, accentuating the contours of his muscles. Although the armor was entirely black, it displayed a peculiar sheen when infused with spiritual energy, exuding a remarkable quality. It looked striking and impressive. It was also incredibly convenient to use. When not needed, it could be stored directly in the system space and would appear instantly when summoned. Furthermore, as an Emperor-tier divine weapon, the Black Emperor Divine Light armor possessed an automatic protective function that would equip itself in the event of an attack. Xiao Mu reveled in its capabilities. As night fell, the Xiao family's airship finally returned, along with the airship from the Thousand Thunder sect. The ship was laden with various spoils, all confiscated from the disciples of the Thousand Thunder sect. Zhao Li intentionally displayed these treasures to demonstrate to the clan that the Xiao family had achieved a glorious victory and remained the imperial Xiao family of yore. This triumphant battle would undoubtedly bolster the morale of the family. Xiao Mu could hear waves of cheers and applause resonating from within Tangding City, even as fireworks and firecrackers were set off to celebrate the return of the Xiao family's warriors. The scene was vibrant and bustling. It seemed there was to be a celebratory banquet at the ancestral home that evening, and the household chefs were already busily preparing. Xiao Mu had little interest in the festivities and planned to greet his father briefly before heading to his appointment. Mu'er, take this spatial ring, Zhao Li said. Handing Xiao Mu a ring without further elaboration, his excitement overtaking him as he busied himself with the banquet preparations. Xiao Mu opened the ring to find it filled with a mountain of spirit stones and numerous enhancement pills. Among them were even several royal-tier spirit stones, with the king-tier stones numbering over 100. Clearly, the Thousand Thunder sect had some wealth. Xiao Mu returned briefly to the rear courtyard, leaving the spirit stones and pills for Su Qianqian. With these resources, her cultivation progress would likely accelerate significantly, and perhaps with some effort, she could break through to the Holy Spirit realm tonight. After lingering for a moment, Xiao Mu set out once more, donning the Black Emperor Divine Light armor. Blending into the night as he departed the Zhao ancestral home, Huang Shi had chosen Baowei Mountain as the location for their duel. This mountain, located south of Tangding City, was only 20 miles from the southern city gate. From its summit, one could gaze upon the entirety of Tangding City. Xiao Mu recalled having climbed Baowei Mountain with his mother, Nangong Qinxue, during his childhood. The ascent had been so steep that it took them an entire day and night to reach the top, nearly exhausting him. Now, however, Xiao Mu did not need to climb on foot. Upon exiting Tangding City, he soared into the sky on his sword, reaching the peak of Baowei Mountain in less than 15 minutes. At the summit, a large terrace had been constructed for visitors to rest, watch the sunrise, and admire the moon. Surrounding the steep cliffs were numerous stone caves, once the secluded abodes of ardent cultivators. It was said that staying here for cultivation would allow one to absorb the essence of day and night, making breakthroughs easier. Xiao Mu hovered in midair, scanning the surroundings until his gaze landed on a pavilion. Inside sat 3 young women and 2 young men, engaged in merriment as they drank, composed poetry, and celebrated under the moonlight. creating a lively atmosphere. Among them was Xyling. Chapter 24. Xiao Mu's duel with Princess Phoenix. Xiao Mu had anticipated the presence of only Xyling and Huangxi. Yet he was taken aback by the multitude that had gathered. Without delay, he activated his supreme divine eye to delve into the past. Huangxi, the ninth princess of the Phoenix imperial clan, aged 16, at the seventh tier of the Holy King realm, possessing a golden 9-grade nirvana sacred body. Her appearance diverged significantly from Xiao Mu's imagination. At first glance, she did not resemble a mere young girl. Though only 16, she stood over 1.8 meters tall. Seated with poise, exuding an aura of tranquility and elegance, her delicate brows hinting at a hidden sorrow, reminiscent of a refined lady from a scholarly family, an image deeply deceptive. Huang Xiaoran, an elite of the Phoenix imperial clan, aged 697, at the ninth tier of the Holy Emperor realm, with a purple 9-grade constitution, serving as Huangxi's protector. This guardian appeared to be in her early 30s, slightly taller than Huangxi, her hair styled in a sleek high ponytail. Holding a jade smoking pipe with an air of dominance that suggested she was not to be trifled with. 2 other men accompanied her. A combination of one older and one younger. Feng Qiming, the 6th prince of the Phoenix imperial clan, aged 57, at the 7th tier of the Holy King realm, possessing a golden 1st-grade enlightenment sacred body. Feng Shi, the 8th prince of the Phoenix imperial clan, aged 22, at the 5th tier of the Holy Spirit realm, with a golden 3rd-grade water spirit sacred body. It was evident that the Phoenix clan had mobilized a significant force. One could tell that Huangxi was quite favored within the clan, as she had a 9th-tier Holy Emperor guardian by her side, along with her 2 elder brothers. Did they also bring their guardians along? Xiao Mu refrained from revealing himself immediately, instead circling high above. Indeed, he soon detected 3 powerful Holy Emperor-level guardians. One was Xyling's protector, while the other 2 belonged to the Phoenix Imperial clan. For Golden Constitution heirs of the Imperial clan. Accompanied by 4 Holy Emperor guardians, this was quite an impressive display. Most would likely be intimidated by such a scene, but Xiao Mu was not one to be easily frightened. He ceased his concealment. With a flash of sword light, he descended upon the terrace. The 4 prodigies, who had been enjoying wine and moonlight, turned their attention toward him in unison. The 3 guardians stationed at a distance rushed to their respective positions, effectively cutting off Xiao Mu's escape route. Xiao Mu, I did not expect you to truly dare to come. I underestimated you. Xyling observed him with a hint of surprise. In truth, she had opposed Huangxi's suggestion to challenge Xiao Mu, deeming such childish behavior beneath dignity. Moreover, she did not believe Xiao Mu would accept the challenge. However, she was astonished that he had indeed come, and alone at that. Should one commend his audacity, or deem it foolish recklessness? Defeated opponents should refrain from speaking. You have no say in this matter, she thought. Before Xyling could express her indignation, Xiao Mu turned to Huangxi and said, You must be Huangxi, correct? You are not here merely to defend Xyling. How do you intend to fight? I do not engage in battles without stakes. We must first agree on the terms. Upon hearing Xiao Mu's words, a hearty laughter erupted from the pavilion. Feng Qiming smirked. Xyling, your fiancé is quite amusing. A mere fallen clan's young master dares to be so brazen, truly a fearless newcomer. Xyling's face flushed with embarrassment. 6th prince, you jest. Xiao Mu is not my fiancé. He lacks that qualification. The 8th prince, Feng Shi, remarked, I believe this person has come prepared. Did you not notice someone approaching just now? At Feng Shi's words, the group furrowed their brows. Xiao Mu had indeed appeared without any warning. It was known that 4 Holy Emperor-level guardians were present. Could Xiao Mu truly conceal his movements under their watchful eyes? The strongest among them, Huang Xiaoran, had scrutinized Xiao Mu several times. Yet she was astonished to find she could not discern the depth of his strength. Silence. I have declared that I shall take charge today. Huang Shi interjected impatiently, stepping out of the pavilion. Xiao Mu, you need not concern yourself with them. Today, I invited you. Whether we fight or how we fight is solely between us. It is of no consequence to them. The grievances between you and Xyling are not my concern, but as she is my dear sister, I shall stand for her if she has been wronged. Huangxi regarded Xiao Mu, adopting a tone that feigned maturity. Though younger than Xyling, she carried herself with the demeanor of an elder sister. However, this pretentious display of maturity seemed somewhat exaggerated to Xiao Mu, almost amusing. Xiao Mu pondered for a moment before determining how to describe Huangxi. Little sister, what are you laughing at? Is what I said so funny? Huangxi's tone grew sharper, her expression slightly displeased. Xiao Mu shook his head. Princess Huangxi, your sense of justice is commendable, and I admire it. However, let us be clear. If you wish to challenge me, I am ready to oblige. Yet, should I emerge victorious, you must unconditionally grant me one request. If you can accept that, we may continue our discussion. Agreed. Huangxi readily consented. Perhaps she believed there was no chance of her defeat. Should you lose, you must kneel before Xyling and apologize. Agreed. Xiao Mu replied, you may set the terms. I will accept them all. Seeing Xiao Mu's willingness, Huangxi regarded him with newfound respect. Although Xyling had belittled him, he seemed to possess a certain stature, not the kind of person who would cower without merit. On this terrace, we shall engage in a one-on-one duel. Falling to the ground or being knocked off the terrace signifies defeat. There are no other restrictions. Once the battle commences, life and death are at your own risk. Even if you kill me, that is your skill, and the Phoenix Imperial clan will not seek retribution. You may rest assured, Huangxi stated confidently. Ah, This little sister is indeed bold, starting off with a life and death wager, leaving no room for retreat. Fengxi frowned slightly. Sister, could this lead to trouble? What if he accidentally kills Xiao Mu? The Xiao family would not let it go. And what of it? The Xiao family is already in decline. Even when their holy emperor ancestor was alive, did the Phoenix imperial clan ever regard them highly? Feng Qiming scoffed. From her seat in the pavilion, Xyling called out to Xiao Mu from a distance. Xiao Mu, I advise you to concede gracefully. Do not risk your life for mere pride. Xiao Mu paid her no mind, turning to Huangxi. Make your move. Let us settle this swiftly. For I have a wife to return to. You should consider how to prevent your wife from living in loneliness, Huangxi retorted. Her demeanor shifting as she radiated an imposing aura. Behind her, a dazzling seven-colored radiance erupted, resembling a phoenix in flight. Enveloping the summit of Baoyue Mountain in a sacred glow, half the sky seemed illuminated. And even the citizens far away in Tangding City could see the extraordinary phenomenon emanating from the south. The golden 9-grade Nirvana sacred body was indeed extraordinary. Huangxi made the first move. With a melodious cry of a phoenix, she appeared before Xiao Mu as if teleporting, striking down with the vibrant light, unleashing an overwhelming spiritual pressure. Witnessing this, the onlookers displayed expressions of certainty regarding the outcome. Xiao Mu seemed destined to lose, and the battle held no suspense. After all, Huangxi was the strongest prodigy the Phoenix imperial clan had produced in millennia, who among her peers in the southern region could rival her. But then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A bolt of purple-gold divine lightning suddenly descended from the heavens, accompanied by a thunderous roar, striking Huangxi with pinpoint accuracy. The child, caught completely off guard, was enveloped in a kaleidoscope of radiant hues that were abruptly shattered. She was sent hurtling through the air, tumbling to the edge of the terrace, perilously close to plummeting from the mountaintop. What transpired here? The crowd sprang to their feet, their faces painted with shock and bewilderment. Chapter 25. No apprentices. Only brides. As the crowd was left in astonishment, Huang Sharon swiftly rushed out to Huangxi's side. Just as she was about to extend a hand to assist, Huangxi shook her head, signaling her to refrain. This is not your concern. You must not interfere. Upon hearing this, Huang Shaoran had no choice but to step back reluctantly. Huangxi rose to sit on the ground, taking a moment to gather herself, gradually regaining her composure. Yet, there was no trace of fear in her eyes. Instead, she appeared increasingly exhilarated. Xiao Mu, what do you call this technique of yours? It possesses quite a remarkable prowess. Huangxi inquired. Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Technique, Xiao Mu replied with a faint smile. He chose not to pursue the advantage, allowing the duel to unfold at a leisurely pace, confident in his victory. After all, she was his destined bride, if I am not mistaken. It must be an imperial-level martial art, Huangxi stated, standing up and approaching Xiao Mu once more. You are merely a few years my senior. Yet you have cultivated an imperial-level martial art to a commendable level. It seems I have underestimated you. You must be adept at concealing your true abilities. Otherwise, with your strength, it would be impossible for you to ascend the ranks of the elite. You are mistaken about me, Xiao Mu thought to himself. The Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Technique was something he had only acquired today, and this was merely its first demonstration. Of course, he felt no need to voice this. Such admissions would only breed resentment and draw unnecessary attention. Are we still fighting? If you feel there is no hope of victory, you may as well surrender and save us both the time, Xiao Mu suggested. Fight. Of course. I have yet to satiate my thirst for battle, Huangxi declared. Enveloped in vibrant, multicolored radiance, her injuries healed almost instantaneously, and her aura surged even higher than before. Huangxi's Nirvana sacred body grew stronger with each conflict, as wounds merely served to awaken her latent potential. With her combat spirit at its zenith, how could she possibly refrain from battling? Majestic spirits, heed my command, fight. Huangxi cried, her form radiating brilliant hues as she charged fiercely at Xiao Mu. Her speed was unparalleled, leaving behind mere afterimages on the mountaintop, rendering Xiao Mu unable to discern her true self. Attempting to evade the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder with such tactics? Xiao Mu mused, swiftly wielding the sky-covering sword to unleash a circular wave of sword energy. The energy surged forth like a dark shockwave, expanding outward. Under the all-encompassing slashes of the sky-covering cut, Huangxi found herself unable to evade, forced to reveal her true form. At that moment, another bolt of divine thunder descended upon her. Although Huangxi had anticipated this, blocking it with a barrier of radiant hues, she was still sent tumbling. Rolling several times before regaining her footing, she braced herself on one hand, gasping for breath, yet her gaze remained fixed on Xiao Mu, devoid of fear and brimming with excitement. Let us engage again, Huangxi resolved, choosing to confront him head-on. Seizing a handful of multicolored light as she charged toward Xiao Mu, he raised an eyebrow. This young woman fought with pure fervor, lacking in strategic finesse. Yet, it was often such opponents that proved the most challenging, for their next move was entirely unpredictable. However, through their exchanges, Xiao Mu had discerned that Huangxi's resilience was extraordinary. With no worry of accidentally harming his future bride, he decided to indulge her in a spirited battle. Eager to gauge the full extent of his combat prowess, with a fierce roar, Xiao Mu's spiritual energy erupted, shattering his ornate attire and revealing a sleek, ebony armor. Clad in the Black Emperor Divine Light armor, he faced Huangxi without trepidation, engaging in a fierce clash. The air crackled with energy on the mountaintop as they exchanged blows with fervor. That is imperial-grade armor, The Xiao family truly lives up to its reputation as a renowned imperial clan, possessing such treasures. And that sword seems to be an imperial-grade divine weapon as well. This fellow is excessively extravagant. Xiao Mu should not be using divine weapons. That would be quite disadvantageous. With a thunderous crash, Huangxi was once more sent sprawling to the ground, her delicate face showing signs of swelling from the impact of Xiao Mu's punch. Are you all right? Xiao Mu inquired instinctively, concerned that he might inadvertently mar Huangxi's beauty, a loss he could not afford. I'm fine, continue, Huangxi exclaimed, her Nirvana's sacred body surging forth once again as she resumed the battle. They exchanged blows vigorously for nearly half an hour. Xiao Mu remained unscathed. Though his spiritual energy was considerably drained, he was still capable of holding his ground. In contrast, Huangxi appeared increasingly battered, her Nirvana's sacred body seemingly overtaxed, leaving her bruised and battered, as if she had been beset by a mob. Yet, her smile remained undiminished, radiating a profound sense of satisfaction. Xiao Mu, you are a good person. Eh? Why the sudden praise? Xiao Mu responded, perplexed. I can see that you have been holding back. With your true strength, I would not have lasted this long. You are intentionally providing me with opportunities to hone my skills. I concede this battle. Xyling, I have done my utmost. You cannot blame me. Moreover, I must assert that Xiao Mu is no mere underachiever. He is a true prodigy. Even that anomaly, Jiang Mu Yao, would stand no chance against him. Suddenly, Huangxi paused, then strode boldly towards Xiao Mu. To the astonishment of the onlookers, she knelt before him. Xiao Mu was taken aback. What is this? What new trick are you attempting? I have made my decision, Xiao Mu. I wish to take you as my master. What? Xiao Mu was bewildered. He had come seeking a bride, not an apprentice. In the pavilion, Feng Qiming and Feng Shi were equally astonished, hastily intervening. Jiu Mei, do not act recklessly. Our Phoenix Imperial clan boasts numerous formidable experts. How could we possibly fall short of a Xiao Mu? Moreover, your status is noble. How can you so casually take a young man from a fallen Imperial clan as your master? Father would never consent. Enough of your prattle. My mind is made up. You shall not obstruct me, Huangxi declared resolutely. Just as the argument threatened to escalate, Xiao Mu cleared his throat. Huangxi, I never agreed to take you on as a disciple. That was your own presumption. Upon hearing this, Feng Qiming and Feng Shi breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed. Xiao Mu was only 19. He had little inclination to take on an apprentice. Huangxi's fervor would likely fade in a matter of moments. And since Xiao Mu was unwilling to accept her, her attempts to assert herself would ultimately be futile. Huangxi trembled, as though struck by a profound disappointment. Her eyes dimming. In that instant, Xiao Mu shifted his tone. However, if you merely wish to learn combat techniques from me, that can be easily arranged without the need for such formalities. Huangxi's expression brightened as if hope had been restored. What must I do? I will follow your instructions. Quite simple. You need only marry me. Chapter 26. A match made in heaven. Tonight we marry. Upon hearing those words, Huangxi stood frozen in place, at a loss for how to respond. Meanwhile, Feng Qiming and Feng Shi erupted in disbelief. What? Xiao Mu, you must be joking. If not, no one can save you today. Xyling wore a similarly stunned expression. What did Xiao Mu mean? Did he truly intend to marry Princess Huangxi into the Xiao family? How dare he? After all, she was Huangxi, the cherished jewel of the Phoenix Empire, treated with utmost reverence. Huangxi, you cannot agree to this, Xyling exclaimed, unable to contain herself. If you marry him, what will become of me? Will I even have a reason to live? Enough. You are all too noisy, Huangxi suddenly shouted. She glanced at Xiao Mu, then at the crowd behind her, feeling a whirlwind of confusion that rendered her incapable of coherent thought. The concept of marriage was entirely foreign to her. Typically, it was not uncommon for imperial offspring to marry by the age of 16, with many being betrothed in childhood and even bearing children by that age. However, her circumstances were different. From the moment of her birth, she awakened the Nirvana sacred body, regarded as the hope of the Phoenix Empire. A substantial amount of cultivation resources had been invested in her from a young age, aiming to mold her into the youngest Saint Emperor of the Phoenix clan, to inherit her father's position and ultimately lead the entire clan to greatness. Thus, throughout her brief 16 years, her singular focus had been on cultivation. Her time was consumed by training or combat. Matters of romantic interest had never crossed her mind. Only through battle did she find true joy. Yet today, she felt a long-lost happiness in Xiao Mu's presence. Among the many prodigies of the southern domain, few were worthy opponents, and Xiao Mu had been the first to truly earn her respect. She wished to become his disciple, seeking more opportunities to spar with him. But instead of wanting to be her teacher, he proposed to be her husband, a notion she had never anticipated. Should she accept his proposal? This was their first encounter. Surely she could not wager everything on a mere whim. But to reject him might mean losing the chance to meet someone like Xiao Mu, who inspired her to fight with all her might. Huangxi found herself in a profound dilemma, a struggle she was unaccustomed to. In the past, her strength alone had sufficed to resolve any issue. Yet at this moment, she felt her mental faculties overwhelmed. After a lengthy silence, Huangxi finally lifted her gaze. Xiao Mu, before our battle, you stated that if I lost, I would have to unconditionally comply with one of your requests. Did you already intend for me to marry you then? Indeed, Xiao Mu admitted candidly. Huangxi nodded thoughtfully and asked, may I pose one final question? What is it about me that appeals to you? Though you may be somewhat clumsy and your writing is unclear, Your willingness to travel great distances to stand up for Xyling indicates your loyalty and sense of responsibility. While your fighting style may appear reckless, I sense a pure passion for battle within you. It is not driven by a desire for victory, but rather a thirst for the ultimate challenge. Competing with you brings me immense satisfaction. Your lineage, talent, beauty, and character are all commendable, yet those considerations do not weigh heavily in my thoughts. I simply believe that marrying you would bring me great joy. Xiao Mu's words were sincere. Although his desire to wed Huangxi was partly motivated by a quest from the system, it was not the sole reason. In their brief interactions, he recognized her exceptional qualities and vast potential for growth. Marriage was no trifling matter. It involved a lifetime commitment. If he found her displeasing, no reward could sway him to make a hasty decision. I understand. Huangxi nodded, a radiant smile gracing her face. I agree to marry you, but my father will surely disapprove. Therefore, I propose we return immediately to formalize our union. Xiao Mu was taken aback by her swift agreement, questioning whether the system had somehow intervened. Ding. This system does not interfere with anyone's inner thoughts. Please do not overthink it, host. He realized he had been overly concerned. Was it possible Huangxi was drawn to his charm? Or was she simply adhering to the rules, accepting her penalty for losing? Regardless, securing a bride was indeed fortuitous. Very well, I will return home to prepare. We shall wed tomorrow. Huangxi shook her head. That is too slow. My brothers will undoubtedly relay the news home. And my father may rush to dissuade us. We have limited time. It would be best to marry within the hour. This way, even if my father arrives, he cannot prevent our union. After considering her words, Xiao Mu nodded in agreement. All right, let us return to my home now. Without further ado, Xiao Mu took Huangxi's hand and soared into the sky on his sword, heading straight for the Zhao ancestral home. On Baoyue Mountain, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. What are you waiting for? Hurry and pursue them. Are we truly going to just stand by and watch Ninth Sister marry in such a confused state? I have already sent word back to the family. My father will receive the message soon. However, the journey is long, and it will take at least an hour or two. We must intercept Ninth Sister and buy some time. Honestly, what has gotten into Ninth Sister today? Although she is willful, she would not act so impulsively. Feng Qiming and Feng, she shouted as they rushed out. Huang Xiaoran and two other guardians of the Phoenix Empire quickly followed suit. In the blink of an eye, only Xyling remained in the pavilion, appearing utterly lost. Miss, should we pursue them? One of the guardians inquired urgently. Xyling, looking disheartened, could not comprehend the sudden turn of events. I worked so hard to win Huangxi over, hoping she would seek revenge for me, yet in the blink of an eye, she has thrown herself into Xiao Mu's arms. I have already delivered one Su Qianqian to him, and now I am offering Huangxi as well. What does this even mean? Am I merely serving as a matchmaker? Chase? There is no point now, if we do not leave. Shall we wait for the Phoenix Empire to hold us accountable? Xyling swiftly took flight, leaving without a backward glance. At the Zhao family estate, the celebration banquet was already underway, with nearly all the clan members in attendance, each face beaming with joy. Zhao Li was toasting with the elders, his face flushed from drink. Just then, Xiao Mu descended from the sky with Huangxi in tow. My son, you've arrived just in time. This celebration would be lacking without you. Come and take your seat. We shall not leave until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Father, esteemed elders, it is indeed fortuitous that everyone is gathered here, Xiao Mu said, leading Huangxi forward. Allow me to introduce this esteemed guest, Princess Huangxi of the Phoenix Empire. We have found a deep connection and intend to marry immediately. I ask for your witness to our union. Wonderful, wonderful. What? Zhao Li exclaimed in shock, nearly stumbling beneath the table. The elders and the elite of the Zhao family were left in stunned silence, the entire room enveloped in an eerie quiet. Had they truly heard correctly, or was it merely the effects of the alcohol? Chapter 27, Madam. I wish to discuss a matter with you. Xiao Mu was aware that this news was profoundly shocking, and he immediately reiterated his previous statement. Zhao Li felt the effects of alcohol dissipate significantly in an instant. He stared blankly at Xiao Mu and then glanced at the young lady beside him. Huangxi? Is she not the unparalleled prodigy from the Phoenix Imperial clan? My heavens, this is no jest to be made. The Phoenix Imperial clan is one of the three dominant powers in the southern domain, second only to the Jiang and Xiao clans. Even at its peak, the Xiao family could scarcely claim to stand in their shadow. And here you are, quietly luring away their cherished jewel. Should that old fox Feng Wanyan discover this, he would undoubtedly storm the Zhao residence without hesitation. Mu, are you serious? Before Xiao Mu could respond, Huangxi stepped forward, slightly bowing to Zhao Li. Huangxi, pay my respects to the esteemed head of the Zhao family. I am willing to marry into the Zhao family. This decision has been made after careful consideration. I implore Uncle Zhao to support our union. Should my father come to seek me, I will bear all consequences and ensure that the Zhao family faces no troubles. Zhao Li was utterly dumbfounded. What kind of enchantment have you cast upon this princess of the Phoenix Imperial clan, Xiao Mu? However, upon regaining his senses, Zhao Li suddenly realized that this could be a monumental opportunity for the Zhao family. A union with the Phoenix Imperial clan would undoubtedly elevate the Zhao family status, restoring their imperial reputation in due course. Even if they could not obtain resources from the Phoenix Imperial clan, Huangxi's innate talents could yield exceptional offspring for the Zhao family, which is precisely what they desperately needed to improve their current situation. While Su Qianqian's talents were impressive, Zhao Li was not entirely familiar with her circumstances. Yet, before him stood Huang Shi, a proven genius ranked 9th on the prodigy list, and only 16 years of age. With an infinitely promising future, elevating the Xiao bloodline with the finest lineage from the Phoenix imperial clan was something Zhao Li had never dared to dream of until now. The opportunity lay before him, and it was entirely voluntary. Missing such a chance would be a regret for the entire Zhao family. With his thoughts racing, Zhao Li made a decisive choice. Very well, since Miss Huangxi is willing to marry my son, Xiao Mu, as his father, I shall fully support your union. Elders, heed my command. Gather the necessary personnel and prepare the hall. We shall hold the wedding ceremony at once. At Zhao Li's command, the elders sprang into action, each taking it upon themselves to swiftly adorn the hall. The hall had recently been used, and the preparations were efficient. Jimei, come with us. You cannot marry. We will not consent. At that moment, Feng Qiming and Feng Shifeng burst into the Zhao residence with great urgency. 3 powerful Saint Emperor realm experts followed closely behind, their spiritual pressure fully unleashed, instantly rendering the Zhao family members immobile, creating an atmosphere of extreme tension. Huangxi turned around, her expression resolute. Brothers, you know my character better than anyone. My decision is unchangeable. If you insist on obstructing me, let us settle it with a duel. With that, Huangxi unleashed her full spiritual pressure, and a pair of resplendent rainbow wings unfurled behind her, illuminating the Zhao ancestral home in brilliant hues. Feng Qiming and Feng Shifeng recoiled, their expressions shifting as they staggered back several steps, having experienced Huangxi's might in previous encounters. Even when she had yet to break through to the Saint King realm, she had effortlessly bested them. Even ordinary Saint Emperor realm experts stood no chance against her. In fact, the only one present capable of restraining Huangxi was Huang Xiaoran, her guardian, who would never dare to strike against her. Seeing her brothers at a loss for words, Huangxi coldly remarked, since you are here, stay and partake in the joyous feast. You need not concern yourselves with other matters. When father arrives, I will explain everything to him and ensure it does not implicate either of you. With that, Huangxi turned her back on them and strode directly into the hall. Xiao Mu chuckled softly and summoned a few clan members to attend to their esteemed guests from the Phoenix imperial clan. Elder Xiaoran, look at how this situation has escalated. Are we truly just going to sit here and wait? Feng Qiming cast a desperate glance at Huang Xiaoran, realizing she was their only hope of persuading Huangxi. Huang Xiaoran had already settled herself, taking a puff from her pipe and releasing a cloud of pink smoke. The young lady has her own thoughts. Even my intervention would not alter the outcome. Besides, I believe there is no need for such panic. Xiao Mu, in terms of appearance and strength, is indeed commendable and may well be a suitable match for her. Upon hearing Huang Xiaoran's words, Feng Qiming and Feng Shifeng fell silent, though reluctant to concede. They could not deny that Xiao Mu's abilities far surpassed their expectations. He was merely 3 years older than Huangxi and was the young master of the Zhao clan, destined for great achievements, something even their father would struggle to criticize. However, wait, he is already married. Wouldn't he that mean Huangxi would have to become his concubine? This is unacceptable. In the hall, Huangxi had gone to change her attire. Nangong Qinshui approached Xiao Mu. Mu'er, tell me what is going on. Why has the princess of the Phoenix imperial clan suddenly decided to marry you? Moreover, have you discussed this with Qianqian? After all, she is your legitimate wife, and any decision to take another must be made with her consent. Xiao Mu was indeed troubled by this predicament. Should he perhaps act without her knowledge and finalize the marriage while Su Qianqian was in seclusion, then return to seek her forgiveness? However, as a responsible and accountable man, such an action would be inappropriate. He must first consult his legitimate wife's opinion. Mother, I will explain later. I must find Qianqian first. With that, Xiao Mu hurried towards the back courtyard. Alas, this child. Nangong Qinshui shook her head helplessly. A moment later, Xiao Mu returned to his chamber. Upon entering, he immediately sensed an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy emanating from Su Qianqian. She had broken through to the Saint Spirit realm. Ding. Su Qianqian has successfully cultivated and broken through to the first tier of the Saint Spirit realm. The host receives a tenfold cultivation feedback, advancing to the 9th tier of the Saint Spirit realm. This surge of feedback propelled Xiao Mu's cultivation to the 9th tier of the Saint Spirit realm, achieving complete mastery and leaving him only half a step away from the Saint King realm. How astonishing and outrageous. Yet, Xiao Mu could hardly find joy in this moment. Su Qianqian's breakthrough should have been a day of celebration, but he had unwittingly arranged for her to have a younger sister overnight. I am truly remiss. With a heavy heart, he approached her. Wife, I have achieved a breakthrough in the Saint Spirit realm. Su Qianqian, sensing Xiao Mu's presence, smiled as she opened her eyes, rising to embrace him. Xiao Mu held Su Qianqian and gently patted her head. Congratulations, my lady, on your breakthrough. My lady, I wish to discuss a matter with you. Taking a deep breath, he recounted the situation regarding Huangxi in its entirety, leaving no detail unspoken, then closed his eyes, awaiting Su Qianqian's response. Chapter 28. Father, a daughter must marry. Why do you have your eyes closed? Shouldn't you be taking me to meet Sister Huangxi? Su Qianqian inquired, puzzled, as she addressed Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu was taken aback. Aren't you angry, my lady? Am I supposed to be angry? Su Qianqian responded, perplexed. Well, normally, one would expect you to be. Su Qianqian replied, but isn't it common for men to have multiple wives? My father has only one legitimate wife, yet he has countless women. And I have dozens of half-siblings like myself. As long as my husband likes her and she is officially brought into the Zhao family, How could I possibly object? Moreover, I spend most of my time cultivating and hardly have the chance to accompany my husband. Now, I can have a sister to share his company. I am grateful for that. Faced with such a reasonable response from Su Qianqian, Xiao Mu felt somewhat guilty. He embraced her tightly, saying, Qianqian, I promise to treat you even better in the future. No matter how many wives I may have, you will always be my primary wife. And this home will forever be yours to command. To receive such affection from her husband filled Su Qianqian with contentment. She buried her head in Xiao Mu's chest, her eyes brimming with tenderness. After a moment of warmth, Su Qianqian hurriedly urged, Husband, please take me to meet Sister Huangxi. I am quite curious about the woman you have chosen. Of course, I will take you to see her. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Mu and Su Qianqian arrived at the hall. At that moment, Huangxi was adorned in a vibrant red wedding gown, sitting gracefully and appearing quite serene. However, Xiao Mu noticed traces of grease at the corners of her mouth, indicating she had just indulged in a hearty meal and was now digesting. Hello, Sister Huangxi. I am Su Qianqian. Su Qianqian greeted her warmly as she approached. Huangxi lifted her gaze, her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized Su Qianqian. How formidable. Although Su Qianqian did not exhibit any spiritual pressure, Huangxi sensed an unfathomable strength emanating from her. This must be the Su family's illegitimate daughter, Su Qianqian, whom Su Xyling had mentioned. After the restoration of her true spirit, she had become remarkably powerful. Huangxi felt a sense of foreboding. She might not stand a chance against Su Qianqian. To think she would have to share a husband with such an impressive sister. This meant there would be numerous opportunities for them to spar together. Huangxi immediately perked up, standing to address Su Qianqian. Hello, Sister Qianqian, I am Huangxi. I understand that Su Xyling has wronged you in the past, and I apologize on her behalf. Do not speak so heavily, sister. We are family now. There is no need for such formality, Su Qianqian quickly reassured her, helping Huangxi to her feet. Seeing the two women enjoying their conversation, Xiao Mu felt it best to leave them to their exchange and excused himself to change into his wedding attire. By the time Xiao Mu returned in his wedding garb, the hall was nearly ready. Zhao Li had even summoned a group of musicians to play celebratory tunes. Xiao Mu approached Huangxi, taking her delicate hand in his. My lady, it is time for the vows. Yes, Huangxi replied. Though she had felt indifferent up to this point, the moment had finally arrived, and nerves washed over her, causing her cheeks to flush and her palms to sweat. Watching from their seats, Feng Qiming and Feng Shi nearly erupted with fury at the sight. Their precious ninth sister, regarded as the apple of the Phoenix imperial clan's eye, had been deceived by Xiao Mu. It was a fate more painful than death. I can't take this. I need some air. I'll join you. Father is likely on his way. We hope he arrives in time. Noticing her brothers departing, Huangxi resolved to follow Xiao Mu up to the altar without hesitation. Let us skip the unnecessary formalities and proceed with the vows, Huangxi whispered. Xiao Mu understood and nodded in agreement, discussing briefly with Zhao Li, who promptly began the arrangements. Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to ancestors. The couple boast to each other. The ceremony is complete. Let us enter the bridal chamber. Wait. At that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated, like a bolt of lightning striking the ground. Instantly, a tempest swept through the hall, and brilliant rays of seven-colored light descended from the heavens. The Zhao family members' expressions shifted dramatically. The aura of a saint emperor, and not just one. With a resounding crash, the roof of the hall was shattered. A towering figure clad in a golden robe, exuding an imposing presence, appeared. It was Feng Wanyan, the patriarch of the Phoenix imperial clan. Upon seeing that the wedding ceremony had concluded, Feng Wanyan's brow furrowed. I am too late. Regardless of the ceremony's completion, my little princess of the Phoenix clan cannot simply marry at will. He strode forward, his spiritual pressure overwhelming the Zhao family members, causing them to retreat. He grasped Huangxi's slender arm, exclaiming, Little Nine, how could you be so foolish? Come home with your father. Yet Huangxi shrugged off his grip. Father, according to our customs, I will return to Phoenix Valley with my husband tomorrow, but today I must remain with the Zhao family. You, Little Nine. What has this man said to you to make you so determined to marry him? Feng Wanyan discerned the unwavering resolve in Huangxi's eyes and realized the gravity of the situation. This girl had not made this decision impulsively. She had given it serious thought. Huangxi nodded earnestly. Yes, father. I have promised Xiao Mu that I will marry him, and I will not go back on my word. You have always taught me to be trustworthy, but you cannot unilaterally decide your lifelong matters without consulting me first. If you truly have considered this carefully, I will support you, but you cannot hide it from me. Upon hearing this, Huangxi felt her confidence wane. However, she knew her father's temperament. If she returned to seek his counsel, he would never agree to her marrying Xiao Mu. Father, please do not interfere. I am already married. Your disapproval is moot. If you continue to pressure me, I will never return to Phoenix Valley. Huangxi, seeing she could not persuade her father, resorted to a bit of childish stubbornness. Xiao Mu, observing the scene, was taken aback. He had expected Huangxi to have a clever argument to sway Feng Wanyan, but this was her strategy? Yet, to Xiao Mu's astonishment, this tactic proved remarkably effective. The moment Feng Wanyan sensed his daughter's impending anger, his imposing demeanor softened, and he forced a smile. Little Nine, do not be upset. I may have spoken too harshly, but it was all for your future. Let us sit down calmly and discuss this. The formidable patriarch of the Phoenix imperial clan, a saint emperor, was rendered speechless by a few words from his daughter. Was Feng Wanyan truly a doting father? Xiao Mu had indeed guessed correctly. With 9 children, The first 8 were sons, and only upon Huangxi's birth did he finally have a daughter. Even if Huangxi were not the Golden Nine rank Nirvana saint body, Feng Wanyan would still cherish her as his most precious treasure. In such a family, Huangxi's slight rebelliousness was quite forgivable. "Husband, what do you think?" Huangxi turned to Xiao Mu, relinquishing the decision to him. Seeing this, Feng Wanyan felt as though his heart had stopped. Just after marrying her off, she was already turning against him. What would the future hold? Xiao Mu sensed the imposing gaze of Feng Wanyan, yet remained unperturbed and composed, responding with poise. "Since you have graced us with your presence, esteemed father-in-law, it is only fitting that we extend our hospitality. Let us find a suitable place where we can dine and converse, while also allowing you to savor the exquisite culinary delights that the Zhao family has to offer." Chapter 29. Heed my words in the Zhao family's council hall. As everyone took their seats, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Although Feng Wanyan subdued his aura, refraining from displaying the overwhelming presence typical of a sage emperor, the Zhao family still felt a palpable weight of oppression. Even Zhao Li found it somewhat difficult to breathe, his back damp with anxiety. Despite their recent victory over the Qianlei sect, which culminated in the death of Wang Heming, a peak sage emperor, the individual before them was not Wang Heming, but rather the patriarch of the Phoenix imperial clan, one of the 3 great imperial lineages of the southern region. A genuine 5th-tier sage emperor. Even at the height of his power, the Xiao family's ancestor had only reached the 3rd tier of the sage emperor realm. Moreover, Feng Wanyan was not the only sage emperor present. Following him was a woman exuding a commanding presence, Jiangting, the mother of Huangxi. Jiangting hailed from the esteemed Jiang family, the foremost imperial lineage in the southern region, where she served as an elder before marrying into the Phoenix imperial clan a century ago, giving birth to 3 children, Feng Qiming, Feng Shi, and Huangxi. In her youth, Jiangting was a remarkable talent. Though not as renowned as the current Jiang Mu, she was still a golden sacred body. After marrying into the Phoenix imperial clan, she received abundant resources, which propelled her cultivation. However, breaking into the sage emperor realm is no trivial feat, and it seemed unlikely for her to achieve it. Yet, on the day she gave birth to Huangxi, the bottleneck that had long plagued her was unexpectedly shattered, allowing her to enter the realm of the sage emperor. This profound bond made her cherish Huangxi immensely. Upon learning of her daughter's impending marriage, Jiangting, who was in seclusion at the time, emerged without hesitation. Initially, she believed Huangxi had been wronged and was prepared to obliterate the Zhao family. However, upon her arrival, she quickly realized that the situation was not as she had assumed. Consequently, she summoned Huang Shaoran to glean the truth of the day's events. Upon discovering that Huangxi had been bested by Xiao Mu in a fair contest, Jiangting felt a significant stir within her. She knew her daughter's capabilities all too well. The illustrious Jiang Muyun could only suppress Huangxi due to her superior cultivation level. Had Jiang Muyun been at the Sage King level, the outcome might have been entirely different. Yet here's to Xiao Mu merely at the Sage Spirit level. How formidable must this young man be? Even with the assistance of an imperial-grade divine weapon, it seemed quite extraordinary, especially after meeting Xiao Mu in person. Jiangting's initial ire dissipated entirely. His exceptional talent was one thing, but his striking appearance was another. A youth of such caliber would be nearly impossible to find throughout the southern region. The more she observed Xiao Mu, the more favorable her impression became. Although Huangxi's decision appeared impulsive, one could not deny that her judgment was rather astute. Clearing his throat, Xiao Mu stood and addressed the assembly. First, I must apologize to my esteemed uncle and aunt for marrying Huangxi without your consent. I acknowledge that both she and I acted rashly. However, matters of the heart often defy reason, and I hope you can find it in your hearts to forgive us. Huangxi stood, gripping Xiao Mu's hand tightly, and spoke to her parents. Mother, father, I have grown up and possess the right to determine my future. We have already exchanged vows and are now husband and wife. Any attempts to thwart us will be futile. I hope you can accept this reality calmly and bless our union. Feng Wanyan nearly choked on his own words. His face a dark shade of frustration, caught between his daughter's happiness and his own reluctance. He feared that harsh words might wound her heart, leading to resentment. Yet, the thought of blessing Xiao Mu and his daughter was a bitter pill to swallow. In his helplessness, he turned to Jiangting, hoping she could dissuade Huangxi. After a moment's contemplation, Jiangting spoke. As a mother, I would prefer Huangxi not to marry so young. At merely 16, she is at the dawn of her life, and marrying now would cause her to miss numerous opportunities. Feng Wanyan eagerly nodded in agreement. Indeed, my dear. Your mother is correct. At your age, marriage is premature. Even if you have feelings for Xiao Mu, you have only just met. Such a significant decision should not be made hastily. Jiangting furrowed her brows and shot a glare at Feng Wanyan. He was taken aback. Did I say something wrong? I was merely echoing your sentiment. Ignoring him, Jiangting continued. However, having met Xiao Mu, I find myself quite fond of him, since you have already exchanged vows. Forcing a separation would only tarnish Huangxi's reputation. I can agree to your marriage. But her gaze sharpened as she looked at Xiao Mu. You must agree to 3 conditions for me to feel at ease giving my daughter to you. Xiao Mu nodded earnestly. Aunt, please state your conditions. First, my daughter Huangxi ranks 9th on the southern region's talents list. If you wish to be her husband, you must not be an inconspicuous individual. I require you to ascend to the top of the southern region's talents list within a year. Only then will you be worthy of Huangxi. Second, while the Zhao family was once an imperial lineage, its current circumstances are undeniable. Huangxi deserves the finest resources available. You must guarantee that her annual cultivation resources will not be less than those provided by the Phoenix Imperial clan, meaning you must offer more, not less. Third, since you are married now, I have no objections to you living together. However, should Huangxi bear children, I insist that the first child belongs to the Phoenix Imperial clan, and the Zhao family shall not contest this. Xiao Mu listened intently and then solemnly nodded. I can agree to these 3 conditions. In all honesty, the only challenging requirement was the first. Attaining the top of the Southern region's talents list was no small feat. Yet for Xiao Mu, it was a goal within reach. Madam, what is this? Feng Wanyan gazed incredulously at Jiang Ting. Could it be that she genuinely intended for Huangxi to marry into the Zhao family? Enough with the nonsense. This matter is mine to decide. A single glance from Jiang Ting silenced Feng Wanyan, rendering him utterly speechless. Chapter 30 The betrothal gift for Huangxi. Very well. I shall take it upon myself to bestow Huangxi upon you. Jiang Ting cast a serious glance at Xiao Mu and declared, word by word. If you cannot care for Huangxi and allow her to suffer even the slightest grievance within the Zhao family, I shall not hesitate to take her back home and make the entire Zhao family pay the price. Xiao Mu rose and bowed deeply to Jiang Ting, reassuring her. Rest assured, esteemed mother-in-law. Now, let the wedding continue. Let's revere the marriage vows once more. This is a momentous day for my precious daughter, and as her mother, I must not be absent. Zhao Li immediately understood and promptly ordered the Zhao family members to mobilize, redecorating the hall and arranging seats for the esteemed guests of the Phoenix Imperial clan. In a short while, the wedding recommenced. The hall was filled with distinguished guests, and the atmosphere was exuberantly lively. Despite some members of the Phoenix Imperial clan finding the situation perplexing, they dared not voice their concerns with Jiang Ting presiding. When the feast concluded, it was already well into the night. Jiang Ting graciously declined Zhao Li's invitation for them to stay overnight and departed with the other members of the Phoenix Imperial clan. Xiao Mu and Huangxi escorted them to the skyward vessel. Huangxi gazed at her departing parents and brother, a hint of melancholy crossing her face. But it lasted only a moment before she joyfully linked arms with Xiao Mu and returned. Meanwhile, as soon as they flew out of the Zhao family ancestral home, Feng Wanyan could no longer contain himself. Madam, do you truly intend to let Xiaojiu marry without understanding the situation? Are you aware of the immense resources we have invested in nurturing her? Feng Qiming and Feng Shi anxiously leaned in, eager to hear their mother's explanation. Jiang Ting snorted coldly. You certainly have a way with words, but do you have a better idea? You know well Huangxi's temperament. If she becomes agitated, she is capable of anything. Moreover, I find Xiao Mu to be quite commendable. Marrying him may prove beneficial for Huangxi. Furthermore, I have heard of Su Qianshan's exploits. She was originally a lowly daughter of the Su family, her innate spirit shattered, thus overlooked by them. Yet after marrying into the Zhao family, her spirit was immediately restored, revealing astonishing talent and strength. On the day of her grand wedding, she effortlessly subdued a guardian of the Su family's sacred emperor realm. If I am not mistaken, Su Qianshan's talent likely surpasses that of Huangxi, and she may very well possess the supreme sacred body. The supreme sacred body. Feng Wanyan instinctively swallowed hard. If that is indeed the case, then Xiao Mu is quite the remarkable individual. Jiang Ting sighed. As a mother, how could I wish to marry off Huangxi? However, given the circumstances, I must trust in Huangxi's judgment. Moreover, are you not curious, dear husband? With our Huangxi's qualifications paired with Xiao Mu's extraordinary potential, what kind of prodigious offspring might they produce? At this, Feng Wanyan's spirits lifted. If the Phoenix Imperial clan could gain another supreme sacred body, such a delightful prospect is exhilarating just to contemplate. On another note, as Xiao Mu returned to his room, he was greeted by the melodious sound of the system notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully marrying your second beloved wife. Reward: 1 sacred body advancement pill and a guardian beast, the Pixiu. Xiao Mu felt a surge of excitement and quickly examined the rewards. Sacred body advancement pill. Consuming this will elevate the quality of the sacred body by 1 tier. Guardian beast Pixiu. Family guardian beast. First stage sacred emperor. Once summoned, it will bind to the family, enhancing the overall fortune of the clan, granting all family members a 100 increase in cultivation efficiency and wealth accumulation. As the family's strength grows, the Pixiu's realm will also elevate. In times of external invasion, the Pixiu will sound an alarm and engage in battle. Note: once bound to the family, the Pixiu cannot leave the family territory. Once again, the rewards are exceptionally formidable. The sacred body advancement pill is self-explanatory. It is undoubtedly a betrothal gift for Huangxi. She possesses the golden 9-tier nirvana sacred body. And with this pill, she will immediately ascend to the red 1-tier supreme sacred body. The guardian beast Pixiu is even more impressive. The mere doubling of the cultivation speed for all family members is already extraordinary. An increase in family wealth means that the Zhao family will find it much easier to accumulate riches in the future. Moreover, the Pixiu will serve as a protector for the family territory. With the Pixiu's guardianship, anyone daring to invade the Zhao family's domain will think twice. It is no exaggeration to say that with the Pixiu, even starting from scratch, one could swiftly establish an imperial clan. With such a guardian beast, the Zhao family will be even more formidable. Overjoyed, Xiao Mu contemplated summoning the Pixiu immediately, but restrained himself. It was their wedding night. He could not afford to be remiss with his bride. At that moment, Huangxi was seated beside Su Qianshan, engaged in a hushed conversation. Su Qianqian had said something to Huangshi that left her blushing and flustered. So this is what one does on the wedding night. Huangshi had only known that married couples share a bed, just like her parents. However, she had never delved into the specifics of what that entailed and had little interest, being solely focused on cultivation and combat. But now that she was married, there were some things she needed to learn. Thus, she had sought Su Qianqian's counsel on certain details. These very details left Huangshi's cheeks flushed. As Xiao Mu approached, Su Qianqian stood and said, "My lord, I shall retreat to the next room to cultivate tonight. I leave Sister Huangshi in your care. She is innocent and adorable, so do not bully her. Be gentle with her. Why not have my lady stay?" Xiao Mu grasped Su Qianqian's hand, chuckling. Having had a few drinks, he felt emboldened. Su Qianqian shot him a glare. "You wish." With that, she turned and left, not giving Xiao Mu any chance. He chuckled awkwardly, realizing he had indeed overstepped. Such matters should not be rushed but approached gradually. Composing himself, Xiao Mu sat beside Huangshi and presented the sacred body advancement pill. "Huangshi, since you have chosen to marry me, I shall not let you down. This is my betrothal gift to you. Please accept it." Upon seeing the pill radiating a peculiar glow, Huangshi's attention was immediately captivated. Curiously, she inquired, "This pill seems to carry an imperial aura. Could it be an imperial grade elixir?" "This is the sacred body advancement pill, which can elevate your sacred body's quality to the next level." Huangshi's fair face momentarily froze. "Are you saying that if I consume this pill, my nirvana sacred body can ascend to the red grade supreme sacred body? Such a treasure exists in the world? This is almost unheard of. It is evident that this pill is extraordinarily precious, and Xiao Mu is willing to offer it as a betrothal gift. He is truly kind to me. If you doubt it, you can have your parents authenticate it when we return home." Xiao Mu smiled. "No need. I trust you." Huangshi took the sacred body advancement pill and swallowed it, smiling. "Since we are now husband and wife, we shall be the closest of companions in this world. My father has never doubted my mother, so I place my trust in you. Even if you were to feed me poison, I would consume it without hesitation." Chapter 31. The return of an exclusive secret technique. As the elixir entered her mouth, Huangshi immediately felt a wondrous force surging throughout her body. This sensation was extraordinarily marvelous. She felt as if she were immersed in a warm sea of stars, liberated from the constraints of gravity, floating gently, as if on the verge of stepping into a sacred hall. Suddenly, a pair of resplendent, multicolored phoenix wings unfurled from her, swiftly converging to form a shell of vibrant hues that enveloped her entirely. In that moment, Huangshi seemed to be reborn. Xiao Mu could distinctly sense the vibrant life force emanating from Huangshi, and this vitality continued to surge exponentially. He marveled at the intriguing process of her ascension to the supreme sacred body. However, it appeared that her advancement would require some time. Alas, would this mean that his moment of intimacy would again be postponed? Never mind, there would be ample time in the future, and this brief interlude was of little consequence. With nothing else to occupy his time, Xiao Mu decided to summon the guardian deity of his abode, the Pixiu. In the next instant, a creature resembling a large black dog, adorned with swirling patterns of inky clouds, materialized at his feet. It lazily lifted its head, casting a languid glance at Xiao Mu, then inexplicably sighed before settling down to sleep. What? Xiao Mu was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the Pixiu's reaction. Was it disdainful? Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully summoning the divine beast Pixiu. Would you like to bind the Pixiu to your family? Bind it, of course. There was no hesitation. Binding the Pixiu was essential to double the cultivation efficiency for his entire family. In the next moment, a peculiar light radiated from the Pixiu. An invisible aura spread forth at an astonishing speed, swiftly enveloping the entire Zhao family territory. Only then did the Pixiu seem to awaken slightly, its form flickering before vanishing without a trace. Where did it go? Suddenly, a holographic map of the Zhao family's domain appeared in Xiao Mu's mind, displaying the real-time movement trajectory of the Pixiu. It traversed the territory with an unfathomable speed, darting back and forth as if the vast expanse of the Zhao family's lands were merely a backyard, with no spatial limitations to hinder it. Xiao Mu's thoughts stirred. The Pixiu's teleportation ability seemed formidable. Could he harness its power to swiftly traverse the Zhao family's domain? He mentally commanded the Pixiu to return to his side. In an instant, a ripple formed in the space before him, and the Pixiu leapt forth, landing gracefully in front of Xiao Mu. Although obedient, its eyes betrayed a hint of impatience. A first-stage divine beast of the sacred emperor realm indeed had its own temperament. Take me to the south, Xiao Mu commanded. Reluctant yet compliant, the Pixiu activated its teleportation ability, and with a whoosh, they vanished from sight. Xiao Mu felt a dizzying sensation, and the next moment found himself atop a serene mountain peak. Consulting the map in his mind, he realized he stood at the southernmost point of the Zhao family territory, beyond which lay a mighty river, with an untamed forest shrouded in miasma on the opposite bank. I recall that heading southwest leads to the territory of the Thunder sect, while southeast is the domain of the Robbery Transformation sect. Thus, the large mineral vein mentioned by Qianqian must lie beneath this primeval forest ahead. Xiao Mu glanced toward the direction of the Thunder sect and mused, considering I have already conquered the Thunder sect today, with its leader vanquished. Could I seize this opportunity to claim their territory and expand the Zhao family's dominion? Without further ado, Xiao Mu soared into the air, directing his sword towards the southwest. The Thunder sect likely had remaining remnants, and to fully annex their territory, he would need to eradicate them completely. With his energy brimming, he sought an outlet for his vigor. Thunder Sect, I am coming for you. Xiao Mu sped ahead, donning the Black Emperor divine armor for caution. And after flying for over half an hour, he traversed thousands of miles. This must be the area. Slowing his speed and ascending, he began to survey the surroundings. Finally spotting a glimmer within a valley. The Thunder Sect was not particularly grand. Judging by the scale of its architecture, it resembled a small town, albeit extravagantly constructed. Activating his supreme divine eye, Xiao Mu perceived that approximately 200 disciples remained, but their strength was lacking, with barely a handful reaching the spiritual realm. Most were martial sovereigns and emperors. Clearly, Wang Heming had already led the elite away earlier in the day. The current Thunder Sect was utterly defenseless, and Xiao Mu could easily annihilate them. With no reason to hesitate, he revealed himself, stepping onto the sword of heaven and flying into the valley. Swiftly locating a disciple in the spiritual realm, he unleashed the 9 heavens' divine thunder upon him, before the disciple could react. He was obliterated in a burst of charred remains. A thunderous explosion sent the previously tranquil Thunder Sect into chaos. Disciples rushed forth, initially believing their leader had returned triumphantly. However, upon seeing Xiao Mu, they were left in stunned silence. Without uttering a word, Xiao Mu unleashed a flurry of sword energies, commencing the eradication of the Thunder Sect. Dealing with these disciples required no elaborate tactics. Crushing them was no different than squashing a swarm of ants. The tumultuous sword aura surged for a brief period, and soon, not a single living soul remained within the Thunder Sect. Utilizing his supreme divine eye to scan the area, he found no one could hide from his gaze. Following the extermination of the Thunder Sect, Xiao Mu produced a flag bearing the Zhao family emblem and planted it atop the tallest structure within the sect. He attempted to summon the divine beast Pishio, and sure enough, it appeared before him in an instant. As the guardian deity of the Zhao family, the Pishio could not stray from their territory. Its presence within the Thunder Sect signified that it had now become part of the Zhao family domain. While it was not a vast expanse, the achievement of personally conquering a territory filled Xiao Mu with a sense of accomplishment. The next target would be the robbery transformation sect. He would let them linger for a few days before reaping the rewards. Yawning, Xiao Mu felt no inclination to collect spoils of war. He would leave that task to the Zhao family members. Guided by the Pishio, he swiftly returned to the ancestral residence. At that moment, Huangxi's ascension was nearing completion. She retracted her colorful wings and sat upon her bed, regulating her breath. Her face aglow with uncontainable joy. At that moment, another system notification chimed. Ding! The host's investment in his beloved wife's sacred body ascension elixir has triggered a 100-fold return, granting the exclusive secret technique, celestial and demonic domain, for the supreme celestial and demonic sacred body. An exclusive secret technique? Xiao Mu recalled that secret techniques existed, such as the celestial seal of heaven. Yet, could there be one that is exclusive? Eagerly, he delved into the detailed description. Celestial and demonic domain, an exclusive secret technique for the supreme celestial and demonic sacred body. Upon activation, the damage and defense of oneself and all allies are increased by 100. The current maximum number of allies is 10, and as the sacred body's level rises, the benefits of the domain will also increase. Chapter 32. The second night together. Upon seeing the introduction to the exclusive secret technique, Xiao Mu was momentarily taken aback, then filled with immense joy. This was undoubtedly a group-enhancing skill. Not only could it double his own offensive and defensive capabilities, but it could also grant the same enhancement to 10 teammates. Moreover, as his sacred body level increased, the benefits would continue to improve. This secret technique was indeed quite valuable. Even without the enhancement from teammates, the boost it provided to him alone would effectively double his combat strength. Whether in one-on-one confrontations or group battles, this celestial and demonic domain would prove to be exceedingly useful. However, as a secret technique, it would generally entail extravagant consumption. Xiao Mu wondered how long this celestial and demonic domain could be sustained. Xiao Mu intended to experiment, but at that moment, Huangxi awakened, unable to contain her excitement. She dashed towards Xiao Mu, grasping his hand with fervor, exclaiming, Xiao Mu, you are incredible. This pill truly helped me ascend to the supreme nirvana sacred body. This is the supreme sacred body. Our Phoenix Imperial clan has a legacy spanning millennia, and we have never had a supreme sacred body before. I. As her emotions surged, Huangxi became somewhat incoherent. Xiao Mu smiled gently, enveloping Huangxi in his embrace, patting her back as he said, Do not be overly excited. It is merely the supreme sacred body. There is no need for such astonishment. You are now my wife, and in due course, not only the supreme sacred body, but even the divine king body will be yours. Huangxi blinked at Xiao Mu and replied, I believe everything you say, my husband. Suddenly, she stood on her tiptoes and placed a delicate kiss on his cheek. Though a little shy, her gaze remained steadfastly fixed on Xiao Mu. Summoning her courage, she said, My husband, it's getting late, and you must be tired. How about we retire for the night? Xiao Mu was taken aback. It seemed Huangxi was even more eager than he was. This girl certainly possessed a measure of boldness. Very well, he said, lifting Huangxi effortlessly and returning to the bed. Although he was somewhat prepared for this moment, Huangxi felt a surge of nervousness, her breathing quickening. Yet, her eyes remained resolutely locked on Xiao Mu, making it difficult for him to withstand her unwavering gaze. Why was she staring so intently? Huangxi remarked. Isn't it said that a moment of intimacy is worth 1,000 gold? Therefore, I must keep my eyes wide open to see clearly, so that the memories will be more vivid when I recall them later. Indeed, This simple-minded girl, despite her lack of knowledge, spoke with an unexpected wisdom. Very well. My lady, keep your eyes wide open. The rest shall be entrusted to me, Xiao Mu declared, then proceeded to remove his close-fitting black emperor divine armor. Huang Shi's eyes widened even further, her cheeks flushing visibly. Is this truly a sight I am meant to behold? She thought, feeling a pang of regret. The overwhelming visuals exceeded her mental fortitude. Yet, her stubborn nature would not allow her to close her eyes. She was determined to see what this moment held. Oh, my husband, why are you leaning in? And why are you biting your tongue? She gasped. And why are your hands roaming about? This sensation is so strange. I feel as if my body is losing strength. This night would undoubtedly become an unforgettable experience for Huang Shi. The following day, as dawn broke, Xiao Mu awoke enveloped in Huang Shi's vibrant phoenix wings. The soft feathers emanated a delightful fragrance, yet they were wrapped too tightly, binding the two together. Their bodies pressed closely without a sliver of space between them. Huang Shi was in a deep slumber, unresponsive to Xiao Mu's movements. It seemed she had truly exhausted herself the previous night. To Xiao Mu's surprise, no system notifications had appeared. The absence of a soul bond was unexpected. Indeed, the physical differences between humans and phoenixes were evident. Even in a world devoid of racial segregation, producing offspring would not be so simple. More attempts would be necessary. After dozing for a little longer, Huang Shi finally awoke when the sun was high in the sky. Oh dear, I overslept. Why didn't you wake me, my husband? She exclaimed, hastily retracting her wings and rushing to dress and freshen up. Today marked her first day as Zhao's new bride, and she needed to pay her respects to her parents-in-law. Waking up at noon would be unacceptable. No need to rush. There is still ample time, Xiao Mu said, turning over and stretching his cramped arm. After preparing, he and Huang Shi stepped out together. Huang Shi suddenly veered towards the next room, knocking on the door. Sister Su, I have come to pay my respects. Su Chanqian smiled as she opened the door, welcoming Huang Shi inside. As Xiao Mu was about to enter, Huang Shi stopped him, saying, My husband, you need not come in. This is a gathering of sisters, and your presence is not appropriate. With that, she closed the door behind her. Xiao Mu was left bewildered. What was happening? Why was he being excluded? After a lengthy conversation, Huang Shi finally emerged, appearing in good spirits. Xiao Mu curiously inquired, What did you two discuss? I won't tell you. It's a secret between me and Sister Su, she replied, skipping away with her hands behind her back. Xiao Mu could only shake his head in bemusement. Fine, if you won't share, then so be it. After paying respects to his parents at the main residence, Xiao Mu sought out his father, Zhao Li, summoning the divine beast Pishio before him and recounting the events of the previous night's raid on the Qinlei sect. Zhao Li was initially taken aback, especially upon learning that the large black dog-like Pishio possessed the strength of a first-stage sacred emperor, leaving him speechless for a considerable time. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Li finally spoke. Mu'er, tell me honestly, are you the illegitimate child of some great figure from the upper realms? Before Xiao Mu could respond, Nangong Qingshuang slapped Zhao Li on the head. Repeat what you just said. Seeing the situation becoming precarious, Xiao Mu swiftly took Huang Shi's hand and fled. Father, you've brought calamity upon yourself. May you seek your own fortune. After wandering the Zhao family's ancestral home with Huang Shi, Xiao Mu asked, Am I to return to the Phoenix Imperial clan with you today? It is not necessary to return today. We can wait a few more days. I wish to solidify my supreme nirvana sacred body first, and then return to surprise my parents, she replied. Agreed. A new son-in-law's first visit requires some preparation. Xiao Mu concurred. After a leisurely stroll, he escorted Huang Shi back to her residence, where she immediately began her seclusion to cultivate and strengthen her sacred body. Meanwhile, Xiao Mu made his way to the training grounds to test the celestial and demonic domain. As the domain expanded, he immediately felt his power surge, doubled. Simultaneously, all Zhao family members within the domain appeared as options for teammates, and Xiao Mu randomly selected 10 individuals while maintaining the domain at its maximum range. Once fully activated, the domain nearly enveloped the entire Zhao family ancestral home, providing ample coverage. However, what truly delighted Xiao Mu was the surprisingly low consumption of energy required to maintain the celestial and demonic domain, which could be described as negligible. After testing for an hour, Xiao Mu found that his true essence experienced little to no depletion. He estimated that even if it remained active for 24 hours, it would not significantly impact him. Could this be due to the nature of the exclusive secret technique? Chapter 33, A Sudden Breakthrough Upon Awakening. Given the remarkably low consumption of the immortal demon realm, Xiao Mu decided to experiment with maintaining the sword formation continuously, curious to see how long he could sustain it. On his way back, Xiao Mu encountered Zhao Li, who was leading the elders and several elite members of their clan in assembly, seemingly preparing to conclude matters at the Thousand Thunder sect. Although the main wealth of the sect had already been confiscated, it was likely that some assets remained within, and the Zhao family was in dire need of funds. Even the smallest gains should not be overlooked. Moreover, the territory itself could prove to be an asset. Should they discover new or veins, it would yield considerable income. Xiao Mu chose not to involve himself in this endeavor. With the protection of the Pishio, safety was assured. After a day of labor, he needed a good rest. Upon returning home, Xiao Mu saw that Su Chanqian and Huang Shi were both in seclusion, diligently cultivating, so he refrained from disturbing them. He turned and settled beneath the grape arbor, reclining in a lounge chair, and picked up the book he had not finished reading yesterday, immersing himself in its pages. Before long, he dozed off. After an indeterminate period, Xiao Mu was roused by a melodious system notification. Ding! Su Qianqian has broken through to the second tier of the sacred spirit realm. The host receives a tenfold cultivation experience reward, resulting in an enhancement of their cultivation. Ding! Huangxi has achieved enlightenment, breaking through to the 8th tier of the sacred king realm. The host receives a 6-fold cultivation experience return. Congratulations on breaking through to the 1st tier of the sacred king realm. As a vast surge of spiritual power surged within him, Xiao Mu found himself effortlessly breaking through to the sacred king realm. The supreme immortal demon's sacred body carries the benefit of no bottlenecks below the sacred emperor realm. With no barriers to hinder him, significant breakthroughs occur seamlessly. I merely took a nap, and yet I have advanced again. Xiao Mu rubbed his sleepy eyes, taking a moment to regain his senses. Although the experience return from Huangxi was only 6-fold, it paled in comparison to Su Qianqian's. However, Huangxi's cultivation level was substantially higher. Furthermore, the arrival of the Pishio had doubled the cultivation efficiency for the entire Zhao family, leading to a much greater experience return for Xiao Mu. At this rate, he mused, he might not require more than a year, perhaps even just half a year, to break through to the sacred emperor realm. The thought thrilled him. Should he later bring Jiang Muyo and Tu Shan Meidai into his home, the pace of advancement would likely accelerate even further. The speed of his progress was astounding. He hardly needed to cultivate himself, enjoying a life of indulgence while his cultivation climbed effortlessly. Who would believe such a tale? My dear husband, why are you lying out here all alone? Where is Sister Huangxi? Su Qianqian approached with a lively demeanor. Xiao Mu pulled her onto his lap, saying, that girl is just like you, a fervent cultivator, currently in seclusion. Huangxi's innate talent was undeniable. At her age, when most would desire to frolic, she exhibited the perseverance to sit and cultivate. A rare trait among the youth of the southern domain. In a few days, we shall visit the Phoenix Imperial clan. Would you like to accompany me, my lady? Xiao Mu inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Su Qianqian shook her head. I shall remain home to cultivate. Very well. I will only be visiting as the new son-in-law, likely returning in a couple of days. Su Qianqian nestled against Xiao Mu's chest. Then, my husband, could you spend more time with me during these 2 days? Seeing the flicker of affection in Su Qianqian's eyes, Xiao Mu was moved. Without further ado, he lifted her and hurried to their room. Rest well, my lady. Today, let me serve you properly. Husband, keep your voice down. Sister Huangxi can hear us next door. Su Qianqian, blushing with embarrassment, radiated an enchanting beauty. No worries. The soundproof array is in place. Xiao Mu was uncertain if the soundproof array had indeed activated, but with the moment upon him, he felt compelled to proceed without hesitation. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. As the clouds and rain subsided, Su Qianqian lay exhausted, breathless, though Xiao Mu appeared reluctant to part. He covered her with a light blanket and gently coaxed her into slumber. Once Su Qianqian was asleep, Xiao Mu stepped outside, intending to check on Huangxi. Upon entering, he found Huangxi leaning against the wall, eavesdropping. It seemed the soundproof array had indeed not been activated. Xiao Mu approached silently from behind and tapped her shoulder. Was it pleasant to listen? Ah, Huangxi jumped in fright, then displayed a nervous expression upon realizing it was Xiao Mu. I wasn't eavesdropping. I was engaged in a special form of cultivation. Oh, how is your cultivation progressing? At the mention, Huangxi brightened, pulling Xiao Mu closer. The supreme sacred body is truly remarkable. I scarcely cultivated today, yet my progress has accelerated more than tenfold compared to before, allowing me to swiftly break through to the 8th tier of the sacred king realm. If I can maintain this pace, I suspect I will reach the sacred emperor realm within a month. At that point, husband, you may find yourself my subordinate. Xiao Mu playfully booped Huangxi's nose. Little Phoenix, you are quite bold. Do you wish to challenge me? Bring it on. I've been itching for a fight. Huangxi retorted. Would you prefer to spar in the bedroom or the bathroom? We could also find a secluded spot outside, if that's more to your liking. Initially confused by why they would battle in such places, Huangxi soon grasped Xiao Mu's meaning, her face flushing with embarrassment. Why is your mind filled with such thoughts, husband? Is this truly so enjoyable? Huangxi recalled the previous night's experience. It does seem quite delightful, but I still find combat more exhilarating. If you defeat me, I shall obey your every word tonight, wherever you desire. Agreed. Xiao Mu mounted his sword and took to the skies, Huangxi following as they departed the Zhao ancestral home. After deliberating, they decided to return to Treasure Moon Mountain, once again choosing the terrace from the day before for their sparring session. Having just ascended to the supreme sacred body and achieved a minor breakthrough, Huangxi's confidence soared. She unleashed her full power from the outset, displaying a significant improvement in momentum compared to yesterday. However, Xiao Mu, without his Black Emperor divine armor or the use of the sky-obscuring sword, and not even relying on the Nine Heavens Thunder technique, faced Huangxi with nothing but his bare hands, engaging her in a fervent clash. Within moments, Huangxi was sent tumbling off the terrace. She climbed back up, her eyes wide with disbelief. Yesterday, when Xiao Mu had bested her, she could at least rationalize that he had wielded an imperial-grade weapon while she had fought unarmed. Yet today, Xiao Mu had fought barehanded, without any external support, and she had lost even more swiftly. Did this mean that he had not even exerted himself fully during their previous encounter? How could you be so strong, husband? My resolve is shattering, Huangxi cried, wiping away her tears. Chapter 34. The growth of Huangshi. Seeing Huangshi wipe her tears, Xiao Mu felt a twinge of guilt, believing he had been too harsh, and was preparing to offer her some comfort. However, just as he approached, Huangshi had already finished crying, dabbed her eyes, took a deep breath to regain her composure, and a sweet smile returned to her face. What remarkable emotional control! Xiao Mu admired her quietly. Whatever you say tonight, I shall comply without question, Huangshi stated decisively. Xiao Mu glanced around, noting the absence of any living presence within 1,000 meters. This spot seems quite suitable, he remarked. Huangshi hesitated for a moment, but did not voice any objections. She promptly discarded her garments, revealing her youthful, vibrant body to Xiao Mu without reservation. The cool moonlight illuminated her skin, casting a faint glow that imparted an almost ethereal quality. Yet she wore nothing at all. The stark contrast was a feast for Xiao Mu's eyes. Taking Huangshi's hand, he led her toward the pavilion. By the time they returned home, it was already the early hours of the morning. Huangshi was utterly exhausted, and it was Xiao Mu who carried her back. Yet, once he laid her on the bed, she seemed to regain her vitality. The Nirvana's sacred body, growing stronger with each setback, endowed her with an extraordinary ability to recover. Want more? Xiao Mu asked, unperturbed. Possessing the immortal golden kidney, he was like an unyielding perpetual motion machine. Huangshi quickly shook her head. Husband, please spare me. I truly cannot anymore. I am too hungry. Then let's eat something to replenish our strength, Xiao Mu said, waving his hand to produce a feast from his spatial ring. Yay! Huangshi exclaimed, eagerly digging in. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you, Xiao Mu said, shaking his head with a hint of amusement. As he brought out 2 bottles of wine and joined her in the meal, they chatted and feasted, losing track of time for over an hour. I'm going to sleep now, Huangshi said, turning away, only to be pulled back by Xiao Mu's hand. Before dawn, you must adhere to my plans. All right. Days passed swiftly. Xiaoli finally returned with his clan, laden with spoils. The good news was that the Thousand Thunder sect had significant resources, yielding quite a bounty. The unfortunate news was that during the raid, the Zhao clan encountered a group of demon beasts, led by a creature of the Sacred Emperor realm. Despite Zhao Li and his companions managing to hold their ground, they surely sustained considerable casualties. Fortunately, the Pishio acted promptly, swiftly eliminating the demon beasts. In a twist of fate, the Zhao clan benefited from this calamity, acquiring a trove of demon beast corpses. The powerful demon beasts were treasures in themselves. Their flesh was a superb ingredient, rich in elemental spirit energy, coveted by martial artists. Their hides could be used as refining materials, and their organs were invaluable for crafting elixirs. A corpse of a Sacred Emperor demon beast was quite a fortune. However, the most precious prize was the inner core of the Sacred Emperor demon beast. Zhao Li presented this core to Xiao Mu, saying, Mu'erv, take this demon core and refine it. It will benefit your cultivation. Xiao Mu shook his head in refusal. I already possess the inner core of the 9-winged Thunder Phoenix. It suffices for me. Father, you should keep it for yourself. Perhaps it will help you break through to the Sacred Emperor realm. Then, that is acceptable. Zhao Li understood that his son had great opportunities ahead, and while he might overlook a common Sacred Emperor demon core, it was still a rare treasure for others. Although Xiao Mu did not take the demon core, he did take a considerable amount of the Sacred Emperor demon beast's flesh to prepare roast meat for his wives. After bidding farewell to his parents, Xiao Mu prepared to depart with Huangshi for the Phoenix Imperial clan. It was time to set out. As he was about to board the flying vessel, Huangshi suddenly produced a verdant jade leaf from her spatial ring. The leaf unfurled in the wind, rapidly growing to over 10 meters in length, bending to form an arched internal space, furnished with various comfortable amenities. Husband, let us use my floating jade boat. It is a royal-grade artifact, and it travels swiftly, Huangshi said with a smile, taking the lead and ascending. Xiao Mu felt somewhat embarrassed standing on the Zhao clan's flying vessel, which was merely a spirit-grade artifact, far inferior to hers. He flew to Huangshi's side and entered the interior of the floating jade boat. She spread a soft, fluffy blanket on the ground, removed her shoes, and comfortably sat down, pulling Xiao Mu to join her. Husband, you need not worry about navigation. This floating jade boat records previously traveled paths and will automatically take us to the Phoenix Imperial clan at the fastest speed, including the time taken for the teleportation array. We should arrive in about 2 hours. Is a royal-grade flying artifact truly this intelligent? Xiao Mu pondered. He had encountered many divine weapons and artifacts recently. While divine weapons were primarily for combat, artifacts served a multitude of functions, essential for a martial artist's daily life. Xiao Mu's interest in forging was growing, and after he visited the ancestral burial site to claim rewards for imperial-grade forging, he intended to delve deeper into it. Returning to the matter at hand, Xiao Mu produced a brocade box and placed it before Huangshi. My lady, I intend to present this as a gift upon my arrival. Please see if it is suitable. Huangshi's eyes widened slightly upon seeing the inner core within the box. Is this the inner core of the 9-winged Thunder Phoenix? Xiao Mu nodded. No. This is far too precious to be used as a gift. Huangshi quickly waved her hands. Xiao Mu felt a bit disheartened. After all, this was a gift for her father, and here she was, the daughter, expressing reluctance. In truth, he struggled to find a more fitting gift. And since the inner core of the 9-winged Thunder Phoenix was of no immediate use to him, he thought it appropriate to present it as a gift. Having slain even imperial-grade powerhouses, a mere royal-grade demon core held little value in his eyes. Suddenly, Huangshi's eyes sparkled mischievously. Well, it could work as a gift. I will sweet-talk my father later to reclaim this inner core. Xiao Mu chuckled at her cleverness. If Feng Wanyan heard this, he might be infuriated. After nurturing such a delicate flower for 16 years, she was now married and already plotting to reclaim the gift. Before long, the floating jade boat passed through the teleportation array and exited the Xiao clan's territory. The Xiao clan had no previous ties with the Phoenix Imperial clan, so they could not reach directly through the teleportation array. Multiple transfers were necessary, which would consume considerable time. Establishing a mutual teleportation array would greatly facilitate travel, allowing for direct access in a single transfer. Xiao Mu intended to discuss the establishment of an alliance between the Xiao clan and the Phoenix Imperial clan during this visit. With Xiao Mu's presence, it was only a matter of time before the Xiao clan ascended to become the foremost imperial clan in the sacred profound continent. However, their current strength was still lacking in various aspects. A powerful imperial clan alliance would be immensely beneficial for the Xiao clan. While Xiao Mu contemplated these details, Huangshi's small hand playfully reached out, stirring up mischief. Husband, it's still early. Lying here is so dull. Shall we do something more interesting? Continuous practice is indeed the best way for one to grow swiftly. Huangshi had already developed a taste for it. Chapter 35. Try to move him. On the following morning, a small airship gracefully glided into Phoenix Valley, carrying Xiao Mu and Huangshi. They arrived nearly a full day later than anticipated. Xiao Mu glanced at Huangshi beside him and shook his head in resignation. Huangshi, feeling a bit embarrassed, stuck out her little tongue and said, "I didn't do it on purpose. Dear husband, please don't be angry. It was quite amusing. Yesterday, while traveling at incredible speed, Huangshi, overwhelmed with excitement, unfurled her phoenix wings in a fit of joy, inadvertently slicing a significant gash into the airship, which compromised its flight array. Consequently, they plummeted from a height of 10,000 meters. Xiao Mu might have salvaged the situation, but Huangshi, in her ecstatic state, clung to him like an octopus, rendering him utterly immobile. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as the airship descended, bursting into a brilliant display of fireworks. The loss of a royal tier flying artifact was indeed a steep price for a day of swift travel. Fortunately, Huangshi had a backup airship, albeit at a considerably reduced speed. Even at full throttle, they would not reach the Phoenix Imperial clan until evening. Thus, they decided to slow their pace and enjoy the scenery, planning to arrive the following morning. However, Huangshi entirely abandoned their sightseeing plans. For an entire day, she clung to Xiao Mu, and they did not step outside the airship, let alone appreciate the picturesque landscape. Yet, it must be said that this day and night journey was thoroughly enjoyable for both. Xiao Mu's eternal golden vitality was finally put to the test, and Huangshi's supreme nirvana body was pushed to its limits. Reflecting on the day's events, Xiao Mu could only think how absurd it all was. Huangshi's cheeks were flushed, but her spirits were high. Now that they had arrived at the Phoenix Imperial clan, it was time to temper their exuberance and behave more modestly. My dear husband, look ahead. That is Wudong City, the ancestral land of the Phoenix Imperial clan. The entire city is constructed from Wudong wood and Foshan stone, with a history spanning 10,000 years, making it one of the most ancient in the southern domain. The red palace built atop the cliff is called the Phoenix Imperial Palace, where I was born and raised. Huangshi recounted with pride. Upon taking in the vastness of the Phoenix Imperial clan's heritage, Xiao Mu was left in awe. This was indeed one of the three major imperial clans of the southern domain. Its accumulated legacy over millennia was not something the Xiao clan could compare to. Just as Xiao Mu was lost in thought, a piercing sound sliced through the air. A powerful spiritual pressure bore down upon him, and upon closer inspection, he saw a strikingly handsome youth with flowing hair approaching. The young man appeared quite youthful, but had already reached the Saint Emperor realm. Wielding a silver spear entwined with draconic spiritual energy that emitted a series of sharp ringing sounds. With fierce intent, the youth aimed the spear at Xiao Mu and unleashed a thunderous dragon roar, a display of terrifying might. This was an imperial-grade divine weapon. With a clang, the heaven-blocking sword instinctively defended its master, deflecting the silver dragon spear. Xiao Mu's brow furrowed slightly. He activated his supreme divine eye to scrutinize the assailant. Xiao Yuanzhou, 34 years old, second-tier Saint Emperor, fourth young master of the Xiao clan of the Southern Domain, sixth on the Southern Domain's talented young list. Holder of an imperial-grade second-tier divine weapon, Silver Dragon Overlord Spear. The fourth young master of the Xiao clan? Xiao Mu did not recall any past grievances with this young man, yet he attacked with lethal intent, as if driven by a grudge over a beloved. My lady, is he your infatuated admirer? Xiao Mu inquired of Huangshi beside him. Huangshi, equally taken aback by Xiao Yuanzhou's sudden aggression toward her husband, was about to express her indignation when she instinctively asked, "What is an infatuated admirer?" Xiao Mu glanced at Xiao Yuanzhou, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "An infatuated admirer is someone like him, who loves yet cannot attain, refusing to relinquish their obsession, stubbornly pursuing a lost cause." Xiao Mu, do not insult my sincere feelings for Huangshi. You have taken my beloved. Today, I shall ensure your demise. Xiao Yuanzhou's eyes blazed with fury, his entire being radiating murderous intent. Xiao Mu shook his head. If your so-called sincerity entails destroying that which you cannot possess, then I must say you are even less than an infatuated admirer. You are merely a violent, extreme, possessive, selfish, and twisted madman. Prepare to die. Xiao Yuanzhou roared, channeling his entire essence, the spear sweeping forward, unleashing a cataclysmic dragon roar. He was oblivious to Huangshi's presence beside Xiao Mu. His singular focus was on ensuring Xiao Mu's death. Unfazed, Xiao Mu asked, "Huangshi, if I were to kill this fellow, Would it cause any repercussions for your Phoenix Imperial clan? Huang Shi paused, then replied, no worries, I've long found him displeasing. Then that settles it. With a casual gesture, Xiao Mu summoned a bolt of divine thunder from the heavens, striking Xiao Yuanzhou directly. The young man had yet to swing his spear when the deafening thunder caused his spiritual power to dissipate, plunging him into darkness, his body going numb and uncontrollably falling. Stop. At that moment, a streak of light dashed through the air, catching Xiao Yuanzhou. The newcomer was an elderly man with white hair and beard, despite his advanced age. His spiritual pressure was immense, surpassing even that of Wang Heming. Xiao Zhenhong, 976 years old, second elder of the Xiao clan, 9th-tier Saint Emperor at perfection. Upon seeing the unconscious Xiao Yuanzhou, Xiao Zhenhong's eyes blazed with barely contained anger as he glared at Xiao Mu. You have the audacity to injure my Xiao clan's fourth young master. I shall. Before he could finish, an overwhelming spiritual pressure descended upon him. Xiao Zhenhong felt as though his throat was being constricted, sweat pouring down as he struggled to utter a word. What do you intend to do? Feng Wanyan, stepping gracefully through a cascade of vibrant light, arrived before Xiao Mu and Huang Shi. He confronted Xiao Zhenhong, releasing his oppressive aura as he coldly stated, Xiao Mu is my Phoenix Imperial clan's son-in-law. Let us see if you dare to harm even a hair on him. Though Xiao Zhenhong was on the verge of breaking into the Saint Emperor realm, he simply could not withstand the pressure from a powerhouse like Feng Wanyan. His face grew pale, and he trembled uncontrollably, nearly collapsing. Father, Huang Shi chuckled. Son-in-law, I greet you, esteemed father-in-law, Xiao Mu said, bowing respectfully. It must be said, the entrance of this father-in-law was indeed quite impressive, effortlessly subduing the elder of the Xiao clan with a single phrase, earning Xiao Mu's admiration for the prowess of a Saint Emperor. Feng Wanyan affectionately ruffled Huang Shi's hair before casting a neutral glance at Xiao Mu, giving a subtle acknowledgement. Little Nine, you and your siblings should go to the Imperial Palace and find your mother. I shall handle these two. Understood, father. We shall take our leave first. Chapter 36. A triumvirate of supreme beings. Moments later, Xiao Mu and Huang Shi descended outside the Phoenix Imperial Palace. From a distance, the palace appeared grand and opulent. And up close, it was even more magnificent, with the jade-paved ground exuding an air of extravagance. At this moment, Jiang Ting had personally led the clan members to greet them. A throng approached, encircling Xiao Mu and Huang Shi. Some offered greetings, others scrutinized Xiao Mu with keen eyes, while a few, displeased with him, subtly released their oppressive aura to gauge his strength. Huang Shi took it upon herself to introduce Xiao Mu to everyone. Despite his best efforts, Xiao Mu found it impossible to remember the names of so many people. The Phoenix Imperial clan was exceedingly prosperous, with Huang Shi having no fewer than 8 brothers. The number of uncles, cousins, and extended family members exceeded 100, and merely exchanging pleasantries consumed considerable time. It was Jiang Ting who intervened, saying, You have all met the new son-in-law. Do not overwhelm him. You may converse more during the evening banquet. Huang Shi, Xiao Mu, please follow me. Xiao Mu felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and hurriedly followed Jiang Ting into the palace. Shortly thereafter, she led them to a spacious and brightly lit study. Mother, why has that annoying fellow Xiao Yuanzhou come again? Huang Shi inquired. He has come for you. Jiang Ting replied. Upon hearing the news of your marriage, he brazenly brought the elders of the Xiao family to the Phoenix Valley to confront us. Your father, not wishing to provoke the Xiao family, dismissed them without much engagement. Who would have thought that Xiao Yuanzhou would hide in the Phoenix Valley, waiting for your appearance? Jiang Ting shook her head and continued. I once thought highly of Xiao Yuanzhou's appearance, but I now see him as violent and narrow-minded. Fortunately, your father did not agree to the marriage proposal from the Xiao family back then. It seems he has done a good deed after all. Father's foolishness has inadvertently benefited us, Huang Shi chuckled. Who says I am foolish? Feng Wanyan suddenly appeared in the study, glaring at Huang Shi with irritation. Huang Shi cheekily stuck out her tongue. What did you do with those two from the Xiao family? Jiang Ting asked. I merely warned them and let them go. What else could I do? The Xiao family's strength is not inferior to ours. Although Xiao Yuanzhou lacks character, he is still a favored protege of the Xiao family. If he were to perish in the Phoenix Valley, Xiao Zhenghao would not let it slide, Huang Shi replied. Xiao Mu felt a pang of regret upon hearing this. Allowing a tiger to return to the mountain could lead to future troubles. Xiao Yuanzhou would undoubtedly harbor resentment against him and potentially retaliate against the Zhao family. He glanced helplessly at Huang Shi. Is it any wonder they say beauty brings calamity? With a stunning wife, even if she doesn't stir up trouble, flies will still come to her door. However, Xiao Mu did not dwell on Xiao Yuanzhou. The Zhao family of today was no longer the same as before. Unless the entire Xiao family rallied against them, a single Xiao Yuanzhou posed no threat. My lady, be truthful with me. How many more flies like Xiao Yuanzhou are there? Xiao Mu inquired quietly. Huang Shi laughed. There should be none left. Aside from Xiao Yuanzhou, I have already subdued the others. They dare not appear before me again. That made sense, considering Huang Shi's temperament. She could not remain at ease without engaging in combat, and she typically resolved matters herself. After some idle chatter, Xiao Mu stepped forward and presented a brocade box to Feng Wanyan and Jiang Ting. Esteemed father-in-law and mother-in-law, this is a small token of my appreciation. Upon seeing the inner elixir of the 9-winged thunder phoenix inside the box, Feng Wanyan was somewhat taken aback. This elixir is quite valuable and highly beneficial to our phoenix bloodline. You have indeed shown thoughtfulness. Feng Wanyan accepted the brocade box and handed it to his wife for safekeeping. Jiang Ting added, since you are here, you should stay in the Phoenix Valley for a few days. Huang Shi, Take Xiao Mu around, but do not stray too far. I have prepared a family banquet for him this evening, and the clan members wish to meet the new son-in-law. You must arrive early to prepare. Understood, mother. We shall take our leave now. Huang Shi, unfazed by formalities, took Xiao Mu's hand and headed for the door. Just as they reached the entrance, Huang Shi suddenly seemed to remember something and turned back, saying, "Oh, I have wonderful news to share with father and mother." Feng Wanyan felt a jolt of anxiety. Could it be that she was already pregnant? Is there good news? Jiang Ting asked, intrigued. Well, it could be considered good news, Huang Shi replied, channeling her spiritual energy to emanate a sacred aura, grinning widely. My husband has helped me elevate my nirvana sacred body to the supreme sacred body. After dropping this earth-shattering revelation, Huang Shi did not linger, tugging Xiao Mu along as they dashed away. She wanted to shock her parents thoroughly. In the study, a profound silence enveloped the room. Feng Wanyan's pupils quivered as he struggled to swallow. My dear, did you hear what little Jiu just said? You did not mishear. Huang Shi has indeed ascended to the supreme sacred body, Jiang Ting replied, her tone slightly trembling despite her apparent calm. Both understood fully what the supreme sacred body signified. Initially, Jiang Ting had hoped that with Huang Shi and Xiao Mu's exceptional talents coming together, they might have a chance of bearing a naturally gifted supreme sacred body child. Little did she anticipate that Huang Shi would achieve this milestone first. The Phoenix Imperial clan had a legacy spanning millennia without a single supreme sacred body emerging. Could this unprecedented event truly occur today, without warning? Ha ha ha, truly worthy of little Jiu. Truly my daughter, Feng Wanyan's child, a supreme sacred body, perhaps in the future. Little Jiu could lead our Phoenix Imperial clan into a new era of glory. Feng Wanyan could not help but roar with laughter. Jiang Ting interjected. I never doubted Huang Shi's talent, but do not overlook what she just said. She mentioned that Xiao Mu helped her ascend to the supreme sacred body. Do you comprehend what that implies? Feng Wanyan's heart jolted. Xiao Mu possesses means to enhance the physical quality of others? This is unheard of. Now I am 100% certain Xiao Mu and his esteemed wife, Su Tranqian, must also possess supreme sacred bodies. Does this not mean that the Zhao family now boasts 3 supreme sacred bodies? Feng Wanyan felt breathless. The idea of a family having 3 supreme sacred bodies was utterly inconceivable. Such an astonishing occurrence had likely never been recorded in the history of the southern wilderness. Jiang Ting suddenly laughed. My dear, do you still oppose Huang Shi marrying Xiao Mu? Feng Wanyan's expression stiffened as he hurried to stand behind Jiang Ting, kneading her shoulders and back, ingratiatingly saying, Madam possesses extraordinary insight and discernment. Henceforth, in matters of significant family decisions, I shall adhere to your every word without question. Jiang Ting nodded in satisfaction. Now that sounds appropriate. Put in some effort. Have you not eaten today? Very well. Chapter 37. The runaway divine Phoenix Empress Huang, she first took Xiao Mu on a tour of the Phoenix Imperial Palace, followed by a visit to various locations within the Phoenix Valley. The brief excursion concluded in less than half an hour. Subsequently, Huang Shi grasped Xiao Mu's hand and soared out of the Phoenix Valley, heading northward. Where are we going? Xiao Mu inquired with curiosity. Just follow me. Huang Shi replied mysteriously, prompting Xiao Mu to refrain from further questioning. After flying for approximately 100 miles, they arrived at a fog-enshrouded canyon. The deeper they ventured into the gorge, the denser the mist became, seemingly concealing various magical formations and prohibitions. Even Huang Shi treaded cautiously, wary of making a misstep. However, through Xiao Mu's supreme divine eye, a clear path materialized before them. Finding Huang Shi's speed insufficient, Xiao Mu swiftly lifted her in his arms and flew along the path revealed by his divine vision. Don't. It's dangerous, Huang Shi exclaimed, startled by Xiao Mu's sudden action. Instinctively, she covered her eyes, yet the anticipated peril never manifested. In the blink of an eye, they had traversed the misty magical formations and reached the innermost part of the canyon. Scanning the surroundings, Xiao Mu beheld a spatial rift before him, revealing the entrance to a paradise hidden from view. Eh? Why is everything fine? Huang Shi asked in astonishment, gazing at Xiao Mu in disbelief. How did you manage that? Such a trivial magical formation, I could see through it with a mere glance. There was no challenge, Xiao Mu replied nonchalantly. Huang Shi looked at him with admiration, realizing that her husband constantly brought her surprises. Now, can you tell me what makes this place so special? Xiao Mu inquired. Don't be impatient, come with me. I assure you, you won't be disappointed, Huang Shi said, taking Xiao Mu's hand and leading him through the spatial rift into the paradise. Inside, clouds of auspiciousness gathered, and the atmosphere was warm and inviting. The landscape was breathtaking, adorned with resplendent treasures, and countless ethereal creatures wandered about, resembling a celestial realm descended to earth. Xiao Mu was utterly awestruck by the scene before him. This is indeed a true paradise, he exclaimed. Is this an imperial-level paradise? Huang Shi nodded. Indeed. But even my father is unaware of this place's existence. It has only appeared in the past 3 to 4 years, and I am the sole person aware of it. Xiao Mu furrowed his brow. What do you mean? The emergence of an imperial-level paradise would undoubtedly trigger strong spatial tremors. How could it go unnoticed? Given its proximity to the Phoenix Valley, I will take you to meet someone, Huang Shi teased, pulling Xiao Mu across a sea of flowers towards the heart of the paradise. As Xiao Mu focused his gaze, he noticed a beautifully crafted wooden pavilion situated beside a crystal-clear lake. Is someone living here? His curiosity heightened as he followed Huang Shi to the pavilion. Huang Shi called out, Sister GZ, are you there? "Little girl, where have you been these past few days?" Came a voice as sweet as spring water. The wooden door of the pavilion opened, revealing a woman clad in a flowing purple gown, her beauty as if she had stepped from a painting. Xiao Mu paused for a moment, instinctively using his supreme divine eye on her. GZ, age 33, currently at the pinnacle of the Saint Emperor realm. Fully realized in the Divine Emperor realm at the 6th level, hailing from the upper realm's holy domain, Divine Phoenix Nation. She inherited the title of Empress 5 years ago but left home due to dissatisfaction with court intrigues and has since concealed herself in the lower realm. Xiao Mu was nearly taken aback by this revelation. The Divine Phoenix Empress from the upper realm. That was indeed a formidable identity. Huangxi excitedly rushed forward and hugged the purple-clad woman, nuzzling against her. "Sister GZ, I missed you so much. Let me introduce you to my husband, Xiao Mu." The purple-clad woman was taken aback. "Little girl, you got married after just a few days?" Huangxi giggled. "I lost a sparring match against him and intended to take him as my master, but somehow we ended up as a couple. You are quite reckless," GZ said with an exasperated expression. Suddenly, she sensed something amiss and exclaimed, "You've advanced to the Supreme Saint Body?" "Yes. My husband gifted me a Saint Body advancement pill," Huangxi replied. GZ's gaze then fell upon Xiao Mu, scrutinizing him with renewed interest. "Strange. Why can't I see through him?" she mused, slightly taken aback. Although her strength had diminished to the pinnacle of the Saint Emperor realm due to the influence of the lower realm's rules, it was unusual for her not to discern the cultivation level of a young man. The little girl's husband is quite intriguing. In that moment of eye contact, Xiao Mu felt a slight tremor in his heart. "System, I genuinely like this one." Ding. The host's strength is significantly inferior. A new task for marriage cannot be issued at this time. Xiao Mu was left speechless. "System, are you functioning properly? I haven't even flinched, and you're already backing down? Aren't you the supreme husband, system? If so, how can you retreat just because the opponent is powerful?" Seemingly sensing Xiao Mu's doubts, the indignant system promptly responded. Ding. Issuing a marriage task. Marry GZ. Rewards include a choice of divine-level martial arts and a complete set of artifacts. Note, due to the high difficulty of this task, there is no time limit. The host can first enhance GZ's favorability. For every 10 points of favorability raised, an additional random reward will be granted. The system is quite perceptive, Xiao Mu thought, invigorated. Besides the marriage rewards, there were additional incentives for enhancing favorability. "Sister GZ, here I come." Xiao Mu smiled as he stepped forward, respectfully bowing to GZ. Xiao Mu pays his respects to Sister GZ. GZ frowned slightly, although Xiao Mu appeared composed. She sensed something was off about his gaze. Her intuition was always sharp. While she didn't know what Xiao Mu was thinking, she could tell he harbored ulterior motives. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't entertain you too," she said, turning away. In a few steps, her figure dissipated like a mirage, vanishing without a trace. How strange. Why does Sister GZ seem unhappy? Huangxi pondered aloud, shaking her head. But her personality has always been somewhat reclusive. She probably blames me for bringing a stranger without informing her. Xiao Mu was somewhat taken aback. It seemed that winning over Sister GZ would be quite challenging. However, there was no rush, as this task had no time limit, and opportunities would abound in the future. The two meandered through the paradise for a while before departing. Huangxi then guided Xiao Mu around the outskirts of the Phoenix Valley, and when the time was right, they returned to the Phoenix Imperial Palace to prepare for the evening banquet. The event was even livelier than Xiao Mu had anticipated. With nearly all the high-ranking members and core families of the Phoenix Imperial clan present, the banquet was lavishly organized, ensuring Xiao Mu's honor was upheld. Amidst a harmonious and joyous atmosphere, everyone bestowed sincere blessings upon Xiao Mu and Huangxi. Some elders even prepared gifts for their meeting, allowing Xiao Mu to indulge and reap substantial rewards. In the following 2 days, the Phoenix Imperial clan extended extraordinary privileges to Xiao Mu, treating him not merely as a new son-in-law but more like an esteemed patriarch of the clan. Xiao Mu understood well that this was Feng Wanyan's way of expressing gratitude. Huangxi's ascension to the Supreme Saint Body brought immeasurable benefits to the Phoenix Imperial clan, and Feng Wanyan, being a person of status, could not openly voice his appreciation but chose to demonstrate it through tangible actions. Days later, Xiao Mu returned home. "Mother, father, I am back. I will visit you often when I have the time. Once the teleportation array is completed, you must come to see your daughter." Standing upon a brand new royal-grade flying artifact, Huangxi reluctantly waved goodbye to Feng Wanyan and Jiang Ting. Chapter 38. Huangxi is pregnant. Half a month had passed since their return to the Zhao family. Xiao Mu spent his days in a leisurely manner. Yet his cultivation continued to surge remarkably. Ding. Su Qianqian broke through to the 7th level of the Holy Spirit realm, and the host received a tenfold cultivation feedback, breaking through to the 3rd level of the Holy King realm. Ding. Huangxi broke through to the 9th level of the Holy King realm, and the host received a 6-fold cultivation feedback, advancing to the 4th level of the Holy King realm. Early in the morning, Xiao Mu was greeted by the melodious sound of 2 system notifications. It seemed that both his wives had diligently cultivated throughout the night, while his spouses were so industrious. Xiao Mu indulged in leisure, feeling somewhat guilty. Thus, he turned over and resumed his repose. He woke up at noon, stretched lazily, and noticed the rain outside. Deciding against going out, he instructed a maid to bring him lunch. Just after finishing his meal, Xiao Mu suddenly heard cheers coming from the direction of the training ground. Curiosity piqued. He went to take a look and discovered 3 flying vessels slowly descending, with Zhao Li and a number of elders landing gracefully. The ships were laden with a mountain of treasures and spiritual essence. "Father, where did you plunder these from?" Xiao Mu inquired with intrigue. Zhao Li, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, "After 2 days of intense battles, we have completely eradicated the robbery transformation sect. All 462 members have been wiped out." Xiao Mu was taken aback. "Wait, you attacked the robbery transformation sect without informing me? I was just thinking of visiting them once the weather cleared." It seemed that while he was oblivious, the Zhao family had already dismantled the sect, making him appear rather unambitious. "Haha, my son, your intentions are commendable, but the robbery transformation sect was no match for us. With the peace show at our side, it was a trivial matter," Zhao Li boasted, showcasing his spiritual pressure. "Father, you have broken through to the Holy Emperor realm?" Zhao Li laughed heartily and nodded. "Thanks to that royal-grade inner elixir, I fortuitously succeeded in my breakthrough a few days ago." Xiao Mu chuckled wryly. Realizing why his father had rushed to annihilate the sect, his father had become rather inflated with pride. However, it was indeed justified. With his own breakthrough to the Holy Emperor realm, a cadre of elite clansmen, and the ability to command a Holy Emperor-level guardian beast, Zhao Li was not inferior to the Zhao family at its peak. The Zhao family was now truly brimming with martial virtue. Since the demise of the ancestral deity, Zhao Li had endured considerable pressure as the family patriarch. Now that he had finally turned the tide, wasn't it natural for him to revel in it? However, a thought struck Xiao Mu. "But the peace show cannot leave the family territory. How did you bring it to assault the robbery transformation sect?" "It was quite simple. We advanced towards the robbery transformation sect, occupying the surrounding areas until we reached their mountain gate. We then deliberately provoked them, drawing their leader and elders out before engaging them within our territory," Zhao Li explained. Xiao Mu couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Father, you truly are cunning." Zhao Li rolled his eyes at Xiao Mu, but he was not angered, laughing instead. The robbery transformation sect possessed some strength, especially their leader, who had reached the half-step Holy Emperor realm and wielded numerous toxins. However, the peace show was far too powerful. It dispatched them effortlessly, and we merely cheered it on throughout the ordeal. "Indeed, we must reward it handsomely," Zhao Li continued. The peace show seemed particularly interested in the toxins from the robbery transformation sect, consuming a significant amount, and is now searching the mountains for any remaining toxins to feast upon. Zhao Li was profoundly impressed by the peace show's capabilities, wondering where Xiao Mu had acquired such a formidable creature. Xiao Mu recalled the underground mine and pulled his father aside to whisper a few words. "Really?" Zhao Li's tone trembled slightly. Xiao Mu did not elaborate further, stating, "It should be fine. After all, the Zhao family's territory is expanding. Once we secure it fully, we can send someone to excavate and ascertain the results." "All right. I will personally lead a team tomorrow. The forest is home to many beasts, and clearing it will take time. If necessary, we can simply set it ablaze. While the timber holds value, it pales in comparison to the potential of a large underground mine." Xiao Mu felt a bead of sweat form. Thankfully, this world did not punish one for setting fires, or his father would have been in serious trouble. "Very well, I shall take my leave now." Just as Xiao Mu turned to go, Zhao Li called him back, handing him a spatial ring. "This contains the spirit stones we confiscated from the robbery transformation sect. There are quite a few. Take them for your cultivation." Xiao Mu accepted the ring without hesitation, peering inside to see a mountain of spirit stones, a grin spreading across his face as he took them back to share with his 2 wives. Upon receiving the spirit stones, both women immediately entered seclusion again. Xiao Mu wished to express his affection, but he was left empty-handed. While their diligent cultivation was commendable, he had been abstaining for several days, feeling rather miserable. Days passed swiftly. Zhao Li returned triumphantly with the clan once more, this time bringing back 5 flying vessels laden with the corpses of beasts, totaling over 1,000. It seemed the Zhao family had indeed claimed the forest. Containing his excitement, Zhao Li approached Xiao Mu, saying, "You were right. There are indeed significant mineral deposits beneath the forest, though they lie quite deep and will require time to fully excavate. Finally, we are close to tasting dragon meat." Xiao Mu swallowed hard, saying, "Father, there may be dangers hidden within those mines. Once we break through, do not rush to send people inside. Notify me first. I wish to inspect it personally." Zhao Li, now fully compliant with Xiao Mu's directives, agreed without hesitation. Xiao Mu also took some beast meat to grill. Having grown bored in recent days, he began honing his culinary skills, preparing several delicious barbecued dishes that his wives praised enthusiastically. It was all part of the preparation for the dragon meat he anticipated. That night, Xiao Mu lay alone in his chamber, engrossed in a book. Just as he was deeply absorbed, Huangshi suddenly entered, climbing onto Xiao Mu without a word. "Husband, I am preparing to enter seclusion to break through to the Holy Emperor realm. This breakthrough will be challenging and may take 10 days to half a month. I fear you will miss me, so tonight, I wish to spend quality time with you. Whatever you desire, I shall comply." "Really?" Xiao Mu's eyes sparkled with delight. Tonight, he could finally indulge. He tossed the book aside, lifting Huangshi and rolling over. It was destined to be a sleepless night. Ding! Through the host's relentless efforts, Huangshi successfully conceived, rewarded with 100 royal-grade spirit stones, 10 king-tier divine weapons, and a special wardrobe containing 100 sets of various professional outfits, 100 pairs of high heels, 100 exquisite accessories, and 1,000 pairs of stockings. Upon the birth of the host's second child, Additional surprises would be bestowed based on their innate talents. At dawn, Xiao Mu felt invigorated. They had finally conceived. It was no easy feat, however. He pondered the nature of the rewards. Chapter 39. Xiao Mu ascends the Tianjiao list. The wardrobe rewarded by the system is truly distinctive. With a spirit of learning, Xiao Mu retrieved the wardrobe from the system's space. It was not large, but upon opening it, a wondrous interior revealed itself, nearly equivalent to a room, filled with an array of garments. Even with his preparations, Xiao Mu felt his face flush. The assortment of high heels and stockings was something he found difficult to gaze upon. Is this system serious? Yet, Xiao Mu soon discerned that these uniforms and stockings were crafted from extraordinary materials. Each piece of clothing reached the level of spiritual-grade treasures, even possessing inherent attributes. Xiao Mu picked up a maid outfit and scrutinized it closely. Lace-trimmed maid ensemble, spiritual-grade treasure. Upon wearing, obedience value 100, endurance value 100. Another set caught his eye, a nurse's outfit. Pure white nurse ensemble, spiritual-grade treasure. Upon wearing, healing power 100, sanctity value 100. Is it not? The system certainly knows how to play its cards. Xiao Mu then examined the high heels and stockings. Black leather heels with red soles, spiritual-grade treasure. Upon wearing, attack speed 100. High-waisted black stockings 15D, spiritual-grade treasure. Upon wearing, allure value 100. Today, Xiao Mu's eyes were open wide. He wondered whether the heels would enhance his lady's attack speed or his own. It warranted a proper test at some point. He glanced back at Huangxi, who had fallen into a deep slumber, and decided against waking her. After storing the wardrobe away, Xiao Mu returned to bed, embracing Huangxi before drifting into sleep himself. The next day, upon awakening, Huangxi had already retreated to her meditation, while Su Qianqian was still immersed in her cultivation. Xiao Mu felt an urge to rouse Su Qianqian to test the effects of the uniforms, yet he restrained himself. The ladies were diligently honing their skills for the sake of their little family. It would be rather frivolous of him to be preoccupied with such trivial matters. After an early lunch, Xiao Mu sought out his father, Zhao Li, presenting the 20 royal-grade weapons and treasures he had acquired the previous night, having obtained 2 imperial-grade pieces. Xiao Mu had no regard for these royal-grade treasures. Had they been imperial-grade, he might have contemplated keeping a few as a collection, but royal-grade was hardly worth his time. Distributing them among the Zhao family members was a more cost-effective choice. Zhao Li, upon examining the treasures Xiao Mu had brought forth, was somewhat surprised yet not overly astonished. He had gradually become accustomed to such occurrences. After accepting the treasures, Zhao Li called out to Xiao Mu, who was about to depart, saying, "Zhao Yuan, the patriarch of the Su family, sent word yesterday, expressing a desire to visit our Zhao family. How do you suggest we respond?" During the last visit to the Su family for a proposal, Su Yuan had not even shown his face, and his haughty demeanor had irked Zhao Li. Now that the Zhao family had risen in strength, it was clear that Su Yuan sought to pay a visit. Zhao Li had no intention of being gracious. However, given that the Su family was an imperial clan, significantly more powerful than the current Zhao family, it would be unwise to turn them away at the door. Zhao Li was therefore troubled by this dilemma and sought Xiao Mu's perspective. Hearing this, Xiao Mu chuckled and replied, "Fortunes ebb and flow. It is now the Su family's turn to seek us out. Let us return the favor. If they wish to come, let them. But I am far too occupied with my myriad responsibilities to meet with him." Zhao Li laughed heartily. "Indeed, I shall be overseeing the mining operations in the coming days. And your mother has been clamoring for a little outing. I shall certainly be unavailable as well." The father and son exchanged smiles and parted ways. As Xiao Mu passed by the training grounds, he noticed a gathering around the wall where someone was painting. Curiosity piqued, he approached the scene. "Young master, you have arrived. Congratulations on ascending to the Tianjiao list of the southern region." The young members of the clan congratulated Xiao Mu enthusiastically. Xiao Mu turned his gaze to the newly released Tianjiao list, where his name boldly appeared, ranking 12th, though not in the top 10. This marked Xiao Mu's inaugural appearance on the list, and debuting at such a high position was a testament to the esteem in which the Wanshi Hall held him. He glanced at the other rankings. Jiang Muyao retained the top spot, while Huang she had dropped to 10th. To his surprise, Su Qianqian claimed the 9th position. This marked her first entry onto the Tianjiao list, and making it into the top 10 was indeed a rarity. Clearly, her deed of subduing the Su family's saintly guardian had significantly boosted her score. Xiao Mu chuckled, not placing much weight on the rankings. While the intelligence capabilities of the Wanshi Hall were formidable, they were not omniscient. If they were aware of Xiao Mu's solitary conquest of the half-step Saint Emperor Wang Heming, his position would undoubtedly have soared even higher. Xiao Mu suddenly inquired, "Are there any other clan members who have ascended the Tianjiao list?" At that moment, a young man with striking features stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Zhao Ming greets the young master. By fortunate chance, I have made it onto the list this year, currently ranked 46th. Xiao Mu's gaze fell upon Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming, aged 24, a direct descendant of the Zhao family, stood at the 5th level of the martial emperor realm, with a purple 9th grade physique. "Well done, continue to excel." Zhao Mu encouraged, patting Zhao Ming on the shoulder and presenting him with a royal grade spirit stone. Zhao Ming stood frozen in astonishment, and the surrounding clan members were equally dumbfounded. "Young master, this is far too precious. I cannot accept." Zhao Ming quickly shook his head. This was a royal grade spirit stone, enough to sustain an ordinary family for a lifetime. "Take it. There is no need for refusal," Xiao Mu reassured him. He addressed the gathered clan members, saying, "For those who contribute to the family, I will periodically hold evaluations and offer rewards, starting at royal-grade spirit stones. For outstanding performances, imperial-grade spirit stones may also be granted." His words ignited cheers among the crowd. Though they had been raised with the understanding that serving the family required no expectation of reward, no one would turn down an abundance of benefits. With tangible rewards in sight, their motivation surged. After bidding farewell to his kin, Xiao Mu returned home, feeling an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. He settled into a lounge chair beneath the great trellis, dozing off. Upon awakening, he found the sky had darkened. A white cloak had been draped over him, and Su Qianqian's graceful figure sat beside him, quietly observing him. Xiao Mu smiled and took her hand. "Why didn't you wake me?" Su Qianqian replied that simply being able to gaze upon her husband filled her with happiness. "Silly girl," Xiao Mu chuckled, retrieving the barbecue grill and bringing out the marinated beast meat, igniting the charcoal to prepare for grilling. "You must eat plenty today. You've been so focused on your cultivation lately that you haven't been eating well, and you've lost weight." Chapter 40. Descending into the mine with Su Qianqian after a satisfying meal, Xiao Mu led Su Qianqian back to their room. "My lady, please take a bath first. I have prepared a few new outfits for you to change into later," Xiao Mu said with a mischievous grin. Noticing Xiao Mu's playful smile, Su Qianqian, though anticipating mischief, obediently nodded in agreement. While she took her time bathing, Xiao Mu retrieved a special wardrobe and began to carefully select an outfit. The array of uniforms dazzled him. But ultimately, he chose a charming, exquisite, form-fitting evening dress in the style of Chanel for Su Qianqian. Each garment in the unique wardrobe was designed to remain hidden from the outside world, crafted with the utmost discretion. This outfit was the most conservative Xiao Mu could find. He believed in a gradual approach, as Su Qianqian was somewhat shy and needed time to acclimate. Hearing movement from the bathroom, Xiao Mu promptly brought the prepared attire inside. "This feels rather peculiar. Will it be too revealing for Qianqian?" she expressed hesitantly. "It's just for me. There's no problem in wearing it," Xiao Mu gently encouraged. "Well, all right then." Before long, Su Qianqian emerged in her new attire. Xiao Mu was instantly captivated, his breath quickening. Aware of his possessive gaze, Su Qianqian's cheeks flushed crimson, making it difficult for her to meet his eyes. "My lady, you are stunning," Xiao Mu exclaimed sincerely, taking her hand and leading her to the bedroom, where he accessorized her with a pair of nude stockings and high heels. "Perfect," he thought, feeling his inner volcano erupt with passion, unable to contain himself any longer. That night was filled with boundless joy. The following day, Su Qianqian lay in bed for an entire day, replenishing her energy. Despite feeling overwhelmed, she found happiness in Xiao Mu's satisfied demeanor. Yet, recalling the previous night's wild escapades made her blush and her heart race. She wondered where her husband had learned such peculiar positions. Days passed swiftly. The head of the Su family, Su Yuan, indeed arrived, accompanied by several high-ranking elders from the Su family, including Su Xyling. They intended to select an auspicious date for Su Xyling's marriage into the Zhao family. However, the visit turned out to be fruitless, as neither Xiaoli nor Negong Qingsu were home. Xiao Mu had instructed Pai Xiao to take him to the mine, leaving only one elder from the Zhao family to receive the Su delegation. Upon learning of Su Yuan's frustration, which he managed to suppress during his visit, he erupted in a fit of rage as soon as he left the Zhao residence, hurling expletives. Additionally, Su Xyling was left behind, choosing to stay at the Zhao household, unconcerned by the scornful remarks from the Zhao family. At the mine, Xiao Mu, upon receiving reports from his family members, chuckled coldly. He had no interest in Su Xyling's thoughts. A woman like her aspiring to join the Zhao family was but a delusion. Breakthrough! Came an excited shout from below the mine. Xiao Mu immediately set aside thoughts of Su Xyling, instructing the miners to seal off the area. He returned to the Zhao family to fetch Su Qianqian, intending to explore the vein together. Xiao Mu was not fearful of any risks, but the sealing array for the dragon's corpse required Su Qianqian's expertise to deactivate. "Young master, young mistress, there seems to be something amiss." A surge of demonic energy is emanating from within the mine, indicating the possible emergence of malevolent spirits, Elder Zhao Qi reported. "That's of no consequence. Just ensure the perimeter is secure," Xiao Mu waved dismissively, exuding calm confidence. With their combined strength, he and Su Qianqian could handle any potential danger. Moreover, they had Pai Xiao for support. "All right, but young master, please prioritize your safety," Zhao Qi conceded, knowing Xiao Mu's abilities. Soon, Xiao Mu and Su Qianqian traversed the tunnel, entering the depths of the mine. "This underground environment is exceedingly complex. Do you remember the way, my lady?" Xiao Mu inquired. Su Qianqian shook her head. "My recollection is a bit hazy, but it's all right. The dragon's corpse is hidden at the core of the mine. We just need to move towards the area with the densest spiritual energy, and we will surely find it." "Indeed," Xiao Mu agreed, waving his hand. "Pai Xiao, lead the way." Pai Xiao lazily glanced at Xiao Mu, but then stepped forward. The mine's internal structure resembled a vast anthill, filled with countless naturally formed tunnels, crevices, and caverns with vertical drops spanning thousands of meters, the depth unfathomable. Fortunately, Xiao Mu could fly. Otherwise, navigating such intricate terrain would have proven immensely arduous. Such an array of ores. Though I cannot identify the types, their spiritual energy indicates they are of considerable quality, Su Qianqian noted. This large mine is a rare sight even on the entire Holy Xian continent. It would take millions, even tens of millions of years to form such a significant deposit. Its value is beyond imagination. If news of this leaks, it will undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of various factions. I suggest we mine discreetly for now. A slower pace is acceptable as long as we remain hidden. The longer we delay, the more advantageous it will be for the Xiao family. My lady's analysis is astute. I shall convey it to my father. Xiao Mu understood the principle of possessing a jewel brings calamity. Although the Xiao family had shed the title of a fallen imperial clan, they were still not formidable enough within the southern region or the entire Holy Xian continent. Not to mention, in the central Holy Land of Zhongzhou, 3 powerful dynasties were rumored to be stronger collectively than all the imperial clans combined. If news of the large mine leaked, it would attract the attention of various forces, whether through overt theft or covert acquisition, something the current Xiao family could not withstand. Until they developed further, maintaining a low profile was the best safeguard. As they continued, the pair arrived at a glittering cavern. The cave walls were adorned with a type of white, round or resembling longan, translucent and lustrous, indicating it was no ordinary material. The sheer quantity was staggering. Within this single cavern, the number of these white ores exceeded 100,000, easily collected. Xiao Mu could gather them all within half a day. He immediately activated his Supreme Divine Eye to inspect the ore. Floating Life Jade, Grade 6 in spiritual rank, the outer layer is composed of a gentle jade-like material, making it an excellent resource for crafting arrays, while the inner jade marrow can be used to brew floating life wine. Such a versatile treasure. And floating life jade was abundant throughout the mine. This was merely the outer region. According to Su Qianqian, the mine's center likely contained imperial grade or essences. Xiao Mu exclaimed in delight, unable to resist embracing Su Qianqian and showering her with kisses. My lady, you truly are my lucky star. Chapter 41. Exploded. 10,000-fold returns with a swift motion. Another beast fell victim to the claws of the Pixiu. Xiao Mu's heavenly sword remained relentless, cleaving through the immobilized beasts as if they were mere vegetables. As the last beast succumbed, a temporary silence enveloped the mine. Xiao Mu furrowed his brow. Since delving deeper into the vein, they had faced several waves of beastly assaults. Although these creatures were not particularly formidable, their sheer numbers had resulted in the slaughter of over 100 within such a short span. If they ventured further, who knew how many more would emerge? Could it be that a den of beasts lay hidden in the depths of this mine? It seems that a seal has weakened, causing the dragon's aura to leak and attract these fiends, Su Qianqian remarked. Not to worry, the corpses of these beasts hold value. The more we slay, the greater our profit, Xiao Mu replied with a smile, collecting the carcasses into his storage ring as they pressed on deeper into the mine. After half an hour, the duo finally reached the central area of the vein. The Pixiu, their primary combat force, had already gorged itself, having devoured countless beasts. We're close. The dragon's corpse should be sealed within the cave ahead. We should be able to see it once we ascend. Su Qianqian pointed to an entrance above. Without hesitation, Xiao Mu took his wife's arm and soared upwards. Upon landing, an overwhelming aura of malevolence assaulted them. Peering into the cave, they discovered a congregation of over a dozen beasts, each far more powerful than the minor foes they had faced earlier. Each beast had reached the realm of the sacred emperor, with 2 radiating energies that approached the sacred sovereign level. Suspended in midair, the beast loomed over a pitch-black pool, from which wisps of dragon aura continuously ascended, only to be snatched away by the creatures. It seems that time has eroded the landscape. The dragon's corpse is entirely submerged, and these beasts have tainted the waters, causing the seal to weaken and the dragon aura to leak. They are seizing the opportunity to absorb the aura and enhance their cultivation, Su Qianqian lamented. The dragon's corpse may have been tainted, significantly diminishing its value. Pixiu, let's charge. Xiao Mu bellowed, launching into the cave with fervor, unleashing 3 bolts of divine thunder upon the mightiest 3 beasts. Pixiu moved with lightning speed, immediately pouncing on a half-step sacred sovereign beast, delivering a vicious bite to its neck and swiftly dispatching it. Xiao Mu's domain of immortals and demons was already activated, having chosen Pixiu as his ally. With the enhancement of the domain, Pixiu's combat prowess doubled, nearly reaching the 2nd tier of the sacred sovereign realm. Even against a 1st-tier sacred sovereign beast, victory was assured, let alone against those that had yet to break through. Meanwhile, Su Qianqian summoned the Great Hand of Heaven, suppressing all the beasts and rendering them temporarily immobile. Xiao Mu and Pixiu wreaked havoc, swiftly exterminating all 13 sacred emperor beasts present. Their coordination was impeccable. The beasts had no chance to retaliate, and fell within a minute. Xiao Mu gifted a beast's corpse to Pixiu and stored the rest in his ring. This bounty of beastly remains represented a substantial profit. Next, Xiao Mu cleaved a fissure in the cave, diverting the murky water. Soon, the waters cleared, revealing the dragon's corpse beneath. The corpse coiled in a mass, over 1,000 meters long, with a girth of 20 meters. Though it had perished millennia ago, the seal had preserved it, its scales glimmering faintly, presenting a majestic sight. This was a genuine dragon. In the sacred Su continent, dragons reign supreme among all beasts. Unlike the phoenixes that have begun to assimilate with humanity, dragons disdain transforming into human form, maintaining a high purity of bloodline. They are known for their ferocity and greed, earning a fearsome reputation. However, it is crucial to note that the dragons of the sacred Su continent are not the purest of their kind. They are 3-clawed dragons, or more accurately, flood dragons. Above them are the 4-clawed python dragons, and beyond that, the true 5-clawed divine dragons. Yet, legends state that the latter two reside in the higher realms, rarely encountered in the lower realms. My husband, may I borrow your sword? Su Qianqian suddenly asked. Xiao Mu handed over the heavenly sword. Su Qianqian took the sword and flew out, excavating several stone tablets around the dragon's corpse and inscribing them with runes. Before long, the aura of the seal began to weaken significantly until it vanished completely. After breaking the seal, Su Qianqian swiftly approached the dragon's corpse, locating the heart and thrusting the sword beneath the scales with a twist, extracting a demon core the size of a watermelon. Fortunately, the pollution has yet to erode the dragon's essence. The impact is minimal. Returning to Xiao Mu, she returned the sword. My husband, this dragon's inner core must be refined immediately, otherwise, its power will dissipate over time. I shall meditate here for 2 days, and I implore you to guard me against any interruptions from malevolent entities. Xiao Mu nodded earnestly. Of course, my wife, focus on your cultivation. As he spoke, a sudden realization struck Xiao Mu. It had been nearly a month since he had last invested in Su Qianqian. Did this mean another opportunity for investment had arisen? Please wait, my dear. I shall require the inner core for a moment. Although puzzled, Su Qianqian handed him the core. Xiao Mu inspected it with his supreme divine eye. 4th tier flood dragon inner core, spiritual value 77, depleting, attributes of water and wood. All is well, my wife. You may continue your cultivation. Xiao Mu returned the inner core to Su Qianqian. In truth, Xiao Mu was merely testing to see if he could exploit a loophole in the system, harboring little expectation. After all, the intelligence regarding the dragon's corpse had been provided by Su Qianqian, and she had excavated the inner core herself. Logically, it belonged to her. System notification. You have invested in your beloved wife with a 4th tier sacred sovereign flood dragon inner core, triggering a 10,000-fold return. You have obtained a random 5-clawed dragon egg. The dragon egg is being drawn. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Starburst Divine Dragon Egg. Starburst Divine Dragon Egg, spiritual value 1927. To successfully hatch, raise the spiritual value to 2000. The Starburst Divine Dragon undergoes 3 growth stages: juvenile, growth, and fully grown. The fully grown Starburst Divine Dragon possesses the battle prowess of a divine emperor. Astounding. Xiao Mu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the system would acknowledge this investment, let alone trigger a 10,000-fold return. The return probability when investing in his beloved wife was not fixed, and previously, he had only received a 100-fold return. This sudden windfall was beyond Xiao Mu's wildest dreams. Chapter 42. Su Xyling's apology. Once Su Qianqian began her secluded cultivation, Xiao Mu retrieved the dragon egg. The egg was immense, standing half a person tall and weighing several thousand pounds, making it impossible for Xiao Mu to carry alone. Its shell exhibited a celestial hue, dazzling like a gemstone, with its texture and color shifting depending on the angle from which it was viewed, imparting an air of mystery. Xiao Mu found himself increasingly enamored with it. However, to hatch this dragon egg, its spiritual value needed to be enhanced. What precisely this spiritual value entailed remained somewhat elusive to Xiao Mu. His sky-covering sword and Black Emperor's divine armor possessed spiritual values, albeit modest 2-digit figures. The inner core of the earlier dragon also exhibited a spiritual value. Furthermore, within the Zhao family's treasury, there existed a divine forging hammer previously used by the ancestor, which, despite being a royal-grade divine weapon, had also possessed a spiritual value that was now depleted, rendering it dormant. Xiao Mu speculated that the spiritual value might be a special state of energy. The higher the spiritual value, the more formidable the item. Hence, the worth of this dragon egg was likely beyond imagination. To hatch it, a staggering 2,000 spiritual values were required, and once the hatchling emerged, its spiritual value would undoubtedly surpass that. It was conceivable that during its juvenile phase, the little starburst dragon could attain the strength of a holy emperor. Yet, how could one enhance the dragon egg's spiritual value? Xiao Mu found himself at a loss, devoid of any direction. He could only return the dragon egg to the system space and resolve to gather further intelligence regarding spiritual values later. Subsequently, Xiao Mu wielded the sky-covering sword to begin dissecting the dragon carcass. With the seal lifted, the carcass was no longer under protective enchantments and would slowly decay. Time was of the essence to cut and preserve the dragon's remains to ensure the value of its flesh. Although it was merely a flood dragon, every part of its body was a treasure. Dragon scales, horns, whiskers, and claws, each component served as valuable materials for crafting and alchemy. The dragon's flesh and blood were particularly nourishing. Xiao Mu worked tirelessly, sparing not a moment's delay. After 2 full days of labor, he finally finished dissecting the colossal dragon, which measured 1,000 meters in length. He did not neglect the remaining complete dragon skeleton, severing it and storing it within his spatial ring. To accommodate the entire dragon, Xiao Mu exhausted the storage capacity of several spatial rings, barely managing to fit it all. Empty spatial rings could be stacked, and Xiao Mu always kept many on hand. However, once a spatial ring had been used, its properties changed, preventing further stacking. They could only be worn. Xiao Mu's hands were now adorned with numerous spatial rings, even fashioning a bracelet from them, giving off a somewhat ostentatious vibe. He resolved to acquire at least a royal-grade spatial ring, for the storage capacity of these spiritual-grade ones was simply inadequate. After waiting for half a day, Xiao Mu seized the opportunity to search the surroundings and discovered at least 3 types of imperial grade or materials. Among them was the primary material for crafting spatial rings. This Shumi stone, with some of it even of imperial quality. What a stroke of luck. Once Xiao Mu acquired imperial-level forging techniques, he could forge his own imperial-grade spatial rings. He promptly collected every last piece of Shumi stone. Just as he was busy, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Su Qianqian has broken through to the first level of the Holy King realm. The host receives a tenfold cultivation feedback. Breaking through to the 7th level of the Holy King realm. Elated by the surge of power, Xiao Mu felt a wave of joy. It seemed the effects of the dragon's inner core were remarkable. In just 2 days of seclusion, Su Qianqian had directly ascended to the Holy King realm. In a few days, Huangshi might also break through to the Holy Emperor realm. Perhaps Xiao Mu could ascend alongside her. Though accustomed to this feeling of effortless triumph, he could not deny how exhilarating it was. Upon returning to the cave, Xiao Mu found Su Qianqian had awoken. He immediately approached her. Congratulations, my lady, on your breakthrough. Su Qianqian smiled radiantly. Thank you, my husband, for guarding me. Without your protection, I would not have achieved this breakthrough so smoothly. It was my duty. Just as Xiao Mu finished speaking, he noticed the nearby Pixiu emitting a strange grunt, casting a disdainful glance at him, as if to say, what protection? I alone dealt with all the beastly creatures that emerged these past 2 days. In a playful gesture, Xiao Mu tossed a piece of dragon meat towards the Pixiu, which immediately beamed with delight, scurrying off to indulge in its feast. After a brief respite, the duo set off to leave the cave. However, they did not depart the mine just yet. Instead, they continued to roam within, exterminating the lurking beasts. With those creatures residing nearby, it would pose risks for the Zhao family's miners, and it was imperative to eliminate all potential threats beforehand. Thus, they toiled diligently for an entire day. After a day had passed, Xiao Mu and Su Qianqian finally exited the mine. Upon entry, the outside had been barren, yet now, the mine entrance had transformed dramatically, with numerous houses constructed and a massive smelting platform erected, featuring over a dozen enormous furnaces, all meticulously arranged. Zhao Li and Nangang Qinxue were supervising the workers, urging the Zhao family members to expedite the construction. Father, I have thoroughly explored the mine, and all the beasts have been eradicated. We can now send workers down to commence mining operations. Zhao Li's face lit up with joy. Excellent. Mu'er, we owe you a great deal this time. Xiao Mu chuckled and pulled Zhao Li aside, handing him several spatial rings. Inside were not only a multitude of beast carcasses, but also dragon meat and spiritual treasures from the flood dragon. What is this? Zhao Li gasped in astonishment. Though he had never seen a dragon, he could discern from the scales and horns what it was. There was a dragon corpse in the mine, remarkably preserved, which I dissected. This dragon meat can be distributed as rewards to the clan members. Such nourishing items will significantly enhance their cultivation. The other spiritual treasures can be used to forge divine weapons and artifacts. You may handle it as you see fit, Father. Zhao Li was momentarily speechless, regaining his composure after a while. He took a deep breath and nodded. These items will greatly benefit the Zhao family. Mu'er, you have rendered a tremendous service once again. Have you ever considered succeeding my position as clan leader? Ahem, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Xiao Mu did not wait for Zhao Li to persuade him further, and, along with Su Qianqian, had the Pixiu transport them back to the Zhao family ancestral home. Coincidentally, upon returning to the ancestral home, Xiao Mu and Su Qianqian encountered Su Xyling approaching them. Su Xyling had been residing in the Zhao family for several days, wandering about without a care, completely disregarding her status as an outsider. Upon seeing Xiao Mu, her face brightened, and she rushed over. Xiao Mu, Sister Qianqian. How are you both? Xiao Mu furrowed his brows. Su Xyling, how can you be so shameless? Su Xyling displayed a moment of embarrassment, quickly vanishing. And she was not the least bit angry, continuing to smile cheerfully. Xiao Mu, don't be so distant. Although we never became husband and wife, you are now my brother-in-law. Are you not? We are all family. There are no grievances that cannot be resolved. If necessary, I will apologize and make amends. I would even kneel before you to seek your forgiveness without hesitation. This woman, in a sense, is rather formidable. Chapter 43. Simultaneously breaking through to the sacred emperor realm, then you shall kneel. Xiao Mu chuckled, taking Su Qianqian's hand and departing. Su Xyling did not pursue them any further with her incessant nagging. Instead, she genuinely knelt down. The moment she did so, she drew the attention of numerous Zhao family disciples, yet she felt no shame. On the contrary, she displayed a remarkably sincere expression, as if she were truly acknowledging her mistakes. Upon returning to their residence, Xiao Mu inquired, My dear, you know Su Xyling better than I do. What could her intentions be in doing this? Su Qianqian pondered for a moment before responding. Based on my understanding of her, she is relentless in her pursuits. No matter how sincere she pretends to be on the surface, her true motives must extend beyond merely seeking forgiveness from the Zhao family. With a chuckle, she added, What is this? Are you feeling sympathy for her? Not at all. Xiao Mu shook his head. I merely find her the type who will be quite troublesome. Entanglement with her would surely be a hassle. I am contemplating whether to knock her unconscious and send her back to the Su family. It would be futile. Until Su Xyling achieves her goals, she will not relent. Even if you force her back to the Su family, she will find a way to return to the Zhao family. Even if you bar her from entering, she will steadfastly wait at the doorstep. Xiao Mu sighed in resignation. Let her be for now. Once Huangshi emerges from her seclusion, she can deal with it. Huangshi's words should hold some sway over Su Xyling. No longer dwelling on Su Xyling, Xiao Mu embraced Su Qianqian with a grin. Tonight, my dear, you need not cultivate. I have a new outfit for you. Try it on for me. He retrieved a form-fitting leather dress inspired by a queen from the wardrobe and handed it to Su Chanqian. Su Chanqian was at a loss for words, unsure where her husband had procured such peculiar garments. However, if it pleased him, she would don it for his viewing. Shortly thereafter, she emerged in the new attire. Xiao Mu swallowed hard. Darling, channel your inner empress of the sky. Be a bit colder, more commanding. Is this how you want it? Su Chanqian's gaze sharpened, her demeanor transforming dramatically, resembling a rare and noble flower, exuding an unparalleled elegance. Xiao Mu felt a thrill in his heart. It seemed Su Chanqian had awakened a significant portion of the Empress of the Sky's memories. The shift in her aura was not mere imitation but rather an innate quality. Yet, when in Xiao Mu's presence, she always presented herself as a delicate woman, which prevented him from noticing this transformation. Yes, that is the feeling. This is precisely right. Xiao Mu could hardly contain his excitement. However, Su Chanqian frowned. Presumptuous. Who permitted your filthy hands to touch this Empress? Xiao Mu instinctively flinched, glancing at Su Chanqian in bewilderment. Could it be that the personality of the Empress of the Sky had overtaken her? But in the next moment, he heard her command in a domineering tone. Lie still and do not move. Tonight, I shall bestow my favor upon my beloved. A Chanqian, have you also turned mischievous? Nevertheless, Xiao Mu complied. Lying down and meekly saying, I hope the Empress will show mercy in the adjacent room. Huangshi suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze filled with disdain. Ugh, these two have become increasingly extravagant in their antics. Days passed swiftly. Huangshi remained in seclusion, while Xyling continued to kneel in the training grounds, becoming a striking spectacle for the Zhao family, attracting numerous onlookers daily. Yet, Xyling paid no mind, remaining as still as a statue. It must be said, Xyling had remarkable perseverance. However, Xiao Mu held no compassion for her. He had been preoccupied with researching information regarding the burial site of the ancestor of humanity. This information was sold by the Hall of 10,000 Knowledge, which not only detailed the burial site but also listed the top 10 forbidden areas of the Holy Xian continent. The burial site of the ancestor of humanity ranked 6th among these forbidden places, recognized as the most perilous in the southern region. Essentially, a forbidden area is an open-type cave blessed by nature. During a spatial tremor, if the magnitude is substantial, it can directly cast an ancient space into the realm of reality. The burial site of the ancestor of humanity has existed for 70,000 years. Located atop the fiery sea at the southernmost point of the southern region, a vast island perpetually shrouded in a dense aura of death. According to the information collected by the Hall of 10,000 Knowledge, this burial site originated millions of years ago and is the resting place of one of the 12 ancestral gods of humanity, the Xianyuan Emperor. This emperor single-handedly vanquished numerous supreme beings of other races, liberating humanity from dire straits, thus earning immense merit and being designated as one of the 12 ancestral gods of humanity. However, the information was vague. It did not specify who conferred this honor, nor did it detail the events following the bestowal. It is only known that shortly after the Xianyuan Emperor became an ancestral god, he fell. It was not until a spatial tremor 70,000 years ago that the burial site re-emerged, granting people a chance to glimpse the secrets of that era. Over the course of these 70,000 years, countless powerful human beings have ventured into the burial site, braving dangers to collect clues in an attempt to uncover the cause of the Xianyuan Emperor's demise. However, the peril associated with the burial site exceeds imagination. Even those at the Sacred Emperor realm face a 9 out of 10 chance of death upon entry. Since the burial site reappeared, an innumerable number of human powerhouses have lost their lives within. Years ago, the patriarch of the Zhao family nearly perished inside. Although he survived, he lost his fighting spirit thereafter, ceasing his forging endeavors and prohibiting all clan members from entering the burial site. To this day, the truth of the burial site remains shrouded in mystery, with no reliable information emerging. The cause of the Xianyuan Emperor's death remains an unresolved enigma. Having grasped the relevant information regarding the burial site of humanity, Xiao Mu still felt a lingering trepidation. Fortunately, the system task only required him to enter the burial site and did not mandate an investigation into the Xianyuan Emperor's demise. Xiao Mu merely needed to spend some time within the burial site to reap rewards. As long as he exercised caution, the level of danger was not excessively high. Ding! Your beloved Huang, she has broken through to the Sacred Emperor realm. Congratulations, host, you have received 6-fold cultivation feedback, breaking through to the first level of the Sacred Emperor realm. Suddenly, a melodious system notification resonated in Xiao Mu's mind. He felt a surge of joy. Huangshi had finally made her breakthrough. He too had stepped through the threshold into the Sacred Emperor realm. Feeling the surge of powerful energy within him, Xiao Mu experienced an exhilarating sense of comfort. He immediately sought out Huangshi. Congratulations, my lady, on breaking through to the Sacred Emperor realm. However, Huangshi responded with a direct punch. Husband, I am terrifyingly strong now. Come, let us spar. This time, I will definitely win. Xiao Mu stood firm, grasping Huangshi's delicate fist, preventing her from advancing further. Huangshi's eyes widened in surprise. What overwhelming strength. I have clearly broken through to the Sacred Emperor realm, yet I still feel like I am no match for my husband. Just how strong is he? Practicing together is fine, but if you lose, you must wear this outfit tonight. Xiao Mu chuckled, tossing a rather revealing maid outfit onto Huangshi. Chapter 44. The genius slayer Xiao Mu was delighted to see Huangshi donning her new attire. Though reluctant, Huang Shi acknowledged her defeat was just. She had exerted her utmost strength yet still fell short against Xiao Mu, losing even more swiftly than before. She was convinced that Xiao Mu had been concealing his true abilities. Huang Shi could not help but speculate on the extent of his prowess. Could it be that he had already ascended to the realm of the Holy Emperor? My husband, I suddenly find myself eager to witness your duel with Xiao Mu. Shall I assist in arranging a time? She inquired, nestled in Xiao Mu's lap, her arms wrapped around his neck. Xiao Mu, momentarily taken aback by her words, mused that it was not an unfeasible idea. He too was curious to witness the strength of the foremost talent of the southern domain. Tu Shan Mingdai had been elusive, her whereabouts unknown for the time being. Yet reaching Zhang Muyao would prove to be quite simple. Although the system had granted Xiao Mu 3 years without urgency to take a new wife, he understood the importance of seizing opportunities. Splendid. I shall send a message to the Jiang family at once, Huang Shi exclaimed, hastily retrieving paper and brush to compose a letter to Zhang Muyao. Observing her hastily scribbled handwriting, Xiao Mu chuckled softly. My dear, you truly ought to practice your penmanship. Do not look, she retorted, swiftly turning her head to conceal the letter, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. While she could endure daily training in combat, the thought of reading and writing was an entirely different matter. Soon, she completed the letter, folding the paper into the shape of a kite before releasing it from the window. Done. Once Zhang Muyao reads my letter, she will arrive at the Zhao family within 3 days to challenge you. Just wait, my husband. Xiao Mu had anticipated a visit to the Jiang family, not expecting Zhang Muyao to approach him directly. Did the number 1 on the talent list truly need to challenge others? What did you write in the letter? He inquired with curiosity. I merely informed Zhang Muyao that my husband has taken a liking to her and wishes to take her as a concubine. I suggested she choose an auspicious day to come and present herself to you for your enjoyment, Huang Shi replied. Xiao Mu was left speechless. Ah, my husband, fret not. Just trust my judgment. I know Zhang Mu well. She is quite proud, and it is difficult for anyone to gain an audience with her. Unless provoked, she will not appear. Xiao Mu could only shake his head in amusement, recognizing Huang Shi's mischievous nature. Nevertheless, if this strategy could indeed entice Zhang Muyao to present herself willingly, it would not be without merit. Setting aside these thoughts, Xiao Mu lifted Huang Shi and carried her toward the bedroom. With a determined expression, she resolved to reclaim her honor after her defeat in combat. The following morning, Huang Shi, cocooned within the embrace of phoenix wings, stubbornly refused to emerge. My husband, I surrender. Please, show mercy and spare me. Where has that bravado from last night gone? Xiao Mu chuckled, for the night had ended once again with his decisive victory. In the following days, Huang Shi entered yet another round of secluded training, while Su Qianqian also remained in retreat. Xiao Mu found himself enjoying a leisurely existence, reading, resting, and occasionally visiting the mines. Life was tranquil and unhurried. After several days, Zhang Muyao had yet to make an appearance. Just as Xiao Mu contemplated a visit to the Jiang family, he was suddenly met with disheartening news. Zhao Ming had been assassinated. What audacious individual dares to attack a prodigy of the Zhao family? Fueled by anger, Xiao Mu rushed to the council hall, where Zhao Li and several elders had gathered. Zhao Ming lay on a stretcher, barely clinging to life. Although his flesh remained intact, both arms had been utterly destroyed, leaving him in a pitiful state. Patriarch, you must seek justice for Ming'er, one elder cried, tears streaming down his face. This elder, Zhao Zhua, was Zhao Ming's father. Zhao Ming, his long-awaited son, had achieved the rank of martial emperor in his 20s, ranking 46th on the talent list, with a promising future ahead. Now, however, he had been ambushed, losing both arms. Even if he survived, he would likely never train again. This devastating blow was unbearable for anyone. Zhao Li's brow furrowed in concern. Despite dispatching numerous family members to investigate, not a single lead had materialized regarding the identity of Zhao Ming's assailant. Father, what transpired? With the Pishio guarding our territory, such an ambush should not have been possible, Xiao Mu pressed. The primary purpose of the Pishio is not merely its combat prowess at the Holy Emperor level, but its capacity to protect the family and provide warnings about dangers within our domain, Zhao Li clarified. After Zhao Li's explanation, Xiao Mu learned the specifics. Zhao Ming had been attacked while escorting goods outside the family grounds. According to several other Zhao family members who had accompanied him, the assailants had a clear objective: Zhao Ming himself. After a swift strike, they retreated without harming the other Zhao family members. Had Zhao Ming made enemies previously? Xiao Mu inquired. Zhao Zhua interjected, absolutely not. Zhao Ming is a good-natured lad. He has always remained within the Zhao family. Yesterday was his first journey outside, making it impossible for him to have incurred any grievances. This revelation complicated matters. As the assembly pondered their next steps, Xyling suddenly burst into the council hall. I know. This must be the work of the genius slayer, she declared. Xiao Mu frowned. What are you doing here? Mu'er, let us hear her out, Zhao Li advised. Xyling approached Zhao Ming, observing him closely. This method of extracting bones while leaving the skin intact is familiar to me. Our Su family has also had 2 members who reached the talent list suffer similar attacks. At that time, we could uncover no leads. Eventually, my father offered a substantial reward, and the people from the 10,000 Knowledge Pavilion accepted it. After some investigation, they managed to trace the assassin's whereabouts, but unfortunately, they arrived too late, capturing only a few minions while the true assassin had already escaped. based on the information gleaned from the interrogations. The mastermind behind these attacks appeared to be the newly emerged organization known as the Genius Slayer, which prides itself on hunting down the prodigies of various imperial clans. Many talents from imperial families have fallen victim to their schemes. In my opinion, the Xiao family has also drawn their attention, Xyling concluded. Her words caused the gathered individuals to furrow their brows in concern. Although the Genius Slayer had only recently surfaced, they had gained a notorious reputation throughout the southern domain, with major imperial families regarding them as a significant threat. However, this group was exceedingly cunning, their movements unpredictable. They operated in scattered cells without a fixed base, making it exceedingly difficult to eliminate them entirely. Father, allow me to handle this matter. Those who dare harm my kin must pay a blood price, Xiao Mu declared, rising swiftly to mount his sword and soar out of the council hall. Wait, I shall accompany you. I possess greater knowledge of the Slayers and can provide you with intelligence, Xyling called out, hastening to follow him. Chapter 45. The crisis of the Su family. Xiao Mu cast a glance at Xyling. Despite his irritation towards her, he did not refuse her company. Her long legs belonged to her, and Xiao Mu could not obstruct her. If she wished to accompany him, so be it. However, she should not expect him to intervene should danger arise. With a face full of pride, Xyling declared, although I may not be as formidable as you prodigies, I possess the cultivation of the sacred spirit realm and carry several imperial-grade divine weapons with me. Ordinary individuals cannot easily approach. Xiao Mu, uninterested, summoned his Pixiu and instructed it to take him to the northernmost territory of the Xiao family, where Zhao Ming had met his demise along the northward post road. In a moment, as the space around him distorted, Xiao Mu found himself in the verdant northern reaches of the Zhao estate. This area, a picturesque water town nestled amidst lush mountains, housed a modest fishing village. It was the season for harvesting, and hundreds of fishing boats traversed the lake, each trailing long nets while the spirited shouts of fishermen echoed to the shore. Beside the post road, endless fields of rice swayed in the breeze, their golden ears resembling waves of shimmering gold. Xiao Mu was astonished to discover such a fertile land near the Zhao family's border. To his surprise, he noticed that Xyling had also been transported by the Pixiu. She joyfully shed her shoes and dashed into the water, assisting the fishermen in their catch. Xiao Mu shot an irritated glare at the Pixiu. Why did you meddle? The Pixiu feigned ignorance and swiftly disappeared. With a resigned shake of his head, Xiao Mu soared into the air on his sword, continuing northward. Moments later, a soaked Xyling appeared, clutching a large, plump fish. Why are you running so fast? If it weren't for my teleportation talisman, I would have struggled to catch up. This fish looks delicious. It's a gift for you. Without waiting for a response, she tossed the fish to Xiao Mu. Suddenly, a bolt of azure lightning descended from the heavens, striking the fish and rendering it perfectly cooked, releasing an enticing aroma. Seeing the fish about to fall, Xyling swiftly stabbed it with her sword, suspending it in midair. She sampled a piece of the fish and exclaimed with delight, "It tastes exquisite. No seasoning is needed. You should try it." Xiao Mu, unable to tolerate her clinginess any longer, replied with a stern face, Xyling, what is your true intention? Her body stiffened for a moment before her radiant smile returned. If I claim to have no ulterior motives, would you believe me? What do you think? Fine. I shall be candid with you. I wish to request something from you. Taking a deep breath, Xyling continued. You must possess a pill capable of healing shattered true spirits. I implore you to sell me one. Regardless of the conditions you impose, I will not refuse. Xiao Mu furrowed his brow. This request was somewhat unexpected. What need could Xyling have for a pill to restore a true spirit? Could it be that others in the Su family, like Su Tranqian, also suffered from shattered innate true spirits? Did your father send you to ask me? Xiao Mu inquired, his voice steady. Xyling nodded. Suddenly, she knelt before Xiao Mu, pleading earnestly, please. This concerns the survival of our Su family. Only you can help us through this crisis. What do you mean? I cannot divulge the details, but I can tell you that our Su family has provoked a terrifying entity. If we fail to complete the tasks it assigns, our family will face annihilation. As if recalling a dreadful thought, Xyling's expression turned fearful, her body trembling uncontrollably. It appears that the visit from Patriarch Su Yuan to the Zhao family was indeed for this matter? Yes, but my father is too proud to lower himself and plead with the Zhao family. I cannot stand by and watch the Su family face destruction. Xyling inched closer, her eyes filled with desperation and entreaty. Although Xiao Mu felt indifferent towards the Su family, the circumstances seemed unique enough to pique his curiosity. Can you elaborate? Xyling shook her head, falling silent. Your silence complicates matters for me. Her expression revealed hesitation. Glancing around to confirm their solitude, she suddenly pulled down her collar, revealing a long and snowy cleft. Xiao Mu frowned. Even if you attempt to seduce me, it will not work. In a moment of urgency, Xyling gritted her teeth and unfastened her garment, exposing her chest fully before Xiao Mu's eyes. You, what is this? Xiao Mu's gaze widened in shock as he noticed a dark red scar resembling a web-like pattern, located 3 inches below her heart. Rather than a mere scar, it resembled a brand. Instinctively, Xiao Mu activated his supreme divine eye to scrutinize further. Web of Shadows, a totem imbued with cursed power, linked to the life vein, capable of controlling the life and death of the practitioner. Xyling added, I cannot reveal anything about him, otherwise I will perish from the poison immediately. Xiao Mu recognized her sincerity. It seemed the Su family was indeed facing a grave crisis. Can you assist me? Su Xyling asked eagerly. Unfortunately, you have come to the wrong person. I did use a pill to help Su Qianqian restore her true spirit, but that pill is exceedingly precious. And I possess only one. Xiao Mu stated frankly. The Supreme Restoration Pill was an imperial-grade elixir, not easily obtained. Even with his system, such a pill was not something one could simply acquire. Upon hearing this, Su Xyling's expression darkened. She refastened her garment, appearing despondent and lost. I understand now. I will no longer disturb you in the future. Thankfully, Qianqian married in time and was not implicated. With her presence, at least the bloodline of the Su family will not be severed. I suppose that is a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Su Xyling rose, forcing a smile. Let us go and pursue the clues of the assailant. I have a feeling we will catch a big fish today. Xiao Mu said nothing further and continued on his way, flying on his sword. Half an hour later, he arrived at the site where the Zhao family caravan had been ambushed. Though no figures were visible, the cargo carts remained, laden with numerous porcelain and iron goods, dozens of carts in total. While some items could be transported via spatial rings, such bulk goods required traditional caravans for transport. The ambush had occurred at the front of the caravan, where the cart carrying Zhao Ming and others had been violently reduced to rubble. Bloodstains marred the ground, and signs of battle were evident. Xiao Mu activated his supreme divine eye, searching for traces of the assailants. Beyond identifying individuals, the eye could also detect elusive remnants of energy. Any clues would be difficult to escape Xiao Mu's keen perception. Quickly, he honed in on the essence of the attacker. There was but one assailant, a male at the pinnacle of the sacred spirit realm, who practiced a formidable sword technique. While the initial information was scant, having locked onto the essence, Xiao Mu could pursue it further. Though much time had passed, the assailant likely hadn't strayed too far, so there was still a chance to catch up. Soon, Xiao Mu identified the general direction of the assailant's escape, northwest. Without hesitation, he set off in pursuit. Seeing this, Su Xyling hastened to follow closely behind. Chapter 46, Xiao Mu's Ruthless Methods. Haiyan City, a settlement nestled between the Zhao and Su families, exists outside the jurisdiction of any particular power. Initially founded by a group of hunters, it once thrived as a territory teeming with demonic beasts. Over generations, the hunters relentlessly hunted these creatures, gradually diminishing their numbers and establishing a relatively prosperous city-state. Centered around Haiyan City, a scattering of small towns and hundreds of villages surround it, housing a population in the millions who have resided there for generations. At noon, a striking couple appeared within Haiyan City. Rarely do outsiders visit alone, except for passing merchant caravans, and their arrival immediately attracted considerable attention. However, the aura of a sacred spirit realm expert radiating from the young woman quelled many a covetous heart. Within the imperial lineage, the sacred spirit realm might not be viewed as formidable, but in a remote place like Haiyan City, a warrior of this caliber is undoubtedly a powerful force, one not to be trifled with. Are you certain the assailant is within Haiyan City? Su Xyling inquired curiously, having learned some tracking techniques herself but entirely perplexed by Xiao Mu's methods. Silence and observe, Xiao Mu replied coldly, his gaze scanning the city for something. Oh, Su Xyling, feeling somewhat aggrieved, closed her mouth. After all, she was a prodigy of the Su family, ranked 19th on the Southern Domain's prodigy list. Anyone outside her family who spoke to her in such a manner would surely face her ire. Yet, before Xiao Mu, her pride had long been extinguished. I found it. Xiao Mu's gaze settled on an inn. The aura of the assailant who attacked Zhao Ming lingered within. Su Xyling felt a stir in her heart, about to speak, but recalling Xiao Mu's previous words, chose to remain silent. In the next moment, Xiao Mu soared into the air, unleashing a dark sword light that pierced into the inn. Before she could react, a deafening explosion resonated from within, followed by Xiao Mu emerging, a half-conscious man in black clutched in his hand. The onlookers in the street barely had time to gather before Xiao Mu had already flown out of the city with his captive. Su Xyling, covering her mouth in astonishment, hurried to catch up. The efficiency of his actions was astonishing. Outside the city, within an abandoned temple, Kai Jing was thrown to the ground with such force that the tiles shattered beneath him, his bones feeling as if they might dislocate. And he couldn't help but spew a mouthful of old blood. He was utterly bewildered, as the events had transpired too suddenly for his mind to comprehend. It was until the cold glimmer of Xiao Mu's sword hovered at his neck that he heard the boy's icy voice. Kai Jing, 46 years old, peak of the sacred spirit realm, originally a top disciple of Xianyi's sect, later betraying the sect to join the Tiansha sect, becoming a talented assassin. Am I correct? With a gentle swipe of the sword, Xiao Mu sliced into Kai Jing's neck, blood gushing forth. A slight deeper cut would sever his carotid artery. Hearing Xiao Mu's words plunged Kai Jing into a state of icy dread, rendering him motionless. Who are you? At least let me die knowing why. He stammered, his voice trembling. You dare to attack a member of the Zhao family and still question my identity? Xiao Mu snorted coldly, and with a flash of the sword, severed Kai Jing's left arm. The speed was so swift that Kai Jing barely registered the pain before witnessing his own arm flying away. The chilling sword energy instantly sealed his blood vessels, preventing him from dying from blood loss. Cold sweat drenched Kai Jing as he trembled. You are Xiao Mu, the young patriarch of the Zhao family, ranked 12th on the new prodigy list. Realizing this too late, Kai Jing was met with another flash of sword light that severed his right arm. Just then, Su Xyling arrived, panting heavily. Upon entering, She was struck by the gruesome scene before her, her face paling instantly. Although she had encountered combat before, it had always been friendly sparring. She had never faced a true battle of life and death. Xiao Mu's ruthless methods left a profound shock on her tender psyche. Stunned, she stood at the doorway, speechless, feeling as if her stomach were in turmoil, on the verge of retching. What are you dawdling for? Search this fellow's spatial ring and see if Xiao Ming's hand bones are inside, Xiao Mu commanded, glaring at Xyling. Oh, she stuttered, shivering at the command, and hastily approached, suppressing her nausea as she removed the spatial ring from Kai Jing's severed arm and began to search through it. Moments later, she produced a large jar filled with a thick, dark green liquid, within which a complete pair of hand bones were submerged. Xyling's expression brightened. This is a preserving liquid. The bones are still viable. If transplanted in time, there might be a chance for recovery. Store it carefully, Xiao Mu instructed. He then turned his attention back to Kai Jing. You have a choice. Confess everything truthfully and die by my sword, or resist and face a torturous death. Choose your fate. Kai Jing's face turned pale as he gazed at Xiao Mu, as if staring into the eyes of a demon. Though he had encountered merciless foes before, none had matched Xiao Mu's ruthlessness. Faced with certain death, a newfound clarity emerged in Kai Jing's mind. I'll speak. I'll tell you everything. Just grant me a swift death, he hastily confessed, fearing Xiao Mu would change his mind. He divulged all he knew, including the reasons behind his assassination attempt on the Zhao family's prodigy and the purpose of extracting Xiao Ming's bones. He offered every detail without hesitation, leaving nothing concealed. Once finished, Xiao Mu wasted no words and drove his sword through Kai Jing's forehead. As the sword light approached, Kai Jing's expression shifted from fear to relief. With a soft thud, the sword pierced his brow, sending him to his end. Did you hear that? Was it recorded? Xiao Mu approached and tapped Xyling on the forehead. Instinctively, she covered her head, and upon realizing she was no longer Xiao Mu's enemy, she breathed a sigh of relief. She silently vowed never to oppose Xiao Mu, whatever the circumstances. I've noted it down. The Tiansha sect requires the collection of the bones of Southern Domain prodigies for their supreme bone refinement. The bones Kai Jing obtained contain Xiao Ming's true essence. They must be delivered to the Xian Crystal Cave within a month, where an elder of the Tiansha sect will be present to receive them. Do you know where the Xian Crystal Cave is? Xyling nodded. It is one of the 10 renowned caves in the Southern Domain, famous for being beyond the jurisdiction of any imperial family. Warriors from all over the world are qualified to explore it and seize opportunities. Currently, it is one of the most sought-after caves in the Southern Domain, with over 10,000 warriors coming and going daily. It is said that individuals have even obtained imperial-grade divine weapons within. With Kai Jing's demise, the elders of the Tiansha sect would surely receive the news, and tracing the matter would likely be challenging. The Xian Crystal Cave could be left aside for now. Let us return and see if we can reattach Xiao Ming's bones. Xiao Mu concluded, summoning a bolt of divine thunder that obliterated the dilapidated temple into ruins, before departing with Xyling back to the Zhao family. Chapter 47. Su Chanshan's ability to split. Zhao family medical hall. Zhaozhua grasped Xiao Mu's arm, tears streaming down his face, saying, Young patriarch, the immense kindness you've shown me is something I shall never forget. Once Xiao Ming is healed, I shall promptly bring him to express our gratitude to you. The elders speak too seriously. This is my duty. I would extend the same assistance to any other member of the Zhao family. You can rest assured and focus on caring for Xiao Ming. Whatever medicinal herbs are required, ensure he recovers fully, Xiao Mu replied, waving his hand as he departed from the medical hall. Xyling followed closely behind. Xiao Mu, I must return home now. Please convey my regards to Chanshan and Huangxi. I do not know when we might meet again. After bidding farewell, she did not wait for Xiao Mu's response and took to the skies, flying away. Xiao Mu stood in contemplation for a long while. In truth, he did not intend to remain indifferent to the matters concerning the Su family. His motivations were not born from altruism, but rather the understanding that if the Su family fell, it would inevitably affect the Zhao family as well. There existed a crucial cause and effect relationship here. The threat to the Su family's safety was connected to the elixir needed to restore the true spirit. Should the Su family fail to procure the elixir for him, the next target would undoubtedly be the Zhao family, eventually leading them into a predicament akin to that of the Su family. However, he currently found himself powerless to intervene. Not only did he lack the supreme restoration pill, even if he possessed another, he would not relinquish it to Xyling. The need for the elixir arose from injuries sustained by either herself or those close to her. Handing over the supreme restoration pill would be tantamount to bolstering the enemy's strength. If the adversary were to restore their true spirit and grow even more formidable, defeating them would become an insurmountable challenge. Xiao Mu needed to contemplate a more suitable strategy to address this situation. After a moment, he returned to his residence, pondering that he could not tackle this issue alone. Thus, he sought out Su Chanshan, who was currently in seclusion, to disclose the crisis facing the Su family in its entirety. Despite her severed ties with the Su family, blood still coursed through her veins. The fate of the Su family could not be entirely disconnected from her. After listening to Xiao Mu's account, Su Chanshan fell into deep thought. Are you suggesting that the Su family may be under the control of a malevolent entity? Xiao Mu nodded. If my guess is correct, it is likely a spider spirit, but its precise strength remains unknown. However, with 2 holy emperor-level experts guarding the Su family, it is evident that the malevolent entity must possess strength at least equal to that of a holy emperor. Su Chanshan rose and declared, I intend to return to the Su family to investigate this matter. Absolutely not. It is too dangerous for you to go alone. I cannot allow it. Xiao Mu immediately interjected. Although Su Qianqian was the reincarnation of the Celestial Empress, she was not yet the true Celestial Empress. And her cultivation level had only just transcended to the Holy King realm. Sending her to confront a Holy Emperor-level malevolent spirit posed too great a risk. Su Qianqian smiled gently. Do not worry, my husband. I possess a method that guarantees my absolute safety. What do you mean? Please observe closely. This secret technique was just recently mastered. With a playful arch of her brow, Su Qianqian's form suddenly twisted, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of shattering glass. And she split into two, becoming two identical Su Qianqians. This is a technique for splitting oneself? Xiao Mu was taken aback. My wife possesses such abilities? Two Su Qianqians. That could unlock a myriad of new possibilities. But now is not the time to dwell on that. This won't do. Your target is too conspicuous. The malevolent spirit is after the elixir to restore the true spirit, and you have just undergone a restoration yourself. It might mistake you for the elixir and consume you whole. Xiao Mu shook his head. Watch closely, my husband. Su Qianqian's clone shifted once more, morphing into the likeness of another woman. Xiao Mu was astonished. Not only could she split herself, but her clone could also disguise itself as others. The possibilities were indeed boundless. This woman is named Su Chan, a half-sister of mine from the Su family. She was once my closest friend, but ran away from home at the age of 14 and has since vanished. I can assume her identity to return to the Su family without raising any suspicion. That plan seemed plausible. Yet Xiao Mu remained concerned. If this clone were to meet with an unfortunate fate, would it affect your original self? Su Qianqian explained. It depends on the circumstances. If the clone I create possesses equal strength to mine, its demise would indeed harm my true spirit and lead to a significant decline in my cultivation. However, the clone I have created only possesses the cultivation of the qi refining realm and lacks any physical substance. What you see is merely a shell, entirely hollow within. Xiao Mu was intrigued, stepping closer to the clone and poking it twice. The sensation felt indistinguishable from that of a real person. Without employing the supreme divine eye to discern the specific details, he would genuinely struggle to differentiate between the real and the imitation. Rest assured, my husband, utilizing this clone, I can enter the Su family to investigate without any reservations. Although I cannot control its actions from a distance, the clone possesses a degree of intelligence and will act according to my instructions. Very well. Is there anything I can assist you with? Please arrange a flying vessel to transport my clone near the Su family, Su Qianqian requested. Xiao Mu nodded, promptly making the necessary arrangements. Before long, all was prepared, and the clone Su Chan boarded the flying vessel en route to the Su family. Gathering intelligence would take some time. For now, patience was required. Upon returning to his chamber, Xiao Mu embraced Su Qianqian and curiously inquired, this technique of splitting oneself is also a skill of the Celestial Empress, is it not? What is it called, and can I learn it? It is indeed learnable, but the difficulty is exceedingly high. I spent thousands of years in my previous life learning it before I could master it. Do you possess that kind of patience? Xiao Mu chuckled awkwardly. Perhaps I shall pass on that. His curiosity was merely fleeting. The thought of investing several millennia into mastering a technique of splitting oneself was far too daunting. Su Qianqian smiled. In truth, I would prefer that you do not learn this technique. Otherwise, I would be at a loss on how to face two husbands. It would feel quite peculiar. Cough, cough, then I shall refrain from learning it. Indeed, hearing Su Qianqian say that made it seem somewhat off. If my husband genuinely wishes to learn something to pass the time, I happen to possess a set of techniques more suited for your cultivation, which I assure you will find enjoyable, Su Qianqian offered. What techniques? Intimate techniques. Xiao Mu's eyes widened in astonishment. The Celestial Empress practiced such techniques? What are you thinking? Su Qianqian playfully tapped Xiao Mu's forehead. You must not entertain such thoughts. From the memories I have regained, my previous incarnation, the Celestial Empress, remained unmarried throughout her life. She was a benevolent ruler who devoted her existence to her subjects. As for these intimate techniques, they were acquired from the true spirit memories of an outer realm demon lord. Unlike other peculiar techniques, this one benefits both men and women, enhancing cultivation, strengthening the body, and fortifying the true spirit. Fortifying the true spirit. Xiao Mu was overjoyed. I must diligently cultivate this. My lady, please assist me in my training. Chapter 48. The trio's collaborative endeavor. Xiao Mu, for once, demonstrated remarkable diligence, dedicating an entire night to his cultivation. Indeed, he felt a palpable enhancement in the intensity of his true spirit. The most striking change was that he could now summon 4 bolts of the 9 heavens divine thunder simultaneously, rather than just 3. Xiao Mu was overjoyed. At this rate of progression, would he not soon be capable of unleashing 100 bolts of the 9 heavens divine thunder all at once? Crucially, this method of cultivation would also yield immense benefits for Su Qianqian. A substantial portion of her strength derived from the reincarnation of the Celestial Empress's true spirit. Although her true spirit had been shattered, it was restored by the Supreme Restoration Pill, yet it had not returned to its peak state and required gradual nurturing. However, with the secret technique available in their abode, consistent nightly practice would undoubtedly expedite the restoration of her true spirit to its zenith. At that juncture, she might awaken all the memories of the Celestial Empress. Xiao Mu began to suspect that Su Qianqian had intentionally revealed the secret technique for his cultivation, as it seemed she stood to gain the most from it. Nevertheless, he was more than willing to serve his beloved wife. Days passed in a blur. Under the relentless dedication of Xiao Mu and Su Tianqian, Xiao Mu's true spirit experienced significant advancement. He could now summon 8 bolts of the 9 heavens divine thunder concurrently, coupled with his breakthrough to the Saint Emperor realm. The potency of his 9 heavens divine thunder had escalated beyond comparison to its initial state. As an imperial-grade martial art, the 9 heavens divine thunder was inherently formidable. 8 bolts striking simultaneously could unleash an astonishing level of devastation. Even a formidable Saint Emperor would likely hesitate to confront it head-on. On one particular morning, as Xiao Mu basked in the sunlight in the courtyard, Su Tianqian suddenly approached him. "Husband, there is troubling news. The mental link with my doppelganger has been severed." "Is the doppelganger dead?" Xiao Mu furrowed his brow. Su Tianqian nodded. "It seems so. According to the last memories transmitted from her, she was bitten to death by a colossal spider." "Can you illustrate it?" Xiao Mu inquired. "I should be able to. Let me try." Su Tianqian fetched paper and a brush, closed her eyes in contemplation for a moment, and then, with fluid strokes, conjured the outline of a menacing giant spider on the paper. The creature was a deep crimson, boasting 8 legs and 4 pairs of multifaceted eyes. Its body adorned with sharp barbs from which venom oozed, emanating an aura of ferocity that suggested it was not to be trifled with. Xiao Mu immediately activated his Supreme Divine Eye to scrutinize the image. Even as a mere illustration, the Supreme Divine Eye could discern a wealth of useful information. Mayan Hongzu, an ancient demonic beast species, now extinct, lingering only in a few caves and forbidden zones. An adult can reach the 7th tier of the Saint Emperor realm, possessing both venomous and cursed attacks. During its breeding period, it seeks exceptionally gifted human martial artists to implant embryos within them. Upon maturation, it performs a soul takeover, reincarnating into a new form, thus gaining the ability to shapeshift and infiltrate human territories. This method has previously deceived numerous human powerhouses, inflicting severe losses upon humanity. Note: the Moyun Hongzhu is not a naturally occurring beast, but a variety cultivated by a certain ancestral demon god, initially intended to usurp human prodigies and stifle humanity's rise. Upon reading the information relayed by the Supreme Divine Eye, Xiao Mu was astounded. This spider possessed a significant background. Noticing Xiao Mu's astonishment, Su Tianqian could not help but inquire, "Husband, have you deduced the origins of this spider?" Xiao Mu nodded. "This creature is known as the Moyun Hongzhu, an ancient demonic beast that may have escaped from a cave or forbidden zone." Moyun Hongzhu. Su Tianqian's brows knitted in contemplation. "When I hear this name, a flicker of memory from my past life stirs. Perhaps I knew this creature in my previous existence, but the recollection is too hazy to clarify. No matter. I have a general idea of how to proceed." Xiao Mu had made a decision the moment he learned of the Moyun Hongzhu. This creature posed a grave threat and could not be allowed to persist. It was imperative to eliminate the Moyun Hongzhu with utmost urgency, otherwise, should it disseminate its embryos, the repercussions would be unthinkable. It seemed he would need to employ the heavenly reversal seal once more. Xiao Mu hesitated not for a moment, after all. He had previously gained 40 years of longevity, and using another 10 was still a net gain. Time is of the essence. We must act immediately. Xiao Mu turned to Su Tianqian. "I require your assistance." Her mastery over the Celestial Empress's great handprint would significantly enhance their chances of success. Su Tianqian nodded. "I shall fight alongside you, husband." "What is this? A fight? Count me in." Huang Shi, who had been in seclusion, dashed out like a cat sensing prey. "Do you comprehend the gravity of the situation? Our adversary is no ordinary foe." Xiao Mu shook his head, unwilling to bring Huang Shi along. Despite her formidable strength and considerable battle experience, the Moyun Hongzhu was a great demon of the Saint Emperor realm, and her current combat prowess would be insufficient. "I heard everything. It's just an ancient spider. I am a phoenix. Do you think I would fear a mere spider?" Huang Shi proclaimed, hands on her hips and a proud expression adorning her face. Su Tianqian stifled a laugh and said to Xiao Mu, "Husband, let us bring Huang Shi along. I will ensure her safety." "Well, very well." Xiao Mu trusted Su Tianqian's judgment, believing she possessed the capability to protect Huang Shi. Huang Shi beamed, affectionately linking her arm with Su Tianqian's and rubbing against her chest. "You're the best, Sister Tianqian. Enough of the affection. Gather yourself. We depart at once." To avoid unnecessary delays, Xiao Mu intended to set out that very night. Before long, the trio was fully equipped and boarded an imperial-grade airship, heading directly towards the teleportation array. Within the hour, they hastily arrived at the Holy Han City of the Su family. Under the night sky, Holy Han City was ablaze with lights and bustling with activity, showing no signs of change from the ordinary. However, Xiao Mu's Supreme Divine Eye immediately detected something amiss. A dark mist was rising within the royal city, and an invisible web of silk had enveloped the entire stronghold. "Follow me. I know of a secret passage that leads directly into the heart of the royal city," Su Tianqian stated, clearly having observed the web cloaking her family's stronghold. Shortly thereafter, the three circumvented to the rear of the royal city and infiltrated an abandoned well. After Su Tianqian shattered a stone wall, a long-sealed hidden passage was revealed. Xiao Mu took the lead, guiding his companions onward. Huang Shi trotted at the rear, unable to contain a chuckle. "This is our family's first joint operation. It feels exhilarating. I'm already filled with fervor. Just don't let me down when the battle begins." Xiao Mu could only smile wryly. Chapter 49. Victory in the first team battle in the depths of the royal city, within a sealed dark chamber. "Ouch, you bumped into me. Shoo, keep it down." Xiao Mu supported Huangshi's rear, gently pushing her through the narrow passage. Following suit, he ushered Su Chanqian out, being the last to squeeze through himself. The chamber was pitch black, obscuring all visibility. Huangshi unfurled her wings, emanating a kaleidoscope of colors that illuminated the surroundings. Su Chanqian stepped forward to lead the way, and upon exiting the dark chamber, they found themselves in an abandoned storeroom, long and used, the air thick with a musty odor. Venturing forth, they entered another underground warehouse stacked with numerous old and forgotten items. A heavy iron door separated the warehouse from the outside world. Xiao Mu approached and, with a deft stroke of his towering sword, severed the lock, swinging the iron door open. Before them lay a spiral staircase ascending into the unknown. The moment Xiao Mu approached, he sensed something amiss and exchanged glances with the others, proceeding cautiously up the steps. The entrance was ensnared with an intricate web, nearly sealing the exit completely. Countless red-eyed spiders, each as large as a fist, clung to the strands, their venomous fangs dripping poison that corroded the stone floor, releasing plumes of acrid smoke. The air was thick with a toxic scent. Upon witnessing the scene, Huangshi immediately conjured a vibrant barrier, resembling an eggshell, enveloping the trio within. This is our Phoenix Empire's secret technique, the Sacred Fire Shield. It provides both concealment and protection, although it appears radiant within. We remain unseen from the outside, and our voices do not escape. Feel free to speak openly, she declared, hands on hips, pride evident in her demeanor. As a time-honored empire of the Southern Domain, the Phoenix Empire boasted a rich heritage and a myriad of martial techniques, such abilities being rare among other clans. Xiao Mu chuckled, ruffling Huangshi's hair. Well done, I shall commend you for this. Su Chanqian then unleashed the heavenly hand seal, and a shadowy wave surged forth, ensnaring the multitude of spiders blocking the staircase exit, as if an invisible hand had grasped them all, causing them to burst instantaneously. With the path clear, the trio soared forth, entering the heart of the royal city. Through a lengthy corridor, they arrived at the main hall of the royal palace. Once grand and majestic, the hall was now entirely draped in webs, crawling with an innumerable swarm of tiny spiders, resembling a scene from a nightmarish lair, sending chills down their spines. Huangshi, however, seemed invigorated, murmuring, I would love to set this place ablaze. It would be quite exhilarating. Good idea. Su Chanqian nodded in agreement. Are you serious? Xiao Mu questioned. Beads of sweat forming. Su Chanqian clarified, the royal city is safeguarded by a magical array. Should a fire erupt, the array will activate autonomously to extinguish it, minimizing damage. However, such an act would draw out our enemies, allowing us to lie in wait. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Mu deemed the plan feasible. The royal city was vast, and a thorough search would be a tremendous waste of time. To achieve a swift resolution, they indeed needed to create some commotion. Huangshi, it's up to you. Watch me. With a powerful flap of her wings, Huangshi summoned a torrent of flames, the phoenix true fire swiftly igniting the webs, erupting into a roaring inferno. The temperature was so intense that the spiders could not escape in time, instantly turning to char upon contact with the flames. Seizing the opportunity, the trio ascended to the rafters and awaited silently. Soon, the protective array of the Su family's royal city activated, a piercing hum resonating throughout. At that moment, several figures rushed in, all members of the Su clan. Among them, Xiao Mu recognized a familiar face, the elder Su Rian, who had once represented the Su family during Zhao's clan proposal. However, Su Rian appeared unwell, his eyes were bloodshot, hair disheveled. His body ensnared in thick webs as if he had lost all humanity, reduced to a monstrous minion. The other Su clan warriors displayed similar afflictions, some even more grotesque, with spider-like appendages sprouting from their backs. Upon entering the hall, they began to frantically search every nook and cranny. Chanqian, it's your turn, Xiao Mu instructed. Nodding, Su Chanqian raised her delicate hand, effortlessly immobilizing several of them, rendering them motionless. But before Xiao Mu could descend to investigate, more figures entered the hall. Among them was an enormous moth, a literal giant moth. With its crimson eyes and a body as large as a bull, it flapped its wings, releasing a shimmering dust. In an instant, Xiao Mu recognized the creature's origins. Red-eyed ethereal moth, an ancient beast of the first tier of the Holy Emperor realm. Hailing from the ancestral burial grounds, a pet of a certain individual. Stunned by the revelation, Xiao Mu felt overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of this information. Yet, at that moment, the red-eyed ethereal moth emitted a piercing screech, and in a flash, it vanished. The next instant, a terrifying pressure descended upon them from behind. The moth reappeared, furiously flapping its wings and unleashing a torrent of dust toward the trio. Huangshi's sacred fire shield could not withstand the onslaught, splintering immediately. However, in that fleeting moment of vulnerability, the shield erupted in a blaze, and Xiao Mu seized Huangshi and Su Chanqian, soaring away to evade the moth's attack. That was close. That moth is likely a powerful beast. Being struck by it would be disastrous. Huangshi exclaimed, still shaken. Without hesitation, Su Chanqian unleashed the heavenly hand seal upon the giant moth. Yet, due to the vast disparity in their realms, the moth broke free from her grasp in less than a second, charging at them once more. Thunder rumbled. 8 bolts of azure lightning struck the red-eyed ethereal moth simultaneously, sending it spiraling away, its fur igniting in emerald flames. This strike proved formidable, disorienting the moth and eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. The sound waves generated reverberated through the hall, shaking the very foundation and cracking the floor tiles. Under the impact of the sound waves, Xiao Mu and his companions felt their blood surge violently. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Su Qianqian gritted her teeth and reasserted her control, causing the giant moth to plummet straight down from the air. Seizing the moment, Xiao Mu dove down, raising his towering sword to unleash a rain of slashes, accompanied by additional strikes of the heavenly thunder. Huangxi and Su Qianqian followed closely, launching a fierce assault on the red-eyed ethereal moth. With their combined efforts, the moth stood no chance, and moments later, it exploded into a puddle of goo, lifeless. Ding! United in purpose, the couple achieves victory in their first joint battle against formidable foes, rewarding the host with a basic spiritual crystal. The sudden system notification invigorated Xiao Mu. Chapter 50. Exorcising Demons. Unceasing Rewards. Elementary Spiritual Crystal. Contains 10 points of spiritual value, usable for repairing equipment and enhancing items. Upon reading the description of the spiritual crystal, Xiao Mu was filled with elation. Ever since acquiring the Starburst Divine Dragon Egg, he had been in pursuit of methods to augment his spiritual value. He never anticipated encountering such an opportunity here. Regrettably, this singular spiritual crystal could only increase his spiritual value by 10 points. Yet the Starburst Divine Dragon Egg required an additional 73 points to hatch, a significant deficit. If only he could procure more spiritual crystals. The great demon of the imperial realm is nothing extraordinary. It was effortlessly dealt with by this lady. She rolled up her sleeves and placed her hands on her hips, brimming with pride, as if the defeat of the crimson-eyed moth was solely her achievement. Su Qianqian remained silent, her vigilance directed at their surroundings, suppressing the actions of the other members of the Su family. It was evident that they had succumbed to the influence of malevolent forces, their movements and consciousness under control, rendering them no longer recognizable as ordinary humans. Xiao Mu deftly retrieved an inner core from the corpse of the giant moth, tucking it away. Just then, a silken thread shot towards him. Attempting to snatch the inner core, with swift reflexes, Xiao Mu severed the thread with a stroke of his sword, securing the inner core in his spatial ring. Simultaneously, a bolt of divine lightning surged forth. Huangxi reacted swiftly, her wings flaring as she unleashed a torrent of crimson flames towards the direction of the silken thread. Su Qianqian, however, was taken aback, realizing that her formidable handprint could not restrain the opponent's movements in the least. Xiao Mu caught a glimpse of a purplish-red shadow darting by, disappearing from sight. Caution, the main entity approaches. Xiao Mu whispered, his gaze alert as he scanned the vicinity, while the Black Emperor's divine armor automatically adorned him. Observing this, Huangxi conjured a protective barrier of holy fire, shielding the three of them. Though he had only glimpsed it briefly, Xiao Mu's supreme divine eye discerned the origin of the approaching entity. Demon Cloud Red Spider, split body and ancient beast of the demon kind, 4th tier of the imperial realm, hailing from the ancestors' burial ground, and a pet of a certain individual. Indeed, this was the Demon Cloud Red Spider, albeit not its true form. Could it be that the Demon Cloud Red Spider possesses the ability to create doppelgangers? Like the giant moth, it too originated from the ancestors' burial ground. These two demon beasts seemingly shared the same master. Truth be told, the situation was more precarious than Xiao Mu had anticipated. If it were merely two imperial realm demon beasts, it would be manageable. However, if their master resided within the Su family, it would complicate matters immensely. A person capable of nurturing two ancient demon beasts as pets was certainly no ordinary adversary. Caution! Huangxi exclaimed, her wings unfurling to unleash a dazzling display of multicolored light. A middle-aged man, clad in splendid attire and exuding an extraordinary aura, emerged, brandishing a golden sword. Just as Xiao Mu prepared to act, he was halted by Su Qianqian. It is her father. Su Yuan, the clan leader? Xiao Mu's brow furrowed as he focused his gaze. Su Yuan, spider shadow puppet leader of the Su family, 3rd tier of the sacred emperor realm. This is disastrous. The clan leader has been completely turned into a puppet of the demon cloud red spider. What now? Huangxi was dumbfounded. If this man was Qianqian's father, then they could not strike him down. Yet he clearly emanated a demonic aura, marking him as an enemy. Xiao Mu glanced at Su Qianqian, noting her conflicted expression. It was evident that this predicament weighed heavily upon her. Despite having severed ties with the Su family, she was still Su Yuan's biological daughter, regardless of their strained relationship. She could not bear the burden of patricide. Xiao Mu understood that in this moment, only he could make a decisive choice. The demon cloud red spider was our true foe. It must be vanquished to resolve the issue. Otherwise, even if they dispatched Su Yuan, it would yield no benefit. Xiao Mu addressed Su Qianqian. Can you first restrain your father, preventing him from interfering? I will try. The 3rd tier of the sacred emperor realm. Su Yuan was not easily subdued. Yet, to preserve his life, there was no alternative. Su Qianqian's gaze sharpened as she took a deep breath, and in an instant, the entire hall dimmed. With a resounding crash, Su Yuan seemed to succumb to immense pressure, plummeting into the ground, vanishing from sight. Let us proceed to exorcise the demons. Xiao Mu's eyes glimmered as he followed the aura captured by his supreme divine eye, quickly pinpointing the location of the demon cloud red spider. It had departed the hall and was soaring towards the royal city above. After locking onto its position, Xiao Mu raised his hand, summoning a bolt of divine lightning, striking towards the demon cloud red spider from a distance. The attack radius of the 9 heavens divine lightning extended a full 10 kilometers. As long as he could track the enemy's aura, long-range attacks would pose no issue. Before long, the trio hastened after it. The sight of the lightning strike left behind several poisonous thorns, yet the demon cloud red spider continued its ascent, seemingly in a great hurry to accomplish something. It was surely not a benign endeavor. Xiao Mu once again focused on the aura of the demon cloud red spider, launching a bolt of 9 heavens divine lightning every second to continuously harass it. Although the divine lightning's lethality was moderate, it could still penetrate defenses, and persistently striking would inevitably inflict some damage. Yet, this alone was insufficient. A sense of foreboding gripped Xiao Mu. Whatever the demon cloud red spider intended to do, it must be thwarted. Their speed was lacking. He needed a way to accelerate. Xiao Mu furrowed his brow, although he had activated the immortal demon domain upon arrival, selecting Su Qianqian and Huang Shi as allies. Even with the domain's enhancement, their speed still lagged significantly behind that of the sacred Emperor Realm demon cloud red spider, making it difficult to catch up. Huang Shi's eyes lit up. "Watch me," she declared, producing 3 card-like objects and affixing them to each person. In an instant, a gale surged forth. Suspended by the wind, Xiao Mu felt as light as a feather, as if his body had lost its weight. He soared forward without perceiving any resistance, his speed more than doubling. At this moment, their trio's velocity finally matched that of the demon cloud red spider. Boom! The 9 heavens divine lightning struck the demon cloud red spider once more, hindering its progress. The 3 flew swiftly, ultimately intercepting the demon cloud red spider near the peak of the royal city. Without a moment's hesitation, they launched a coordinated assault on the demon cloud red spider. However, its strength exceeded their expectations. In a single confrontation, all 3 were sent sprawling. Xiao Mu, relying on the Black Emperor's divine armor, managed to deflect most of the assault, barely safeguarding the 2 ladies. This won't do. A direct confrontation holds no promise of victory. It was time to unleash a trump card. Xiao Mu steeled himself and lunged at the demon cloud red spider, gripping it tightly as he activated the heavenly transformation seal. The golden seal crashed down, and sensing the threat of death, the demon cloud red spider struggled fiercely. Seeing this, Su Qianqian and Huang Shi disregarded their injuries and immediately exerted their full strength to suppress the demon cloud red spider. In the next moment, the golden seal landed heavily upon the back of the demon cloud red spider. Its form trembled violently before it disintegrated into dust, scattering across the ground. Ding! Host's fervent desire to protect his wives has led to the slaying of the demon cloud red spider, split body, ensuring the safety of his wives. Reward: 1 intermediate spiritual crystal, 1 imperial treasure map. Chapter 51. The curse remains unbroken. Intermediate spiritual crystal contains 100 spiritual points, which can be used for equipment repair and item enhancement. Emperor tier treasure map records the coordinates of a location within the forbidden zone of the ancestors' burial ground, concealing an emperor tier treasure chest. Xiao Mu sat on the ground, taking a moment to catch his breath. After a brief examination of the 2 rewards, he rose and set off towards the pinnacle of the royal city with Su Qianqian and Huang Shi. This was not Su Qianqian's first encounter with Xiao Mu's prowess. Although she was still somewhat astonished, she was not overly surprised. However, for Huang Shi, it was her first time witnessing Xiao Mu unleash the celestial seal, and her gaze was filled with awe and admiration. So this is her husband's true strength. How fierce, how formidable, truly worthy of being my husband. Before long, the 3 arrived at the summit of the royal city. It was an enormous circular edifice, reminiscent of the Temple of Heaven, seemingly designed for sacrificial rites. Upon entering, Xiao Mu beheld numerous members of the Su family, all bound in spider silk, suspended from the ceiling. There were hundreds of them. The sight was indeed quite spectacular. Oh no, it's over. The beasts are coming to devour us. The Su family is doomed. Can someone lend me a sword for a swift end? Wait, it's not the beasts? Who is that? Su Qianqian? Why is it her? Xiao Mu, I knew you would come. A melodious voice rang out. Su Xyling struggled and swung herself towards Xiao Mu, her body swaying like a pendulum, as she called out from above. Observing Su Xyling's comical predicament, Xiao Mu felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Huang Shi set it ablaze. All right, Huang Shi replied with a mischievous grin. With a powerful flap of her wings, vibrant flames erupted, incinerating the spider silk. The members of the Su family tumbled down like a cascade, scrambling to extinguish the flames engulfing them. What are you doing? Trying to roast us alive? A middle-aged man, his hair and beard singed and smoldering, shouted angrily as he struggled to his feet. Huang Shi was unyielding, sending forth a radiant burst of colorful light that sent the man flying. The remaining members of the Su family, witnessing this, fell silent in fear. Su Xyling rushed over, intending to apologize, but suddenly, a golden sword beam pierced through the floor, hurtling towards Xiao Mu. The attack was so sudden and swift that, despite Xiao Mu's quick evasion, he was grazed. Fortunately, the Black Emperor's divine armor provided formidable defense, preventing the powerful strike from inflicting serious harm. Xiao Mu instinctively pulled Su Qianqian and Huang Shi back. Just then, Su Yuan, the clan leader, emerged, his eyes glowing crimson as he fixed a fierce gaze on Xiao Mu, thrusting another sword towards him without hesitation. Xiao Mu was undeterred, countering with a barrage of heavenly thunder, which rocked Su Yuan, causing him to stagger and collapse. Yet, in the next moment, he rose again, indiscriminately attacking the surrounding Su family members with his golden sword. Father! Su Xyling was taken aback, horrified that her father had turned into a monster, attacking anyone in sight, even his own kin. As she moved to intervene, Su Qianqian pulled her back. He has been possessed by the evil spirit, becoming its puppet. We must subdue him to halt his rampage. Xyling was stunned but quickly regained her composure, calling out, "Uncle, my father is under the control of an evil spirit. Please restrain him." As her words fell, a man in a blue robe, exuding an elegant demeanor, soared towards them with remarkable speed, catching Xiao Mu's attention. This must be another formidable elder of the Su family. He quickly scanned the information. Su Ziyu, 246 years old, second stage of the Saint Emperor realm. The grand elder of the Su family. Despite being of lower rank than Su Yuan, Su Ziyu emanated a more potent aura, displaying a calm confidence as he executed swift and precise moves to subdue Su Yuan, forcing him to retreat step by step until his golden sword was knocked from his grasp. Xiao Mu didn't need to intervene. Soon, Su Yuan was pinned against a stone sculpture, unable to move. Su Ziyu then pried open Su Yuan's mouth, pouring a vial of unknown liquid down his throat, after which Su Yuan promptly fell into a deep slumber, snoring loudly. With her father finally subdued, Su Xyling breathed a sigh of relief. "Did you slay the spider demon?" Su Ziyu inquired as he approached Xiao Mu, having been lurking in the shadows, poised to strike once the spider demon revealed a weakness. Little did he expect to be outpaced. Su Ziyu was intrigued by Xiao Mu. Even with a surprise attack, the likelihood of successfully killing the spider demon was less than 30%. He was aware of Xiao Mu's background and age, despite being a rising star. He was too young to have attained the prowess of a Saint Emperor. Yet, they had triumphed over the spider demon without a scratch, which was hard for him to believe. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, suspecting that the evil might be nurtured by the Xiao family. But he quickly dismissed the notion. The Xiao clan was renowned for their crafting, not beast taming, and it lacked logical basis. Considering Xiao Mu's rapid ascent, Su Ziyu speculated that he might possess connections beyond the Xiao family, making it unreasonable to assess his strength by conventional standards. Unaware of Su Ziyu's suspicions, Xiao Mu nodded. "It was I who killed it. The Su family will remember this favor." Su Ziyu gazed intently at Xiao Mu, then suddenly bowed deeply. The other members of the Su family were taken aback and followed suit, bowing in gratitude towards Xiao Mu and his companions. Xiao Mu silently acknowledged this gesture. Unlike the arrogant clan leader Su Yuan, Su Ziyu clearly possessed more grace. It left him pondering why the Su family had chosen Su Yuan as their leader instead of him. Strange, why has the spider totem mummy disappeared? Did the spider demon truly perish? Suddenly, someone voiced. Upon hearing this, the Su family members began inspecting their own totems, discovering that they remained intact, showing no signs of vanishing. Such a curse as power should dissipate once the source was eliminated. Damn it, I can feel the curse as power eroding my lifeblood. And it's accelerating. I feel it too. My vitality is waning. Panic erupted among the Su family. Su Ziyu frowned, commanding, "Silence. I have conducted some investigations over the past 2 days and can ascertain that the evil invading the Su family originates from the ancestors' burial ground. The fact that the curse remains unbroken indicates that the spider demon has not been entirely vanquished. If I am not mistaken, the spider demon that invaded us is merely a fragment, while its true form likely still resides within the ancestors' burial ground." Upon hearing Su Ziyu's words, the Su family members turned pale. "Grand Elder, even if you are correct, the ancestors' burial ground is an exceedingly perilous place. The curse has already manifested. We have little time left. Even if we gather our forces to the ancestors' burial ground and locate the spider demon as true form, can we possibly defeat it with our current strength?" A glint of determination flashed across Su Ziyu's brow. The Su family stood at the brink of survival. With no other viable options remaining, I shall lead the expedition to the ancestors' burial ground to trace the source of the curse. All clan members of the Saint King realm and above, assemble and follow me. Chapter 52. Taming the Starburst Divine Dragon. The words of Su Ziyu immediately garnered the support of numerous experts from the Su family. It is better to fight than to wait at home for death. With the great elder leading the charge, we surely have a fighting chance. Su Xyling hastily added, "Uncle. Although I do not possess the cultivation of a Saint King, my combat prowess is not inferior to that of a Saint King. I will accompany you." Under normal circumstances, Su Ziyu would have declined her offer, but in the face of imminent danger to the Su family, every additional warrior counts. "Very well, prepare yourselves. We shall depart at dawn," Su Ziyu declared. He then turned to Xiao Mu, as if he wished to say something but hesitated. Xiao Mu understood his thoughts and promptly stated, "Elder Su, count me in." Surprise flashed across Su Ziyu's face as he replied, "I was indeed considering this matter. But this is ultimately a family affair. It would be inappropriate to involve outsiders. You may not be aware of the dangers of the ancestral burial ground. I once visited it and barely escaped after spending just 1 day in the outer regions." The revelation that Su Ziyu had been to the ancestral burial ground encouraged Xiao Mu even more. With a system task and an imperial-level treasure map, he was determined to venture there, and having a powerful ally was an opportunity not to be missed. "It matters not. I am quite curious about the ancestral burial ground, and have long wished to witness it for myself," Xiao Mu replied. However, to Su Ziyu, this sounded like Xiao Mu was afraid of rejection. He did not expect that the young patriarch of the Xiao family would be so magnanimous, as such individuals are rare among the younger generation of warriors. "Then I shall rely on you, young Master Xiao," Su Ziyu conceded. Xiao Mu nodded. "Very well. We will gather here at dawn tomorrow." With that, Xiao Mu took his leave, accompanied by Su Qianqian and Huang Shi, soaring out of the Su family's royal city. Xyling hesitated for a moment before flying after them. Xiao Mu, I cannot thank you enough for today. I never anticipated your arrival. Had it not been for your timely intervention, the Su family would likely have faced annihilation. I also extend my gratitude to Sister Qianqian and Huangxi for your unwavering support. Xyling sincerely bowed before promptly flying back. Su Qianqian remarked, Xyling has indeed matured significantly. She is no longer as arrogant as before. It is a pity, though, for I used to admire her sharp tongue. Her scathing retorts during arguments were quite entertaining. It seems I shall no longer be able to enjoy that. Huangxi shook her head, expressing her regret. Xiao Mu looked at Huangxi, puzzled. Sister, your taste in friends is rather peculiar. Let us not speak of her. We should find an interest for the night. Tomorrow morning, I will escort you back to the Xiao family, Xiao Mu suggested. What do you mean by that? Su Qianqian furrowed her brow at Xiao Mu. Indeed, do you fear that we will hold you back? You can venture into the forbidden zone, but we cannot? Huangxi chimed in. Xiao Mu was taken aback. Do you both wish to accompany me? Of course. Why would that even be a question? They replied in unison. Their eyes bright with determination. Xiao Mu felt a surge of emotion as he embraced both of his wives. To have you both as my wives is the greatest honor of my life. While many couples scatter in times of peril, Xiao Mu was fortunate to have two wives who fearlessly stood by him. Before long, Xiao Mu located a luxurious inn, and the three of them settled into a splendid standalone villa. The opulence of this unrivaled that of the Zhao family's ancestral residence, making it one of the finest in Shanghan City. Naturally, the prices were exorbitant. Ordinary folk could scarcely afford a single night's stay without sacrificing their livelihoods. Nonetheless, upon checking in, Su Qianqian swiftly insisted on replacing the bedding with new ones. Huangxi produced a special artifact to conduct a thorough cleansing of the room. It seemed both of his wives possessed a penchant for cleanliness. Once he acquired an imperial-level storage ring, Xiao Mu resolved to keep a villa readily available for their travels, allowing them to reside comfortably wherever they went. Seizing the opportunity while his wives attended to their grooming, Xiao Mu eagerly retrieved the Starburst Divine Dragon Egg and a mid-level spiritual crystal. The moment the crystal touched the dragon egg, its inherent energy was entirely absorbed. Alas, I only needed 73 more spiritual points. Why did it consume all 100? Xiao Mu lamented, having intended to reserve 27 points for future use. Fortunately, he still possessed a low-level spiritual crystal. After absorbing ample energy, the dragon egg began to hatch. A cascade of dazzling starlight enveloped the entire room. The two ladies, caught in the midst of their preparations, hurriedly rushed over, their garments hastily thrown aside. Upon witnessing the miraculous scene, Huangxi was left utterly speechless. While Su Qianqian wore an expression of astonishment, she was aware that her husband possessed numerous treasures, but to suddenly produce a dragon egg was truly beyond her expectations. Moreover, it appeared to be on the verge of hatching. Crack! A fissure appeared in the dragon egg. Xiao Mu initially thought he would have to wait longer, but in the next moment, the shell was forcefully breached. As a stream of ethereal starlight poured forth, a charming dragon hatchling emerged before Xiao Mu's eyes. From the moment of its birth, the little dragon was extraordinary, its body seemingly adorned with scales woven from the very fabric of the cosmos, evoking the sensation of gazing into an infinite starry expanse, mysterious and tantalizingly close, yet entirely untouchable. Xiao Mu reached out, his hand meeting the dragon's firm body, which felt even more durable than his Black Emperor divine armor. Yea, as the dragon's vibrant eyes slowly opened, it met Xiao Mu's gaze and emitted a crystalline chirp. Ding! Congratulations, host, on taming the Starburst Divine Dragon hatchling as a pet. Please name your pet. The little dragon suddenly trembled, curling into a ball, resembling a starry-skinned slime. From this moment on, you shall be called Star Cluster, Xiao Mu declared. Yea, the little creature blinked its eyes, seemingly pleased with its name. After a few chirps, it turned and began to feast on the scattered eggshells around it. At that moment, Su Qianqian and Huangxi could no longer contain their curiosity and gathered around. Xiao Mu, is this a five-clawed divine dragon hatchling from the upper realms? Su Qianqian whispered into Xiao Mu's ear. Xiao Mu nodded, not wishing to conceal the truth. While Huangxi might have been deceived, Su Qianqian possessed the memories of the Celestial Empress and understood far too much to be misled. Indeed, it truly is a dragon. This is my first encounter with one, Huangxi marveled, unable to resist poking the back of Star Cluster's head. Grr. The little Star Cluster, engrossed in its meal, was suddenly disturbed and turned to emit a soft, indignant growl. Huangxi felt an overwhelming aura of draconic might wash over her, sending her retreating in fright. Is this really a hatchling? Why do I sense the pressure of a Saint Emperor? Huangxi was left utterly stunned. A dragon cub born with the power of a Saint Emperor was indeed a terrifying prospect. Chapter 53. The terrifying power of the Star Cluster. Star Cluster. Young form of the Starburst Divine Dragon. Second tier of the Holy Emperor Realm. Exclusive martial art. Starburst Impact. Exclusive talent. Blessing of Starlight. Exclusive secret technique. Wrath of the Star God. Passive talent. Infinite Resurrection. Indeed, as Xiao Mu anticipated, even in its juvenile form, the Starburst Divine Dragon possesses the power to reach the Holy Emperor Realm. The bloodline of the five-clawed dragon is undeniably formidable. However, upon examining the various skills of the Star Cluster, Xiao Mu was utterly astounded. Starburst Impact summons starlight to indiscriminately strike enemies within a radius of 500 meters, with a certain probability of invoking meteor collisions. Blessing of Starlight. Bathed in the light of blessing, it can rapidly recover from injuries and replenish stamina. Wrath of the Star God. As a colossal dragon birthed from the cosmos, the Starburst divine dragon shares an intimate bond with the Star God in states of extreme rage. It can unleash the wrath of the Star God, resulting in cataclysmic devastation. Infinite resurrection. Although the Starburst divine dragon is not an immortal race, as long as the starlight endures, it possesses the ability to resurrect infinitely. The natural resurrection speed may be slow, but it can be accelerated by infusing spiritual energy. Area damage, summoning, support, high burst, immortality. Is this not invincibility? Xiao Mu was indeed left speechless by the revelation. With such a remarkable companion, his path to leisure would surely be even more unimpeded. Initially, he had anticipated considerable risks in visiting the ancestral burial ground the following day. But now it seemed he could already prepare for a celebration. Well, perhaps not. A champagne toast halfway through is a military taboo. The star cluster quickly devoured all the eggshells, but it appeared insufficient as it began to whimper at Xiao Mu in a diminutive voice. It even extended its tiny claws to scratch at him, seemingly expressing its hunger. Xiao Mu promptly retrieved a substantial piece of dragon meat from his spatial ring and placed it before the star cluster. The creature sniffed it, tentatively took a bite, and finding it palatable, commenced feasting voraciously. Within its petite form, it seemed to possess an alternate dimension, as it consumed over 100 pounds of dragon meat in the blink of an eye without any visible change. Xiao Mu produced several more pieces of dragon meat. Though he felt a pang of regret, witnessing the star cluster's extraordinary attributes alleviated his concerns. Such a magnificent pet is certainly not something an ordinary person could afford. Merely keeping it fed could bankrupt a typical imperial family. It appears that truly reclining at ease is not so simple. Financial resources do not permit it. Ladies, please freshen up. I will roast some dragon meat for a hearty meal later, Xiao Mu declared. Watching the star cluster's appetite had made him feel a bit hungry himself. Su Qianqian and Huang Shi then returned to the bathroom to continue their grooming. Xiao Mu set up his homemade grill along with pre-marinated skewers and began to barbecue in the courtyard. The star cluster, curious, flew over to sniff the air but was overwhelmed by the spicy aroma, sneezing and disdainfully retreating to continue gnawing on its raw meat. Such an unrefined little creature. Xiao Mu shook his head, inhaling the tantalizing scent of the barbecue, and after adding a sprinkle of cumin, the dish was complete. At this moment, the two ladies emerged, dressed in fresh attire. The trio gathered in the courtyard to drink, eat, and converse, the atmosphere remarkably harmonious. After an hour of feasting, as midnight approached, they returned indoors. The star cluster, now sated, lay sprawled on the table, soundly asleep. Huang Shi seized the opportunity to gently stroke the star cluster. So firm, but my husband is firmer, she remarked, pouting. Xiao Mu was left bewildered. What kind of wolfish words are these? Su Qianqian interjected, Sister Huang Shi, why don't you sleep with me tonight? Let my husband rest alone. He has important matters to attend to tomorrow and must conserve his strength. Indeed, I have longed to sleep with Sister Qianqian. She smells delightful and feels so soft. It must be very comfortable to cuddle with her, Huang Shi cheerfully exclaimed, making a face at Xiao Mu. Poor husband, you shall spend the night alone. With that, the two ladies took each other's hands and entered the bedroom, closing the door and leaving Xiao Mu outside. Xiao Mu, is no one concerned about my well-being? How will I endure this night? No. Having finally a chance to share a bed, I cannot let it slip away. He stood guard outside for a while, and when the bedroom lights dimmed, he planned to sneak in. But upon pushing the door open, he was taken aback. Before him lay a radiant barrier enveloping Huang Shi and Su Qianqian entirely. One could not even glimpse what transpired within. Husband, it's best you sleep early. We must rise early tomorrow. Su Qianqian's voice emerged, clearly suppressing laughter. If you truly wish to sleep in the bedroom, feel free to make a makeshift bed. I've prepared one for you. Xiao Mu. He turned and departed, lifting the star cluster from the table and heading to the guest room. The star cluster awoke groggily, gazing at Xiao Mu with confusion, letting out a soft protest. Quiet, sleep, he commanded. The following day, at dawn, the three arrived at the Su family's royal city. The Su family's contingent had already assembled. Aside from the leading figures, Su Ziyu and Su Xyling, the remaining members were all at the Holy King realm and above. The total exceeded 100, with over 20 at the Holy Emperor realm. The Su family actually had many more Holy Kings, but they were scattered across different regions of the family territory, unable to gather in a short time, and it was impractical to take everyone. Most of those present were cursed members of the Su family, while those unaffected needed to remain to maintain the family as normal operations. In terms of family strength, the Su family undeniably surpassed the Zhao family by a considerable margin. With two powerful Holy Emperor realm experts stationed, the imperial family was indeed formidable. However, compared to the Phoenix imperial family, they fell short. In comparison to the Jiang family, the first imperial family of the southern region, they were even less significant. It is said that the Jiang family boasts over 10 Holy Emperor realm experts, truly earning its reputation as the strongest in the southern region. Master Xiao, are you certain you wish to accompany us to the ancestral burial ground? The Su family is forced to take such risks, but you need not wade into troubled waters. This journey is fraught with peril, and I cannot guarantee your safety. Su Ziyu approached Xiao Mu and stated, Do not worry, Elder Su, we can protect ourselves. Let us depart. Time waits for no one. Xiao Mu replied with calm assurance. Seeing Xiao Mu's confidence, Su Ziyu refrained from further comment. Moments later, a large aerial vessel approached swiftly, and the group began boarding one after another. Xyling had prepared a private room for Xiao Mu and his companions to rest, along with an abundance of delicious spiritual fruits, setting a full table for them. The journey to the ancestral burial ground will take 3 days. Please rest well and feel free to ask for anything you need, Xyling said, eager not to disturb Xiao Mu, and hastily excused herself. That was quite excessive. Even I find it hard to watch. Husband, why not just forgive her? Huangxi suggested. Forgive? Do you think she deserves to occupy my thoughts? She is merely ensnared by her own inner turmoil. Xiao Mu shook his head, releasing the star cluster. The little creature's eyes lit up at the sight of the abundant food and immediately began to feast. Huangxi thought to herself, indeed, given her husband's strength, he and Xyling were no longer on the same level. Ultimately, it was Xyling herself who, after enduring repeated setbacks, began to waver in her resolve and question her existence. Chapter 54. The Ancestral Tomb of Humanity. For the next 3 days, Xiao Mu remained in his room, indulging in sleep and rest. In contrast, Su Qianqian and Huangxi were as diligent as ever, devoting most of their time to seclusion and cultivation, striving to enhance their prowess. The 100 royal-grade Yuan spirit stones that Xiao Mu had previously acquired were nearly half consumed by the two of them. The remaining half was devoured by the star cluster. Indeed, it was consumed in the most literal sense. The star cluster had an innate ability to cultivate. Albeit through a rather simplistic and direct method, it simply consumed what it could. Anything imbued with Yuan's spirit energy, once ingested, would bolster its strength. After feasting on dozens of royal-grade Yuan spirit stones, the star cluster's power surged to the 3rd tier of the Holy Emperor realm, and its size had increased significantly since its birth, now round and plump, showing no trace of its draconic lineage. Compared to the star cluster's rapid cultivation, Su Qianqian and Huangxi, both possessing the supreme holy body, felt somewhat overshadowed. Su Qianqian had broken through to the 5th tier of the Holy King realm, while Huangxi had ascended to the 2nd tier of the Holy Emperor realm. As for Xiao Mu, after 3 days of idleness, he had advanced from the 1st tier to the 3rd tier of the Holy Emperor realm, an impressively swift progression. Regrettably, he could not benefit from the star cluster's cultivation rewards. Otherwise, he might have already transcended to the Holy Emperor realm. Young Master Xiao, Qianqian, Huangxi, we are about to reach the ancestral tomb of humanity. Xyling's voice resonated from outside the door. Xiao Mu, having grown somewhat bored, promptly opened the door and stepped onto the deck to gaze ahead. Before him lay the vast expanse of the sea, specifically the Burnt Sea, situated at the southernmost point of the southern domain. Viewed from above, the sea shimmered with a fiery orange hue, a result of numerous underwater volcanoes that erupted with molten lava year-round. This peculiar lava did not cool upon contact with water. Instead, it retained its searing heat. The environment of the Burnt Sea was harsh, with an average water temperature exceeding 70 degrees, rendering it nearly devoid of life, save for a few aquatic beasts capable of surviving in such conditions. Ordinary individuals could not approach the Burnt Sea, and even martial artists dared not venture close, relying instead on aerial vessels for transit. Even high above, Xiao Mu could feel the oppressive heat and excessive humidity in the air. Is that the ancestral tomb of humanity? Ranked 6th on the Forbidden Land list of the Holy Xin continent and 1st in the southern domain? Huangxi exclaimed excitedly. Her small fists clenched tightly as she could hardly contain her enthusiasm. She had long yearned to explore this notorious location, having heard tales of its fearsome reputation since childhood. However, her parents had never permitted her to venture to such perilous grounds. But now, circumstances had changed. She was married and considered an adult, free to roam wherever she desired, unrestrained by others. Su Qianqian remarked, a forbidden zone is essentially a frozen spacetime that can manifest at any time and place. A distortion born of the dual laws of time and space. The perils of such places largely stem from this very nature. Upon hearing Su Qianqian's words, Su Ziyu looked at her in astonishment. I never imagined Miss Qianqian possessed such insight. The Su family has indeed overlooked your talent. Your father has been remiss. If the current crisis facing the Su family can be resolved smoothly, I shall unite with the Elder Council to impeach Su Yuan and relieve him of his position as clan leader. At this point, Su Ziyu suddenly proposed a bold idea. Su Qianqian, would you consider becoming the new clan leader of the Su family? These words left all present in shock. Yet, Su Qianqian merely smiled gently, wrapping her arm affectionately around Xiao Mu's. I appreciate the elder's goodwill, but I simply wish to focus on supporting my husband and raising our children. I have no desire to hold any leadership position. Su Ziyu sighed in regret. What a pity. Suddenly, Su Xyling's beautiful eyes sparkled, as if she wished to speak. However, at that moment, the surface of the sea became tumultuous, accompanied by a fierce wind, as massive water spouts shot skyward, disrupting the stability of the aerial vessel and causing violent jolts for those aboard. Prepare to disembark. Everyone, get ready for battle. Once we enter the ancestral tomb of humanity, danger may strike at any moment. Su Ziyu leaped into the air, personally safeguarding the aerial vessel. Amidst the tumultuous shakes, the vessel finally descended steadily, landing on the outskirts of the ancestral tomb of humanity. The enormous island stretched endlessly, shrouded in thick fog, with dark clouds overhead and thunder rumbling incessantly, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of an apocalyptic world. Xiao Mu promptly activated his supreme divine eye, scrutinizing everything visible before him. Yet, everything appeared veiled in a thin mist, rendering it indistinct. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task and entering the ancestral tomb of humanity. Reward, imperial grade forging technique. The system prompt sounded unexpectedly, and immediately, Xiao Mu felt an overwhelming surge of information flood into his mind. In an instant, he mastered the imperial grade forging technique, gaining the ability to forge imperial grade divine weapons and treasures. Xiao Mu was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated that he would need to delve deeper into the ancestral tomb to receive the system reward. To his surprise, the task had been accomplished merely by stepping onto the island. Beware of approaching beasts, Suziyu suddenly shouted. Following his gaze, Xiao Mu saw a swarm of crab-like beasts surfacing from the ground, rushing towards them. The flesh-eating demon crab, an ancient beast species at the 6th tier of the Holy Emperor realm, possessed shells as hard as steel and exhibited remarkable reproductive capabilities in groups. The size of these demon crabs surpassed that of yaks, and the sight of hundreds of them charging forth was indeed awe-inspiring. The members of the Su family swiftly summoned their divine weapons, readying for battle. Just as Suziyu was about to engage, a streak of vibrant light flashed by. Xiao Mu merely heard a whoosh, and beside him, Huangxi vanished without a trace. Looking again, he saw Huangxi, her face alight with excitement, engaging in combat with the flesh-eating demon crabs. The radiant light resembled claws, piercing through the throng of crabs and wreaking havoc with gleeful abandon. Not only the others, but even Xiao Mu was momentarily stunned. Whenever there was a fight, Huangxi was more enthusiastic than anyone else. After a spirited shout, Huangxi returned, her hands clapping in triumph. Behind her lay a battlefield strewn with severed limbs and claws, crab meat and roast spilling across the ground. That was a piece of cake. She chuckled, visibly satisfied. Yet at that moment, the ground suddenly trembled ominously as a massive, pitch-black crab emerged, larger than an entire house, its claws snapping menacingly toward Huangxi. Sensing the aura of a beast at the imperial realm behind her, Huangxi's expression shifted dramatically, and she hurriedly fled back. Husband, save me. Xiao Mu was left speechless. Truly, one could not maintain their composure for more than 3 seconds. Chapter 55, The Emergence of the Temple Boom. 8 bolts of thunder simultaneously struck, overturning the colossal demon crab, while the heaven-cutting slash simultaneously struck, severing the creature's enormous claw with a single stroke. Xiao Mu unleashed a thunderous assault, forcefully repelling even this imperial-level demon crab. Suziyu, witnessing the spectacle, felt a tumultuous wave of astonishment within him. Previously, in the Su family's royal city, he had not witnessed how Xiao Mu had slain the spider demon and had speculated about possible underhanded tactics. But upon witnessing today's display, he realized that Xiao Mu's combat prowess was comparable to that of an imperial-level expert. This young patriarch of the Xiao family was truly remarkable. If he remembered correctly, he was only 19 this year. Has there ever been such a prodigy in the southern domain throughout history? Even Jiang Muyao of the Jiang family might not surpass Xiao Mu. My husband is truly impressive, Huangxi exclaimed as she leaped into Xiao Mu's embrace, disregarding the multitude of eyes upon them, showering him with kisses on his face. Su Qianqian, standing nearby, could hardly bear to watch and pulled Huangxi away from Xiao Mu. Su Xyling observed this scene with a tinge of melancholy. Had she not rejected the Zhao family's proposal back then, perhaps she too could have been like Huangxi. Be careful, the demon crab isn't dead yet. Su Ziyu's figure flashed as he flew forward to intercept the creature's counterattack. Star cluster, arise. Xiao Mu waved his hand, and a sphere of starlight shot forth from his palm. The star cluster swayed momentarily before crashing into the demon crab, lacking any ostentatious technique, directly shattering the creature, resulting in its immediate demise. Su Ziyu, who had braced himself for a fierce battle, was left stunned. What is this creature? At that moment, the star cluster ascended into the air, opening its wide mouth to unleash countless dazzling starlights that swept away all the crab meat scattered on the ground. In the blink of an eye, only a pile of crab shells remained, as the succulent crab meat was devoured by the star cluster. You certainly know how to eat. Xiao Mu chuckled, scolding affectionately. The star cluster flew back to Xiao Mu's side, belly up, appearing thoroughly satisfied. At this moment, Su Ziyu retreated, staring at the small, starry entity, struggling to comprehend. Did this little creature just obliterate an imperial-level demon crab with a single strike? What on earth is this? Let us proceed, star cluster. Lead the way ahead. The corpses of the demon beasts we slay are yours. Yea, the little creature perked up. As a few pieces of crab meat were merely a snack for it, it would take much more to satiate its appetite. Seeing Xiao Mu set off, Su Ziyu quickly called upon the members of the Su family to follow. As they advanced, they encountered numerous demon beasts obstructing their path. However, as soon as any demon beast revealed itself, before it could launch an attack, the star cluster would deliver a headbutt, dismembering the creature on the spot and swallowing it whole. Initially, the group marveled at the display, but soon, they became desensitized. They even began to entertain a peculiar thought. The demon beast within this forbidden zone didn't seem so formidable after all. It sparked a feeling of I could do that too. Be cautious. After we traverse this canyon ahead, we will officially enter the burial ground of the ancestor of humanity. The dangers within far exceed those on the periphery. Imperial-level demon beasts are nothing. Inside, illusions that can bewilder the mind may appear at any moment. Everyone must stay close together. We cannot afford to scatter. Su Ziyu spoke with a serious expression. Illusions, huh? Xiao Mu contemplated. He recalled that after the Zhao family's ancestor emerged from the burial ground of the ancestor of humanity, his demeanor changed dramatically. Could it be that he lost his sanity within? Compared to tangible demon beasts, intangible illusions are indeed more lethal and perilous. Nevertheless, Xiao Mu felt no fear. His supreme divine eye could pierce through all illusions and disguises. After a short while, the group successively leaped across the canyon. As soon as they set foot on the opposite bank, Xiao Mu distinctly sensed that the atmosphere here was vastly different from the outside. The visibility of the air was remarkably low. Despite it being daytime, neither sun nor moon nor stars were visible, and the surroundings were shrouded in darkness. The surrounding elemental spirit energy was abundant but highly agitated, akin to boiling water, making it impossible to absorb or refine. Attempting to forcibly absorb the elemental spirit energy here could even lead to adverse effects. Everyone, be careful. Do not touch anything indiscriminately and refrain from absorbing elemental energy. Suziyu also noticed the strangeness of the environment and quickly warned everyone. The group heightened their vigilance, adopting an unprecedented sense of caution. For the time being, nothing occurred. And they began to advance. The path ahead was shrouded in uncertainty. No one knew where they were headed, and for now, they could only delve deeper into the forbidden zone, adapting as needed along the way. Xiao Mu took out the treasure map, hoping to ascertain the precise location of the treasure chest. Merely glancing at the coordinates left Xiao Mu perplexed. However, he discovered that the treasure map had an additional guiding function, which would display the distance and direction of the treasure chest in real time relative to his location. Upon checking, he realized that he was not far from the treasure, only a little over 50 miles away. In the outside world, he could easily traverse that distance in mere moments. However, within the burial ground of the ancestor of humanity, it was wiser to proceed cautiously and follow the group. To put it bluntly, if they encountered an insurmountable enemy, having over 100 experts from the Su family as backup would greatly enhance their chances of survival. After walking for over a mile without encountering even an ant, the eerie silence felt increasingly unsettling. Yet, the more tranquil it became, the tenser the expressions of the group appeared. Suziyu led the way at the front. Not daring to blink for even a moment, his eyes bloodshot. "Elder, we have a situation." A Su family expert at the Saint Emperor level suddenly called out. Suziyu rushed over, following the indication to discover a yellowish temple appearing on the right side of the group. Strange. I did not notice any signs of structures in the surroundings earlier. How could a temple suddenly materialize? Someone murmured. I swear, I was watching that direction the entire time. I saw nothing until just now. It's as if the temple just emerged out of nowhere. Another added. Could it be an illusion? This is indeed the forbidden zone. Living up to its reputation, Suziyu gazed at the ancient temple, momentarily unsure, before turning to Xiao Mu, young Master Xiao. Do you think we should circumvent the temple and continue deeper into the forbidden zone, or investigate the temple first? Xiao Mu scrutinized the temple that had seemingly appeared from thin air, a smile curving his lips as he replied, an encounter is a form of destiny. Let us take a look. Hearing this, Suziyu nodded in agreement. Very well, let us approach and investigate. We may uncover some clues. The group promptly adjusted their course, making their way toward the ancient temple. Upon reaching the vicinity of the temple, they observed its considerable scale. Although it appeared weathered, it was remarkably well preserved. The temple featured an open architectural design, supported by stone columns, allowing a clear view of the interior. Inside, there was little of note, save for a human-shaped stone statue. Though the statue had severely weathered over time, bearing the marks of its age, making its original form nearly unrecognizable. Could it be the statue of an ancient human emperor? The ancestor deity Xinyuan? Someone speculated. Let us go inside. Beneath the statue, it seems there is half of a stone tablet, which might contain some information. Chapter 56. Echoes of the Ancestor Deity, the Demon Suppression Hall, a sanctuary forged by the supreme powers of the human ancestor, Emperor Xinyuan, comprises a total of 108 edifices, most of which have succumbed to the relentless passage of time. This was the message conveyed to Xiao Mu by his supreme divine eye upon his arrival at the temple. Designed to subdue malevolent entities, this sacred space is a refuge where such evils dare not encroach, ensuring its safety, without waiting for others to take the lead. Xiao Mu boldly stepped into the temple, flanked by Su Qianqian and Huang Shi. However, the star cluster seemed uneasy with the atmosphere and refrained from entering, opting instead to circle outside in vigilant watch. Xiao Mu found this unremarkable. Even a five-clawed divine dragon remains a creature of mischief in the eyes of humanity. The Demon Suppression Hall was erected precisely for the purpose of restraining these malevolent beings, and even dragons are not exempt from this decree. Approaching a weathered stone sculpture, Xiao Mu bowed deeply before it. Though the statue had mostly lost its form, he was certain that it honored Emperor Xinyuan, who once single-handedly safeguarded the human race. How could he not pay his respects? Observing his actions, the others, despite their confusion, began to emulate his reverence. At that moment, a soft, radiant glow emanated from the statue, enveloping everyone in its luminous embrace. Initially startled, they soon realized that this light was ineffably pure, as though it were a blessing from antiquity, invigorating their spirits and saturating them with strength. Why am I not affected? Huang Shi expressed her bewilderment. Xiao Mu chuckled as he affectionately ruffled her hair. You are not of the human race. Naturally, you cannot partake in the ancestral protection bestowed upon humanity. Young Master Xiao, do you comprehend the significance of this? Suziyu inquired with curiosity. Xiao Mu responded, indeed, someone has surmised correctly. This hall venerates Emperor Xinyuan. It is known as the Demon Suppression Hall, constructed by him specifically to subdue the demon race. Thus, it is no wonder that no malevolent presence is found here. It is a temporary sanctuary. The Demon Suppression Hall. I have perused historical texts that recount how Emperor Xianyuan erected 108 such halls, rendering the demon tribes powerless and heralding a glorious era for humanity. It is no surprise that this forbidden zone is referred to as the resting place of our ancestors. Emperor Xianyuan must indeed lie here. The crowd began to murmur excitedly. Xiao Mu approached the fallen stone tablet, clearing away the earth to set it upright once more. Ancient inscriptions adorned its surface, yet upon a brief glance, he found them indecipherable. Su Ziyu, upon inspecting it too, shook his head in dismay. The era of Emperor Xianyuan was over 10 million years ago. Although humanity has flourished, civilizations have risen and fallen, rendering the ancient script long forgotten. No scholar could decipher even a handful of characters. At that moment, Su Qianqian stepped forward, her gaze sweeping over the tablet. She spoke softly. Today, I suppress the vanguard of the demon realm, the crimson-haired demon here. I sense my end approaches, yet the tower of eternal life remains unseen. How lamentable, how tragic. Her words left the crowd utterly astonished, gazing at her in disbelief. Could she truly interpret the ancient inscriptions? Xiao Mu, however, remained unfazed. After all, Su Qianqian was the reincarnation of the celestial empress, so her knowledge of ancient scripts was hardly surprising. What intrigued Xiao Mu was the content recorded in those inscriptions. It appeared to be a reflection penned by Emperor Xianyuan after subduing the malevolence. What was the Tower of Eternal Life? Could there truly be a means to attain immortality? Based on Xiao Mu's understanding of the Holy Shin continent, the notion of eternal life was non-existent. Even the invincible deities of the upper realm faced the inevitability of mortality. During previous conversations with Su Qianqian, she had revealed that the powerful beings of the upper realm, in their quest for immortality, employed myriad methods, yet all ended in futility. Even the most formidable entities could not exceed a lifespan of 100,000 years. A century of existence stood as an insurmountable chasm, regardless of one's might. Upon reaching that age, death becomes inescapable, not through old age or illness, but rather, even with a robust body and a vibrant spirit, the moment arrives, and one must succumb. It is akin to a decree from the netherworld, where life is not spared beyond its appointed hour. Yet, judging from the inscriptions, it seemed Emperor Xianyuan had discovered a path to immortality, albeit too late. Upon the brink of his own demise, he had no time to pursue it. Whether true or not, Xiao Mu silently etched this intelligence into his memory. Though he was far from the day of reckoning, it was prudent to prepare for the future. The luminous essence they had witnessed was indeed a lingering trace of Emperor Xianyuan. Imbued with power that could temporarily elevate the strength of human warriors and enhance their resistance against malevolence, lasting approximately 3 days, Su Qianqian added, returning to Xiao Mu's side. She whispered, "My husband, the tablet also bears an additional inscription, added by a later visitor, to behold the tomb of the ancestor. One must ignite 16 demon soul lamps." Xiao Mu nodded slightly. "I understand." This was indeed a pivotal piece of information. Within the tomb of Emperor Xianyuan lay countless treasures. Although Xiao Mu held little interest in grave robbing, especially not of the tomb of the ancestral deity, accumulating information was never a burden. One could never tell when it might prove useful. 3 days. Our time is indeed limited. We cannot linger here, while it is safe. Remaining will not lift the curse. Let us proceed. With Emperor Xuanyuan's protection, we need not fear further encounters with malevolence. The Su family quickly reached a consensus to seize the opportunity afforded by the ancestor's blessing to locate the true form of the spider demon. As Xiao Mu prepared to depart the demon suppression hall, he suddenly realized that the star cluster was missing. At that moment, a dazzling light burst forth from the distance. A meteor, ablaze with fierce flames, descended from the heavens, crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact, sending plumes of dust skyward and creating a stunning shockwave. This was the star cluster's signature technique, the starburst impact, triggered by the summoning of a meteor. This creature had ventured out on its own after merely 2 minutes of inattention. Having Huang Shi as a battle maniac in the family was already enough trouble. Now, adding another troublemaker to the mix was quite the challenge. "Why are you looking at me? While I relish a good fight, I do know my limits," Huang Shi retorted with annoyance. Xiao Mu offered an awkward smile. "Let us go see. Any foe that can provoke such a display from the star cluster must be formidable." With that, Xiao Mu wrapped his arms around the waist of his 2 beloved companions and soared into the sky on his sword. Observing this, Su Ziyu hesitated for a moment before beckoning the Su family members to follow. Xiao Mu was now the core strength of their group. His absence would indeed be felt on the journey ahead. Chapter 57. Stellar burst plow. As the shockwave dissipated, Xiao Mu and the others finally arrived at the explosion site. The air was still imbued with ethereal starlight, and constellations hovered in midair, their gaze fixated on a cloud of dust below. Within the dust, tendril-like shadows writhed and twisted. Resembling a colossal beast akin to an octopus, Xiao Mu halted the group, peering through the haze. The thousand-handed demon, a third-tier Saint Emperor beast. Once a vanguard of the crimson-haired demon. Wasn't the crimson-haired demon the one subdued by Emperor Xianyuan? This tentacled creature, being a remnant of the crimson-haired demon's forces, must have intended to assault the demon suppression hall to rescue its master, only to be detected by the constellation. Xiao Mu didn't dwell on it. A mere third-tier Saint Emperor beast was no match for the constellation's strength. Constellation, engage. I grant you permission, Xiao Mu called out, with a spirited cry. The constellation descended with the weight of a mountain, clashing with the thousand-handed demon. In truth, from the moment the demon revealed itself, it had been under relentless assault from the constellation, never even having the chance to retaliate. Its sheer size and resilience allowed it to endure thus far, otherwise it would have been vanquished long ago. Now that the constellation had unfettered its power, the thousand-handed demon was utterly outmatched. Amidst the dust, flashes of starlight erupted as tendrils scattered. In mere moments, not a single appendage of the thousand-handed demon remained, and shortly thereafter, it ceased to exist entirely. As the dust settled, Xiao Mu approached. The demon's half-dismembered body continued to ooze black blood, lifeless and utterly defeated. The constellation feasted joyfully upon the demon's remains, relishing the meal as if it were a delicacy. Once satisfied, it returned to Xiao Mu, presenting a demon core with prideful chirps. Well done, Xiao Mu praised, petting the constellation and stowing the demon core away. Let us proceed. I can escort you into the ancestral burial grounds. But whether you find the spider demon depends on the fortunes of your Su family. Thank you, young Master Zhao. Su Ziyu clasped his hands in gratitude. The group set off once more, with the constellation leading the way, scouting ahead. Xiao Mu walked arm in arm with Su Tranqian and Huangxi, sharing lighthearted banter. While others ventured into the forbidden zone at the risk of their lives, the three of them strolled leisurely, as if on a carefree vacation. Husband, could you give me that demon core? Huangxi asked playfully, tugging at Xiao Mu's arm. A third-tier Saint Emperor demon core could potentially help her break through to the Saint Emperor realm before Jiang Mu Yao did. Who wouldn't covet it? Xiao Mu had little use for the demon core, and since Huangxi desired it, he thought it wise to grant her request. However, he suddenly remembered that Huangxi had been married to him for nearly a month now, marking a new opportunity for investment. While the demon core was indeed a decent investment, Xiao Mu decided to wait and see what treasures might emerge from the treasure chest. If something more suitable for Huangxi were to be found, it would yield a greater return. There's no rush. This isn't the best place for cultivation. We'll discuss it when we return home. Who knows, we might encounter even higher quality demon cores later, Xiao Mu suggested. Huangxi nodded in agreement, realizing that a third-tier demon core was hardly significant. Given the constellation's power, it likely dominated anything below the fifth tier. There was indeed no need to be overly hasty. All right, I'll defer to your plans. With a playful smile, she leaned in and kissed Xiao Mu. Su Qianqian shook her head helplessly, noting the numerous onlookers. These two seemed completely oblivious to any sense of modesty. Suddenly, a rhythmic, muffled sound echoed in the distance. Xiao Mu became alert, tracing the source of the noise as the mist ahead parted to reveal a picturesque valley filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant blossoms. The valley was adorned with rare herbs and towering trees bearing golden, radiant fruits. Colorful celestial fish swam in the babbling streams, and a gentle breeze carried the rich essence of primordial spirit, inviting one to pause and cultivate. Yet Xiao Mu understood that abnormal occurrences often concealed danger. With keen eyes, he glanced into the valley, where the seemingly idyllic scenery morphed into a nightmarish vision of corpses and blood. Mountains of skeletal remains loomed, and putrid black blood flowed freely. Countless spirits drifted aimlessly within the valley. The source of the ominous thudding came from the valley's center, where a black demon tree stood, its branches laden with blood-red tumors. The thuds resonating from their violent bursts. Life seemed to pulse within these tumors, which, upon hitting the ground, burrowed into the earth and vanished. The valley exuded an eerie, perilous aura, making even Xiao Mu's scalp tingle. Just as he considered suggesting a detour, a wave of crimson fog surged around the valley, enveloping it almost instantly and severing any hope of retreat for Xiao Mu and his companions. With no other choice, they had to press forward. Yet, Xiao Mu understood the wisdom of avoiding danger. He resolved to dismantle the threat first. Constellation, stellar burst, level this valley, Xiao Mu commanded. And the eager constellation surged forward into the valley. With a thunderous roar, the constellation unleashed a barrage of starlight arrows, raining down like a torrential storm, activating its indiscriminate plowing mode. The valley, already modest in size, was swiftly ravaged. The once beautiful scene shattered, as if an illusion had been broken. The true nature of the valley began to reveal itself. Witnessing the horrifying sight of corpses piled high, the onlookers gasped in shock. When Xiao Mu ordered the constellation to plow the valley, the Su family had been perplexed by his desire to destroy such a seemingly enchanting place. Now, they comprehended the horrific truth hidden beneath the facade of beauty. Millions of stark white bones lay amassed in the valley, a sight the common man had never witnessed. It was clear that immense danger lurked within. Had they unwittingly stepped inside, they would have met a swift demise. After thoroughly bombarding the valley, the constellation returned to Xiao Mu's side, seemingly unfazed despite having unleashed numerous stellar bursts. Although merely 3 days old, the constellation's stamina was nothing short of monstrous. However, its appetite was growing. After a brief exertion, it began to rumble. Xiao Mu had to produce a supply of dragon meat to satiate the constellation. Knowing another confrontation awaited them. Chapter 58. Riding on fortune after the star cluster had satisfied its hunger, Xiao Mu officially stepped into the valley. At this moment, the valley had been flattened, strewn with pulverized bone fragments that crunched underfoot, reminiscent of walking on snow. A glance around revealed an utter absence of life. Even the bizarre tree at the valley center had been shattered into splinters by the stellar explosion. At present, everything appeared secure. However, The crimson mist outside the valley remained thick and unyielding. Xiao Mu surmised that the threats within the valley had not been entirely eradicated. He advanced cautiously, his supreme divine eye scanning the surroundings for any ominous signs. Creak. A sharp, acrid scraping sound emanated from beneath the ground, accompanied by a slight tremor. Hundreds of skeletal remains erupted from the earth, their skulls ignited by crimson flames, radiating an intense aura of malevolence. Blood demon infant, this entity, birthed from the ancient demon tree, Vishva, possesses the ability to inhabit corpses and harness their combat prowess from their former lives. Upon receiving this information through his supreme divine eye, Xiao Mu furrowed his brow. This blood demon infant appeared to be the sanguine tumor that had recently fallen from the demon tree, indeed a peculiar occurrence. Xiao Mu speculated that this entity had intended to lure them into the valley, picking them off one by one before seizing control of their bodies. However, his vigilance had thwarted its plans, as he had ordered the star cluster to bombard the valley, dispelling the illusions and preventing it from taking possession of them, leading it to resort to inhabiting these skeletons instead. It seemed his cautiousness had proven wise. Xiao Mu chuckled. Star cluster, it's your time to shine once again. Yet this time, the star cluster's response was not one of eager anticipation but rather of reluctant rejection. Its expression suggested that these skeletal forms lacked flesh and were unappetizing, making it unwilling to expend energy on them. Xiao Mu found this rather amusing. The little creature was quite discerning. So, the unappetizing foes would not provoke its interest. Very well, let it continue to rest. As the skeletal figures closed in, Xiao Mu raised his hand, unleashing the 9 heavens' divine thunder, which shattered one of the skeletons. Seeing this, Su Ziyu felt embarrassed to remain in the shadows while Xiao Mu fought alone. He promptly led the Su clan's experts into a direct confrontation with the skeletal horde. Huang Shi also surged forward immediately. The skeletal warriors proved formidable. While their power did not reach the realm of the Holy Emperor, they were certainly at the peak of the Holy Monarch stage, and their numbers were overwhelming. Unfazed by death, they gained the upper hand in the initial skirmish. It was only through Su Ziyu's relentless efforts that the Su clan managed to hold their ground, facing a grueling battle. However, each time the situation grew dire, a bolt of 9 heavens' divine thunder would strike down, repelling the skeletons. After a fierce struggle, although the Su clan members were left in disarray, miraculously, none were injured. As time passed, the Su clan warriors gradually found their rhythm, with Su Ziyu leading the charge, concentrating their forces to systematically eliminate the enemy. After a grueling quarter of an hour, victory was finally theirs. Just as the last skeletal figure fell, the ground in the valley suddenly shook violently, a fissure tearing through the earth, leading to a massive collapse that continued for a while before settling down. Xiao Mu soared upward on his sword, only to discover a deep pit, hundreds of meters deep, littered with what appeared to be wooden ores emanating a dark red glow. Vishva wood, the remains of the fallen Vishva tree, an imperial-grade ore. Xiao Mu's eyes lit up. This was a rare material for crafting. With a wave of his hand, he collected all the Vishva wood scattered across the ground. The arriving Su clan members, witnessing this scene, dared not voice any objections. Although this battle seemed to be their triumph, they were well aware that without Xiao Mu's presence, victory would have been unattainable. The spoils rightfully belonged to the strong. Just as Xiao Mu was about to exit the pit, he caught sight of something seemingly hidden beneath the soil. Reaching down, he grasped a swirling mass of crimson mist. This mist struggled to escape his grip, but after enduring a strike from the 9 heavens' divine thunder, it settled down, gradually condensing into a bead. Demon Soul Pearl, crafted from the blood of the great demon king, Hitfan. There are a total of 16, bestowed upon the 16 vanguard generals of the demon nation, currently belonging to the Vishva tree. 16 demon soul pearls? These must be the crucial items Su Qianqian mentioned for igniting the 16 demon soul lamps. It seems collecting these 16 pearls will not pose much difficulty. The great demon king Hitfan sounds formidable, but he is likely a figure of the same era as Emperor Xianyuan, and should have perished long ago, thus posing no threat. After securing the demon soul pearl, Xiao Mu ascended from the pit, observing that the crimson mist outside the valley had dissipated. Let us proceed, he declared. The coordinates of the imperial-grade treasure chest were not far off, and Xiao Mu was eager to discover what surprises awaited him within. The Su clan members expressed no dissent, and the group set forth once more, traversing the valley towards the deeper recesses of the ancestral burial grounds. Behind the valley lay a marshland surrounded by black mist. The aura of malevolence pervaded, suggesting numerous demon beasts congregated within. However, with the star cluster leading the way, there was little danger. The star cluster charged forward, devouring anything that resembled food along its path. In less than half an hour, the group safely navigated through the marshland. As they moved forward, the temperature plummeted, and heavy snowflakes began to fall, blanketing the mountains and ground in a thick layer of snow. Initially, it was tolerable, but as they ventured deeper, the drop in temperature became increasingly dramatic. It must be below 100 degrees, Xiao Mu thought, as his breath crystallized and fell like ice. The Holy Monarch warriors fared better, but some Holy King warriors began to struggle, their bodies stiffening against the biting cold, necessitating the donning of warmer garments. The most affected was Xyling. Though she possessed a sacred physique, her cultivation was the weakest among them, having just broken through to the Holy Spirit realm. In no time, her complexion turned pale, and she trembled uncontrollably. Seeing this, Huangshi felt a pang of sympathy and called out, Xyling, come walk with us. With that, Huangshi conjured a cloak of sacred fire, enveloping Xyling entirely. The chill was promptly suppressed, and her complexion quickly regained its rosy hue. She gratefully nodded at Huangxi, obediently following closely behind the three. Xiao Mu said little, merely producing the treasure map to confirm the chest location. It was very near. Less than 5 miles away. They should be able to see it after traversing this snowy forest. Xiao Mu rubbed his hands together and leaned in, playfully rubbing his face against Su Chanqian and Huangxi. Are you also cold, my dear? No, he replied with a grin. I simply wish to bask in your good fortune. After all, marrying a man like me surely signifies exceptional luck. Xiao Mu's self-praise elicited bemusement from both Su Chanqian and Huangxi. Chapter 59, The Holy Maiden of the Sky-Killing Sect. After traversing the snowy forest, the temperature indeed began to rise. However, the speed of this warming was rather alarming. In one breath, the cold was bone-chilling, and in the next, it felt as if one had stepped into the mouth of a volcano, with the air heated to a boiling point, distorting and shimmering. The group found themselves amidst a range of mountains. The low peaks undulated, barren and strewn with rubble and fissures, devoid of any signs of life. At temperatures exceeding 100 degrees, a single drop of sweat would instantly evaporate. In this extreme environment of alternating heat and cold, the warriors from the Su family appeared exceedingly uncomfortable, yet they managed to hold on. Xiao Mu double-checked the coordinates of the treasure chest. Located less than 500 meters directly ahead, it was a mountain belching forth thick black smoke, its surface marred by exaggerated cracks, with flickering flames seemingly emanating from within. Upon closer inspection, there was a deep, rumbling growl reverberating from the mountain, suggesting the presence of a formidable beast lurking within. However, Xiao Mu was resolute in his pursuit of the imperial-grade treasure chest and, without a moment's hesitation, soared upwards on his sword. As he approached the mountain, Xiao Mu suddenly spotted several figures emerging from within. Who could they be? He paused for a moment, taken aback. He was certain that these figures were human warriors, not demons. Yet encountering living beings in such a desolate place was indeed unexpected. He scrutinized them closely. Jiang Yun, second stage of the Holy Emperor Realm. Guardian of the Jiang family. Jiang Ping, third stage of the Holy Emperor Realm. Guardian of the Jiang family. Wu Yuanqi, third stage of the Holy Emperor Realm. Elder of the Sky-Killing Sect. Bai Shui, fifth stage of the Holy Emperor Realm. Holy Maiden of the Sky-Killing Sect, possessing the golden ninth grade Frost Sacred Body. For individuals, 2 men and 2 women. Among them, the pair from the Jiang family seemed significantly weaker than the duo from the Sky-Killing Sect, perpetually on the defensive. Wu Yuanqi, it is indeed him. Su Ziyu, spotting the ongoing battle not far away, was visibly startled upon recognizing the elder from the Sky-Killing Sect. Do you know him? Yes. Recently several elite disciples from the Su family fell victim, their spiritual bones extracted. I secretly investigated and discovered that he was behind it. I confronted him, but his strength was formidable, and I was forced to retreat. Su Ziyu replied through clenched teeth, his face contorted with rage. However, he quickly regained his composure. Though surprised to encounter an enemy in the ancestral burial ground of humans, their mission was to lift the curse, and they could not afford any distractions. Auntie, Huangxi suddenly exclaimed, her eyes widening as she pointed at Jiang Yun. She is my aunt, my mother's younger sister. It seemed they could not simply stand by. Xiao Mu made a swift decision and flew forward with the star cluster. Without waiting to draw near, he summoned 8 bolts of divine thunder, targeting Wu Yuanqi, unleashing them all at once. Caught off guard by the sudden strike, Wu Yuanqi fell to the ground. The pressure on Jiang Yun and Jiang Ping, who were already besieged, was significantly alleviated. They turned to see a young man accompanied by 2 stunningly beautiful women and a radiant orb of starlight approaching, momentarily stunned. Huangxi? Jiang Yun was taken aback at the sight of Huangxi and momentarily doubted her own eyes. What was she doing in the ancestral burial ground of humans? Auntie, are you alright? Huangxi inquired, noticing the blood streaming from Jiang Yun. It's really you. I'm fine, just a minor injury. By the way, how did you end up in this forbidden area? Jiang Yun's beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise and joy, just as Huangxi was about to explain. An array of ice spikes surged from all directions. Bai Shui, the Holy Maiden of the Sky-Killing Sect, sneered, I didn't expect you to have reinforcements. But encountering me is your misfortune. This woman is rather arrogant. Star Cluster, we cannot indulge her, can we? Xiao Mu remarked, tapping the orb gently on its forehead. Star Cluster, seemingly understanding, nodded and let out a roar as it charged forward. Overestimating oneself, Bai Shui conjured an ice sword, cleaving through the air towards Star Cluster. However, she clearly underestimated Star Cluster's tenacity. Without flinching, Star Cluster barreled forward, shattering the ice sword into countless shards, maintaining its momentum and crashing directly into Bai Shui's abdomen. The sheer force of Star Cluster's impact was formidable, causing the Holy Maiden to double over, her body involuntarily retreating until she collided with the mountainside. Barely coming to a halt, Bai Shui coughed up blood, her formerly pristine face now overshadowed by shock and disbelief. She felt as though her insides had been pulverized. What kind of creature is this, to possess such overwhelming strength? Are you alright, my lady? Wu Yuanqi exclaimed, regaining his composure. Damn it. I must see who dares to oppose the Sky-Killing Sect. At that moment, Wu Yuanqi ascended once more, producing a blood-red bell that, upon a gentle shake, unleashed a torrent of vengeful spirits surrounding Star Cluster. Unfazed by the apparitions, Star Cluster tilted its head in curiosity, attempting to swipe at them. But the spirits lacked a tangible form, rendering its attacks ineffective. This left Star Cluster perplexed as it continued to flail its claws, yet to no avail. As more and more vengeful spirits enveloped it, Bai Shui, Having recovered, struck again, summoning a chilling wind that instantaneously encased Star Cluster in a massive block of ice. The spirits swarmed within, attacking without restraint. Though these assaults were akin to mere tickles against Star Cluster's hardened skin, it had never endured such indignity and thrashed in anger. Bai Shui's expression shifted. Such terrifying power. I can barely maintain my grip. Elder Wu, unleash the trump card. Understood. Wu Yuanxi's eyes glinted with malice as he conjured a blood-red spear, biting his tongue to let blood drip onto it. The spear erupted in a thick plume of black smoke, releasing an aura of cold malevolence. Seeing the dire situation unfold, Su Chanqian and Huangshi grew worried. Will Star Cluster be in danger? Huangshi asked, anxiety lacing her voice. The danger lies not with Star Cluster, but with our adversaries, Xiao Mu chuckled. He had refrained from intervening to witness the repercussions of provoking Star Cluster. Thus far, it had only displayed the might of its exclusive technique, the Starburst Charge. Its secret skill, the Wrath of the Star Deity, had yet to be revealed. The two members of the Sky-Killing sect, oblivious to their impending doom, had thoroughly provoked Star Cluster, and they were about to face the consequences. Though Huangshi was puzzled, she chose to trust in Star Cluster's strength. As Xiao Mu had suggested, ceasing resistance, it appears this creature has reached its limit. Seeing Star Cluster encased in ice and no longer struggling, Wu Yuanxi smirked coldly. Bai Shui flew closer, her brow furrowed, still feeling uneasy. She summoned the power of her sacred body, encasing the ice in an additional thick layer of blue ice. Finally feeling reassured, turning to Xiao Mu and the others, a glint of malice flickered in her gaze. Kill them all. Skin them, and bring their bones back as offerings to our master. Indeed, my lady, I had the same thought. These newcomers possess remarkable talent. Eliminating them would yield substantial rewards. Wu Yuanxi cackled maliciously. Xiao Mu, with a teasing expression, replied, perhaps you should first focus on your own safety. Bai Shui was momentarily taken aback when a sudden cracking sound resonated from behind her. The ice was shattering. Chapter 60, Opening the Treasure Chest. Bai Shui instinctively turned around, and what she beheld was a scene that would forever be etched in her memory. The sky appeared to have been torn asunder, revealing a boundless galaxy that radiated dazzling light, illuminating her with its brilliance. In an instant, Bai Shui felt as though she were submerged in a torrent of starlight. Her true spirit quivered violently, as if her consciousness were being pulled to the far side of the starry sky. There, an immense divine abode stood, where an unnamed deity sat, glaring with fierce eyes that exuded an oppressive force that pierced through the galaxy. In a daze, Bai Shui was astonished to realize that her entire being was drenched in sweat. Her garments clung to her form, accentuating a perfect silhouette. Yet, her countenance had turned ashen, and her eyes were filled with trepidation. Holy Maiden? Wu Yuanxi, momentarily taken aback, glanced back out of curiosity. With a swift motion, the claw of the Star Cluster plunged into Wu Yuanxi's chest cavity, effortlessly tearing away an entire rib, leaving his heart exposed to the air. Wu Yuanxi was initially stunned, but soon engulfed by an overwhelming fear. He could not help but scream. However, the wail lasted but a fleeting moment. In the next heartbeat, both Wu Yuanxi and Bai Shui were consumed by a burst of starlight, vanishing without a trace. In the blink of an eye, two formidable sovereigns of the Tian Sha sect perished simultaneously, leaving no remains. The brilliance emanating from the Star Cluster gradually dimmed, and with a yawn, it soared towards Xiao Mu, retreating into the system space for rest. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, the atmosphere thick with an eerie stillness. Jiang Yun and Jiang Ping gazed at Xiao Mu with incredulity. Even the Su family, accustomed to the extraordinary, found themselves profoundly impacted by this spectacle. Clearing his throat, Xiao Mu remarked, everyone, remain calm. This is a standard operation. There is no need for alarm. After granting them a moment to regain their composure, he ascended alone into the mountains, venturing deep within the earth. Inside the mountain, he discovered a vast cavern, where molten lava flowed below. By the edge of the lava lake lay a fire-red, two-headed serpent, lying on the ground, its breath growing faint, unable to survive. Judging by the aura, it appeared that Jiang Yun and Jiang Peng had been hunting this beast when the members of the Tian Sha sect ambushed them. Though it was the Jiang family that had slain the beast, Xiao Mu felt justified in claiming a reward for saving their lives. With a wave of his hand, he stored the serpent's corpse within his spatial ring. After all, the two-headed serpent was a third-tier imperial beast, and its remains and demon core held considerable value. Xiao Mu pondered whether this serpent had been guarding the treasure chest. He once again consulted the treasure map. According to its directions, the chest lay behind a waterfall of lava just ahead. After a brief hesitation, he leaped over the waterfall and entered a concealed cave behind it. Ah, this lava is scorching, Xiao Mu gasped, feeling the heat despite wearing the Black Emperor's divine armor, which prevented burns but was still uncomfortable. The temperature within the cave was exceedingly high. The searing air whipped against his face, causing his hair to curl slightly. He dared not linger and immediately began his search. At the far end of the cave lay a treasure chest, emanating a mysterious glow, seemingly crafted from pure gold. As he gazed at the chest, curiosity about its origin stirred within him. Was it a product of the system's intervention, or had someone concealed it here? Yet, he thought, why dwell on such matters? Opening it would provide the answers. Xiao Mu approached and unceremoniously opened the chest. Inside lay two items, a remarkably exquisite spatial ring and a red vial. Its semi-transparent body containing a flickering silver-gray flame. Void spatial ring. ninth tier of the imperial grade, containing a storage space of 1000 by 1000 by 1000, with an effective storage range of 1000 meters. Upon reading the description of the void spatial ring, Xiao Mu was astounded. A ninth tier imperial ring with an enormous storage capacity. Even more astonishing was its ability to store items from a distance of up to 1000 meters. If such an item fell into the hands of a nefarious individual, it could easily transform them into an unparalleled thief. Without hesitation, Xiao Mu donned the void spatial ring, removing all other rings from his fingers and transferring their contents into the new ring. With this acquisition, he would never again fret over insufficient storage space. In high spirits, he turned his attention to the red vial. The vial itself was also a storage artifact, but that was of little significance. What mattered was the flame within. Earth Spirit Fire Seed, a special flame born from the Earth's core, capable of being absorbed and refined. With a chance of comprehending the 9th tier martial skill, True Earth Spirit Fire, a flame capable of bestowing comprehension of a 9th tier martial skill? That certainly piqued Xiao Mu's interest. With a flourish, he stored the vial within the void spatial ring, not neglecting the empty chest, which he also claimed, recognizing its worth as several hundred pounds of pure gold. After a moment, Xiao Mu exited the mountains and returned to his group. By now, the others had mostly regained their composure, though their gazes towards Xiao Mu had taken on a different hue, one of astonishment, admiration, and a hint of fear. Unfazed, Xiao Mu approached the two ladies. Huangxi was engaged in conversation with her aunt, Jiang Yun. Upon seeing Xiao Mu approach, Jiang Yun stepped forward to greet him. Young Master Zhao, I cannot thank you enough for your timely assistance. Otherwise, Jiang Peng and I would likely have perished in this ancestral burial ground. Do not mention it. Auntie, we are all family. It was the least I could do, Xiao Mu replied with a smile. Jiang Yun was taken aback to hear Xiao Mu refer to her as auntie, her expression reflecting her surprise. Huangxi chuckled. Auntie, I'm married now. I am Xiao Mu's wife. What? When did this happen? Why hasn't your mother mentioned it to me? Jiang Yun was astonished. It was just a short while ago, Huangxi explained. That makes sense. I have been in the ancestral burial ground for over a month. Even if your mother had informed me, I would not have received the news. Curious, Huangxi inquired. Andy, what brought you here? Ah, it's a long story. And it involves the Tiansha sect. Zhang Muyao was attacked by an assassin from the sect over a month ago and sustained severe injuries, remaining unconscious ever since. The Tiansha sect is treacherous. Unable to abduct her, they poisoned her instead. We came seeking the divine antidote, the rejuvenation grass, only to discover that the Tiansha sect's minions have relentlessly pursued us to this ancestral burial ground. It is no wonder I did not receive any response when I wrote to her recently, Huangxi remarked. Upon learning of Jiang Muyao's plight, Huangxi felt a surge of anger. How audacious! Can the foremost imperial family of the southern region not put an end to their tyranny? Jiang Yun's expression grew grave. The Tiansha sect's rapid rise is due to the backing of a powerful force. This force, not only our Jiang family, but even the entire coalition of imperial families in the southern region would struggle to contend with. Chapter 61, A Hundredfold Return. Consuming divine fire upon hearing the news that Jiang Muyao had been severely injured by an assassination attempt from the Heavenly Kill sect, Xiao Mu was taken aback. Jiang Muyao was his designated choice for a future wife. Although they had yet to meet, the attempted murder of his future bride was no trivial matter, especially given the involvement of the Heavenly Kill sect. He could not afford to remain indifferent. However, from Jiang Yun's tone, it seemed the forces backing the Heavenly Kill sect were formidable, powerful enough that even the foremost imperial family of the southern region, the Jiang clan, was at a loss. Could it be one of the three great dynasties of Central State? Xiao Mu suddenly interjected. Jiang Yun's expression tightened, and he lowered his voice. Though there is no concrete evidence, your conjecture is likely correct. Xiao Mu had little knowledge of the three top-tier dynasties of the Holy Xian continent. Su Qianqian should possess some intelligence about them. But Xiao Mu had previously shown little interest and had not inquired further. It seemed that upon returning, he would need to thoroughly understand the overall dynamics of the Holy Xian continent. Let us set aside these matters for now. We must seek the light rejuvenating grass. I am deeply grateful for your gallant assistance, young Master Zhao. Once the Jiang family's crisis is resolved, we will personally pay a visit to express our gratitude. Jiang Yun and Jiang Ping clasped their fists towards Xiao Mu and then swiftly took to the skies. They departed with great haste, indicating that Jiang Muyao's condition was dire. We must also hasten our pace, Xiao Mu said gravely. If the Jiang family was unable to save Jiang Muyao, he would have to devise his own means. He could not simply stand by and watch his future bride succumb to poison. Suziyu spoke up, young Master Zhao, during the battle. I vaguely sensed the fluctuations of the curse's power. I can use the direction of these fluctuations to roughly ascertain the source of the curse. At this point, Suziyu's expression became somewhat troubled. Originally, we were immensely grateful for young Master Zhao escorting us this far, and we dared not impose further. However, given the gravity of the situation, I fear our Su family lacks the strength to confront the impending dangers. I wish to enlist your continued protection until the curse is lifted. Of course, the Su family cannot disregard our benefactor, as long as we can resolve the crisis. I vow that from this day forth, the Su family will serve as a subsidiary family to the Zhao family, honoring them for generations to come. Upon hearing these words, not only was Xiao Mu astonished by Suziyu's audacity, but the other members of the Su family were also left astounded, their mouths agape. Elder, this is too extreme. I implore you to reconsider. The Su family had been an imperial lineage for millennia. To become a vassal of another family would be a disgrace to their ancestors. Turning resolutely, Su Ziyu declared, had it not been for young Master Zhao's timely intervention, the Su family would have likely perished in the demon den at the royal city, and you all would have become puppets of the fiends. Your lives were saved by young Master Zhao, let alone serving the Zhao family. Even if you were to become their slaves, it would be entirely justified. This matter is settled. There is no need for further discussion. Those with objections may gather their belongings and leave the Su family to seek their own fortunes. Seeing Su Ziyu's firm stance, the members of the Su family lowered their heads in silence, unwilling to voice any dissent. Xiao Mu chuckled. Elder Su, you are indeed wise. Since you have expressed such sincerity, I cannot remain indifferent. Let us proceed. I shall do my utmost to ensure the safety of the Su clan during our journey. Welcoming the prospect of incorporating the Su family under Zhao's banner, Xiao Mu understood that a family's prosperity depended on its population. Although the Zhao family had a fair number of members, it still paled in comparison to other imperial families. A lack of population would restrict the Zhao family's potential for future development. However, if the Su family were absorbed, the situation would improve significantly. Xiao Mu was aware that many of the Zhao family's young men were still unmarried. By introducing a number of exceptional young women from the Su family, they could embark on a grand expansion of family members, an endeavor rich with promise. As long as the base was large enough, it was likely that some gifted children would emerge. This would greatly alleviate the Zhao family's current predicament of lacking youthful vigor. As for whether incorporating the Su family might disrupt the stability of the Zhao family, there was no cause for concern. In this world, where strength dictated truth, as long as Xiao Mu remained, the Su family would not dare to entertain any treachery. With their consensus reached, the group set off once more. This time led by Su Ziyu. Xiao Mu took out the vial containing the Earth Spirit Fire Seed and began to study it. A sudden thought struck him, and he turned to Huangshi beside him. The martial skills you cultivate must be of the fire attribute, correct? The Phoenix clan inherently possessed fire attributes, and Huangshi's Nirvana's sacred body was imbued with the flames of rebirth. The techniques she employed for combat and survival were vibrant and potent. If she were to cultivate the Earth Spirit Fire, it would surely yield significant returns. Huangshi did not grasp why Xiao Mu had brought this up, but she nodded. Our lineage descends from the Zhuke bloodline of the Phoenix clan, which later integrated with the human bloodline. Though our bloodline has gradually diluted, the true fire of the Zhuke still burns fiercely within us, never extinguishing. The Nirvana sacred body I awakened is imbued with high-purity Zhuke true fire. With my constitution, cultivating any fire attribute martial skills will yield remarkable results. Very well, then this vial of Earth Spirit Fire Seed is yours. Use it to refine and comprehend the imperial level martial skill, Earth Spirit True Fire. Xiao Mu casually handed the vial to Huangshi. Huangshi felt the swirling flames of power within the vial, momentarily at a loss for words. This is the Earth Spirit Fire Seed? My heavens. I have only read about it in books. I never imagined I would see it in person today. She was utterly astonished. This was an imperial level fire seed, superior even to the Zhuke, true fire passed down through their Phoenix imperial lineage. My husband, is this truly for me? I cannot thank you enough. Huangshi's excitement caused her body to tremble slightly. She could easily envision the extent to which her strength would soar after cultivating the Earth Spirit True Fire. A mere verbal expression of gratitude is insufficient. It must be conveyed appropriately, Xiao Mu said with a teasing smile. Huangshi's delicate face flushed slightly, and she instinctively bit her lip, responding, let us discuss it when we return home. She did not outright refuse. It seemed there was hope. Meanwhile, a system notification echoed in Xiao Mu's mind. Ding. You have invested in your beloved's Earth Spirit Fire Seed, triggering a 100-fold return, and have acquired the imperial level martial skill, Burning Divine Fire. In an instant, a surge of searing energy coursed through Xiao Mu's body, and he swiftly mastered a new martial technique. Burning Divine Fire, an imperial level 9th grade martial skill that consumes essence to transform it into flames capable of incinerating all. It can be released independently or fused with other offensive techniques. Due to the unique refining effect of the Burning Divine Fire, it is particularly effective for smelting ores and crafting divine weapons and treasures, a flame coveted by all master artisans. Chapter 62. Fierce battle with the Demon Cloud Red Spider. The return on investment this time has not disappointed Xiao Mu at all. Although it does not compare to the 10,000-fold return from last time, the Burning Divine Fire is formidable in its own right. The 9th tier imperial skill is already considered among the pinnacle of martial arts on the sacred Xian continent. Moreover, apart from combat, this Burning Divine Fire serves as an exceptional flame for forging. Coincidentally, Xiao Mu has just acquired imperial tier forging techniques. The combination of the 9th tier imperial flame is akin to a tiger gaining wings, leading to a masterful achievement. The outcome of this synergy is undoubtedly far greater than the sum of its parts. Were it not for the need to continue his journey, Xiao Mu would be eager to test the effects of using the Burning Divine Fire to forge divine weapons. As Xiao Mu reveled in his joy, a sin of demon beasts wafted from ahead. Without needing Xiao Mu's command, the star cluster lunged forward, initiating a one-sided massacre. Under the impact of the stellar explosion, the demon beasts were obliterated before they could even reveal themselves, ultimately becoming the star cluster's banquet. The group was already accustomed to such displays, and without any pause, they pressed onward. Half a day later, the party entered a foreboding, dark cave. Upon entering, Suzu's face lit up with joy as he observed the cave adorned with dense spider webs. It seemed they had indeed found the right place. Xiao Mu, too, felt a surge of vitality. The essence of the demon cloud red spider was likely within, and he could sense a faint aura emanating from it. If it were merely a single demon cloud red spider, Xiao Mu would not take it seriously. What made him wary was its master. Anyone capable of raising an imperial tier demon beast was certainly not to be trifled with. An encounter could lead to a fierce battle. However, Xiao Mu was uncertain whether the one who raised the demon cloud red spider was a contemporary martial artist or an entity from the ancestral burial ground. Regardless, he thought to himself, let us proceed, and if necessary, he could summon the celestial seal. Xiao Mu summoned the sky-blocking sword, and in an instant, a deep crimson flame engulfed the sword. With a single swing, he cleared the spider webs from the cave, even causing the rocky walls to succumb to the flames, melting into lava. The suddenness of Xiao Mu's action left the others momentarily breathless. Even Huang Shi and Su Qianqian could not help but gaze at him in astonishment. Having spent so much time with Xiao Mu, the two were unaware of his mastery of fire attribute martial skills, which appeared to possess tremendous strength, certainly the power of an imperial tier technique. No wonder my husband gifted me the earth spirit fire seed. He possesses something far more extraordinary. Huang Shi mused. Leading the way, Xiao Mu and the others ventured deeper into the cave. This cavern connected to a vast underground expanse, with numerous forks resembling an anthill, filled with winding, twisted crevices and tunnels, making it easy for anyone to lose their way. However, endowed with the supreme divine eye, Xiao Mu could effortlessly detect the fluctuations of the demon cloud red spider's aura, ensuring he would not stray. Whenever they encountered an impassable path, he instructed the star cluster to charge through, forcefully creating a passage. Simple, yet effective. Before long, they reached the deepest part of the cave, arriving at an entrance shrouded entirely in spider webs. Xiao Mu unleashed another swing of his sword, flames bursting forth as he forcibly cut a path. Since acquiring the burning divine fire, his own fire resistance had significantly increased. He strode directly into the surging flames, his silhouette amidst the fire leaving the Su family members in awe, revering him as a deity. The thought of the Su family merging with the Zhao family and becoming part of it brought an inexplicable comfort to the Su family's experts. To be associated with such a powerful figure did not seem like a misfortune after all. Xyling gazed at Xiao Mu, her beautiful eyes shimmering, nearly drooling at the thought. How fortunate it would be to become his woman. Though she had abandoned the hope of marrying Xiao Mu, feeling unworthy, she found herself contemplating a different possibility. Could she silently remain by his side without demanding a title? Would Xiao Mu grant her an opportunity? Despite knowing the difficulty, Xyling resolved to try. If she did nothing, she would regret it for a lifetime. Inside the cave, Xiao Mu's glance fell upon a massive crimson spider suspended above an enormous web. Its deep red compound eye stared directly at him. Suddenly, a thick red mist erupted from its abdomen, transforming the cavern into a kaleidoscope of colors as countless illusions emerged. Do not enter. I will handle this, Xiao Mu declared, slashing his sword to conjure a wall of fire that barred the others from advancing. The demon cloud red spider seemed capable of creating illusions, and entering would put them at risk. With his supreme divine eye, Xiao Mu was unafraid of illusions. Facing the boss alone was actually more manageable. Locking his gaze on the demon cloud red spider, he waved his hand, summoning a barrage of 9 heavens divine thunder. The demon cloud red spider reacted swiftly, spinning countless strands of silk that formed a protective cocoon, absorbing the impact of the divine thunder. Xiao Mu remained unfazed, executing another sky-blocking slash, this time infused with the burning divine fire. The combined might of the two imperial tier techniques unleashed a terrifying force, piercing through the spider's silk shield and striking the demon cloud red spider directly. At this moment, Xiao Mu finally took a closer look at his adversary. Demon cloud red spider, an ancient beast species, 6th tier imperial realm, raised by the demon kingdom's vanguard lord. Without the luxury of contemplation, the demon cloud red spider launched a counterattack, unleashing silk arrows from all directions towards Xiao Mu. The strength of a 6th tier imperial demon exceeded Xiao Mu's expectations. His Black Emperor divine armor could only withstand damage from up to 5th tier imperial beings. The ferocity of the demon cloud red spider's assault posed a risk of injury to Xiao Mu. Yet, faced with this crisis, he remained undaunted. In an instant, a starry light enveloped Xiao Mu. The silk arrows crashed down upon the starry shield, causing no damage whatsoever. Yay! The star cluster cheered, playfully licking Xiao Mu's face. Ugh! A bit fishy, Xiao Mu remarked, wiping his face before raising the sky-blocking sword again and charging forward alongside the star cluster. As the star cluster took the lead, they engaged in a fierce battle with the demon cloud red spider. Xiao Mu seized every opportunity, unleashing sky-blocking slashes, firing 9 heavens divine thunder at a rapid pace, and employing the burning divine fire to incinerate the spider webs. The demon cloud red spider soon found itself at a disadvantage, relying solely on its 6th tier imperial strength to hold its ground. After one of its legs was severed by the star cluster's stellar explosion, the demon cloud red spider's fury erupted, emitting a chilling scream. In an instant, an eerie demonic energy surged within it. The demon cloud red spider radiated a bizarre red glow, as if granted a protective boon, significantly enhancing its power and even overpowering the star cluster. Knocking off several dragon scales, Xiao Mu's brow furrowed. This is the power of the demon soul pearl. Chapter 63, the first encounter with the golden fate bearer empowered by the strength of the demon soul pearl. The prowess of the blood cloud red spider had surged to at least the 7th rank of the Emperor realm. In stark contrast, the star cluster was merely at the 3rd rank of the Emperor realm. The disparity in their realms was vast, rendering the advantages of bloodlines nearly futile. Moreover, the star cluster was merely a newborn, still an infant. It could bully beasts of equal standing. But to expect it to transcend 4 minor realms to defeat the blood cloud red spider was akin to asking a strong dragon to leap over mountains. Unless, of course, the wrath of the star god were to manifest once more. However, observing the star cluster's condition, it was evident that fatigue outweighed fury, and it would likely not be able to unleash a grand move in the immediate future. As the star cluster was being relentlessly pushed back by the blood cloud red spider, Xiao Mu could no longer afford to delay. He promptly activated the heaven-turning divine seal, preparing for a powerful strike. Although the star cluster possessed the extraordinary ability to resurrect infinitely, such revival would come at a cost. Furthermore, if the star cluster were to perish, leaving Xiao Mu alone, he would still be unable to contend with the blood cloud red spider. In that case, he would ultimately have to resort to the heaven-turning divine seal. It was a matter of time before it was needed, so it was better to act decisively. In an instant, the spiritual energy within the cave was swiftly drained. A golden divine seal materialized above the blood cloud red spider. Star cluster, exert yourself to control that large spider, Xiao Mu commanded. The sole flaw of the heaven-turning divine seal was its poor mobility. It could only target a stationary object. If the opponent remained uncontrollable, it could easily evade the seal's suppression. Should it miss, it would be a waste of 10 years of lifespan. The star cluster seemed to sense Xiao Mu's intent, erupting with brilliant starlight in an attempt to counteract the blood cloud red spider. Yet at this moment, the blood cloud red spider was still too powerful. Despite the star cluster's impressive performance, it could not momentarily suppress the spider. Just then, Su Qianqian appeared out of nowhere, activating the sky-covering hand seal to subdue the blood cloud red spider. Xiao Mu's expression brightened. It was indeed the grand lady to the rescue. At the moment the blood cloud red spider was restrained by Su Qianqian, Xiao Mu abruptly unleashed the heaven-turning divine seal, the golden seal plummeting directly onto the spider. Boom! A violent surge of energy shook the entire cave. Xiao Mu was engulfed by a torrent of dust, his body uncontrollably hurled by the shockwave, crashing heavily against the rocky wall. After a considerable time, he finally crawled out from the rubble, spitting out dirt. Xiao Mu paid no heed to whether the blood cloud red spider was alive or dead, and hurriedly rushed towards Su Qianqian's direction. He desperately dug through the earth until he finally unearthed her. Although Su Qianqian appeared somewhat disheveled, she was unharmed, which brought Xiao Mu a sigh of relief. Thanks to the lady's timely intervention in suppressing the beast. Sitting on the ground, Su Qianqian regulated her breath, saying, "I'm fine, just a bit drained of spiritual energy. I'll recover after a short rest. Husband, go check on the star cluster." Xiao Mu had just nodded when he saw the star cluster burst forth. Clutching a red pearl and flying towards him, it was indeed the demon soul pearl. The star cluster presented the pearl to Xiao Mu, grinning broadly, and showed no signs of injury. Even the dragon scales that had been knocked off earlier had remarkably regrown. Soon after, the star cluster descended a gentle beam of starlight, enveloping both Xiao Mu and Su Qianqian. Beneath the warm starlight, Xiao Mu could distinctly feel his depleted stamina swiftly replenishing. Su Qianqian also expressed her delight, as her energy was restored to its former state in no time. Even the dust upon her was cleansed by the starlight, leaving her renewed as if nothing had transpired. "Good baby. Splendid work," Xiao Mu exclaimed joyfully. Having such a versatile companion, capable of both offense and healing, was indeed a delightful experience. As the dust settled, Xiao Mu still felt a tinge of unease and approached the place where the blood cloud red spider had been subdued. Digging through the earth, he confirmed that the spider had been completely reduced to powder before finally feeling at ease. He returned the star cluster to the system space for rest and exited the cave alongside Su Qianqian, facing the anxious yet expectant expressions of the Su family members. Xiao Mu said, "Let us check for curses on your bodies." Upon hearing Xiao Mu's words, the crowd was momentarily stunned before erupting into joyous laughter. It seemed the battle had concluded, and Xiao Mu had secured the ultimate victory. They disregarded their dignity and hastily lifted their garments to inspect their respective spider totems. The totems began to fade, and the curses were dissipating. Wonderful! The Su family is saved. Su Ziyu was also immensely gratified by this scene. He stepped forward and knelt heavily, expressing, "Thank you, young clan leader, for rescuing the Su family from peril. I vow from this day forth to obey your every command, dedicating my life to repay your kindness." Very well, Xiao Mu nodded with a smile. He trusted Su Ziyu's character, and having him under his command would indeed prove valuable. Ding! The host has performed a benevolent act by aiding the Su family in lifting their curse, achieving the accomplishment, Poverty Alleviator, and receiving 1 intermediate spiritual crystal and 100 emperor-grade spirit stones. The sudden system notification startled Xiao Mu. Accomplishments? Ding! The host has a chance to gain accomplishments and corresponding rewards after completing random events. There is something fishy about this. The system had mentioned this before. Is it because it noticed my tendency to remain passive and is trying to incentivize me to venture out more? Quite the elaborate scheme. Nevertheless, since there are rewards to be claimed, I shall reluctantly accept them. After a brief rest, the group prepared to depart the cave. Just as they were about to leave, A member of the Su family rushed over in delight. Elder, we've discovered a patch of spiritual herbs here, all of emperor quality. Su Ziyuhenti anticipated such an unexpected gain and immediately reported the matter to Xiao Mu, who was equally astonished. He had not paid attention to his surroundings and had overlooked the precious spiritual treasures. The Su family member promptly led Xiao Mu and Su Ziyu to the location. He sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled. I had just come out to relieve myself and accidentally stepped into a concealed crevice, where I stumbled upon a field of spiritual herbs. However, there were a few beasts guarding the area, so I dared not approach and hurriedly returned. Xiao Mu cast a surprised glance at this Su family member. His luck was astonishing. Merely relieving himself resulted in a fortuitous discovery? Xiao Mu couldn't help but scrutinize him further. Su Hao, third rank of the Saint King realm, Su family steward, possessing a second-grade purple spiritual body and a fourth-grade golden fate. Xiao Mu's eyes brightened instantly. The Su family actually had a member endowed with golden fate. That was truly unexpected. Xiao Mu had frequently utilized the supreme divine eye to observe the fortunes of others, yet he found that individuals with exceptional fate were exceedingly rare. Not to mention someone like Su Qianqian, who possessed red fate. He had yet to encounter even one with golden fate. Su Hao was undoubtedly a talent worth cultivating. Such individuals with extraordinary fate not only advanced through cultivation effortlessly, but also encountered abundant opportunities. Just like now, if it hadn't been for Su Hao's fortunate discovery, they would likely have missed out on these spiritual herbs. Chapter 64, Journey to the Jiang family under Su Hao's guidance. Xiao Mu and Su Ziyu swiftly located the concealed cave where the royal-grade medicinal herbs thrived. It was indeed well hidden, without a guide. It would have been nearly impossible to discover. The cave was modest in size, yet it brimmed with various medicinal plants, guarded by several royal-grade beasts that stood motionless, seemingly in a state of slumber. Xiao Mu first surveyed the ground covered with herbs. Fujian grass, royal-grade second tier, known for its ability to consolidate essence and replenish vitality. Angry sun vine, royal-grade fourth tier, highly toxic. When soaked in potent liquor for 3 years, the toxicity dissipates, and the resulting medicinal wine is imbued with yang energy. Daily consumption should not exceed 1 tael, and is said to enhance virility. Xianxing flower, royal grade first tier. Its petals are medicinal and serve as a primary ingredient in the crafting of blood-replenishing elixirs. Huiguang grass, royal grade 8th tier, capable of counteracting myriad poisons. When crushed into juice and applied to afflicted areas, its effectiveness is maximized. Upon seeing Huiguang grass, Xiao Mu could not help but feel elated. What a stroke of luck. Jiang Yun and Jiang Peng were likely still scouring for Huiguang grass, unaware that he had already found it. Without hesitation, Xiao Mu flew over and collected all the herbs into his void storage ring, amassing over 100 specimens. At that moment, the beasts stationed there began to awaken. However, before they could react, bolts of divine thunder rained down, swiftly concluding the conflict. Returning with joy, Xiao Mu presented a dozen herbs to Su Ziyu, saying, "To those who witness, a share is deserved. Take them." After all, these herbs were discovered by the Su family, and it was only right to share some of the benefits. Xiao Mu considered himself quite generous. Su Ziyu initially declined, but ultimately accepted, turning to share a few with Su Hao as a reward for his assistance. Once reunited with the group, they set off to leave. Xiao Mu had initially intended to search for Jiang Yun, but considering the vastness of the human ancestors' burial site, locating them would likely be challenging and time-consuming. It would be far more efficient to take the Huiguang grass directly to the Jiang family. The journey away from the burial site was uneventful, during which they encountered a few beasts that transformed into meals for the celestial vessel. On the way back, as they passed the demon suppression hall, Xiao Mu's curiosity was piqued, and he decided to enter and investigate once more. Given that the great Emperor Xian Yuan had once suppressed a vanguard of a demon nation here, it was conceivable that a demon soul pearl might still be hidden within. Regrettably, after an extensive search, including digging several holes in the ground, he found nothing. Xiao Mu had no choice but to temporarily abandon this endeavor. It appeared that gathering 16 demon soul pearls would not be as easy as he had hoped. He would have to rely on chance in the future. Before long, the group exited the human ancestors' burial site and returned to the celestial vessel to commence their journey home. Huangxi immediately entered seclusion to refine the earth spirit fire seed, while Su Qianqian seized the opportunity to begin her own cultivation. Xiao Mu, too, remained industrious, dedicating the next 3 days to absorbing the knowledge of imperial-level forging techniques. The system provided comprehensive instruction, yet Xiao Mu needed to synthesize this information to truly master the skill. 3 days later, the celestial vessel first reached the Zhao family. Su Ziyu accompanied Xiao Mu to visit Zhaoli, where he explained a series of circumstances, including the crisis facing the Su family, their expedition to the human ancestors' burial site, and his commitments to Xiao Mu. After a prolonged silence, Zhaoli finally spoke. "Is that so? This is rather sudden." The Zhao family, though currently flourishing, still lagged behind the Su family to some extent. Now, Su Ziyu was informing him that soon, the Su family would be fully integrated into the Zhao family as a subordinate clan. Zhaoli understood well what being a subordinate clan entailed. It meant that the Su family would become members of the Zhao family without sharing the Zhao surname. Throughout history, imperial families had often absorbed one another. Yet in recent years, the southern domain had remained relatively peaceful, with minimal conflict among the major imperial families. The last instance of an imperial family being absorbed had occurred several centuries prior. Typically, such mergers involved one party decisively defeating the other, employing violent means for the takeover. A peaceful absorption of this nature was exceedingly rare, especially with a weaker imperial family merging into a stronger one, a phenomenon that had never occurred in the southern domain's history. Even with Xiao Li's extensive experience, he found himself bewildered by such developments. What monumental affairs had Xiao Mu undertaken during his travels? Su Ziyu did not linger long, bidding farewell to Xiao Mu before departing. Before he left, he assured Xiao Mu that he would persuade the entirety of the Su family within 3 months. And once consensus was reached, the announcement of their full integration into the Zhao family would be made public. Someday, you will be grateful for the decision you have made today, Xiao Mu remarked with a smile. Su Ziyu felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He sensed that this would undoubtedly be the greatest opportunity for the Su family, and as long as they could board the imminent voyage of the Zhao family, the benefits for the Su descendants would be immeasurable. Rest assured, young clan leader, regardless of the opposition within the Su family, I will quell every dissenting voice. Su Ziyu said, bowing deeply before promptly leading his companions away. On the celestial vessel, Xyling cast a hesitant glance at Xiao Mu but ultimately chose not to remain. She understood that, given her current status, she was not worthy of him. To achieve her desires, she needed to strive even harder. Upon returning home, Xiao Mu did not tarry long either. That very night, he set out once more with Su Qianqian and Huang Shi, heading straight for the first imperial family of the southern domain, the Jiang family. Could it be that my husband is so fond of Jiang Muyao that he wishes to bring her into our family? Su Qianqian teased along the way. Huang Shi nodded in agreement, I suspect so. However, Jiang Muyao is already betrothed to the most illustrious prodigy of the eastern domain's foremost imperial family, the Guyu clan. I've heard he possesses a natural supreme sacred body, and, at just 24, has already broken through to the sacred emperor realm. He is regarded as an unparalleled talent across the entire Shangxian continent. Xiao Mu felt a twinge of embarrassment. Is my little secret so easily discernible? Guyu. Su Qianqian mused, suddenly breaking into a smile. If my husband truly wishes to marry Jiang Muyao, I could assist in persuading the Guyu imperial family to annul the engagement. Xiao Mu was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the Guyu imperial family has some connection to the Empress of the Heavens? Otherwise, Su Qianqian would not have made such an unfounded assertion. Xiao Mu was indeed correct. The Heavenly Suppression dynasty had a general named Guyu Huarong, who was the founding matriarch of the Guyu clan. The Guyu imperial family had been established by her in the lower realms. The ancestors of the Guyu clan were former subordinates of Su Qianqian, making this task feasible for her. Huang Shi stood by, utterly perplexed, having no idea what the two were discussing. Sister Qianqian, you are too indulgent towards your husband. If this continues, our quarters may soon become insufficient to accommodate everyone, Huang Shi remarked. Su Qianqian smiled sweetly. As long as my husband is happy, I am happy too. Besides, having more people in the household is not a bad thing. I will ensure that no ill-intentioned women cross our threshold. Huang Shi felt a sense of helplessness. With her elder sister having spoken, what could she, the younger sister, possibly say? Yet, from another perspective, if her husband truly did marry Jiang Muyao, wouldn't that mean she would have to call her sister? With this thought in mind, Huang Shi suddenly found herself feeling somewhat anticipatory. Chapter 65, Sister-in-law Jiang Xiaoye traveling at breakneck speed, after several transfers through teleportation arrays. Xiao Mu and his companions finally arrived at the Jiang family's main city after half a day's journey. This city, known as the imperial capital, is the most vibrant metropolis in the southern region, situated on the expansive Luojia mountain plain. The Luojia mountain plain rises prominently in the center of the southern region, covering an area of tens of thousands of miles, with an average elevation nearly 10,000 meters higher than other parts of the region. It is said that when viewed from above, the Luojia mountain plain resembles a perfectly arranged table, an appearance that seems too orderly to be of natural origin. However, the true origins of the Luojia mountain plain remain shrouded in mystery. Throughout the recorded history of humankind, the plain has retained its current form for at least 10 million years without change. Legends suggest that it once served as the final stronghold for humanity in their struggle against the demon race, leveraging its towering elevation to keep invading demons at bay, thus granting humanity a sliver of hope to recuperate and strengthen against their foes. Yet, the passage of time has obscured the truth of these tales. Having arrived near the imperial capital through the teleportation array, Xiao Mu felt a twinge of regret for not having soared over the 10,000-meter cliffs of Luojia Mountain. There would be time for that later, as there was no rush to return. Upon entering the imperial capital, Xiao Mu and his friends made their way directly to the ancestral grounds of the Jiang family. Located at the northernmost part of the city, this ancestral site, known as the Xiongyu Palace, is said to be a supreme imperial-grade divine weapon in its own right, with every pillar crafted from the bones of imperial-grade demonic beasts. The original purpose for which the ancestors of the Jiang family constructed the Xiongyu Palace was to instill fear in the demon race. They intended for the very thought of the Jiang family to evoke deep terror within their hearts. This intent has proven effective, as there have been no reports of demon invasions within Jiang territory for many years. As they approached the Xiongyu Palace, Xiao Mu was finally able to behold the grandeur of the palace. The sight was indeed breathtaking. Through the lens of his supreme divine eye, Xiao Mu sensed a formidable aura emanating from the palace, akin to a slumbering beast ready to unleash its terrifying power at a moment's notice. In that instant, Xiao Mu comprehended that the Jiang family was truly the foremost imperial clan in the southern region, rendering even the Phoenix imperial clan somewhat unworthy in comparison. Wait here. I shall summon someone to receive us, or we may be stopped at the entrance, Huangshi suddenly stated. She produced a paper kite and set it aloft. Shortly thereafter, several youthful figures emerged from the Xiao Mu palace. At first glance, they appeared to be mere children, with an average age likely not exceeding 15. And a few looked as though they had recently been weaned. Princess Jiao, it truly is you. One exclaimed. Huangshi, it's been such a long time. We heard you got married. Is it true? Is this gentleman your husband? He is quite handsome, and if he can match you in strength, he must be quite formidable. It seems fitting. Months had passed since their last meeting, and the children eagerly expressed their fondness for Huangshi. Sister, please introduce us to your husband. We're also curious about what kind of man could win the heart of such a dazzling woman. A chorus of chatter erupted among the children, leaving Xiao Mu feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Huangshi quickly adopted a commanding demeanor, raising her hand to silence them. You all chatter too much. To become a master, one must first learn to speak and act with discretion. If you prattle on incessantly upon arrival, you will be disregarded. Her words had an immediate calming effect on the children. Now, take me to Jiang Muyo. I have urgent matters to discuss with her. A girl of about 7 or 8, with 2 little braids and a cherubic face, stepped forward. Sister Muyo is unwell. Father sent her to the Tranquility Hall for rest. I haven't seen her in quite a while. Jiang Xiaoya, you're here too, Huangshi exclaimed, unable to resist embracing the little girl and playfully pinching her chubby cheeks. Then lead us to your father and tell him we have found the returning light grass, which can help Jiang Muyao with her poison. Returning light grass. Jiang Xiaoya's face lit up with excitement, her eyes sparkling as she nodded eagerly. Okay, Huangshi. I'll take you to see father. With that, the little girl turned and began to lead the way. The palace guards, upon witnessing this, opened the gates without hesitation, treating her with utmost respect. Who is this girl? Xiao Mu inquired with curiosity. Huangshi leaned closer to Xiao Mu and explained. Jiang Xiaoya is Jiang Muyo's younger sister and the youngest daughter of the Jiang clan leader, Jiang Yicai. Ah, so this is my future sister-in-law, Xiao Mu mused, a smile spreading across his face as he approached the little girl. Hello, Xiaoya, I'm Xiao Mu. May I pinch your cheek? Jiang Xiaoya, somewhat shy, instinctively took a step back before looking up to scrutinize Xiao Mu. Big brother, do you really have the returning light grass? She asked in a sweet, innocent voice. Of course. Well then, you can pinch my cheek, but just once. What an adorable little thing. Xiao Mu gently pinched Jiang Xiaoya's chubby cheek, feeling quite satisfied. With a group of children surrounding them, Xiao Mu and his companions swiftly entered the Chongyu Palace and arrived outside the Jiang family's council hall. Xiao Mu scanned the chamber and noticed several formidable presences within, the atmosphere seemingly tense, as if grave matters were being deliberated. Just as Jiang Xiaoya was about to push the door open, a Jiang family guard swiftly stopped her. Miss Xiaoya, the clan leader is meeting with guests inside. You cannot disturb them. Jiang Xiaoya obediently nodded and stepped back. Just as the guard breathed a sigh of relief, Jiang Xiaoya called out loudly, Father. Oh, my little ancestor. The guard, about to pull Jiang Xiaoya away, was interrupted as the hall doors swung open. An elderly man clad in a simple blue robe and sporting a goatee emerged, casting a cold glance at the group of children. But he paid them no heed as he strode past. Jiang clan leader, please give due consideration to my proposal. I grant you 3 days. After that, I shall not wait. With that, the goateed elder vanished in a swirl of smoke, transforming into a cloud and soaring away. Observing the departing figure, Xiao Mu felt his brow furrow slightly. Yushu Daoist, 8th stage of the Holy Emperor realm, leader of the Heavenly Kill sect. The elder was indeed the leader of the Heavenly Kill sect. At that moment, another man exited the hall. He was strikingly handsome, exuding an air of elegance, though his furrowed brow and concealed fury in his eyes gave him an intimidating presence that made him seem unapproachable. However, Jiang Xiaoya could not grasp the tense atmosphere and immediately rushed toward the man, wrapping her arms around his leg. Father, we found the returning light grass. Let us go treat sister. What? Chapter 66. Is my sister-in-law a reincarnata? Jiang Yicai was taken aback. He had been troubled for days over his daughter, Jiang Muyao's situation. The Tian shaman were exceedingly audacious, not only targeting Jiang Muyao in the shadows but also threatening the Jiang family with the antidote. Had it not been for his daughter's life hanging in the balance, he would have been compelled to act. However, his astonishment grew as Jiang Xiaoya unexpectedly informed him that she had found the returning light grass, a revelation that completely caught Jiang Yicai off guard. Could it be that Jiang Yun and the others had returned? As this thought crossed his mind, he sensed no trace of Jiang Yun but instead saw Xiao Mu and his companions. Huangshi? A look of perplexity crossed Jiang Yicai's face. In the presence of Jiang Yicai, Huangshi appeared somewhat reserved and stepped forward shyly, saying, Greetings, Uncle Jiang. I asked Xiaoya to find you. My husband has heard of Sister Muyao's plight, and specially sought out the returning light grass, hoping to lend a hand. You possess the returning light grass. Jiang Yicai exclaimed with immense joy. His gaze fell upon Xiao Mu as he asked, Are you Xiao Mu, the young patriarch of the Xiao family? Jiang Yicai had previously heard of the alliance between the Phoenix imperial clan and the Xiao family, and at the time, he was somewhat astonished, pondering what had compelled the Phoenix imperial clan to marry off a prodigy like Huang Shi to a fallen imperial lineage. However, upon meeting Xiao Mu, Jiang Yicai immediately recognized that the young man was extraordinary. He found it perplexing that he could not discern the depths of Xiao Mu's cultivation. "Greetings, Patriarch Jiang." Xiao Mu replied, surveying Jiang Yizai with keen interest. Jiang Yizai, 9th stage of the Holy Emperor realm, patriarch of the Jiang family, supreme grade 3 ancestral sacred body, possessing golden 6th grade fortune. Upon discerning Jiang Yizai's attributes, Xiao Mu couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, he was worthy of being the patriarch of the foremost imperial family in the southern domain, his strength ranking among the elite across the entire Holy Spirit continent. Regardless of whether he could marry Jiang Muyao, Xiao Mu was certain that he could secure a tremendous favor from the Jiang family, the benefits of which were self-evident. Without further ado, he produced the returning light grass. "This is the returning light grass I recently obtained from the ancestors' burial ground. Please have a look, Patriarch Jiang." As Jiang Yizai beheld the returning light grass in Xiao Mu's hand, his eyes widened in astonishment, and he stepped forward to examine it closely. Indeed, this was authentic returning light grass. He cast a complex glance at Xiao Mu and said, "Name your price. We, the Jiang family, shall take this herb." "Patriarch Jiang, feel free to take it." Discussing money would be rather mundane, Xiao Mu chuckled, directly handing the returning light grass over. As Jiang Yizai accepted the herb, he mused that this young man was quite astute, understanding that what is given freely is often the most valuable. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Yizai would be reluctant to owe such a significant favor, yet at this moment, all he desired was to swiftly cure Jiang Muyao, leaving him little room for hesitation. "I shall take this for now. Xiaoya, please show our guests around Xiongyu Palace while I attend to your sister's antidote." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yizai vanished like a gust of wind. Xiao Mu thought to himself that he had hoped to meet his future bride, but Jiang Yizai had departed abruptly. No matter. Once Jiang Muyu recovered, there would be other opportunities. "Brother Zhao, sister Huangxi, let me take you to my golden deer hole. I have planted many flowers there, and they bloom beautifully." Jiang Xiaoya chimed in sweetly. "Very well, let us explore for a while," Xiao Mu agreed. Before long, Jiang Xiaoya led Xiao Mu and his companions back to her residence. It was a remarkably elegant courtyard, vast in size, adorned with a sea of vibrant flowers, each planted above the spiritual tier, a true luxury. Xiao Mu inquired of Huangxi, "Is the patriarch so indulgent with all his children? Does Jiang Xiaoya reside in such a grand courtyard alone?" "Of course not. Courtyards like this are rare within Xiongyu Palace. Only those of exceptional standing are granted such privilege. My husband, do not be deceived by Jiang Xiaoya's youth. Her talent rivals that of Jiang Muyao. However, the Jiang family has chosen to keep her abilities under wraps, wishing to shield her from undue attention," Huangxi whispered. "I see." Xiao Mu had not paid much attention to Jiang Xiaoya earlier. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he utilized his supreme divine eyes to examine her. Jiang Xiaoya, age 7, 3rd stage of the Holy Spirit realm, supreme grade 6 demon-slaying sacred body. Bearing the memories of a reincarnator from 300 years hence, Xiao Mu was nearly left speechless by this revelation. "Wait, you little one are actually a reincarnator? Were you merely pretending to be so adorable earlier?" "Sister Huangxi, look, all these flowers were planted by my mother. And this swarm of little bees was also nurtured by her. They produce a lot of honey, which is delicious. I will gather some for you to taste later." Jiang Xiaoya gleefully frolicked among the flowers, her vivacious nature on full display. Had it not been for Xiao Mu's supreme divine eyes, he would never have believed that this little girl harbored the persona of a 300-year-old reincarnator within her. "What are you pondering, my husband?" Su Qianqian and Xiao Mu settled into a nearby pavilion. Noticing Xiao Mu's unusual expression, she inquired. Xiao Mu smiled and shook his head. "Nothing. Just feeling that today's children are exceptionally remarkable." Su Qianqian's expression shifted slightly. "My husband, do you prefer boys or girls?" "Huh? Has Su Qianqian discovered that she is pregnant?" He grasped her hand, saying, "I will cherish whatever you bear." Su Qianqian smiled in relief. "I have wonderful news for you. I am with child." "Really?" Xiao Mu feigned astonishment, quickly kneeling beside Su Qianqian, pressing his ear against her abdomen to listen. Indeed, he could hear the heartbeat of the fetus. Su Qianqian continued, "I realized it on the journey back from the ancestors' burial ground. If I calculate the time, it should be over a month. This means I conceived during our first night together. Haha, it seems I am quite remarkable." Though Xiao Mu had known this already, the surprise at this moment was still genuine. "Since my husband desires it, let us keep it. However, now that I am with child, I must take good care of myself. You cannot be reckless as before. You should spend more time with Sister Huangxi," Su Qianqian said, gently caressing her belly. This sensation was quite extraordinary for her. In her previous life as the Empress of the Heavens, she had never experienced the feeling of impending motherhood. The thought of nurturing a new life within her was nothing short of astounding. "Ah, actually, Huangxi is also pregnant. I suspect she will sense it in a few days," Xiao Mu thought helplessly, realizing that he would need to practice restraint for the next several months. Nevertheless, he consoled himself that there was still fifth young lady. After a while, Huangxi came running, exclaiming, "Husband, Sister Qianqian, let us go eat. Jiang Xiaoya has prepared a plethora of delicious dishes that look utterly appetizing." Chapter 67. Astonishing Jiang Xiaoya as night descended. After a sumptuous meal, there was still no news from Jiang Muyao, and it seemed her treatment would require some time. However, Jiang Yizai conveyed that he wished to invite the Zhao family to stay in the Xiongyu Palace for a few days, so that once Jiang Muyao fully recovered, she could personally express her gratitude to Xiao Mu. This indicated that the returning light grass was indeed effective, and now they simply needed to wait. Thus, the three of them settled in the Golden Deer Hall with Jiang Xiaoya. The night grew late. Su Qianqian and Huang Shi had already retired to bed, sharing a room, while Xiao Mu slept alone in the adjacent one. The starry creature, Xing Tuan, lay lazily on the bed, soundly asleep. Xiao Mu reclined against Xing Tuan, a deep crimson flame flickering in his palm as he refined a piece of ore, skillfully employing imperial-grade forging techniques to shape it into various forms, thoroughly enjoying the process. Yet, he found himself in need of a refining tool, and the divine refining hammer in the Zhao family's treasury would be ideal. Although merely an imperial-grade divine weapon, it had once belonged to the ancestor and would serve perfectly for practice, though the hammer's spiritual value had diminished to zero, rendering it unusable. Xiao Mu possessed spiritual crystals that could replenish its spiritual value, thereby revitalizing the hammer in his hands. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Xiao Mu tucked away the ore and went to open it. He was greeted by Jiang Xiaoya, who stood outside in a delicate pink and white dress, looking up at him with youthful innocence. "Brother Xiao Mu, may I come in? I have something to discuss with you." "Of course," Xiao Mu replied, ushering her inside with a gentle smile. He could surmise her current mindset. As a reincarnator returned from 300 years hence, Jiang Xiaoya possessed a unique foresight, privy to all that had transpired in those centuries. However, Xiao Mu's appearance was undoubtedly beyond her comprehension, and her curiosity about his origins was palpable. "Brother Xiao Mu, may I ask you a question?" Jiang Xiaoya inquired, taking a seat and speaking in a soft, childlike tone. "Let me guess. You wish to know how I met Huang Shi?" Xiao Mu replied, a hint of amusement lacing his voice. Jiang Xiaoya paused, taken aback that he could discern her thoughts. A sense of foreboding washed over her. It seemed as if Xiao Mu was aware of something significant. Should she trust him? Her reincarnation was her greatest secret, known only to herself, and she feared that no one, especially not someone so young, would believe her. Yet, her curiosity about Xiao Mu was undeniable. According to her memories, Huang Shi had been wholly devoted to martial pursuits, with no inclination towards romance. The notion that she would ever develop feelings for a man was unfathomable. However, upon her return, Huang Shi appeared transformed, having married early. Such an unexpected deviation could only signal the presence of a variable, Xiao Mu himself. The returning light grass was brought by him. Had it not been for Xiao Mu, Jiang Muyao would have recovered. But the Jiang family would have faced dire consequences from the Tian Sha sect, leading to grievous losses in the impending beast invasion 3 years hence, nearly costing her father his life. Now, burdened with the responsibility of strategizing to avert the Jiang family's impending peril, Jiang Xiaoya found herself too young and lacking the power to enact many of her plans. Yet Xiao Mu appeared at this critical juncture, bringing the returning light grass, a treasure that not only could save her sister's life, but could also alter the fate of the Jiang family. "Brother Xiao Mu, can I trust you?" Jiang Xiaoya's large eyes were filled with anxious anticipation as she gazed at him, though her instincts suggested he was not malevolent. The enormity of her secret compelled her to withhold it unless she deemed him worthy of trust. "Trust is reciprocal, wouldn't you agree?" Xiao Mu replied with a smile, cleverly deflecting while revealing his interest in her honesty. He could easily expose her secret of being a reincarnator, yet he preferred to hear her confession willingly. Jiang Xiaoya faltered, grappling with her uncertainty. Her understanding of Xiao Mu was still too limited, despite his returning light grass indirectly rescuing the Jiang family. Who knew what new complications his presence might introduce? "There's no rush. Everyone has their secrets. If you prefer not to share, I shall not pry further." Xiao Mu reassured her, gently pinching her cheek. "You should rest now. It's unhealthy for children to stay up late." He escorted Jiang Xiaoya to the door, and as he was about to close it, she unexpectedly slipped back under his arm, closing the door behind her. "Brother Xiao Mu, I want to share a secret with you, but you must promise not to tell anyone." "All right, I'm all ears, and I shall keep your secret safe," Xiao Mu replied, internally amused at her eagerness. I had a dream," she confessed, "a dream of the Demon Kingdom's gate opening 3 years hence, unleashing countless evils that would bring catastrophe to the entire southern region. Though the imperial clans of the southern region banded together to counterattack, they ultimately could not withstand the invasion, suffering immense losses. Every imperial clan except the Jiang family and the Phoenix imperial clan was completely annihilated. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mu furrowed his brow. If anyone else had heard Jiang Xiaoya's words, they might dismiss them as mere childish nightmares. Yet, Xiao Mu recognized her reincarnated status, understanding that her words were not mere fantasy, but rather a premonition of imminent events. The invasion of the Demon Kingdom. Again, Jiang Xiaoya, sensing Xiao Mu's skepticism, added, "I possess a unique constitution that grants me a special ability. When I dream, I may foresee events yet to unfold. You must believe me, Brother Xiao Mu." This clever girl had concocted a premonition dream to obscure her identity as a reincarnator. Xiao Mu crouched down, affectionately ruffling her hair. "I believe you. Have you dreamed of anything else, perhaps weaknesses of the Demon Kingdom?" Jiang Xiaoya feigned contemplation, tilting her head. "I think I also dreamt that the Demon Kingdom's gate would open at the human ancestor's burial site, and to open it, one would need something called a Demon Soul Pearl. Is this what you mean?" Xiao Mu produced the 2 Demon Soul Pearls he had acquired, placing them before her. Jiang Xiaoya's mouth fell open in astonishment, her round face alight with shock. Chapter 68. The Balan Tower Auction. Jiang Xiaoya was utterly taken aback. She was all too aware of the significance of the Demon Soul Pearls. In her memories, the next 3 years would witness a fierce struggle across the southern region, all revolving around the contention for these pearls. Various imperial clans would engage in brutal conflicts to seize them, while the demonic factions stirred chaos from the shadows, leading countless individuals to sacrifice their lives for the sake of the pearls. Ultimately, however, all 16 demon soul pearls fell into the hands of the demon race, flinging the gates of the demon kingdom wide open. Now, Xiao Mu had unexpectedly produced 2 demon soul pearls, a revelation that took Jiang Xiaoya by surprise. She even began to suspect that Xiao Mu might, like herself, have been reborn from the future. Otherwise, there was simply no way to explain this turn of events. Do you know the whereabouts of the other demon soul pearls? Xiao Mu inquired. Jiang Xiaoya strove to calm her racing thoughts. The 16 demon soul pearls were held by the vanguards of the demon kingdom, half of whom had already perished, taking their pearls to the grave with them. I have dreamt of several burial sites of these vanguards. I can write down their locations for you. If I retrieve those pearls later, could that hinder the invasion of the demon kingdom? Xiao Mu asked. Jiang Xiaoya shook her head. It's difficult. Opening the gates of the demon kingdom does not require all the demon soul pearls. The true aim of the demon race in acquiring them is to resurrect the fallen vanguards. However, if we can seize more demon soul pearls before the demons do, it may prevent some of the vanguards from being revived. This would significantly weaken the strength of the demon kingdom, thus benefiting the imperial clans of the southern region. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoya was unaware that she had unconsciously abandoned her childish tone. Her emotions were in turmoil, causing her to forget to feign innocence. Xiao Mu smiled, choosing not to expose her. All right, I understand. We shall keep this matter a secret between us. Should you dream of anything else in the future, remember to inform me at once, so we can work together to thwart the invasion of the demon kingdom. Xiao Mu grasped Jiang Xiaoya's chubby little hand and tugged her finger playfully, establishing a preliminary alliance. Jiang Xiaoya snapped back to reality, nodding obediently. In a sweet voice, she declared, from now on, I will be responsible for providing intelligence, while brother Xiao Mu will take charge of actions outside. Together, we will resist the demon kingdom and protect the entire southern region. You are truly obedient, Xiao Mu said, pinching Jiang Xiaoya's cheek before releasing his grip, just in time to avoid her ire. It's getting late. Let me escort you back. We can discuss matters further another time. Jiang Xiaoya nodded, seemingly apprehensive that Xiao Mu might dismiss her words as mere childish banter. Before departing, she produced a beautifully crafted small mirror and handed it to Xiao Mu. Brother Xiao Mu, please keep this. It's a transmission mirror. It can relay images over a distance of 1,000 miles and transmit written messages beyond that. We shall use it to communicate in the future. Xiao Mu glanced at the mirror, noting that it was indeed an imperial-grade treasure. Truly, as the little princess of the Jiang family, she could easily gift such valuable items. With a smile, Xiao Mu accepted the transmission mirror. After bidding farewell to Jiang Xiaoya, Xiao Mu retired for the night. The following day, with no news from Jiang Muyao, Xiao Mu, feeling a bit bored, took his 2 wives for a leisurely stroll through the imperial capital. Jiang Xiaoya wished to join them, but being too young, the Jiang family was reluctant to let her leave the Xiao Mu palace. This was one downside of being born into a prominent family. Freedom was severely limited. At noon, they arrived at the largest restaurant in the imperial capital, Forgetting Affection Pavilion. Dear husband, the dishes here are exceptionally delicious. Whenever I come with mother, she always brings me here for a meal. Let us order a few dishes to take away, She exclaimed, her appetite voracious as she stuffed her mouth with food, unable to silence her enthusiasm. In stark contrast, Su Chanqian exhibited the demeanor of a refined lady, sampling each dish only briefly, as if she had no desire for indulgence. Balan Tower has truly gone all out this time, even inviting the foremost songstress of the Fox clan, Su Xinchang. It seems they are placing great importance on this auction, likely making it the grandest event in the past decade, Shi remarked. Just then, a lively discussion from the adjacent room caught their attention. Indeed, Balan Tower has been preparing for this auction for a long time. They are determined to fetch an astronomical price for that imperial silk. After all, the imperial silk is an 8th-grade spiritual essence, an excellent material for crafting defensive imperial-grade treasures. Such top-tier spiritual essences are usually monopolized by the major imperial clans, with very few making their way to the market. I heard that the imperial silk was caught by a fisherman. What incredible luck! What good is luck if one lacks the strength to safeguard their fortune? They say that individual drowned shortly after returning home, Xiao Mu thought, choosing not to listen further. However, he remained intrigued by the 8th-grade refining essence. Moreover, such a large-scale auction would undoubtedly feature a plethora of valuable items. Dear husband, I know Balan Tower well. My mother has shares there. If you wish to attend the auction, I can have 3 invitations prepared immediately, Shi suddenly declared. For such large-scale auctions, attendance is invitation only. Without an invitation, entry is impossible. Xiao Mu found Jiang Ting's ownership of shares in Balan Tower unsurprising. As a former elder of the Jiang family and the current matriarch of the Phoenix Imperial clan, a strong figure in the Saint Emperor realm, Jiang Ting held considerable influence. Many factions would be eager to offer their support. Very well, let us attend the auction. Feel free to bid on anything that catches your eye. I shall cover the expenses, Xiao Mu said. Although the spirit stones rewarded by the system had been divided among his 2 wives and the star cluster, he still possessed a substantial reserve. The storage rings left behind by the elders of the Heavenly Kill sect and the Saintess contained numerous spirit stones. Granting Xiao Mu significant personal wealth, attending an auction was certainly within his means. Huangxi wiped her mouth, took out some paper and a pen, scribbled a few lines, folded the note into a paper kite, and released it into the air. Although her handwriting was somewhat crooked, it contained considerable energy. Before they could finish their lunch, a steward from Balan Tower personally arrived to deliver the invitations. The auction was scheduled for the evening, and since it was still early, the trio continued their leisurely exploration of the imperial capital. As night fell and the city lights illuminated the surroundings, Xiao Mu and his companions finally arrived at Balan Tower. The structure was immense, resembling a grand estate, with 6 stories showcasing a dazzling array of goods. Apart from cultivation resources and divine weapons, there were countless jewels, paintings, and antiques. Those who frequented this establishment were either wealthy or of high status. Ordinary folk lacked even the qualifications to step foot inside. The auction venue was located in the rear courtyard, within a large building resembling a hall. By this time, it was already filled with attendees, seemingly enjoying a performance. As enchanting melodies wafted through the air, the captivating voices seemed to embody a unique Dao rhythm, invigorating Xiao Mu with just a brief listen. Su Xinchang's songs are truly timeless. My mother adored them. During her last birthday celebration, she even invited her to Phoenix Valley. Yet, today her voice seems somewhat off. Lacking the usual languid composure, and instead carrying an air of unease, Huangxi critiqued with professionalism. Chapter 69. The auction begins after presenting the invitation. Xiao Mu and his companions entered the auction venue. As the event was about to commence, a captivating Fox Clan woman took the stage to perform, known as Su Xinchang, the celebrated diva of the imperial capital. From a distance, Xiao Mu observed her enchanting beauty. Her every smile and frown exuded an intoxicating allure that left the men in attendance utterly mesmerized. However, in Xiao Mu's eyes, Su Xinchang was merely average. In terms of beauty, she paled in comparison to his 2 wives, and her talents and cultivation fell far short as well. Yet, the innate charm of the Fox Clan women was undeniably alluring, something that ordinary individuals found hard to resist. Not only the men, but even the noble women present were fervently calling out Su Xinchang's name, having even concocted a slogan, Hearts Linked, 1,000-mile charm. Xiao Mu found it difficult to comprehend such fan culture. Welcome, Miss Huangxi. Knowing of your arrival, I have prepared the esteemed room 1 for you. Please do honor us with your presence. A middle-aged man approached, wearing monocles and exuding an air of elegance. Xiao Mu recognized him as Linen, the proprietor of Balan Tower. Upon encountering Huangxi, he adopted a respectful demeanor, not daring to show any signs of neglect. Many guests at the auction were astonished by this interaction, whispering among themselves as they speculated about the identities of Huangxi and her companions. It was no surprise that Lin had arranged a private room for Huangxi, as otherwise, they would attract too much attention. In response to Lin An's cordiality, Huangxi was unperturbed, merely nodding before allowing him to lead the way. Soon after, the trio settled into the second floor's esteemed room 1, a place reserved for individuals of high status. Those who had intended to inquire about Huangxi's background fell silent, aware that the identities of the elite should not be trifled with. Offending them could lead to dire consequences. Then I shall not disturb the esteemed guests any further, Lin said politely, closing the door behind him as he departed. The private room, though not spacious, was lavishly decorated, stocked with an array of food and beverages, and attendants stood ready outside to fulfill any requests. At that moment, Su Xinchang concluded her performance, and the auction officially commenced. The auctioneer took the stage, foregoing pleasantries to introduce the first item for bidding, an antique vase, awkwardly named the Blessing of Abundance and Omens of Prosperity tricolor vase. The vase appeared quite worn, and despite its tricolor classification, its paint seemed to have faded, lacking any notable aesthetic appeal. However, according to the auctioneer, the vase had been excavated from the tomb of an ancient sage emperor, boasting a history of over 200,000 years. Although it had lost its spiritual essence, one could still detect a peculiar floral fragrance emanating from its mouth. Beyond that, it possessed no extraordinary qualities. The starting bid was set at 30,000 spirit coins. Spirit coins were the common currency of the Holy Xian continent, essentially representing spirit stones, albeit in a more portable form. The 3 great dynasties of the central continent had established a network of silver houses to facilitate the exchange of spirit stones for spirit coins and vice versa, enabling safer and more discreet transactions. 30,000 spirit coins equated to 30,000 spirit-level spirit stones, a price not to be taken lightly. Typically, even royal-grade magical artifacts would not command such sums. Yet, antiques often carried significant premiums, appealing to the wealthy collectors who were unconcerned with the price. As the auctioneer announced the commencement of bidding, offers quickly surged for the vase, and its price soared to 100,000 spirit coins, ultimately selling for 120,000. Xiao Mu, witnessing the auction for the first time, found it quite entertaining. The subsequent items, while unique, failed to capture his interest, and he remained merely an observer. It was not until the 7th item was presented that Xiao Mu felt a flicker of intrigue. This item was a royal-grade artifact named the Heavenly Fragrance Feather Garment, crafted from the feathers of a royal beast. Its exquisite and distinctive design, while not particularly formidable in defense, exuded a unique fragrance that enhanced the wearer's allure. Do you like it? Xiao Mu inquired. Su Qianqian shook her head, too gaudy. Huangxi echoed her sentiment. It's too colorful. If I wore it, I would become a conspicuous spectacle. Indeed, the Heavenly Fragrance Feather Garment, despite its royal grade, lacked attributes that surpassed those of garments from their special wardrobe. After all, the system's rewards were truly generous. Although Xiao Mu and his companions were unimpressed, many others in the audience viewed the garment as a fine treasure, and after a heated bidding war, its price exceeded 1 million, ultimately being claimed by a noblewoman. An hour swiftly passed, and Xiao Mu felt disappointed. There were no worthwhile treasures to tempt his purse. Perhaps it was best to wait for the grand finale. The imperial silk. As the auction approached its climax, the auctioneer, suppressing his excitement, began to unveil the final item, the imperial silk. A bundle of glimmering white silk. Radiant under the light and emanating a powerful aura, weighed 5 pounds and 6 ounces. Each strand was less than 1/10 the diameter of a hair, yet possessed astonishing strength. Capable of withstanding a 1,000-pound pull. Even without the craftsmanship of a blacksmith, weaving it into clothing would yield remarkable defensive properties. If crafted by an imperial-grade blacksmith, it could undoubtedly become an exceptional defensive artifact. The value of imperial silk was well understood by those present, and the auctioneer promptly announced the starting bid of 10 million spirit coins. Upon hearing the staggering figure, many eager buyers instantly composed themselves. Such a treasure was beyond their reach. Among the attendees, it was likely that no more than 5 individuals had the means to acquire this rare gem. 20 million. Someone boldly doubled the starting bid. All eyes turned to the source, and Xiao Mu glanced over to see a young man seated in the front row on the first floor, resplendently dressed and exuding an extraordinary aura, clearly someone of significant standing. Xiao Mu, 9th level of the Holy Emperor realm, young patriarch of the Qi clan. No wonder the Qi clan felt so audacious. At that moment, a disdainful voice echoed from the second floor. The crowd turned to see a cold, aloof man leaning against the window, a mocking smile playing on his lips. I bid 30 million. Qi clan brat, care to compete? Chapter 70. Bloodshed at the auction house. Upon hearing a disrespectful remark, Xiao Mu's expression darkened, and he seemed on the verge of erupting. However, at that moment, the elder beside him suddenly intervened. Young master, refrain from acting rashly. Though Xiao Mu remained indignant, he restrained himself and did not raise his bid further. The brooding man on the second floor snorted softly, casting a sweeping glance across the crowd. Yet no one dared meet his gaze. Due to the angle, Xiao Mu did not see the man's face and curiously inquired, "Who is this fellow? He seems to possess a formidable background." "I know not," replied Huangxi, her tone indifferent. "Heroes abound like the rushing tide, one generation following another. To occasionally make a splash is no great feat. Only those who can persistently make waves deserve to be remembered." Xiao Mu shot her a surprised glance. This seemingly unrefined young woman was capable of articulating such profound thoughts, which truly made him reconsider her intelligence. No longer content to remain idle, Xiao Mu rose and approached the window. "I bid 31 million. As soon as the words escaped his lips, numerous gazes turned towards him. Upon realizing the voice originated from the prestigious first private room, the crowd obediently shifted their attention away, recognizing the gravity of the situation. "Who?" The shadowy man furrowed his brow and leaped forth, his feet seemingly gliding through the air, emanating the oppressive aura of a Saint Emperor realm expert. It was at this moment that Xiao Mu finally beheld the man's visage. Clad in black, with disheveled hair and a sinister expression, he exuded an unsettling malevolence. Ningwu, a first-tier Saint Emperor and the ace assassin of the Skykill sect, whose longevity has been drastically reduced due to excessive use of medicinal pills to accelerate his cultivation. So, he is from the Skykill sect. A mere pill popper with his Saint Emperor cultivation all derived from drugs. A pathetic wretch. Xiao Mu cast a casual glance at Ningwu. Does a lowly lackey of the Skykill sect dare to act so brazenly? Has no one taught you the virtue of humility in public? Ningwu was taken aback, having not anticipated Xiao Mu's knowledge of his background, and his brows knitted in contemplation. Scanning the room, his gaze landed on Huangxi, and suddenly, realization dawned upon him. "I see, you are merely the little phoenix's lackey. With your master silent, what audacity do you possess to confront me?" A surge of delight coursed through Ningwu's heart. It was unexpected to encounter such an opportunity today. The little princess of the Phoenix Imperial clan ranked 10th on the Southern Domain's talents list. If he could obtain her phoenix bone and offer it to the sect master, he would surely be handsomely rewarded. However, with so many eyes present and on Jiang family territory, acting recklessly would be unwise. Yet, any prey he fixed his sights upon would never escape his grasp. "Haha, darling. He thinks of you as my subordinate. How amusing." Huangxi giggled, her laughter ringing like bells. Su Qianqian too found it hard to suppress a smile, but suddenly sensed something amiss. "Darling, this man exudes a murderous intent. He may have set his sights on Sister Huangxi." "Oh, then let us eliminate him." Xiao Mu shrugged nonchalantly. The exchange between the three was crystal clear to Ningwu, who initially froze before bursting into raucous laughter. "So you are the Zhao family pretty boy who wed Huangxi. How audacious you are. It seems I must teach you the prowess of a gold medal assassin from the Skykill sect." With that, Ningwu disregarded the setting, unleashing the full force of his Saint Emperor might, crafting a pitch-black glowing orb with his bare hands. The aura of death emanating from it caused the guests to gasp for breath, nearly choking. Yet at that moment, Ningwu suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping him from all directions, rendering him immobile and halting his spiritual power. Following that, a bolt of red-hot lightning thundered down from the heavens, striking him directly. The lightning pierced through him, and in an instant, darkness engulfed his vision as he plummeted to the ground. Countless thoughts flashed through Ning Wu's mind like a revolving lantern, his life's memories resurfacing vividly. Panic set in. Damn it. How can this pretty boy be so formidable? Without hesitation, Ning Wu bit down on a medicinal pill he had concealed in his mouth. In an instant, a domineering force surged through him, pulling him back from the brink of death. Yet, Ning Wu no longer harbored thoughts of combat. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed to flee the auction house. Suddenly, a streak of black sword light descended from the heavens, piercing through Ning Wu before returning to Xiao Mu's side. The surrounding guests were left in shock. Some brave souls ventured close to inspect, declaring, "He is dead." Xiao Mu was not the least bit surprised by this outcome. It was nearly impossible for even a genuine first-tier Saint Emperor expert to escape once he had resolved to kill. At that moment, Linen, the proprietor of Baolin Tower, hurriedly arrived with his men to remove Ning Wu's corpse, spritzing perfume to mask the lingering scent of blood. Clearly, such incidents were not uncommon at the auction house. The auctioneer quickly regained his composure. A minor interruption occurred, but fortunately, it has concluded. Let us resume the auction. 31 million once. Is there anyone willing to bid further? He called out thrice at lightning speed, but no one dared to raise their bid. With the gavel's fall, the auctioneer announced Xiao Mu as the successful bidder for the grand treasure of the event, the Emperor's Silk. Before long, Linen personally arrived with the Emperor's Silk, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Mr. Zhao, Miss Huangxi, we have thoroughly investigated. The assassin from the Sky Kill sect infiltrated under false pretenses. This was a failure on Baolin Tower's part. On behalf of Baolin Tower, I sincerely apologize and will issue an 80 discount on the auction price. Enough with the pleasantries. Just bring the item. The payment can be directly deducted from my mother-in-law's account. Xiao Mu was about to inquire if they accepted Yuan Ling coins, but Huangxi interjected. Lin promptly acquiesced, handing over the Emperor's Silk to Huangxi, along with a few small trinkets as tokens of apology. Xiao Mu felt exasperated. I have money. How can I casually spend my mother-in-law's money? Does that not solidify my title as a pretty boy? Fear not. My mother's money is my money. And my money is my husband's. Spending it freely is of no concern, Huangxi declared, patting her chest with a flare of extravagance. Very well then. Xiao Mu responded with a wry smile, knowing he would have to find a suitable treasure to gift his mother-in-law later. As Xiao Mu accepted the Emperor's Silk, the trio soon exited Baolin Tower. Noticing it was getting late, they planned to return to Cheongyu Palace to rest. However, not long after stepping outside, Su Qianqian suddenly halted. Do not follow. If there is something to discuss, speak directly. Moments later, a statuesque Fox Clan woman gradually appeared before them. It was Su Xinchang. Her face displayed unease, and she nervously implored, I apologize for the intrusion, but I am compelled to ask for your assistance. I earnestly beseech you to help save my sister. Chapter 71. The night raid on the alchemist's manor. Su Xinchang found herself at a dead end, which compelled her to seek assistance from Xiao Mu and his companions. At Baolin Tower, she had witnessed Xiao Mu effortlessly dispatching Ning Wu, leading her to believe that he could indeed aid her through this predicament. Thus, she hastened to catch up with them. No wonder your song sounded somewhat off earlier. You must have been in trouble. Speak quickly. I am someone who detests injustice, and if it piques my interest, I shall undoubtedly assist you, Huangxi declared eagerly. Earlier at Baolin Tower, Xiao Mu had swiftly dealt with their adversaries, leaving her with no opportunity to showcase her own capabilities. She had feared that today would pass without a chance to prove herself. Thank you, Miss Huangxi, Su Xinchang replied, not daring to waste time, and promptly began to explain her situation. It was not overly complex. In brief, Su Xinchang had an elder sister named Su Xiangtong, who was frail and ailing yet possessed remarkable beauty. In this world, survival was challenging for someone like her, and for years, Su Xinchang had been supporting her, spending most of her earnings on her sister's medical treatments. The two sisters relied on each other. Despite their modest living conditions, having family nearby provided some comfort. However, just 2 days ago, Su Xiangtong had gone out to gather medicinal herbs and had not returned since. After 2 days of searching, Su Xinchang finally detected her sister's presence, but found herself powerless to help. Su Xiangtong was trapped within the estate of a prominent figure in the imperial capital, surrounded by many skilled warriors. With her mere Saint Spirit realm cultivation, Su Xinchang could not even enter the front gate. Today, she had come to Baolin Tower intending to seek help from Linen, but upon learning the situation, Linen could only shake his head in resignation, indicating he was unable to assist her. With no other options left, Su Xinchang placed her hopes on Xiao Mu and his companions. Who is so audacious as to imprison a fox maiden in broad daylight? Without a doubt, I shall assist you. Just lead me to her, Huangxi exclaimed, her indignation palpable. Finally, a battle awaited. Regardless of who intervened today, it would be imperative to engage in a decisive fight. Xiao Mu, discerning Huangxi's thoughts, bore no objection. In this imperial capital, no matter how formidable a figure, they could hardly rival the Jiang family. Let us proceed. It's a chance to do a good deed, and perhaps even trigger some achievements for rewards, he mused. The group set off with great urgency, and under Su Xinchang's guidance, they arrived at the entrance of a manor in the West City. The main gate bore a plaque inscribed with the words Alchemist's Manor. Alchemist? What kind of figure is that? Huangxi asked, her face reflecting confusion, as she was unaware of such a person in the imperial capital. Su Qianqian was even less informed. Su Xinchang explained, the master of the Alchemist's Manor is named Lu Xun, a royal-grade alchemist who established an organization called the Xiandan Society, attracting numerous alchemists and effectively monopolizing the elixir trade in the imperial capital. Although he has only been in business for a few years, he has already amassed an immense fortune and gained considerable repute. Indeed, the elixir trade was highly lucrative. Not only could one monopolize the elixir business in a city, but even opening a small apothecary would yield substantial profits. However, such an enterprise should belong to the Jiang family. How could it be handed over to an outsider? Seemingly sensing Xiao Mu's confusion, Su Xinchang continued. Lu Zhen's master is named Jiang Baishir, the chief alchemist of the Jiang family. Lu Zhen operates his elixir business under the Jiang family's name, and the Jiang family turns a blind eye. Moreover, he is quite shrewd, primarily selling elixirs meant for treating difficult ailments, which does not encroach upon the Jiang family's resources. Why bother with all that? We should storm in and rescue her, Huang Shi, unable to contain her impatience, declared, eager to act rather than engage in idle chatter. She charged forward, summoning a fierce blast of earth spirit true fire that quickly breached the main gate of the alchemist's manor. The raging flames soared dozens of meters high, illuminating the surroundings for hundreds of meters. Having refined the earth spirit fire seed, she had comprehended the imperial level martial technique, yet had long awaited the opportunity to unleash it. Now, she could both uphold justice and test her martial prowess, making it a dual delight, hence her excitement. I see that there is only a Saint Emperor realm warrior within, and his strength is far inferior to Huang Shi's. Let her handle the matters of justice. While we simply observe, Xiao Mu said to Su Qianqian, who nodded in agreement. The sudden assault quickly drew the attention of the guards at the alchemist's manor. As Huang Shi stepped inside, she was immediately surrounded by numerous warriors. A bunch of worthless trash, unworthy of facing me. Huang Shi scoffed, stepping forward, igniting sparks that erupted like magma, forcing the guards to retreat. With the ground fire clearing her path, Huang Shi advanced straight towards the manor's rear courtyard, while Xiao Mu and his companions leisurely followed behind. Flames erupted from the rear courtyard, accompanied by cries of distress, plunging the entire alchemist's manor into chaos. Who dares to wreak havoc within my alchemist's manor? A commanding voice boomed from the rear courtyard. The speaker was a robust man with a full beard. Lu Zhen, Saint Emperor Realm, 6th stage, Royal Alchemist, Demon Clan Puppet. Upon reading Lu Zhen's information, Xiao Mu's brow furrowed. So, Lu Zhen is a Demon Clan puppet. This could prove interesting. It's your great aunt. Huang Shi, brimming with fury, bared her little tiger teeth and charged forward, unleashing the earth spirit true fire against Lu Zhen. Seeing this, Lu Zhen also let out a furious roar, summoning a royal-grade divine weapon to counter her. The two engaged in a fierce exchange. However, Xiao Mu could easily discern that Huang Shi was merely toying with him. She was solely there to test the earth spirit true fire and had not employed any other techniques. Otherwise, Lu Zhen would likely falter after just a couple of exchanges. Even so, Lu Zhen quickly began to show signs of defeat. As he observed Huang Shi's fierce onslaught, he began to panic. Dear lady, let us discuss this. What have I done to offend you? We can resolve this amicably. Noticing his capitulation, Huang Shi retracted the earth spirit true fire and temporarily halted her assault. Although he appeared to be a nefarious individual, she needed to ascertain the specifics of his transgressions. While she relished combat, she would not indiscriminately take lives. Su Xinchang, speak. Huang Shi called for her. Upon seeing Su Xinchang, Lu Zhen immediately grasped the situation and shouted, Someone, bring that fox maiden out. He then turned to Huang Shi, saying, Dear lady, there has been a misunderstanding. I have not imprisoned anyone. That fox maiden was injured, and I kindly took her in to recuperate. You have wrongly accused a good person. Huang Shi exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. Could it be that I struck the wrong target? Su Xinchang, you have truly led me astray. I came here to uphold justice, and if I unintentionally harm an innocent, it would tarnish my reputation forever. Chapter 72, Your Dishonesty Soon. The servants of the Danwang mansion brought Su Xiangtong in. Although her complexion was pale, she managed to walk with some effort, showing no apparent injuries or signs of having been bound. Ame, you have wronged a good person. Dr. Lu kindly took me in and treated my illness. How could you bring people to invade the Danwang mansion? Isn't that repaying kindness with malice? Please return. I will come to find you once I recover. Su Xiangtong's words left Su Xinchang utterly dumbfounded. Could it be that she had indeed misjudged a good person? However, if Lu Zhen had genuinely taken her sister in with good intentions, why did the people of Danwang Mansion refuse to even inquire about her when she came looking for her sister? If only they had offered an explanation or allowed her to see her sister, such misunderstandings could have been avoided. Lu Zhen wore a benevolent smile. Everyone has heard it. This is a misunderstanding. Fortunately, it has not caused any casualties. I am not one to hold grudges. Please, everyone, return. Huang Shi felt embarrassed. The situation had turned awkward. Luckily, Lu Zhen did not pursue the matter. He seemed rather amiable. She quickly turned to lead Xiao Mu and Su Qianqian away. Wait. Xiao Mu suddenly blocked Huang Shi's path. In her puzzled gaze, Xiao Mu approached with a smirk. Dr. Lu is indeed a benevolent healer. But I cannot fathom one thing. Why do you need to extract Su Xiangtong's fox heart while treating her? Xiao Mu's gaze sharpened as he questioned. Could it be that Dr. Lu covets her pure demon body and wishes to possess it? Lu Zhen's expression changed, and he quickly retorted, Kid, I have let you off once. Why do you still slander me? I am merely asking questions. You should answer honestly without trying to evade. Xiao Mu frowned. Exuding an innate authority, Lu Zhen felt a jolt of unease. Who was this person? Such an imposing presence. He instinctively felt a sense of dread, fiddling with the spatial ring on his finger as if hesitating. You are not being truthful. Xiao Mu saw through Lu Zhen's subtle movements, and as his words fell, a flash of sword light appeared, severing both of Lu Zhen's arms before he could react. Lu Zhen stared in shock at the blood gushing from his severed limbs, momentarily unable to comprehend what had transpired. Soon, excruciating pain surged through him, forcing him into a pitiful wail. This scene left everyone around them in a state of shock. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhen's guards instantly drew their weapons and charged forward. Yet, with a mere flick of the black sword light, they were all swiftly dispatched before they could even approach. Realizing the situation had turned dire, Lu Zhen turned to flee. Boom! A thunderous crash split the sky, bringing Lu Zhen crashing down from midair, landing heavily at Xiao Mu's feet. Xiao Mu stepped forward, placing his foot upon Lu Zhen. Monster, reveal your true form at once. In a frantic struggle, Lu Zhen transformed into a massive blue-patterned python, coiling around Xiao Mu. Overestimating yourself, Xiao Mu scoffed, igniting divine flames that engulfed the blue-patterned python in a sea of fire. The creature writhed violently, emitting piercing cries before swiftly falling silent. Xiao Mu refrained from killing Lu Zhen outright. Seeing him on the brink of death, he withdrew the flames, sparing his life. After all, Lu Zhen had been harmed by the demon race and was not inherently guilty. Preserving his life might yield crucial information. However, Xiao Mu suspected that the mastermind behind Lu Zhen's transformation into a demon puppet was likely the Demon Kingdom. The fact that they planned to invade the southern region in 3 years suggested that their schemes had long been in motion. At this moment, the southern region may already be infiltrated with demon puppets. The recent incident involving the Su family was likely an attempt to implant demon puppets within their ranks. This revelation left Huangshi dumbstruck. Yet soon, excitement surged within her. Demon race infiltrators. I sense the scent of conspiracy. Something significant is about to unfold. Su Xinchang rushed towards her sister Su Xiangtong, only to find her in a dazed state, continuously repeating her earlier words. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Xinchang tore open her sister's clothing, revealing a long scar on her chest. Her sister's heartbeat had ceased. Su Xiangtong was merely sustaining life through a faint trace of demon energy. Witnessing this, Su Xinchang was devastated, tears streaming down her face. Ame, don't cry. Su Xiangtong trembled slightly, reaching out a hand to stroke Su Xinchang's head. As her words faded, Su Xiangtong collapsed, her vitality rapidly dissipating. Ajia, Su Xinchang's wails were heart-wrenching. Su Qianqian, unable to bear the sight, stepped forward and placed her hand on Su Xiangtong's chest. A soft glow enveloped Su Xiangtong, momentarily halting the flow of her life force. Husband, check if Lu Zhen's spatial ring contains Su Xiangtong's fox heart. Nodding, Xiao Mu picked up Lu Zhen's severed arm and removed the spatial ring. However, it was sealed with restrictions that prevented outsiders from opening it. Xiao Mu remained unhurried. Approaching the fallen blue-patterned python, pointing his sword at its 7 inches, he coldly commanded, open the spatial ring. The blue-patterned python opened its gaping maw, emitting a hoarse, mocking laugh. Hee hee, it's too late. The purine fox heart has already been offered to Lord Xuanjiao Demon. As soon as the words left its mouth, the blue-patterned python self-destructed, erupting into a puddle of blood and flesh. Xiao Mu frowned. Xuanjiao Demon is the true mastermind behind this? The blue-patterned python exhibited some backbone, choosing death over surrender. If the demon race consisted of such ruthless characters, it was no wonder the southern region would ultimately fall under their invasion. Su Qianqian witnessed this scene without hesitation, urging Xiao Mu to hand over the spatial ring. After acquiring it, she began deciphering the restrictions on the ring. At that moment, the commotion within the Dan Wang mansion drew external attention, and several powerful auras approached rapidly. Huangshi went to respond, briefly explaining the situation within the Dan Wang mansion. Upon learning that Lu Zhen was a demon puppet, they immediately recognized the gravity of the situation and hurried to report to the Qiongyu Palace. Before long, the Jiang family mobilized, with Jiang Yizai himself arriving alongside 2 other elders, both at the Saint Emperor level. Xiao Mu, Saint Emperor, 8th stage, 2nd elder of the Jiang family. Jiang Baishe, Saint Emperor, 7th stage, 6th elder of the Jiang family, an imperial level alchemist, and a demon puppet. Xiao Mu had become vigilant, using his supreme divine eye to scrutinize everyone he encountered, wary of another demon puppet appearing. To his surprise, he made an unexpected discovery. Jiang Baishe, ISNT Lu Zhen's master? This made sense. However, Xiao Mu refrained from acting rashly, pretending not to see anything as he approached Jiang Yizai with a friendly smile. This individual was not Lu Zhen, but a genuine Saint Emperor level 7th stage powerhouse. Engaging in a confrontation could lead to dire consequences, and being bitten back would be disastrous. Xiao Mu, what are you doing here? Jiang Yizai was equally astonished upon seeing Xiao Mu. Chapter 73, The First Encounter with Jiang Muyo. What an astonishing turn of events. Upon learning of the circumstances from Xiao Mu, Jiang Yizai furrowed his brows deeply, experiencing intense anger and unease. The presence of a puppet undercover agent from the demon clan within the Jiang family's main city was no trivial matter. As the saying goes, encountering a single cockroach often indicates the presence of hundreds lurking unseen. The situation might be far more dire than anticipated. Absurd. At that moment, Jiang Baishe suddenly snorted coldly and inquired, on what grounds do you accuse my disciple, Lu Zhen, of being a demon clan infiltrator? Do you possess any evidence to substantiate your claims? Young man, to slander someone's innocence without basis will exact a price. Upon hearing Xiao Mu being questioned, Huangxi could no longer remain seated. She rushed forward and proclaimed, I was present throughout the entire ordeal and witnessed Lucian transform into this azure-patterned python. I can attest that Xiao Mu speaks nothing but the truth. Princess Huangxi, I am at a loss as to why the Phoenix Imperial clan would allow you to wed a fallen young patriarch of an imperial lineage. However, since you are now family, your testimony holds no weight here, Jiang Baishe retorted with a frosty demeanor. Huangxi's temper flared instantly, and she was about to confront the old man. Yet, Xiao Mu intervened, saying, it matters not. I trust that clan leader Jiang will handle this impartially. Leave it to him. Dear husband, Huangxi began to protest, but she caught Xiao Mu's meaningful glance. Though uncertain of its significance, she obediently fell silent. Jiang Yizai did not press the matter further, regardless of the truth. It was undeniable that Xiao Mu's timely delivery of the rejuvenation grass had saved Jiang Muyo's life. For this reason alone, Jiang Yizai retained his trust in Xiao Mu. This matter is of great importance. I shall dispatch personnel to conduct a thorough investigation. There is no need for further debate at this juncture, Jiang Yizai stated. Let us wait and see, Jiang Baishe declared, his sleeves sweeping dramatically as he departed in anger. Jiang Yizai shook his head in resignation. Do not take offense. Elder Baishe has always possessed such a temperament. Xiao Mu chuckled softly, clan leader Jiang. I wonder if you have heard the phrase birds of a feather flock together. What do you imply? Jiang Yizai inquired, furrowing his brow as he addressed Jiang Mu. Go. Keep an eye on Baishe. Jiang Mu nodded and bowed before departing. Does clan leader Jiang place such trust in me? Xiao Mu questioned. Matters concerning the demon clan cannot be taken lightly, Jiang Yizai replied without elaboration. He then added, you should return and rest. Miao's health has nearly recovered. Tomorrow, I will bring her to personally express her gratitude. That is reassuring. Xiao Mu felt a measure of solace upon hearing that his future bride was in good health. After bidding farewell to Jiang Yizai, Xiao Mu approached Su Qianqian. She had already opened Lu Zhen's spatial ring, but alas, it contained no trace of Su Xiangtong's heart. If the heart could not be retrieved, Su Xiangtong's life would likely hang by a thread. Su Xinchang sat despondently beside them, appearing utterly at a loss. Su Qianqian remarked, I have employed certain measures to keep Su Xiangtong alive temporarily. But this can only last a month. If her heart is not found within that time, there will be no hope for her recovery. Is it possible to substitute with another heart? Xiao Mu inquired. Su Qianqian shook her head. If she were an ordinary person, it might be feasible. However, as you rightly pointed out, Su Xiangtong possesses a naturally purine demon body. An ordinary heart cannot survive within her. Then we shall leave it at that. Whether we can retrieve the heart now depends on fate, Xiao Mu concluded. Su Xinchang rose and bowed deeply to Xiao Mu and the others, saying, thank you, brave heroes, for your assistance. I am profoundly grateful for your help in seeking my sister. I shall not trouble you any further. I will shoulder the remaining matters alone. With that, she supported Su Xiangtong and departed. Huangxi, filled with sympathy, remarked, how tragic. Is there truly no other way to assist them? The suffering of this world is boundless. Do not dwell on it too much. Let us return and rest, Xiao Mu advised. Very well, they agreed, and the trio departed from the Danwang residence, heading straight back to Qiongyu Palace. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Jiang Xiaoya bounded over, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, Brother Xiao Mu, my sister has arrived. Jiang Yizai brought Jiang Muyo to the Golden Deer Hall. Upon her first appearance, she donned a flowing azure gown that trailed several feet behind her, exuding an ethereal grace akin to a crystal-clear spring. Her pale skin shimmered under the sunlight, appearing as flawless as ice sculpted from jade. Her eyes resembled a tranquil autumn lake, deep and frosty, while her slightly pursed lips hinted at a touch of pride and solitude. Jiang Muyo, aged 26, was a 7th-tier saint monarch and possessed the supreme ice abyss sacred body, a natural ice bone. It was no wonder Xiao Mu sensed a drop in temperature upon her arrival. His future wife was indeed of the ice attribute supreme sacred body. Though he was unfamiliar with the concept of the natural ice bone, it seemed to be a unique talent akin to the supreme bone. The first prodigy of the southern region, her reputation was well-deserved. As Xiao Mu assessed Jiang Muyao, she, too, directed her gaze toward him. Before arriving, she had heard much about Xiao Mu from her father. Learning that he had married Huangxi surprised her. She was quite familiar with Huangxi, despite her youth. The girl possessed the grace of a true phoenix and was bound for limitless prospects, sure to secure her place in the southern region and throughout the sacred spirit continent. That she would marry was something Jiang Muyao had never anticipated. Her standards were exceedingly high, and few among the younger generation of martial artists could catch her eye. Thus, prior to meeting Xiao Mu, she had already nurtured a considerable curiosity about him. Besides expressing her gratitude to this life-saving benefactor, she also wished to discover what manner of man could capture Huangxi's heart. However, upon witnessing Xiao Mu in person, Jiang Muyao found herself somewhat bewildered. She realized she could not perceive his depths at all. How deeply concealed could he be? Sister, I missed you so much. Jiang Xiaoya was the first to rush forward, embracing Jiang Muyo tightly. Little you, I'm sorry to have worried you these days. I am quite well now, Jiang Muyo said, affectionately ruffling Jiang Xiaoya's hair as she took her hand and approached Xiao Mu. Jiang Muyao slightly inclined her body in greeting and said, thank you, young Master Zhao, for the rejuvenation grass you sent. This kindness will forever be etched in my heart. and I shall repay it 1,000-fold in the future. It was merely a trifling act. There is no need for such formality, Xiao Mu replied with a gentle smile, playfully pinching Jiang Xiaoya's chubby cheek. Moreover, how could I bear to see such a lovely girl as little you upset? Jiang Xiaoya's eyes sparkled with mischief as she suddenly tugged at Jiang Muyao's arm, saying, Sister, I really like brother Xiao Mu. Can I have him as my brother-in-law? Then we will be family. At her words, the entire room fell into stunned silence. Xiao Mu inwardly gave Jiang Xiaoya a thumbs up. Well done. Chapter 74. Jiang Xiaoya's assistance. The sudden concern expressed by Jiang Xiaoya left Jiang Muyao both amused and bewildered. Xiaoya, marriage is no trivial matter, and have you forgotten that your sister is already betrothed? How could one simply marry without consideration? You must refrain from speaking so recklessly in the future, Jiang Muyao admonished earnestly. In truth, her initial impression of Xiao Mu was not unfavorable. However, since she was already engaged, such matters were not hers to ponder. Moreover, the ancient Moon Empire had offered substantial support to the Jiang family. Without the backing of the ancient Moon Empire, how could the Jiang family have ascended to become the foremost imperial clan in the southern region? Her engagement to young master of the ancient moon was a covenant established by their ancestors, marking her destiny as a child of the Jiang family. Destiny, after all, is not to be defied. Jiang Xiaoya understood that her words could hardly sway her sister's decision, yet she could not suppress a sigh of disappointment. I understand, sister. I shall not mention it again. While her words were sincere, Jiang Xiaoya harbored her own thoughts. She was acutely aware that in 3 years, the Jiang family would face calamity, and until the demon clan invaded Xiongyu Palace, the so-called ancient Moon Empire had no intention of intervening. Watching idly as the Jiang family faced annihilation, it was only when the Jiang family was all but extinguished that the ancient Moon Empire would arrive, seizing the opportunity to completely dominate the Jiang family. From that moment on, the Jiang family, and indeed the entire southern region, would become the territory of the ancient Moon Empire. Years later, Jiang Xiaoya would uncover the sinister machinations behind the demon invasion, revealing the ancient Moon Empire's covert involvement. From inception to conclusion, this was a conspiracy meticulously orchestrated by the Jiang family themselves, aimed at claiming the fertile lands of the southern region. She could not bear to witness the Jiang family repeat its tragic fate. Her first step towards avenging the Jiang family against the ancient Moon Empire was to disrupt her sister's engagement with the young master of the ancient moon. Only by severing ties with the ancient Moon Empire early could the Jiang family grasp the true nature of their so-called benefactor. However, altering her sister's mindset would not prove easy. Before encountering Xiao Mu, Jiang Xiaoya felt utterly at a loss regarding how to change her sister's perspective. Yet now, she had devised a plan. If she could orchestrate Xiao Mu's marriage to her sister, that would solve everything. Though the process would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges, Jiang Xiaoya believed that with her clandestine assistance, Xiao Mu had a genuine chance of winning her sister's heart, even if it meant Xiao Mu would benefit. It was far preferable to allow her sister to meet a tragic end. She vividly recalled the day the ancient Moon Empire took over the Jiang family. Her sister had been forcibly taken away by their people before even completing their father's funeral, compelled to marry into the ancient Moon Empire. Just days later, she learned of her sister's suicide. It was later revealed that the ancient Moon Empire had no interest in Jiang Muyao, deeming her unworthy of their clan, and had sold her to the Tianxia sect. It was no surprise that her proud sister could not endure such humiliation and chose to end her life. Now, having been reborn, Jiang Xiaoya vowed to alter their fate. The Jiang family must not perish, and her sister must not take her own life. She was determined to save the lives of everyone in the Jiang family and rescue the entire southern region. Thus, Jiang Xiaoya set her first plan into motion, to unite Xiao Mu and Jiang Muyao, even if her sister resisted. She was a woman with 2 lifetimes of experience and possessed many strategies to persuade her sister. Unbeknownst to those around her, within that brief moment, a multitude of thoughts swirled in Jiang Xiaoya's mind. Jiang Yizai, however, gave it little thought. He knew Jiang Muyao's character and that she would adhere to the family's engagement. Furthermore, the current Jiang family had no means to oppose the ancient Moon Empire. The implications were clear, and Jiang Muyao was undoubtedly aware of them. There was no need for him to worry. Young Master Zhao, I hope you will not take offense at my sister's candidness, Jiang Muyao continued. The Jiang family has never neglected those who have aided us. To express our gratitude to you, my father has permitted me to lead you into the Jiang family treasury, where you may select any imperial-grade treasure of your choice. Of course, the favor you have shown us cannot be repaid by a mere imperial-grade treasure. Henceforth, should you have any requests, feel free to approach the Jiang family. We shall do our utmost to accommodate you. Additionally, the Jiang family has decided to forge an alliance with the Zhao family. Should the Zhao family face difficulties, the Jiang family shall be the first to arrive to assist. Jiang Muyao's words likely reflected Jiang Yizai's sentiments as well. To be fair, the Jiang family had indeed granted Xiao Mu considerable favor. A single Huiguang grass could yield such benefits, and anyone would feel they had greatly profited. However, for Xiao Mu, these so-called rewards were merely trivial. They paled in comparison to the rewards offered by the system. Yet, securing Jiang Muyao's hand in marriage was not a matter that could be resolved swiftly. Accepting some initial benefits would suffice. Since Miss Muyao had put forth such an offer, it would seem somewhat ungracious for Xiao Mu to decline. He smiled gently. Upon seeing Xiao Mu's acceptance, Jiang Muyu felt a sense of relief. Her greatest concern was that Xiao Mu would demand excessively, but it appeared he was amiable. In that case, please accompany me to the treasury to select your treasure. she said. Miss Muyao, please lead the way. Su Chanshan and Huangshi did not follow, as they were well aware of Xiao Mu's intentions and generously allowed him and Jiang Muyao some privacy. Jiang Yizai intended to follow but was halted by Jiang Xiaoya, who clung to his leg. Father, look, so many butterflies have come to the garden. Would you take Xiaoya to catch some butterflies? Unable to resist Jiang Xiaoya's charming plea, Jiang Yizai nodded in acquiescence. Moments later, Xiao Mu followed Jiang Muyao into the Jiang family treasury. She guided him through the treasury, stating, Young Master Xiao, all the imperial-grade treasures of the Jiang family are housed here. Divine weapons, elixirs, talismans, and spirit stones. Pray tell, which one catches your fancy? Xiao Mu did not rush to respond, instead taking his time to observe with his supreme divine eye. Indeed, there was an abundance of items. However, truth be told, none piqued Xiao Mu's interest. He possessed the overwhelming sword for offense and the Black Emperor's divine armor for defense. He lacked for nothing in terms of weaponry. While other treasures were undoubtedly valuable, they held little allure for him. There was nothing that truly dazzled him. After perusing the items, he found it hard to muster any enthusiasm. Just as he intended to casually select an imperial-grade elixir, his gaze suddenly fell upon a piece of tattered black cloth in the corner. Fragment of the 10,000 Demons banner, a remnant left behind after the 10,000 Demons banner was forged by the human ancestor Xianyuan Emperor. Collecting 4 pieces would allow for the fusion into a complete divine artifact, the 10,000 Demons banner. Divine artifact fragment. Xiao Mu was utterly astonished. How could the Jiang family treat such a treasure so carelessly, discarding it like a mere rag? I want this, Xiao Mu declared, picking up the tattered cloth. Jiang Muyao glanced curiously at the cloth in Xiao Mu's hand, but saw nothing remarkable about it. She nodded and said, of course, that can be considered an extra gift. Young Master Xiao may still select any imperial-grade treasure to take with him. Then I thank you, Miss Muyao. Xiao Mu casually selected an imperial-grade elixir that enhanced cultivation efficiency and left the Jiang family treasury, thoroughly satisfied. Chapter 75, Safeguarding Jiang Muyao's Innocence. Though the attributes of the 10,000 Demons banner remain unknown, it is undoubtedly an artifact of exceptional caliber, especially since it was crafted by the hands of Emperor Xianyuan himself. Xiao Mu has a vague feeling that this banner may be akin to the Soul banner and the Human Emperor banner, potentially serving as a formidable weapon against the demon race. If he can indeed gather all 4 fragments and assemble a complete 10,000 Demons banner, perhaps the grave crisis in the southern region can be resolved. Upon returning to the Golden Deer Palace, Xiao Mu observed Jiang Xiaoya joyfully riding on Jiang Yizai's shoulders. A heartwarming scene that brought a rare smile to Jiang Muyao's face. After a moment, Jiang Yizai approached, holding Jiang Xiaoya. Zhao Xiaoyu, if you have no pressing matters, I suggest you stay in the Xiongnu Palace for a few more days. We have made some progress in the investigation regarding Lucian, and I plan to conduct a thorough search throughout the Jiang family. We may yield results soon. Then I shall comply, Xiao Mu replied respectfully. Jiang Yizai set Jiang Xiaoya down and continued, Muyao, I have matters to attend to. You should stay in Xiongnu Palace and not wander off. Xiaoya must also behave and stay at home. Your mother has emerged from her retreat and will be here shortly to accompany you. With that, Jiang Yizai hastily departed. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Xiaoya suddenly ran over, grabbing Xiao Mu with one hand and Jiang Muyao with the other. Sister, brother Xiao, let's go catch butterflies. Just now, a beautiful butterfly escaped when Daddy let it go. We must catch it back. The little girl covertly exchanged glances with Xiao Mu, as if to create an opportunity for him. Xiao Mu nodded enthusiastically. All right, let's go take a look. With Xiao Mu's agreement, Jiang Muyao, as the elder sister, felt compelled to follow suit. Before they knew it, the trio had played until dusk. After dinner, Jiang Xiaoya returned home early to sleep. Utterly exhausted from her efforts to unite Xiao Mu and her sister, she had not left the Golden Deer Palace as she intended to stay and accompany her mother. Xiao Mu briefly caught sight of his future mother-in-law, though she appeared less understanding than Jiang Ting, offering only polite compliments without any intention of further engagement. As night deepened, tranquility reigned. Su Chanshan and Huangshi practiced together, locking their door against any interruptions. Xiao Mu found himself alone, clutching a star cluster as he drifted into a deep slumber. In the midst of his dreams, something suddenly poked his nose. Instinctively, he reached out to grab it. Ouch! Let go! Came Jiang Xiaoya's small voice. Xiao Mu was momentarily taken aback. What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Isn't it for my sister's lifelong happiness? Jiang Xiaoya murmured, providing no further explanation as she tugged at Xiao Mu's arm, leading him outside. Though perplexed, Xiao Mu followed her. Before long, Jiang Xiaoya brought him to a room filled with a delicate fragrance. She carefully closed the door and lit a lamp. Xiao Mu's eyes widened in shock as he realized they were in Jiang Muya's bedroom. At that moment, Jiang Muyu lay quietly in bed, clad only in a thin silk nightgown, showing no signs of waking. Xiao Mu furrowed his brow. As the pride of the southern region and a 7th-tier Saint Emperor, Jiang Muyao should possess a greater level of vigilance. Suddenly, he grasped the implication and looked at Jiang Xiaoya in disbelief. Did you drug your sister? Shoo! Don't be so agitated. My mother is sleeping in the next room. Although she won't wake up anytime soon, she is a powerful Saint Emperor. And my drug may not last long, Jiang Xiaoya whispered. Wait, you didn't even spare your mother? Xiao Mu was utterly astonished. Jiang Xiaoya, you are quite the devoted daughter. Jiang Xiaoya knew her actions were questionable, but to achieve quick results, drastic measures were necessary. Brother Xiao, I just had another prophetic dream. I saw my sister tragically perish, with the ancient Moon Imperial clan as the culprits. I cannot allow her to marry into that clan, to protect her. I have no choice but to resort to this. She pulled Xiao Mu to the bedside, urging him, hurry, brother Xiao. The drug's effects will only last for an hour. I'll keep watch for you. You must seize the moment. Xiao Mu was completely dumbfounded. Was this the mindset of a reincarnator? This is utterly absurd. Ow! Jiang Xiaoya exclaimed, clutching her head in shock as she stared at Xiao Mu. Why did you flick me? Jiang Xiaoya, I understand your urgency, but hold on. Desperate measures can worsen the situation. Calm down and think carefully about the consequences of our actions. I don't know your sister well, but you should understand that if she is sullied without reason, how will she perceive us? Even if there are reasons behind it, if she is unaware of future events, she will only harbor resentment towards us, potentially believing I influenced you. In that case, we would become enemies, and any chance of us being together would vanish. Having said that, Xiao Mu flicked Jiang Xiaoya's forehead in frustration. You need to think clearly. Everything requires strategy. Such crude actions are inadvisable. Xiao Mu felt weary. You are a 300-year-old reincarnator, yet you possess such poor decision-making skills? No wonder you met your end at 300. Jiang Xiaoya was left speechless. She recognized her oversight. While her plan could indeed prevent her sister's engagement to the ancient Moon Imperial clan, it could also deeply hurt her sister's feelings. She pondered what actions her sister might take in response. Moreover, if things went awry, it could also implicate Xiao Mu, which would be even worse. Now, Xiao Mu was the only one willing to believe in her and cooperate. Losing him, her sole ally, would make her future even more challenging. All right, I see my mistake. What do you suggest? Is there a better way to sever my sister's engagement with the ancient Moon Imperial clan? Xiao Mu gazed at the still form of Jiang Muyao, contemplating for a moment before devising a plan. Upon reflection, if your goal is merely to annul the engagement, your current plan is quite sound. However, we must shift our perspective. Instead of us canceling the engagement, why not compel the ancient Moon Imperial clan to annul it themselves? Upon hearing Xiao Mu's words, Jiang Xiaoya's eyes lit up. She still possessed some cleverness and immediately followed his line of thought to formulate a new strategy. Indeed, the ancient Moon Imperial clan, with their pride, would never allow the engagement to persist if they believed my sister's honor was compromised. However, my sister need not truly lose her purity. We merely need to convince them that she is no longer innocent. With a glint of determination, Jiang Xiaoya dashed out of the room. Moments later, she returned holding a square crystal. Brother Xiao, this is a recording stone that captures fleeting images. Quickly, undress and lie down on the bed, striking a pose. I'll take some beautiful shots of you and sister. Be quick, or the drug's effects will fade. She urged. Be bold. Embrace your sister and pull down her collar a bit more. It's all right. I'll find the right angle to prevent any exposure. Yes, just like that. Wow, what a beautiful scene. So romantic. Keep going. Let me capture more. Chapter 76, Xiao Mu's solo mission. It took a full half an hour for Jiang Xiaoya to feel satisfied. Had it not been for Xiao Mu's repeated urgings, she would have continued for much longer. However, considering that the effects of the medicine would soon fade, she dared not linger too long. The two of them tidied up Jiang Muyao's clothing and bedding before extinguishing the lights and quietly slipping away. Upon returning to Xiao Mu's room, Jiang Xiaoya took out the recording stone and a crystal chip covered in intricate lattice patterns, preparing to imprint the previously captured scenes. Observing her clumsy efforts, Xiao Mu could no longer contain himself and gently nudged her aside. Let me handle this, he said. In no time, Xiao Mu successfully entered the information, conducting a thorough review to ensure that Jiang Muyao's images revealed nothing inappropriate, while all the visuals exuded an air of ambiguity. They adhered to modest standards, primarily embracing a sense of ethereal beauty. A few slightly more revealing segments were discreetly set aside by Xiao Mu for personal safekeeping. Jiang Xiaoya sat beside him, watching Xiao Mu's fluid movements with a mixture of surprise and admiration. Brother Xiao, are you also a weaponsmith? The operation of the recording stone requires considerable skill, something that most people cannot even begin to comprehend. Yet, your dexterity suggests a level of expertise that is typically reserved for royal-tier weaponsmiths. Although Xiao Mu hails from a renowned imperial family of weaponsmiths, he is still quite young. How could he possibly achieve such a status? A little knowledge here and there. Xiao Mu replied as he handed the recording stone and chip back to Jiang Xiaoya. Do you have a way to deliver this chip to the ancient Moon Imperial family? Jiang Xiaoya nodded vigorously. Our Jiang family submits a batch of cultivation materials as tribute to the ancient Moon Imperial family every year. The next shipment is due in half a month. I can't accidentally smuggle this chip in among the offerings, ensuring it reaches the ancient Moon Imperial family. As she spoke, a flicker of concern crossed her face. Brother Xiao, are you truly certain that this will be without consequence? The ancient Moon Imperial family values their reputation highly. If they discover that you have wronged the eldest son of the ancient Moon family, they will undoubtedly seek retribution, putting your life in jeopardy. Xiao Mu playfully pinched Jiang Xiaoya's chubby cheek. You needn't worry about my affairs. Seeing the confidence radiating from him, Jiang Xiaoya chose not to press further. Suddenly, Xiao Mu recalled something and inquired, Xiaoya, are you familiar with the Xuanjiao demon? At the mention of those three words, Jiang Xiaoya's expression shifted. A flicker of fear evident in her eyes. He is a formidable demon of the 9th tier of the imperial realm and one of the 16 vanguards of the demon kingdom. In my dreams, my father perished at his hands 3 years hence. His power is immense, and his physique is exceptionally unique. possessing pure and extreme demonic energy. He wields a lethal technique known as the Sound of Death, which can create a domain called the Yin-Sha formation through the rhythm of a heartbeat, significantly weakening the strength of those within it. Quite troublesome indeed. Xiao Mu's brow furrowed slightly. Lu Zhen mentioned that he sacrificed Su Xiangtong's heart to the Xuanjiao demon. Could it be that the Sound of Death is derived from that very heart? If so, reclaiming Su Xiangtong's heart could substantially diminish the Xuanjiao demon's power. Do you know where the Xuanjiao demon is currently located? Jiang Xiaya pondered for a moment before responding. I vaguely recall that before the demon kingdom fully invaded the Jiang family, the Xuanjiao demon was lying in wait within a heavenly cave. Yes, the Xianjing cave. He is concealed within the third layer of the Xianjing cave, in a deep black water abyss. The Xianjing cave? Xiao Mu mused. The assassin Kai Jing from the Tian-Sha sect intended to deliver Xiao Ming's spirit bone there for the rumored crafting of the supreme bone. What a fortuitous coincidence. The timing aligns perfectly. It seems that the Tian-Sha sect's crafting of the supreme bone is imminent. A visit to the Xianjing cave has now become essential. Where's the Xianjing cave? Jiang Xiaoya replied. It lies to the south of the Jiang family's territory, with a teleportation array that leads directly there. Understood. You should return and get some rest. Brother Zhao, you're not planning to venture into the Xianjing cave alone, are you? That place is incredibly perilous. Jiang Xiaoya expressed her concern. Will you accompany me? Xiao Mu suggested. Jiang Xiaoya felt momentarily flustered. But I'm just a child. Then hurry back to bed. Children who stay up late won't grow tall. Be careful not to become a little shorty, Xiao Mu teased. Jiang Xiaoya puffed up her cheeks, playfully shaking her small fists at Xiao Mu's knee before sprinting off. So adorable. Xiao Mu found himself momentarily entranced before shaking his head and returning to bed to continue his slumber. The following morning. Ding. Su Qianqian diligently cultivates and breaks through to the 9th tier of the Holy King realm. The host receives a tenfold experience reward, advancing to the 4th tier of the Holy Emperor realm. Ding. Huangshi diligently cultivates and breaks through to the 2nd tier of the Holy Emperor realm. The host receives a 6-fold experience reward, advancing to the 5th tier of the Holy Emperor realm. Upon hearing the melodious notifications from the system, Xiao Mu felt a wave of satisfaction. During this time, both of his ladies had been busy accompanying him and had not had the opportunity to cultivate diligently. Now that they finally had a moment of respite, they did not disappoint him, both achieving breakthroughs. Su Qianqian was remarkably impressive. Having just broken through to the Holy King realm, she swiftly ascended to the 9th tier. In a few days, she would likely be ready to challenge the Holy Emperor realm. However, the most astonishing was Xing Tuan. Since emerging from the ancestral burial grounds, he had spent his days either eating or sleeping, yet his power had remarkably advanced to the 5th tier of the Holy Emperor realm. It appeared that the two Holy Emperor powerhouses from the Tian-Sha sect were indeed highly nourishing. Qianqian, Huangshi, I wish to discuss something with you both. Xiao Mu announced as he entered, unhesitatingly embracing both ladies, eliciting playful protests from them. However, upon sensing the seriousness of his tone, they settled comfortably in his embrace. I plan to visit the Xianjing cave to retrieve the fox heart from Su Xiangtong. Did you find the whereabouts of the fox heart, husband? That's wonderful. What are we waiting for? Let us set off immediately. Huangshi exclaimed excitedly at the prospect of another adventure. However, Xiao Mu quickly doused her enthusiasm. This situation is unique. I intend to go alone. You two should remain in the Jiang family. Both the Tian-Sha sect and the vanguards of the Demon Kingdom are formidable opponents. Xiao Mu's solitary approach allows him the flexibility to retreat if danger arises. Whereas bringing Su Qianqian and Huangshi could complicate matters. Especially Huangshi, her propensity for getting carried away in the heat of battle far exceeds her combat prowess. And her presence would undoubtedly elevate the level of risk. Moreover, Xiao Mu's primary goal is to reclaim the pure Yin Fox heart. Combat is not the main focus. And the more individuals involved, the easier it is to attract unwanted attention. Thus, a solo endeavor is the most efficient course of action. Upon hearing that Xiao Mu would not take her along, Huangshi's expression fell. Just as she was about to protest, Su Qianqian interjected. Since husband has made his decision, he must have his reasons. We should not be a hindrance. Su Qianqian's words carried weight, and Huangshi had no choice but to relent. Very well, but do take care of yourself while you're out there. Rest assured, with Xing Tuan by my side, I shall be fine. After sharing a tender moment with his two wives, Xiao Mu set forth on his journey. With Jiang Xiaoya's discreet assistance, Xiao Mu departed from Xiongnu Palace unnoticed. Without alarming anyone. Chapter 77. A fortuitous encounter with Tu Shanming. Half a day later, in Xianjing City, Xiao Mu emerged from the teleportation array. Surrounded by a throng of people, several female warriors trailing behind him. Would you like to rest at my home? I can prepare a delicious meal for you. I'll treat you to a drink. Hey, handsome. Xiao Mu, growing increasingly impatient, quickened his pace upon leaving the teleportation array, swiftly distancing himself from the persistent women. To maintain a low profile, he donned a black mask, concealing his handsome visage. It must be said that while the world of warriors is not devoid of strikingly attractive individuals, exceptional beauty is always highly sought after, regardless of the setting. Having rarely ventured out alone before, Xiao Mu was now acutely aware of the attention he commanded. Were it not for the crowd, he suspected these women would have eagerly pounced upon him. Shaking his head, Xiao Mu meandered through Xianjing City, familiarizing himself with the conditions surrounding the Xianjing Cave Paradise. This city was built around the Xyling cave, which serves as the largest public paradise in the southern region, attracting numerous warriors who eventually chose to settle here. The entrance to the Xyling cave is located in the heart of the central square. Fueled by the prosperity of the cave, Xyling City thrived. But as it fell outside the jurisdiction of any imperial clan, various factions proliferated wildly, leading to a chaotic environment rife with gambling dens and brothels, and even open-air slave markets featuring beast-eared beings from the demon race. Walking down a single street left Xiao Mu utterly astounded. The unregulated areas truly reflect the world's raw essence. In a society that reveres strength, the relentless truth of the survival of the fittest prevails. In such a place as Xyling City, the strong can thrive, while the weak barely scrape by, living precariously from day to day. After wandering for a while, Xiao Mu made his way to the central square. Although it was already afternoon, the square remained bustling with activity, with crowds continuously entering and exiting the cave. Surrounding the square were stalls of all sizes, selling various resources for cultivation, minerals, herbs, and spiritual essences harvested from the cave. For many locals, treasure hunting within the Xyling cave was their means of survival. Xiao Mu took his time before entering the cave, browsing nearby stalls and purchasing several maps and guides. Some vendors even offered handwritten strategy books detailing the various regions within the cave, treasure locations, and areas frequented by beasts. The Xyling cave is generally divided into 3 levels. Most warriors only dare to venture in the first level, where the beasts have been nearly eradicated, posing little danger. However, the second level may harbor formidable beasts, which one should not approach without at least the cultivation of the Holy Spirit realm. The third level is marked as a high-risk area. Venturing there without the cultivation of the Holy Emperor realm is tantamount to a death wish. Information regarding the third level is scanned in the guidebooks, leaving Xiao Mu to investigate on his own. Young man, it seems this is your first visit. Do you need a guide? Just as Xiao Mu prepared to enter the cave, a voice called out to him. Turning around, he saw a man clad in leather armor, his dark skin contrasting with the gleaming steel sword slung across his back. He exuded an air of authority. Xiangjian, 9th level of the Holy Spirit realm. A professional guide who has entered the Xyling cave thousands of times, one of the senior guides in Xyling City. He appeared to be a trustworthy figure. However, Xiao Mu was not here for leisure. He intended to decline the offer politely. Yet, he soon noticed several striking young men and women behind Xiangjian. Despite their conservative attire, he could discern they belonged to the fox tribe. Among them stood a uniquely charismatic woman in black, her face concealed by a fox mask. Yet her distinct aura immediately captured Xiao Mu's attention. Curiosity piqued, he regarded her closely. The information relayed by his supreme divine eyes left Xiao Mu astounded. Tu Shanming Dai, 2nd level of the Holy Emperor realm, 17 years old, ranked 1st on the Southern Region beauty list. Possessing the supreme 7-rank celestial fox holy body and a red 5-rank fortune. Could it be? His third candidate for a beloved wife had appeared before him in such a dazzling manner? Upon seeing Tu Shanming Dai's details, Xiao Mu was momentarily speechless. A 17-year-old at the 2nd level of the Holy Emperor realm? A supreme 7-rank holy body? A red 5-rank fortune? Such extraordinary talent was indeed remarkable. What was more shocking was her age. Could the land of the southern region truly produce such unparalleled prodigies? His thoughts settled in an instant. What are your fees? Xiao Mu inquired. Xiangjian extended 5 fingers, stating, 5,000 spirit coins. The price is steep, but I assure you safe passage to any location within the 2nd level you wish to explore. Should you desire to glimpse the 3rd level, I also know a guaranteed safe route, though that would require additional payment. The cost was indeed exorbitant, yet Xiao Mu readily paid, utilizing Huangshi's spirit card. Though his own spirit stones were abundant, they were cumbersome for transactions, so he had brought along Huangshi's card. He noted with satisfaction that the resourceful heiress had several 100,000 spirit coins available, ample funds for their journey. Splendid. Now that we have our group assembled, let us embark. Upon receiving the spirit coins, Xiangjian beamed with delight, brandishing a small flag as he led the way, dispersing the crowd around the cave entrance and ushering Xiao Mu and his companions inside. It must be said, when the payment is sufficient, the service is undoubtedly first-rate. Upon entering the Xyling cave, Xiao Mu was dazzled by the brilliance before him. The sky was resplendent with colorful, crystalline minerals, creating a dreamlike world filled with vibrant hues. While the sight was enchanting, prolonged gazing could easily lead to disorientation. As the group admired the scenery, Xiangjian approached, guiding a copper-skin cart. Esteemed guests, please board. I will escort you to your first destination, the Great Xyling Mine, a colossal cavern plunging 3,000 meters deep. It has been painstakingly excavated by generations of fortune seekers over millennia, and even now, miners delve deep into the caverns unearthing new ores. The vistas there will undoubtedly captivate you. The guests eagerly climbed aboard the cart. The number exceeded Xiao Mu's expectations. In addition to Tu Shanming Dai and her companions, there were several other visitors. While Xiao Mu's attention remained fixated on Tu Shanming Dai, he couldn't help but observe the others. His gaze fell upon a young man with an overly polished appearance. Ning Lu, 2nd level of the Holy Emperor realm, a top assassin from the Tiansha sect. Skilled in disguise, infiltration, and assassination. Having previously eliminated Ning Wu at Balan Tower, the emergence of Ning Lu was quite the coincidence. Chapter 78, the perverse struck by lightning the carriage soared into the air, racing through the vibrant and colorful realm of the Xyling cave. Inside, The spacious cabin was adorned with intricately carved flower windows, allowing the breathtaking scenery to unfold outside. However, the atmosphere was marred by the incessant chatter of tourists, accompanied by the wailing of a child, which disrupted the tranquility. Xiao Mu, disinterested in engaging with Tu Shan Mingdai, crossed his arms and closed his eyes to rest. At that moment, Ning Lu, seated in a corner, abruptly stood and approached the parents of the two unruly children. I do not wish to hear that little brat's voice. Either you silence him, or I shall sew his mouth shut. Choose. The parents of the misbehaving child were momentarily taken aback. In that fleeting hesitation, Ning Lu's fury escalated, veins bulging on his forehead as he bellowed, make a decision. Though they possessed cultivation at the Holy Spirit realm, the couple turned pale at Ning Lu's thunderous voice. They hastily pulled their crying child closer and covered his mouth, rendering him mute. Once the child quieted, Ning Lu returned to his seat, and the cabin fell into a more subdued silence. Who was this madman, bullying a child? How shameful. Suddenly, a cold voice interjected. It belonged to a dashing young man, elegantly dressed and adorned with a jade crown, exuding an air of nobility. Beside him sat a young lady in a floral gown, her sweet demeanor and graceful presence reminiscent of a refined lady. Lu Qing, third stage of the Holy King realm, grand elder of the Liuhe sect. Zhang Xiaoyu, first stage of the Holy King realm, second elder of the Liuhe sect. Xiao Mu cast a fleeting glance. Liuhe sect? I have never heard of it. The grand elder at the third stage of the Holy King realm must be from a lesser sect, likely weaker than the Qianlei sect. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, an eerie gust swept through the carriage. In an instant, Ning Lu appeared before Lu Qing, his bloodshot eyes locked onto him. Startled by the sudden gaze, Lu Qing realized this man was no ordinary foe, yet before his beloved junior sister, he could not easily back down. What are you staring at? Yes, I mean you. If you're unconvinced, let us settle this. As he spoke, Lu Qing released his pressure as a holy king. Yet, in the next moment, darkness enveloped him as Ning Lu's iron-like palm struck him. The force was so fierce that it left Lu Qing's face swollen to the size of a pig's head, flesh and bone visibly separating. Senior brother, Zhang Xiaoyu gasped. Her face pale, too frightened to move. Upon noticing her expression, Ning Lu raised an eyebrow and spoke in a low, menacing tone, "Open your mouth. I am quite irate. And if you assist me in venting my frustration, I might spare your senior brother's life." As he said this, he began to unfasten his trousers. Zhang Xiaoyu panicked, desperately looking towards Lu Qing for help, but he appeared dazed, seemingly lost in another realm, oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Whether he was stunned from the slap or terrified of Ning Lu's intentions was unclear. "Stop. Do not sully my lady's eyes," a Fox clan expert suddenly interjected. Ning Lu frowned and turned, his body radiating malice. "A mere fox demon dares to meddle? Since you are so keen to intervene, why not take her place?" The Fox expert was momentarily taken aback, realizing the extent of Ning Lu's perversion exceeded expectations. Ning Lu's gaze fell upon Tu Shan Mingdai, who wore a fox mask, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. "My dear lady, remove your mask so I may gaze upon your beauty." But before he could finish, a thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by blinding lightning. A bolt as thick as a serpent crashed through the window, striking Ning Lu before he had a chance to react, sending him hurtling out of the carriage, his whereabouts unknown. The sudden turn of events left everyone inside the carriage dumbfounded. Outside, the driver, Xiang Jian, was startled and rushed in to inquire about the commotion. Yet, the passengers were equally bewildered, having no idea from whence the divine lightning had come. "Who attacked me?" came a furious shout as Ning Lu returned, fierce and menacing. However, just as he was about to enter the carriage, another thunderbolt struck, propelling him away once more. Ning Lu, undeterred, charged back again, only to be repelled yet again by the divine thunder. Realization dawned upon him. Something was amiss. Could it be that a powerful expert was at play? A wary expression crossed his face as he refrained from approaching the carriage further. Beneath the fox mask, Tu Shan Mingdai's beautiful eyes glimmered with intrigue as she surveyed the other occupants. Yet, even with her keen perception, she could detect no signs of the hidden presence. Among those present, aside from her, the highest cultivation was merely at the Holy King realm. Even if she were to act, achieving such a discreet outcome would be challenging. There was a hidden master here, and certainly not an ordinary one. However, as the individual remained unwilling to reveal their identity, she decided it prudent to feign ignorance. "Fine. If I cannot provoke you, I will simply retreat." After a moment of internal conflict, Ning Lu chose to withdraw, turning and flying away alone. Xiang Jian, witnessing this, also recognized the presence of a mysterious powerful being and dared not interfere, steering the carriage onward. "Are you all right, junior sister? Fear not, with me here. No one can harm you." With the crisis averted, Lu Qing swiftly regained his composure, though the swelling on his face would take time to subside. Zhang Xiaoyu shook her head. "I am fine." Lu Qing attempted to comfort her, but Zhang Xiaoyu subtly distanced herself, leaving his hand suspended awkwardly in midair. Before long, the copper-skinned carriage landed. Xiao Mu gazed out the window, revealing a vast celestial pit before him. This was the great Xinjing mine that Xiang Jian had mentioned. With a glance, Xiao Mu discerned that this was once a significant mining vein, though the valuable ores had been largely extracted, leaving only scraps behind. Nevertheless, the enthusiasm of fortune seekers remained unabated, with many still descending into the depths of the mine to excavate. Lacking interest, Xiao Mu disembarked and approached Xiang Jian. "Young brother, do you wish to explore the third level?" Upon hearing Xiao Mu's intent, Xiang Jian frowned. He had indeed mentioned the possibility of guiding someone to the third level. But who in their right mind would willingly venture there? That place was teeming with monsters and perilous dangers. Even if there were safe zones, who could guarantee absolute safety? Cost is not an issue. Just take me to the third level, and you may return immediately without concern for my safety, Xiao Mu insisted. Xiangjian, upon hearing this, recalled the lightning that had just struck. Could it be that this young man had somehow provoked it? After all, what kind of bravery would it take to venture alone to the third level? 100,000 spirit coins. Deal. Chapter 79. I am not skilled in flirting in truth. Xiao Mu had a more advantageous proposal, suggesting that Xiangjian draw a map to the third layer for him to purchase. However, Xiangjian expressed his inability to assist. The safe paths he knew were exceedingly concealed and could not be represented on a mere map. He would need to guide Xiao Mu personally, a process that would take a full hour. He promised Xiao Mu that once they reached the second layer, he would utilize their rest period to lead him to the third layer. Reluctantly, Xiao Mu acquiesced. While taking the main route to the third layer would have been simpler, it would have attracted too much attention, leading to immediate scrutiny. Xiao Mu had no desire to disturb the peace. Thus, he decided to wait a bit longer. For there was no urgency in the matter. Outside the vast mine, he found a patch of lush green, or laid down, and closed his eyes to rest. Thank you, my lord, for rescuing me earlier. After a brief slumber, a delicate and melodious voice reached his ears. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Tu Shanmengai, adorned with a fox mask, approaching him. How did you know it was me? Xiao Mu inquired, rising with curiosity. Tu Shanmengai replied, I was uncertain at first, but now I am sure. Xiao Mu was momentarily taken aback. You recognized me. My lord, please forgive me. I only sincerely wish to express my gratitude. With no ulterior motives, she said, a subtle smile gracing her lips beneath the mask. Thanking someone while wearing a mask hardly seems sincere, Xiao Mu retorted. But my lord, you too are masked. When venturing outside, one must conceal something, do they not? Without further ado, Xiao Mu removed the black mask from his face. Your turn. Tu Shanmengai smiled sweetly and, after a moment of contemplation, removed her fox mask. As Xiao Mu beheld her countenance, he felt a momentary daze. Could there truly exist such an extraordinary beauty in this world? He found himself at a loss for words to encapsulate Tu Shanmengai's allure. Indeed, as the Wanshi Temple had remarked, wherever Tu Shanmengai appeared, all else would fade into insignificance. Her noble and sacred presence made all others feel dwarfed. She was meant to be a celestial being, suspended in the heavens, not a creature fallen to the mortal realm. In her visage, Xiao Mu perceived an otherworldly divinity, which rendered Tu Shanmengai remarkably unique. Simultaneously, the message from the Supreme Divine Eye shifted. Tu Shanmengai, second-tier Holy Emperor, 17 years old, hailing from the Upper Realm's Divine Fox Palace, currently undergoing punitive training in the sacred mysterious continent. She must collect 10 divine essence crystals to return to the Divine Fox Palace. Xiao Mu was somewhat taken aback. Tu Shanmengai had indeed come to the sacred mysterious continent as part of a punishment. What had she done? Have you seen enough, my lord? Tu Shanmengai inquired, accustomed to the many who had lost themselves in her extraordinary beauty. Xiao Mu nodded. No wonder you wear a mask. Otherwise, you would attract attention wherever you go. It is too ostentatious. This face has indeed courted much trouble for me, but fortunately, my strength is sufficient to handle these issues, Tu Shanmengai replied confidently. A second-tier Holy Emperor at 17 years of age spoke with undeniable assurance. That's quite commendable, Xiao Mu remarked casually, then donned his black mask again. Returning to his previous position to rest, Tu Shanmengai was somewhat taken aback. Typically, men, upon seeing her, would be captivated by her beauty, eager to impress her in hopes of winning her favor. Yet here he was, asleep. She began to doubt whether she had misjudged his interest. Could it be that this man harbored some physiological ailment? May I inquire your esteemed name, my lord? Should we meet again? I would not wish to be remiss in courtesy, Tu Shanmengai asked. Xiao Mu, Tu Shanmengai. After exchanging names, Tu Shanmengai chose to refrain from further interruption and return to the carriage. Xiao Mu, that name seems somewhat familiar. Where have I heard it before? Meanwhile, Xiao Mu had already succumbed to slumber once more. It was not until half an hour later that Xiongjian returned to rouse him. The carriage is about to depart for the next destination. Xiao Mu inquired, have we already reached the second layer? We arrived long ago. The others have already settled into the inn. We can set off directly now. Xiongjian hesitated, then added, oh, there is another person who wishes to go to the third layer as well. I can take both of you at once. Is that agreeable? Another person? Xiao Mu glanced outside the window. Unsurprisingly, the other individual was Tu Shanmengai. Very well. It would be advantageous to foster a connection with my future wife, he thought. Of course, let us set off now. Xiongjian's face lit up as he exited the carriage, addressing Tu Shanmengai. The young master has consented. Tu Shanmengai nodded slightly and turned to the newly disembarked Xiao Mu. Zhao Gongzi, let us proceed. Very well. Xiongjian promptly led the way, guiding the two into a dark ravine, following a stream upward until they reached a foreboding cave. Xiao Mu and Tu Shanmengai trailed behind at a leisurely pace. Yet there was no exchange of words, both absorbed in their own thoughts. The atmosphere felt somewhat awkward. Xiao Mu wished to initiate a conversation, but found himself at a loss for how to begin. Despite now having 2 wives, his experience in courtship was virtually non-existent. Could it be that I am indeed a Navi youth? Xiao Mu mused, feeling a tinge of frustration. How could he so effortlessly charm Su Qianqian and Huangshi, yet now feel timid? Just then, The star cluster, which had been napping within Xiao Mu, suddenly sprang forth. It spun in midair, stretched lazily, and called out to Xiao Mu, likely indicating its hunger. Xiao Mu retrieved a demon beast from his spatial ring and tossed it out. The star cluster swiftly devoured it, letting out a satisfied burp. Zhao Gongzi. Tu Shan Mingdai stared at the star cluster, her voice trembling slightly, clearly astonished. Chapter 80. The Milk of Motherhood. The sudden appearance of the star cluster truly startled Tu Shan Mingdai. Xiao Mu has raised a dragon? And a five-clawed divine dragon at that? Are you jesting with me? Star cluster, come and greet this young lady, Xiao Mu beckoned. The well-fed star cluster flew over, circling Tu Shan Mingdai twice. Yeah, the little creature seemed quite intrigued by Tu Shan Mingdai, nuzzling against her with its head. For a moment, she found herself at a loss. Even during her time at the Divine Fox Palace, she had never received such treatment. This was a five-clawed divine dragon, an exceedingly rare existence even in the upper realms, only encountered in the Sacred Dragon Court. While the Divine Fox Palace was formidable, it paled in comparison to the Sacred Dragon Court. Her curiosity towards Xiao Mu deepened. Young Master Xiao truly conceals his talents throughout the entire Sacred Spirit continent. I have yet to see anyone capable of taming a divine dragon, Tu Shan Mingdai remarked. Just fortunate, I suppose, Xiao Mu replied, unperturbed by her recognition of Star Cluster's origins. Others might see Star Cluster and not even recognize it as a dragon, but Tu Shan Mingdai, hailing from the upper realms, possessed a breadth of knowledge far beyond that of ordinary martial artists from the lower realms. Seeing Xiao Mu's modesty, Tu Shan Mingdai increasingly perceived him as extraordinary. A man who could command a divine dragon was certainly no ordinary individual. She had previously thought that the so-called prodigies of the lower realms were mostly undeserving of their reputations, with few possessing genuine abilities. However, Xiao Mu clearly distinguished himself from other martial artists of the lower realms. Young Master Xiao, do you have matters to attend to on the third level? Do you require assistance? Tu Shan Mingdai inquired, taking the initiative. Xiao Mu paused momentarily, surprised by her swift change in demeanor. I am here to retrieve something for a friend. How fortuitous. I am also in search of an item. Why don't we travel together for mutual support? That sounds agreeable. Although Xiao Mu had initially planned to proceed alone, he could hardly refuse the invitation from his future wife. Moreover, Tu Shan Mingdai, being at the second tier of the Sacred Emperor realm, undoubtedly possessed formidable strength. Teaming up with her would certainly enhance their safety. Xiao Mu promptly included Tu Shan Mingdai in the immortal demon realm. Suddenly feeling a surge of power, Tu Shan Mingdai was momentarily taken aback, staring at Xiao Mu in astonishment. What just happened? Xiao Mu smiled gently. It is my exclusive secret technique, which amplifies the combat power of those around me. Tu Shan Mingdai felt a slight shortness of breath. Exclusive secret technique, such an esoteric term. How many more secrets does this fellow hide? Then I shall accompany young Master Xiao and bask in your fortune. The way Tu Shan Mingdai gazed at Xiao Mu shifted subtly. An hour later, under the diligent guidance of Xiong Jian, Xiao Mu and Tu Shan Mingdai finally arrived at the third level of the Xianjing cave. The three of them passed through a fissure, emerging into a boundless sea of flowers. Upon closer inspection, the surrounding formations were not blossoms, but crystalline minerals resembling flowers. From various angles, these crystals emitted diverse radiance, creating a breathtaking spectacle. This is the stone crystal flower sea in the west of the third level. It is a safe zone within a 10-mile radius. Beyond that, I cannot guarantee safety. Please feel free to explore, Xiong Jian advised. Thank you. Xiao Mu responded with a slight bow. Xiong Jian then turned and retraced his steps. As Xiao Mu surveyed the expansive third level, he realized its enormity. Even with his supreme divine eye, he could not discern the boundaries. It was astonishing that a cave paradise could be so vast. Not surprising, as the Xianjing cave is an imperial-level cave, and its multi-layered spatial structure is more stable and effectively disperses spatial pressure. I have witnessed caves larger than the entire southern domain, Tu Shan Mingdai remarked, only to suddenly notice Xiao Mu observing her with a peculiar gaze. What's wrong? She inquired. Tu Shan, you seem youthful yet possess considerable knowledge. However, I was unaware that there were caves larger than the southern domain on the sacred Xian continent. Might it be that you are not a local? Realizing she had inadvertently let slip too much, Tu Shan Mingdai chose not to conceal the truth. I was born in the upper realm and arrived at the sacred Xian continent alone at the age of 12. I have been in the southern domain for 5 years, so I am somewhat of a southern domain resident. Oh, that poses no issue. Tu Shan Mingdai was surprised at how readily Xiao Mu accepted her background. Was there not more he wished to inquire? Xiao Mu said little else and walked purposefully in a direction. I plan to test my luck over here. Do you have a specific target? I do not know where the item I seek may be, nor if it is even here. Since we are both testing our luck, I might as well benefit from your good fortune, young Master Xiao. What Tu Shan Mingdai sought was, of course, divine essence crystals. After 5 arduous years in the southern domain, she had managed to gather only 3 divine essence crystals. She had heard rumors that the Tian Sha sect might possess similar treasures, which led her to pursue this path. However, she harbored little hope of actually finding one. Before long, the pair emerged from the flower sea, only to find themselves before a desolate ruin, appearing to be of ancient origin. One could faintly discern that this had once been a grand city, now reduced to crumbling walls and scattered debris. Xiao Mu glanced around. Aside from a few royal-tier demon beasts hidden among the ruins, he found nothing of particular note. Before he could issue a command, Star Cluster had already dashed into the ruins like a hawk swooping on its prey, swiftly capturing the concealed demon beasts and devouring them on the spot. Observing Star Cluster feasting, Tu Shanming Dai suddenly recalled something. I have several corpses of Imperial tier demon beasts here. I took the demon cores but have little use for the bodies. Would you like them? Certainly. I can trade with you using Yuan Ling coins, Xiao Mu replied. His expression brightening. The corpses of Imperial tier demon beasts were tremendously nourishing. With them, Star Cluster's strength would surely increase more rapidly. There's no need for currency. Consider it a gift. With that, Tu Shanming Dai opened her storage ring and poured out the bodies of 7 Imperial tier demon beasts. I feel rather guilty taking so much. Not at all. Xiao Mu, undeterred, immediately called Star Cluster back. Upon seeing the corpses of the Imperial tier demon beasts, Star Cluster's eyes sparkled, and it eagerly lunged forward, devouring them in large bites until nothing remained. Tu Shanming Dai removed her mask and approached Star Cluster, reaching out to stroke its firm starlight skin. If you enjoy this, shall we reserve all the demon beasts I hunt for you in the future? Yeah. Star Cluster squinted its eyes and chirped, intentionally rolling over to expose its belly for Tu Shanming Dai to pet. This creature truly embodies the notion that where there is nourishment, there is affection. Chapter 81. What conditions are required to marry you? Tu Shanming Dai had been playing with Xing Tuan for quite some time. It was evident that she had grown quite fond of the plump little creature. Even when Xing Tuan returned to Xiao Mu's body to rest, she displayed an expression of reluctant affection. Let us first attend to business, Xiao Mu remarked. Tu Shanming Dai nodded in agreement. The two set off once more, navigating past the ruins of the ancient city. As they progressed, the sky suddenly darkened ominously. It is a barrier. Tu Shanming Dai furrowed her brow, swiftly pulling Xiao Mu back several hundred meters. She then threw out a few palm-sized white flags, which she planted into the ground. An invisible shield rose, enveloping the two of them. In the very next moment, several shadowy figures swooped down nearby. Strange, the barrier has clearly been triggered, yet there is no one around. Be cautious. The Supreme Bone is about to be refined. We must remain on high alert for any disturbances. Let's conduct a perimeter search, she instructed. The 3 shadows dispersed immediately, executing a thorough search of the surroundings. One of them flew overhead but failed to notice anything amiss. It must be members of the Tian Sha men. Do not engage yet. We risk alarming the serpent, Tu Shanming Dai whispered. Xiao Mu nodded, though his attention was wholly captured by Tu Shanming Dai. This was the first time he had been so close to her. She exuded an enchanting fragrance, delicate and subtle, yet intoxicating, causing Xiao Mu's heart to flutter. He found himself instinctively wanting to draw nearer to savor her scent fully. Her skin was radiant, as flawless and luminous as jade, resembling a piece of exquisite art. The close-up beauty left Xiao Mu utterly mesmerized. Do you find me attractive? Tu Shanming Dai suddenly turned to him with an inquisitive gaze. Xiao Mu chuckled awkwardly. I apologize, I couldn't help myself. You were quite honest. Tu Shanming Dai replied, unperturbed. She had long been aware of the allure her appearance held over men. Xiao Mu's innocent admiration, devoid of any improper intentions, was commendable. However, had he dared to overstep, the misfortune would have been his alone. Many men coveted her beauty, even her master was not immune. Yet, without exception, they all met with their demise. It was for this reason that she had been demoted to the mortal realm by the Fox Immortal. After all, the crime of killing one's master is a grave offense anywhere. Receiving merely a punishment of banishment was already a leniency. With the 3 Tian Sha men assassins still present, Xiao Mu deemed it unwise to act. Instead, he settled down and struck up a conversation with Tu Shanming Dai. Miss Tu Shan, may I inquire what conditions are required to marry you? Xiao Mu's sudden question caught Tu Shanming Dai off guard. Such audacity. She shook her head. I shall never marry. Do you not fancy men? Xiao Mu's eyes widened in disbelief. Tu Shanming Dai nearly lost her balance. She shot him a glance and clarified. It is permissible to share this with you. Since birth, I have harbored the true spirit of the fox ancestor within me. Although she typically remains dormant, she will possess me in times of danger, annihilating all foes, including any vile men who covet my beauty. Thus, to wed me, one must first conquer the true spirit within. But her temperament is quite dreadful. Xiao Mu was taken aback. Isn't that the archetypal protagonist's tale? While others have a wise old man within their rings, you have a formidable old lady residing within you from birth. You doubt me? Should I believe you? Xiao Mu's supreme divine, I did not reveal the presence of another spirit within Tu Shanming Dai, leaving him uncertain of her words' authenticity. Whether you choose to believe is inconsequential, but harbor no intentions towards me, lest you lose your life in vain, Tu Shanming Dai said with a faint smile, concluding the topic. At that moment, the 3 Tian Sha men assassins had vacated the area. She retrieved the white flags from the ground and said, follow me. I have a way to infiltrate the barrier. Xiao Mu acquiesced and followed her. Upon reaching the barrier's edge, Tu Shanming Dai halted and summoned a wooden sword. No longer than her palm, the sword shimmered with faint inscriptions. As she raised the wooden sword, the sword's aura intertwined with the inscription's power, enveloping her and Xiao Mu. Without explanation, she stepped into the barrier's interior. Not sensing any anomalies, Xiao Mu followed closely behind. They exchanged glances and, without a word, began to accelerate into flight. Within the darkened barrier, they raced at breakneck speed for several miles. Suddenly, a tempest of thunderclouds loomed ahead. The massive storm clouds crackled with lightning, forming a colossal vortex of thunder. At the center of the vortex, dense bolts of lightning cascaded down, creating a startling spectacle. Thunder Tribulation Refining. No wonder the Tian Shaman are so vigilant. They are indeed refining a secret treasure. As I understand it, they are likely crafting the Supreme Bone. Tu Shan Mingdai expressed no surprise. This is indeed within their capabilities. If I am not mistaken, this Supreme Bone is intended for Princely San. Princely San? Who is he? The third prince of the Qian Yuan dynasty, Li Xianzong. He has been covertly supporting the Tian Shaman. It is said that a fierce power struggle for the throne is currently unfolding within the dynasty. Among the Li princes, competition has reached a fever pitch. The third prince originally had the greatest chance of success, but he was recently ambushed, his sacred body crippled and sacred bone shattered. Now, he is in desperate need of the Supreme Bone. Xiao Mu remarked in astonishment. You seem to know a great deal. Tu Shan Mingdai smiled. I simply enjoy indulging in a bit of gossip. As they conversed, they continued towards the tempest. Soon, they landed atop a mountain. Below, a multitude of Tian Shaman disciples gathered, over 1,000 in number. At the center of the throng stood a blood-red, three-legged bronze cauldron. The cauldron was inscribed with intricate markings that glimmered with each thunder strike. Within, a bone emanating a jade-like luster endured the thunder tribulations refining. Hovering nearby was an elderly man with a goat beard, his expression solemn, hands clasped together, thumbs tightly gripping a string of precious beads as he chanted softly. It was none other than the leader of the Tian Shaman, Yusu Daorun, whom Xiao Mu had encountered earlier at the Zhang family. Indeed, here he is. Tu Shan Mingdai's gaze fell upon Yusu Daorun's hands, her eyes lighting up. That is the divine essence crystal I have been searching for. Shall we take action? I can assist you, Xiao Mu offered. Yes, but not just yet. The refining of the Supreme Bone requires more time. It would be most prudent to strike once it is complete. Chapter 82. A meteor falls, parents care in vain as dark storm clouds amassed and expanded in the sky. A multitude of thunderstorms crackled violently, with plasma transforming into columns of rain, and the thunderous roars causing the very fabric of space to fracture. The Yushu Taoist and other disciples of the Tian Sha sect wore expressions of grave concern, bracing themselves for the impending culmination of the Supreme Bone. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Mu meticulously assessed the strength of the enemy. Including the Yushu Taoist, there were over 2,400 members of the Tian Sha sect present. Among them, 13 possessed the formidable cultivation of the Saint Emperor realm. Notably, Ning Lu, whom he had encountered earlier, was also present, along with 7 other assassins sharing the surname Ning: Ning Yi, Ning Heir, Ning Shan, Ning Si, Ning Qi, Ning Ba, and Ning Jiao. Ning Wu had perished in Balan Tower. According to the information revealed by the Supreme Divine Eye, these individuals had attained the Saint Emperor realm through the use of medicinal pills. While their innate talents were commendable, their potential was limited, rendering them incapable of surpassing the Saint Emperor level. Those who achieved the Saint Emperor realm through pills were inherently weaker than those who broke through naturally. Furthermore, such elixirs were detrimental to one's health, significantly depleting life potential, leading to a lifespan not exceeding a century. Nonetheless, the presence of 8 Saint Emperor realm warriors, even if artificially enhanced, represented a force not to be underestimated. Additionally, there were 4 elder Saint Emperor realm cultivators from the Tian Sha sect, namely Yin Kong, Hu Zui, Miao Tai, and Ingua. Clad in the garb of Taoists, these 4 possessed genuine strength, all below the 5th stage of the Saint Emperor realm, with an average age exceeding 200 years. Together with the Yushu Taoist, these 5 were not native martial artists of the southern domain, likely dispatched from the Qian Yuan dynasty. The remaining disciples of the Tian Sha sect, numbering over 2,000, were locally recruited, their strengths varying widely, though they appeared numerous. They were essentially fodder. A single stellar explosion could likely decimate the majority of them. The most significant threat remained the Yushu Taoist, a superlative powerhouse at the 8th stage of the Saint Emperor realm. Even with the starry cluster, it was uncertain if they could contend with him. As the Supreme Bone neared completion, the Yushu Taoist's primordial spirit would undoubtedly be depleted, leading to a period of weakness. I will exert my full strength against him. You need only to hold off the others for a few minutes. Can you manage that? Tu Shan Mingdai regarded Xiao Mu, uncertain of his true capabilities, although she believed he possessed the strength of a Saint Emperor. However, the sheer number of adversaries concerned her. I shall do my utmost, Xiao Mu replied with a smile, eagerly anticipating Tu Shan Mingdai's performance. After all, she was only at the 2nd stage of the Saint Emperor realm, and facing the 8th stage Yushu Taoist seemed improbable. Yet, her tone suggested that given a few minutes, she was confident in her ability to slay him. Believing Xiao Mu lacked confidence, Tu Shan Mingdai thought for a moment before producing a silver card from her spatial ring and handing it to him. Xiao Mu examined the card, which bore an inscription seemingly imbued with divine essence. Fox God Guardian Card, an imperial-grade talisman containing the protective power of the Fox God. In critical moments, it can automatically trigger to deflect one attack from a being below the Divine King realm. This is truly a life-saving treasure. Take it, but do not overexert yourself. If you cannot win, retreat. There is no shame in it, Tu Shan Mingdai advised kindly. If danger arises, I will certainly flee faster than anyone. Xiao Mu replied with a grin. Remain at ease. Wait a moment longer, and when I strike, you shall act immediately, Tu Shan Mingdai commanded. Understood. Moments later, a tremendous surge of primordial spirit energy rippled through the air. A bolt of golden lightning thundered down from the sky, striking the 3-legged bronze cauldron. The Yushu Taoist's tense demeanor finally relaxed, a look of joy illuminating his face. the Supreme Bone is finally complete. The disciples of the Tian Sha sect erupted in joyous celebration. It was in that very instant that Tu Shan-Mingai decisively took action. She hurled a golden talisman, which seemed to transcend the bounds of space, appearing instantly before the Yushu Daoist. Just as he displayed a look of confusion, the talisman exploded violently, caught off guard. The Yushu Daoist was sent flying. Tu Shan-Mingai had already sprung into action, stepping lightly like a spirit butterfly, and swiftly arrived at the location where the Yushu Daoist was destined to land. Seizing the moment before he regained his composure, she unleashed a ferocious assault. What a brilliant strategy! Xiao Mu marveled inwardly, also springing into action. With a swing of his sword, entwined with the blazing divine fire, he unleashed a cataclysmic barrier of flames, halting the approaching Tian Sha sect warriors intent on providing assistance. Simultaneously, for bolts of 9 heavens divine thunder descended, striking precisely upon the 4 elders of the Tian Sha sect. True to their reputation, the 4 elders demonstrated their prowess, effortlessly dissipating the might of the divine thunder. However, the divine fire intermingled within the 9 heavens thunder could not be extinguished. As the flames scorched their bodies, the 4 panicked, hastily employing their abilities to quell the inferno. So it is you. Ning Lu, upon seeing Xiao Mu soaring forward on his sword, was immediately engulfed in fury. He was all too familiar with this divine thunder, having recently been struck with great force, nearly dispersing his true spirit. Who is he? The others inquired. Ning Lu sneered, it matters not who he is. Even if it were the Heavenly King himself, daring to act recklessly above the Tian Sha sect would lead to certain death. With that, Ning Lu bared his teeth and charged forward, brandishing a dark golden dagger for a direct confrontation with Xiao Mu. Yet, as he approached within 10 meters, a beam of starlight enveloped him. Momentarily taken aback, Ning Lu's body instinctively propelled him forward. What a hard starlight! Before he could fully comprehend, a claw formed of starlight struck down upon him. He reflexively raised his dagger to defend. With a sound akin to slicing through tofu, the starry dragon's claw dismembered Ning Lu, devouring him whole. This all transpired in the blink of an eye, and the other elite members of the Tian Sha sect were unable to intervene in time. By the time the drug-enhanced assassins rushed over, Ning Lu would likely have already been consumed by the star cluster. All of this is yours. Feast to your heart's content. Xiao Mu smiled. The hunting instincts of the star cluster reached their zenith. Following Xiao Mu's command, it soared into the air, unfurling its starry wings and emitting a fierce, albeit adorable, roar. In an instant, the barrier was torn asunder, and the hidden realm could not contain the deluge of starlight cascading down, unleashing indiscriminate devastation upon the valley. The remaining 7 drug-enhanced assassins bore the brunt of the onslaught, struck by the incoming starlight and suffering grievous injuries, desperately attempting to summon their primordial spirit energy to defend themselves. At that moment, the sky erupted with a brilliant light. A meteor plummeted from the heavens. The star cluster's stellar explosion had triggered the summoning of the meteor. How was this possible? The 7 drug-enhanced assassins scarcely had time to wail before being violently struck by the descending meteor, instantly reduced to a fine powder. The meteor's momentum showed no signs of abating, crashing down with a terrifying force. The disciples of the Tian Sha sect, still reeling from the unfolding chaos, faced near total annihilation. With no survivors left, and even complete corpses were a rarity. Chapter 83. The annihilation of the Heavenly Kill sect. This scene was utterly shocking. Xiao Mu was left dumbfounded. Previously, at the burial site of the ancestor of humanity, the star cluster had triggered a meteor summoning, but at that time, Xiao Mu had not observed it clearly. This time, however, he witnessed it with clarity. The meteor, with a diameter of 100 meters, plummeted directly from above him. The overwhelming sense of pressure was terrifying, sending chills down his spine. Such a large-scale destructive skill was indeed unfathomable. Whether there were thousands or tens of thousands of people, it would crush them all indiscriminately. In the blink of an eye, the valley appeared to have been cleared. Apart from Xiao Mu, only the 4 elders of the Heavenly Kill sect remained alive. Oh! In that 3-legged bronze cauldron, the meteor's impact had merely overturned it without causing any damage. A pristine white bone rolled out from within the cauldron. Quick as a flash, Xiao Mu flew over to it. The 4 elders of the Heavenly Kill sect had just extinguished the divine fire consuming them, and seeing the supreme bone about to be seized, they became frantic, pursuing after him. However, their enemy was not Xiao Mu, but the star cluster. In a flicker, the star cluster positioned itself before the 4 elders of the Heavenly Kill sect. Without uttering a word, it activated the starburst strike once more. This time, no meteors were summoned, but the indiscriminate onslaught of starlight still placed immense pressure on the 4 elders, leaving them no time to attend to Xiao Mu, who could only focus on defense. Xiao Mu successfully picked up the supreme bone from the ground. This supreme bone, as white as jade, was pure and flawless, emanating a divine radiance. The 9-Xian supreme bone, crafted using the secret technique of the 9-Xian sect, upon refinement. It holds the potential to grant the 9-Xian sacred body, Supreme Grade 3. 9-Xian sect? I have not heard of it. It must be a sect of some power in the central continent. Perhaps Yushu Daoist, and these 4 elders of the Heavenly Kill sect came from the 9-Xian sect. This detail was of little consequence. Possessing the supreme bone would allow one to obtain the 9-Xian sacred body. This was no ordinary Supreme Grade 3 sacred body. Its value was extraordinary. However, Xiao Mu had no use for it. His immortal demon sacred body was already Supreme Grade 9. He had no interest in a mere Supreme Grade 3 sacred body. Yet, for all martial artists, the Supreme Sacred Body was a coveted prize. Even if Xiao Mu had no need for it, he could take it home for his family. Or perhaps, when he married a wife who lacked a Supreme Sacred Body, it could be used to yield a return on investment. Who knows, it might even lead to a divine body. Xiao Mu chuckled, gleefully accepting the Supreme Bone. Seeing Xiao Mu snatch away the Supreme Bone, the 4 elders of the Heavenly Kill sect were nearly livid. However, they were rendered immobile by the Starburst strike and could do nothing to Xiao Mu. Enough games, let us end this swiftly. Xiao Mu flew to the rear of the star cluster and said, he had just caught a glimpse of the other side of the firewall, where Tu Shanmengdai and Yushu Daoist were locked in an evenly matched battle. He needed to hurry and provide support. With a cry, the star cluster darted through the starlight, instantly reaching the enemy. With a powerful sweep of its tail, it struck one of the Heavenly Kill sect elders in half, killing him instantly. The remaining 3, sensing the dire situation, simultaneously consumed a blood-red pill. In an instant, their momentum surged and their power significantly increased. Yet, against the 5th-tier Starburst Divine Dragon, their resistance was akin to a dying struggle. Another streak of starlight flashed, and yet another elder of the Heavenly Kill sect was slain. What manner of creature is this? Desperation set in. The 9 Xian transformation technique. One elder of the Heavenly Kill sect roared. His muscles bulging as dragon horns sprouted from his head. However, the next moment, he saw a streak of starlight approaching him. His raised arms were mercilessly severed. The star cluster's dragon tail, imbued with an unparalleled sense of oppression, struck, crushing the enemy. In a matter of moments, only one elder of the Heavenly Kill sect remained. He was drenched in cold sweat, his eyes filled with despair, having completely lost the will to resist. Boom! Another explosion of blood erupted in the air. The star cluster triumphed effortlessly, devouring the remnants of flesh and blood with great satisfaction, letting out a contented burp. Save the spatial ring for me. Xiao Mu instructed before he soared toward Tu Shanmengdai. He observed her surrounded by swirling primordial spirits, a white 9-tailed celestial fox's phantom enveloping her, controlling her body in battle against Yushu Daoist. Could this be the ancestral spirit of the fox she spoke of? Xiao Mu was taken aback. The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. Yushu Daoist, in a fit of rage, unleashed all his means, yet against the celestial fox's avatar, all his attacks seemed futile, like mere tickles. Who are you? Why do you target me so? Please reveal your name, so that I may perish with understanding. Yushu Daoist, standing on a bed of dark clouds, appeared haggard, on the verge of collapse. Tu Shanmengdai remained silent. The 9-tailed white fox's phantom exhaled a cloud of turbid air and spoke in a haughty tone. Do you think you are worthy to know my name? Killing you is no different than squashing an ant. With that, the 9-tailed white fox unleashed a torrent of purplish-red flames toward Yushu Daoist. In a panic, Yushu Daoist hastily produced a black box, striking his chest to spatter a pool of blood onto it. The box absorbed the blood, seemingly unlocking its seals, and opened to reveal a vibrant green celestial light. A fragmented jade flute levitated, creating ripples that formed a protective shield around Yushu Daoist. The purplish-red flames surged forth, but could not breach this shield momentarily. The 9 Xian flute. So, he is a descendant of the 9 Xian old Daoist. However, to think that this incomplete 9 Xian flute could block me is sheer folly. The 9-tailed white fox opened its mouth again, this time expelling not flames, but small white jade beads, each inscribed with runes. Upon contact with the shield, they detonated with a deafening roar, creating a crater 100 meters deep in the ground. Yushu Daoist was still alive. However, his 9 Xian flute was now riddled with cracks, and the shield appeared on the verge of collapse. He had no more trump cards left, his eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. With a swift stomp, the 9-tailed white fox crushed Yushu Daoist into a bloody pulp. So domineering was she that she left no opportunity for him to utter a final word. Xiao Mu watched in horror. He finally believed that Tu Shanmengdai had not lied. There truly resided an ancestral spirit of the fox within her. Moreover, this fox matriarch was extraordinarily domineering. To marry Tu Shanmengdai, one must first pass her test. The difficulty was unimaginable. At that moment, the 9-tailed white fox returned to Tu Shanmengdai, who awoke. She did not rush to reclaim the divine crystal but hurried to Xiao Mu's side. Thanks to you for buying me time. Let us go, we must eliminate the remaining masters of the Heavenly Kill sect. I believe that may no longer be necessary. Tu Shanmengdai paused, turning to gaze at the valley, where dismembered limbs littered the ground, as if a brutal battle had just erupted. No way? Did you alone destroy them all? Chapter 84. The frightened Xuanjia demon Tu Shanmengdai finally realized that she had profoundly underestimated Xiao Mu's prowess. She had initially believed that if Xiao Mu could merely delay for 2 minutes, it would be an extraordinary feat after all. She was only contending with a single Yushu Daoist, while Xiao Mu faced over a dozen Saint Emperor level experts from the Tiansha sect. Even managing to stall for a mere 2 minutes seemed an arduous task in her eyes. Yet, Xiao Mu astonishingly annihilated the entire Tiansha sect, leaving not a single one alive. The thought of having previously advised Xiao Mu not to overexert himself made Tu Shanmengdai blush with embarrassment. Xiao Mu chuckled, stating that it was all the work of the star cluster, and he had contributed little effort. You are too modest, young Master Xiao. The fact that you can command the star cluster proves your strength surpasses theirs, Tu Shanmengdai remarked, showcasing her knack for flattery. Not wishing to dwell on the matter, Xiao Mu inquired, have you obtained what you were searching for? With that, Tu Shanmingdai recalled the task at hand, swiftly descending to the pit's bottom, where she unearthed the divine essence crystal from a pool of flesh and blood. With this, she now possessed 3 divine essence crystals. This journey had not been in vain. Returning to Xiao Mu's side, she handed him a spatial ring, saying, "This is the Yu Su Daoist's ring. You take it. These items hold no significance for me, but you will surely find them useful." Xiao Mu accepted the ring without reluctance and turned to continue scouring the battlefield, collecting dozens of spatial rings. At this moment, it seemed that the entire wealth of the Tiansha sect had fallen into Xiao Mu's grasp. However, these rings were sealed with magical formations, rendering Xiao Mu unable to open them for the time being. He would have to hand them over to Su Qianqian for her to handle. "Ah, and this as well," Xiao Mu said, collecting the 3-legged bronze cauldron lying on the ground. This bronze cauldron, known as the Xianqing Ichi Ding, was an imperial-grade treasure with the capability to refine all things. It would prove invaluable for both alchemy and artifact forging, surpassing the efficacy of the divine refining hammer passed down from Zhao's ancestors. With this bronze cauldron, Xiao Mu's efficiency in crafting would see a significant enhancement. "We should not linger here. Let us depart swiftly." Indeed, the two agreed, immediately setting off. Shortly after their departure, the space within the valley rippled. Accompanied by the undulating waves, a white-haired woman appeared in the valley like a blooming lotus. Observing the carnage strewn across the ground, her delicate brows furrowed. Did someone get here first? The waste of the Jiuxian sect cannot even handle such a trivial matter. They deserve their fate. Nevertheless, this supreme bone is unworthy of His Highness the Crown Prince. It seems I must pay a visit to the One High Immortal Palace. As the ripples continued to surge, the white-haired woman's figure gradually faded into the void, just before her complete disappearance. Her gaze lingered momentarily on the direction Xiao Mu and Tu Shanmingdai had taken. The struggle for the crown is of great significance. It is best to wait until the Crown Prince ascends the throne before settling accounts with these insignificant beings. With a loud crackle, flames erupted, instantly roasting a black bear and filling the air with an enticing aroma. Xiao Mu waved his hand to store the whole roasted bear into the void ring. He and Tu Shanmingdai had been exploring the Xinjing cave for over 2 hours. They had thoroughly enjoyed hunting demon beasts along the way, but had yet to discover the whereabouts of the Heishui pool. "Young Master Zhao, may I inquire what you were searching for?" Tu Shanmingdai asked with curiosity. "A demon beast known as the Xuanjiao." Tu Shanmingdai's expression changed slightly. The Xuanjiao belongs to the Yin category and prefers to dwell in extremely Yin environments. "We should search in that direction." Xiao Mu glanced toward the direction Tu Shanmingdai indicated, but saw nothing particularly noteworthy. Nevertheless, he chose to trust her and followed her as they soared through the air. Before long, the two arrived beneath a shadowy mountain. Here lay an ancient mining pit, from which gusts of chilling winds emanated. The temperature was not excessively low, but the cold was penetrating. This bone-chilling cold was inescapable, capable of piercing through even Xiao Mu's Black Emperor divine armor. After facing the cold winds for a moment, Xiao Mu felt his joints stiffen, and his lips began to turn a shade of blue. He quickly summoned the sacred fire, and once it enveloped him, he managed to dispel the frigid aura. Tu Shanmingdai, however, exhibited no fear of the chilling winds. As a member of the Fox clan, which is associated with Yin, this environment is akin to a treasure trove for me, she explained. Xiao Mu contemplated for a moment and asked, "Isn't the pure Yin body of the Fox clan quite formidable?" Indeed, both pure Yin and pure Yang bodies possess exceptional cultivation physiques, making them exceedingly rare and valuable. Xiao Mu pondered and then decided to share the purpose of his journey with Tu Shanmingdai, feeling there was no need for secrecy with his future fiancée. Even if Tu Shanmingdai were to covet Su Xiaotong's pure Yin Fox heart, he could use this opportunity to discern her true nature. He would rather forego the reward of divine artifacts than consider bringing her into his family. Upon hearing Xiao Mu's account, Tu Shanmingdai was taken aback. She could not help but scrutinize him closely for a moment. Xiao Mu felt somewhat uneasy under her gaze and awkwardly scratched his nose, asking, "Is there a problem?" "Young Master Zhao, you are truly a good person," she exclaimed. This commendation came rather unexpectedly. Tu Shanmingdai continued, "I never imagined young Master Zhao to be such a chivalrous individual. I am profoundly impressed. Rest assured, I will assist you wholeheartedly. No matter how formidable the Xuanjiao may be, I will ensure its eradication." "Thank you," Xiao Mu replied. Tu Shanmingdai's combat prowess was indeed dependable. Uncertain of the Xuanjiao's current strength, Xiao Mu recognized that having an additional ally was undoubtedly advantageous. If they could seize this opportunity to eliminate the Xuanjiao once and for all, it would be a blessing for the entire southern region. After making their preparations, the two immediately set off, entering the ancient mining pit. The chilling winds assaulted them, coating the walls of the mine with a layer of silvery frost. The earth beneath their feet had frozen solid, producing a creaking sound with each step. Tu Shanmingdai could sense the intensity of the Yin energy and took the lead, shielding Xiao Mu from the brunt of the icy winds. After walking several hundred meters, the two ventured deeper into the pit. Xiao Mu's eyes scanned the surroundings ceaselessly. Occasionally, he stumbled upon some quality ores, which he collected effortlessly. After a while, their vision suddenly opened up to reveal a vast underground cavern. Within the cavern lay a frozen underground lake, its ice layer several meters thick, obscuring visibility beneath the surface. Yet, Xiao Mu's supreme divine eye caught a familiar aura, Su Xiaotong's presence. This must be the place. The Xuanjiu likely concealed itself beneath the ice. Xiao Mu released the star cluster, commanding it to unleash a stellar explosion to shatter the ice. The well-fed star cluster, brimming with energy, wasted no time rushing to the center of the lake. In an instant, countless star sparks plummeted, erupting with astonishing might, quickly reducing the thick ice to fragments. Who dares disturb my tranquil dreams? A thunderous roar accompanied the emergence of a blue-scaled dragon, glaring furiously at them. Xiao Mu and Tu Shanmingdai prepared to strike, but at that moment, the blue dragon's gaze fell upon the star cluster. Initially stunned, it soon displayed an expression of terror, trembling uncontrollably. With a resounding thud, the blue dragon transformed into a figure clad in blue garments, hastily prostrating before the star cluster. I pay my respects to the divine dragon. Chapter 85, Bloodline Suppression. As Xiao Mu was about to wield the celestial sword, he abruptly retracted it due to the unforeseen scene before him. Tu Shanmingdai was equally taken aback, but she soon grasped the underlying issue. Bloodline suppression. The Xuanjiu demon was a type of dragon, albeit one with a significantly diluted bloodline. In contrast, the star cluster was a genuine five-clawed divine dragon, with a bloodline that was both powerful and pure. When there is a vast disparity in bloodline strength within the same species, bloodline suppression occurs. This phenomenon is instinctual and unrelated to the strength of one's abilities. Yeah? The star cluster seemed somewhat bewildered. It looked at the Xuanjiao demon, then back at Xiao Mu, as if awaiting his command. Xiao Mu hesitated momentarily. Leveraging the star cluster's bloodline suppression against the Xuanjiao demon could facilitate its elimination with relative ease. However, given the advantage of bloodline suppression, killing the Xuanjiao demon became a secondary option, if he could subdue it. Xiao Mu's supreme divine eye scrutinized the Xuanjiao demon closely. Xuanjiao demon, 9th stage of the Holy Emperor realm, weakened state, one of the 16 vanguards of the Demon Kingdom, nephew of the Demon King Zitfan, a notorious second-generation troublemaker. A fickle fence-sitter, inherently rebellious, a sycophant to the powerful, yet disloyal to anyone. Ah, so this is a rebellious creature from the Demon Kingdom. Xiao Mu promptly dismissed any thoughts of subjugating the Xuanjiao demon. Keeping such a being nearby would be akin to harboring a ticking time bomb. Yet, directly killing it was not an option either. Given his standing in the Demon Kingdom, especially as the nephew of the Demon King, it was certain that he possessed valuable intelligence. First, he needed to extract information about the Demon Kingdom from him before deciding on further action. With this in mind, Xiao Mu soared into the air and approached the star cluster. From his elevated position, he gazed down at the Xuanjiao demon, who remained bowed low on the ground, trembling under the overwhelming pressure emanating from the star cluster. Subdue him, Xiao Mu commanded. The star cluster immediately dove down, its starry claws locking onto the Xuanjiao demon's peepa bone, rendering him utterly immobile. Despite the Xuanjiao demon's strength, he possessed no capacity for resistance under the onslaught of bloodline suppression, completely devoid of any will to fight back. Hand over the fox heart, Xiao Mu said coldly. Upon hearing the words fox heart, the Xuanjiao demon understood the situation. Trembling, he could not utter a word and merely cast a fearful glance at the spatial ring on his hand. I'll open it myself. As the Xuanjiao demon hesitated, the star cluster's claw mercilessly pierced his collarbone. The Xuanjiao demon gasped in pain but dared not express any anger, suppressing his agony as he carefully removed the spatial ring, activating the formation within and discarding it. Xiao Mu caught the ring and glanced at its contents, noting its exceptional quality. It was indeed an imperial-grade treasure. However, its storage capacity paled in comparison to his void ring. The Xuanjiao demon's spatial ring did not contain the expected riches, only a modest collection of treasures and spirit essences. A few divine weapons, and an abundance of pills, all exuding a malevolent, demonic energy, clearly unsuitable for ordinary use. After a brief search, Xiao Mu swiftly located Su Xiangtong's pure fox heart. This heart was immersed in a peculiar vessel filled with dark red blood, which, judging by its scent, was likely the Xuanjiao demon's own. He appeared to be modifying the pure fox heart, intending for it to adapt and merge with his dragon bloodline for future transplantation. Fortunately, not much time had passed, and the pure fox heart had yet to be corrupted by the dragon blood. Xiao Mu promptly retrieved the pure fox heart. Upon contact, an intense chill radiated from it, nearly numbing his hand. Fearing damage to the heart and hesitant to use divine fire for protection, he noticed Tu Shanmingdai approaching and entrusted the heart to her for safekeeping. Upon receiving the fox heart, Tu Shanmingdai observed the lingering traces of demonic energy and activated her fox immortal yuan spirit to purify it, preserving its vitality and invigorating its pulsations. Seeing this, Xiao Mu silently thanked his fortune for Tu Shanmingdai's presence. Otherwise, even if he had acquired the pure fox heart, he would have been at a loss regarding its preservation, uncertain if it would remain viable by the time he returned. My lord, I have surrendered the fox heart and offered all my possessions. May I be granted a chance at survival? The Xuanjiao demon quivered, desperation etched across his face. Although he could not discern Xiao Mu's cultivation, the fact that he had subdued a divine dragon indicated that he was no ordinary individual. The Xuanjiao demon even suspected that Xiao Mu might be a transcendent being from a higher realm. After all, how else could a five-clawed divine dragon appear on the Holy Yuan continent? He dared not harbor any rebellious thoughts. Losing the treasures he had only just acquired was inconsequential, provided he could save his own life. Grant you a chance at survival? That is not out of the question, but you must answer a few questions truthfully. Please. My lord, feel free to inquire. I, the little Jiao, shall divulge everything I know without reservation. The Xuanjiao demon flashed a sycophantic smile, though it appeared more pained than joyous. Why does the demon kingdom seek to invade the southern region? Xiao Mu queried. The Xuanjiao demon felt a jolt of alarm. The demon kingdom was secretly preparing for an invasion of the southern region, a confidential matter. This individual was not to be underestimated. The Xuanjiao demon dared not conceal the truth and promptly replied, years ago, the demon kingdom was cast into the abyss of shadows by the human emperor Xin Yuan, nearly facing annihilation. After years of recuperation, we have gradually regained our strength. The current demon king possesses exceptional talent and has broken through the constraints of the God King realm in the abyss, stepping into the first stage of the God King realm. However, the abyss does not belong to the Holy Yuan continent, and remaining there prevents the demon king from ascending, thereby hindering his potential to become a true God King. To ascend to the higher realm, the demon kingdom must leave the abyss and settle on land. The southern region is the weakest of the 4 regions within the Holy Yuan continent, hence the demon king selected it as the initial landing point for our kind. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mu pondered for a moment. So there were such underlying reasons behind this. The fact that Demon King Zitfin had already broken through to the God King realm was troubling news. If the Demon King personally descended upon the southern region, it would undoubtedly precipitate a catastrophe. However, Jiang Xiaoye had never mentioned anything concerning the Demon King. He would need to inquire about this matter in detail later. Disclose the detailed plans for the Demon Kingdom's invasion of the southern region, and I shall spare your life, Xiao Mu stated. The Xuanjiao demon felt as if he had received a reprieve and eagerly recounted all he knew regarding the invasion plans. His information aligned closely with what Jiang Xiaoye had previously shared with Xiao Mu, though he provided more intricate details. This creature had not lied. Xiao Mu turned to leave. Waving his hand, let the feast commence. Yeah. The star cluster erupted with joy, immediately lunging towards the Xuanjiao demon, caught off guard by Xiao Mu's sudden reversal. The Xuanjiao demon roared, "You despicable villain. I did not harm you. It was the star cluster that acted." Xiao Mu shrugged nonchalantly. The Xuanjiao demon was engulfed by fury, finally daring to entertain thoughts of resistance. Yet, as he met the gaze of the star cluster, whose eyes seemed to harbor the vastness of galaxies, he immediately wilted under the pressure, in the face of bloodline suppression. He even entertained a ludicrous notion. To become a divine dragon's meal might not be such a bad fate after all. Chapter 86. The Fox Demon Sisters acknowledged their master the star cluster devoured the Xuanjiao demon, contentedly beginning its digestion. It harbored no taboo against consuming its own kind. Anything that reached its mouth was fair game, delicious morsels were savored, while less appetizing offerings were consumed sparingly. In essence, it was a matter of feasting. Only what was ingested could be deemed genuine, while all else remained ephemeral. It appeared that the southern region was poised for some unrest. Tushan Megdai approached, presenting the sealed pure Yin Fox heart to Xiao Mu. "What are your plans moving forward, Miss Tushan?" he inquired. She opened her pale hand, revealing a softly glowing divine crystal, and replied, "I must continue my search for this item, though I am not in a great hurry. Would you care to accompany me to the Jiang family? We can return the pure Yin Fox heart to its rightful owner. I believe you would like to meet her." Xiao Mu proposed. Although marrying Tushan Mengai posed its challenges, he saw no harm in fostering a favorable rapport. After a moment of contemplation, Tushan Mingdai responded, "Now that you mention it, I am indeed curious to meet this Su Xiangtong. It is settled, then." Xiao Mu nodded with a smile. After a brief respite, he summoned the star cluster and departed alongside Tushan Mingdai, having accomplished both objectives of their visit to the Xinjing cave. Including the unexpected acquisition of the 9 Xin Supreme Bone and the acquaintance with Tushan Mingdai, their expedition was deemed exceptionally fruitful. Retracing their steps, they returned to the plaza of Xinjing City in less than 2 hours. Just as they were about to leave, Xiao Mu suddenly recalled something and inquired, "Miss Tushan, do you not have companions who need your attention?" "They are mere followers I summoned using the Fox Clan's spiritual allure technique to handle trivial matters. Once I am out of sight, they will return to their senses, retaining no memories of me," Tushan Mingdai explained. "The spiritual allure technique sounds quite formidable. You wouldn't intend to turn me into one of your followers, would you?" Xiao Mu jested. With a playful smile, Tushan Mingdai winked at him. "How can you be certain that I did not employ the allure technique on you during our first encounter?" She said, taking to the skies and soaring towards the teleportation array. This mischievous little fox revealed a playful side. After all, she was merely 17, just a year older than Huang Shi, and the maturity she had previously displayed was likely not her true nature. At this age, young women are often inscrutable. Xiao Mu chuckled awkwardly and hurried after her. Upon arriving at the imperial scenic city, it was already deep into the night. The latter hours of the night presented a serene ambience, the bright lights dimmed, and most people were lost in slumber. However, this did not include Su Xinchang. In her rented courtyard, Su Xinchang sat beneath the cold moonlight, pouring herself a drink and lamenting. "My sister's health deteriorates day by day. I wonder how much longer she can endure. If the Fox Immortal could manifest, I would willingly offer my heart if it could save her life." She prayed earnestly to the moonlight. "You need not worry," Xiao Mu said as he descended from the sky alongside Tushan Mingdai, landing before Su Xinchang. Lifting her gaze, she beheld Xiao Mu, bathed in moonlight like an otherworldly being. For a moment, she was entranced, instinctively rubbing her eyes, doubting her senses as if she were hallucinating from drink. It was only when Xiao Mu helped her to her feet that she regained her composure. "Young Master Zhao, what brings you here?" Her heart raced with excitement. Did the Fox Immortal truly manifest? Was her sister saved? Your sister's fox heart has been retrieved. Take me to her. Xiao Mu instructed. Overjoyed, Su Xinchang bowed deeply 3 times, exclaiming, Young Master Xiao, your immense kindness deserves my lifelong gratitude. Without delay, she opened the door and led Xiao Mu to Su Xiangtong's chamber. Su Xiangtong lay asleep, her breathing faint and complexion pale. It must be noted, Xiao Mu observed, that the Fox clan's sisters possessed remarkable beauty. Unbutton her shirt, he directed. Time was of the essence. He intended to restore Su Xiangtong's fox heart immediately. Though lacking formal medical training, his skills had become exceedingly refined after acquiring the imperial-level forging technique, making him capable of performing a small surgical procedure. Su Xinchang, disregarding her sister's modesty, hurriedly complied and unfastened Su Xiangtong's top. Xiao Mu extracted the fox heart, then retrieved a mineral stone, igniting flames in his palm to melt it into molten iron, utilizing the imperial-level forging technique to craft a sharp knife. He carefully reopened the original incision on Su Xiangtong's chest, displacing her ribs to place the fox heart back where it belonged, and expertly sutured the wound. Tu Shan Mengdai glanced in for a moment before discreetly stepping outside, unable to bear the sight of the bloody scene. Approximately 15 minutes later, Xiao Mu successfully reattached Su Xiangtong's heart. After restoring the wound, he let out a sigh of relief. With the fox heart once again pulsating within her, her vitality surged, and her pale visage gradually regained its rosy hue. Xiao Mu then produced several healing pills for Su Xiangtong. It is done. By the time she awakens, she should be well on her way to recovery. Watching her sister revive, Su Xinchang was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her face as she knelt once more before Xiao Mu. Young Master Xiao, your generosity towards our sisters is immeasurable. Even if I were to toil endlessly, I could never repay you. I have decided to acknowledge you as my master and serve you for life, even if it means tending to your household or cooking for you. To acknowledge a master? Xiao Mu was somewhat taken aback. For the demon clan, such an act implied a complete surrender of oneself, even to the point of offering one's life. I too wish to acknowledge you as my master and serve you for a lifetime. Su Xiangtong, who had been resting, surprisingly spoke up, struggling to rise. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Xiao Mu felt a sense of helplessness. He had not sought any gratitude when reclaiming the fox heart. Yet, observing the sisters' earnest expressions, his heart softened. Their living conditions suggested that these 2 fox sisters had endured considerable hardship. Although Su Xiangtong was born with a purine body, she could not cultivate. And while Xiao Mu had come to her rescue this time, there was no guarantee she would not attract unwanted attention again. Perhaps keeping them close was the most prudent choice. Then it is settled. You both shall accompany me back to the Zhao family. Thank you for your generous decision. Su Xinchang exclaimed joyfully. At last, she and her sister would have a place to call home. Xiao Mu nodded. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow, pack your belongings. I shall return to escort you. With that, he waved goodbye and turned to leave. Chapter 87. Slumbering together after departing from the residence of the Su sisters, Xiao Mu escorted Tu Shan Mengdai to the inn. It's settled then. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to the Zhao family. I have briefly assessed Su Xiangtong's potential, and with my guidance, there is a chance for her to flourish. If she can fully harness the capabilities of her pure yin body, she may achieve remarkable success in the future. Very well, I shall come to collect you tomorrow. Xiao Mu replied with a gentle smile. Noticing that Tu Shan Mengdai hesitated to ascend the stairs, he teased, What is it? Do you wish to invite me up for a drink? It seems rather inappropriate for a lone man and woman to be alone at such an hour. Tu Shan Mengdai shot him a glare and turned to enter the inn. Once in her room, she summoned a talisman card that transformed into a shrine-like space. Instead of resting, she sat cross-legged within the shrine, embarking on her cultivation. The fox ancestor insisted on her daily practice, and having wasted considerable time in the Xinjiang cave, she needed to make up for lost time. Otherwise, the fox ancestor would be displeased. However, after a lengthy period, Tu Shan Mengdai found it difficult to calm her mind, leaving her utterly perplexed. Child, you have developed feelings, a languid voice resonated from within her. Tu Shan Mengdai was momentarily taken aback and quickly defended herself. Impossible, I am not thinking of him. I did not mention anyone, the lazy voice continued. I. Tu Shan Mengdai found herself at a loss for words. Xiao Mu's image had indeed lingered in her mind, refusing to dissipate. It appears you have reached the age of budding romance. I have observed Xiao Mu closely. He is quite unique. Although I cannot discern his depths, I sense he possesses great fortune and a destiny that favors his spouse. Any woman who marries him is likely to lead a blissful life. Tu Shan Mengdai was left in shock by the fox ancestor's words. What do you mean, ancestor? Have you not always advised me to maintain my purity and avoid getting too close to any unsavory men? Indeed, I have said that. But the men who approached you in the past all had ulterior motives. None had pure intentions, including your cowardly master. However, I am not an inflexible relic. If you truly have feelings for someone, would I still deter you? Tu Shan Mengdai was astounded. When did the fox ancestor become so open-minded? This was far from her usual demeanor. But I have only just met Xiao Mu. I merely find him somewhat extraordinary, nothing more. Spend more time with him. I have a premonition that he will bring you a fortuitous opportunity. With his assistance, your path to mastering the Divine Fox Hall will become significantly easier. Upon hearing the mention of the Divine Fox Hall, Tu Shan Mengdai's eyes brightened. She never expected the fox ancestor to hold Xiao Mu in such high regard. It seems this fellow is indeed remarkable. Now, her thoughts were more tumultuous than ever, and the prospect of cultivating was utterly out of the question. With Jiang Xiaoyu's assistance, Xiao Mu returned to the Xiongyu Palace, specifically to the Golden Deer Hall. The young girl was yawning incessantly, her eyes nearly rolling to the back of her head. Why are you back so late? Don't you know the sun will rise soon? I'm still a child. Lack of sleep stunts my growth. Xiao Mu pinched Jiang Xiaoyu's chubby little face and said, I have delightful news to share. You will surely be wide awake after hearing it. What good news? Jiang Xiaoyu's interest was piqued. I have vanquished the Xin Jiao demon. What? Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes widened in disbelief. She was well aware of the Xin Jiao demon's formidable prowess. The news that Xiao Mu had eliminated it was explosive. Even if the Xin Jiao demon was not at its peak strength, it would still pose a significant threat. How had Xiao Mu accomplished this? She promptly inquired about the details. Xiao Mu recounted the events succinctly. When she learned that the Xin Jiao demon had perished under the bloodline suppression of the star cluster, Jiang Xiaoyu was rendered speechless. Is that even possible? Xiao Mu followed Jiang Xiaoyu back to her room and asked, Are you familiar with the Demon King? Shi Te Fan? Jiang Xiaoyu pondered for a moment and replied, I know there is a Demon King in the Demon Kingdom, but I am not sure of his name. In your dreams, did any other powerful beings from the Demon Kingdom appear aside from the Xin Jiao demon? Xiao Mu furrowed his brow, somewhat surprised. It was quite peculiar that the Demon King had not appeared in the southern region. After all, he was a being of divine king status. What could possibly obstruct his path? None that I can recall. The primary force invading the southern region is indeed the Xin Jiao demon, along with several formidable vanguards from the Demon Kingdom. But none pose a threat as significant as the Xin Jiao demon itself. The Saint Emperor level experts of the southern region should be able to handle this. Very well. I understand. You may continue to sleep. Jiang Xiaoyu nodded, collapsing onto the bed and falling asleep in an instant. You are impressive. Xiao Mu covered her with a blanket, then turned to leave, heading straight to the chambers of his two beloved wives. He found Su Qianqian and Huangxi nestled closely together in slumber. The sight was so harmonious that Xiao Mu hesitated to disrupt it. However, Su Qianqian's keen instincts kicked in. Sensing someone had entered the room, she opened her eyes immediately. Upon seeing Xiao Mu, her expression brightened. Just as she was about to rise, she noticed Huangxi clinging tightly to her. Xiao Mu gestured for silence, closed the door, and approached the bed, laying down beside Su Qianqian and gently cradling her. My dear, did you miss me? Xiao Mu whispered tenderly into her ear. Su Qianqian's eyes sparkled as she gazed deeply into Xiao Mu's eyes, nodding in affirmation. Without further ado, Xiao Mu leaned in and kissed her. After several entangled moments, Su Qianqian's eyes glistened, her body trembling slightly. Xiao Mu, in turn, playfully tapped her behind. She instantly grasped his intention. Glancing at the still sleeping Huang, she before carefully turning to face her. Moments later, Su Qianqian shuddered, biting down hard, her breath quickening. As dawn broke, Huangxi instinctively let out a surprised cry. Husband? When did you return? She asked, astonished. Xiao Mu had only just settled down when Huangxi woke him. And without hesitation, he pulled her into his embrace, holding her tightly. Keep your voice down. Qianqian just fell asleep. Let her rest a little longer, Xiao Mu instructed. Huangxi, still bewildered, replied, But Qianqian and I fell asleep at the same time last night. How could she not have had enough rest? Do not ask. Just sleep. Oh. Huangxi, perplexed, unknowingly dozed for another hour. By the time the three of them rose, the sun was already high in the sky. Ding. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the new achievement, slumbering together. Reward, 300,000 spirit coins, 3 royal level martial arts techniques, 3 royal level divine weapons, 3 royal level magical artifacts, and 3 royal level elixirs. The sudden system notification brought a smile to Xiao Mu's face. This is truly a case of good fortune coming in threes. Chapter 88. Returning home with beauty. It was quite unexpected for Xiao Mu to unlock an achievement from this experience. It seems that one must be courageous in trying new things, for there may be delightful surprises in store. Upon waking, Xiao Mu announced his intention to return home today. Much to the delight of Su Qianqian and Huangxi. Although residing in the Xiongyu Palace was comfortable, it was not their own home, and certain inconveniences lingered. Even finding a moment to cultivate in peace was not easy. Naturally, they were overjoyed at the prospect of returning home to practice their skills. Xiao Mu recounted the events that transpired at the Xian Crystal Cave Heaven, including the matter of Tushan Mengdai, without withholding any details. As they were family, transparency was paramount. Every matter must be clarified, for secrecy could easily erode trust and lead to familial discord. Tushan Mengdai. That name sounds familiar. Huangxi pondered for a moment before recalling that the top spot on the Southern Domain's beauty list belonged to her. Is my husband thinking of her again? She chuckled. Mengdai was formidable, having reached the second tier of the Holy Emperor realm by the tender age of 17. If she were to marry into the Zhao family, it would indeed be a fortuitous event, albeit one that might not come easily. Xiao Mu shook his head. 17. Second tier of the Holy Emperor realm? Huangxi was left in astonishment. She is only a year older than me and already a powerhouse? Such prodigies exist in the Southern Domain? A thought struck her. Wait. Does that mean if she becomes part of our family, this second-tier Holy Emperor will have to call me sister? Well, theoretically, yes, Xiao Mu replied. Huangxi, bursting with excitement, grasped Xiao Mu's arm. Go for it, husband. I support you. Xiao Mu felt a mix of embarrassment and amusement. Su Qianqian, however, wore a contemplative expression. A 17-year-old at the second tier of the Holy Emperor realm did not seem exaggerated to her. Had she not suffered from the shattering of her true spirit and awakened her past life memories, achieving the Holy Emperor realm would have been a breeze for her. Yet, such extraordinary talents were rare on the Holy Xian continent. My husband, that Miss Tushan is likely not from the Holy Xian continent, is she? Indeed, my dear wife. You are astute. Tushan Megdai hails from the Divine Fox Palace in the Upper Realm. The Fox Palace. Su Chanqian mused, recalling a power of that name from her memories, albeit with limited knowledge. Determined, she resolved to be vigilant and protective of Xiao Mu when they finally met. After all, it was generally understood that practitioners from the upper realm could not easily descend to the lower realm. Tushan Mengdai might be hiding some secrets. Oh, by the way, Su Xinchuan and Su Xiangtong have expressed their desire to accompany me back to the Zhao family, and I have agreed. They will stay by your side as personal maids to attend to your needs. Xiao Mu added. Su Qianqian and Huangxi exchanged glances, speechless. Their husband was returning with 3 additional women. If he continued this way, their home might soon be overflowing. As Xiao Mu prepared to depart, Mu Yao did not attempt to retain him. Her recovery was still underway, and she promised to visit the Zhao family to express her gratitude in due time. Xiao Mu was bidding farewell to Jiang Mu Yao when he realized he would not see Jiang at sight a day. As it seemed he and several elders from the Jiang family had gone out earlier, Xiao Mu had a hunch that Jiang Yizai might be preparing to take action against the infiltration of demonic spies within their ranks. As the clan leader, he could not remain indifferent to such matters. As for Jiang Baisher's fate, Xiao Mu did not concern himself with it. It was ultimately an internal issue for the Jiang family, and he had no need to interfere. The Xian Jiao demon had been dealt with. And even if the demon nation showed up as expected, it would likely not pose a significant threat. Future developments were left to fate. Brother Xiao Mu, can I come find you with my sister later? Jiang Xiaoya asked sweetly, tugging at Xiao Mu's arm. Xiao Mu pinched her chubby little cheek. Of course. You can come anytime you wish. Jiang Xiaoya giggled, casting a knowing glance at Xiao Mu. I'll keep an eye on my sister, so don't worry. Understanding the girl's intent, Xiao Mu silently gave her a thumbs up. After bidding farewell to the Jiang sisters, Xiao Mu and his companions departed Xiangyu Palace to fetch Su Xinchuan and Su Xiangtong before heading to the inn to meet Tushan Mengdai. Surprisingly, Tushan Mengdai was not wearing her mask today and appeared in public in her true form. The men passing by were mesmerized, causing a traffic jam in the street. Some even collided with poles, bleeding from their heads without realizing it, their eyes glued to Tushan Mengdai. Such a terrifying allure. The prestige of being ranked first on the beauty list was truly undeniable. Good morning, Miss Tushan. Allow me to introduce my wives. This is the first madam, Su Chanqian, and the second madam, Huangxi. Tushan Mengdai greeted them with a smile, her gaze lingering momentarily on Huangxi before shifting to Su Chanqian. Her expression grew serious. This woman is not to be underestimated, though her strength fell short of her own. Tushan Mengdai felt an inexplicable pressure emanating from Su Chanqian, akin to what she had only experienced from significant figures in the upper realm. She is strong, my dear. Do not provoke this woman. The voice of the fox ancestor echoed in Tushan Mengdai's mind. Her demeanor stiffened. If even the fox ancestor held such an opinion, it was clear that Su Chanqian was no ordinary individual. Little Tushan Mengdai pays her respects to the 2 elder sisters. I apologize for intruding upon your residence. If I have been impolite, I hope you will forgive me. Tushan Mengdai stepped forward with a smile. Huangxi chuckled. She calls me sister upon our first meeting. What a polite and beautiful lady. Su Chanqian responded. Guests are to be treated kindly. Let us not stand on ceremony. We should set off without delay. Xiao Mu wasted no time, producing a flying vessel to transport everyone directly to the teleportation array. Arriving home before sunset, Xiao Mu reflected that although his time away had not been long, it felt as if ages had passed due to the myriad events that unfolded. He instructed Su Chanqian to arrange accommodations for their guests while he sought out his parents to inform them of his safety. He also took the opportunity to inquire about the Zhao family's recent circumstances from Xiaoli. Upon mentioning the mine Xiao Mu had discovered, Xiaoli couldn't suppress his delight. Moore, the vein you uncovered is incredibly rich. The ore reserves are vast, diverse in type, and of high purity. We have accumulated mountains of mined ore, and our forging workshop is operating at full capacity but cannot keep up. If not for the desire to avoid drawing too much attention, I would have considered recruiting a team of blacksmiths. That's unnecessary, Xiao Mu replied. Father, prepare a separate forging workshop for me. The ore we extract will be sent here first, and I shall oversee the forging. Xiaoli was taken aback. You can forge? You showed no interest when I suggested it before. Just you wait and see. I assure you, you will not be disappointed. Seeing Xiao Mu's confidence, Xiaoli ceased his inquiries. Very well, I will have someone refurbish the old workshop used by our ancestor in the back mountain and hand it over to you. Chapter 89. Perhaps I should call you father in the blink of an eye. It had been 3 days since Xiao Mu returned home. During these 3 days, he had accomplished nothing, merely indulging in a cycle of eating and sleeping, epitomizing a life of leisure devoid of ambition. There was little he could do. His wife was simply too diligent. After Su Chanqian and Huangxi returned home, they began secluding themselves for cultivation. Other than occasional appearances, they rarely ventured outside, remaining confined within the 4 walls. Xiao Mu yearned to recapture the feeling of sharing a bed, yet regrettably, the opportunity eluded him entirely. Not only was there no one to share the bed with at night, but he also hoped to foster a deeper connection with Tushan Mengdai. thinking that proximity would yield favor. However, for the past 3 days, Tu Shanmingdai had been preoccupied with instructing Su Xiangtong in her cultivation, leaving Xiao Mu with no chance to be alone with her. On the other hand, Su Xinchang, despite being occupied with household chores, would occasionally sing sweet melodies and display graceful dances, allowing Xiao Mu to savor the pleasures of enjoying performances without leaving the comfort of home. Life had become considerably more mundane compared to before, yet Xiao Mu found this atmosphere rather enjoyable. One morning, Xiao Li approached Xiao Mu, informing him that the blacksmith workshop was ready and he could commence work at any time. Stretching lazily, Xiao Mu made his way to the back mountain of the ancestral grounds. Out of curiosity regarding what Xiao Mu might forge, Xiao Li accompanied him, along with several blacksmiths from the Xiao family. These craftsmen had learned the art of forging from the family patriarch, their skills reaching the spiritual tier and rendering them pivotal figures within the Xiao clan. Upon hearing the news that the young clan leader intended to forge, they were quite intrigued and eager to witness the process. The back mountain basked in bright sunlight, where a workshop entirely constructed from black gold was billowing thick smoke. Upon entering the workshop, Xiao Mu beheld a towering steel furnace, glowing a fiery red. Members of the Xiao family, clad only in their bare skin and drenched in sweat, were diligently tossing baskets of pre-processed mineral powder into the furnace for smelting. The black smoke that emerged carried a potent corrosive scent, which was rather unpleasant. Yet, apart from Xiao Mu, the others appeared unfazed by the scene. Forging was inherently arduous. Many ores emitted toxic gases during processing, and the blacksmiths had to endure the relentless heat. When it came time to shape the metal, it required rigorous hammering, a task that would overwhelm anyone lacking physical endurance. The Xiao family blacksmiths, despite their advanced age, exhibited robust physiques akin to young men, brimming with vitality. Mu'er, all the tools are ready. What do you plan to forge first to hone your skills? Xiao Li inquired. Though he didn't hold high expectations for Xiao Mu's abilities in forging, he was nonetheless intrigued, remembering the surprises Xiao Mu had previously delivered. Perhaps this young man would unveil further wonders. Xiao Mu shook his head. These inferior materials do not entice me. Father, uncles, please stand by and observe. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiao Mu, to the astonishment of everyone present, retrieved the Xianqing Ichiding. The moment the immense cauldron appeared, its formidable aura sent a tremor through the gathered crowd. This is an imperial-grade treasure. Xiao Li stammered, clearly taken aback. Xiao Mu offered no explanation instead. He opened the void storage ring and poured out several imperial-grade ores he had previously collected, filling the Xianqing Ichiding to the brim. Following this, Xiao Mu summoned the divine fire, heating the cauldron. The terrifying temperature rapidly transformed the cauldron to a brilliant red hue, causing the ores inside to melt and decompose at an observable rate, with impurities swiftly ignited and separated. In mere moments, clusters of high-purity minerals began to coalesce. With a decisive motion, Xiao Mu unleashed the imperial forging technique, directly processing the ores within the cauldron. A continuous rumble emanated from the cauldron as Xiao Mu wielded his magic from a distance, refining the ores into a sword blank. The temperature is still lacking, Xiao Mu murmured, extracting a handful of royal-grade spirit stones from the void storage ring and tossing them into the Xianqing Ichiding to stoke the flames. The surging spirit power was compressed within the cauldron, and the temperature soared rapidly. With a firm grasp, Xiao Mu caused the cauldron to emit a deep rumble. In an instant, the entire back mountain trembled, as if a small earthquake had occurred. It's done. Xiao Mu revealed a satisfied smile as a blazing red sword blank soared from the cauldron. Although merely a blank, the imperial-grade weapon's might was already evident, displaying formidable sword intent and sharpness even before the final forging process. At this moment, Xiao Mu turned to face the onlookers. Xiao Li and the uncles stood with mouths agape, their expressions a blend of disbelief and awe as they regarded him. Xiao Mu simply smiled faintly, just a little demonstration. How do you find the quality of this sword blank? No one spoke. The crowd remained in shock, unable to regain their composure. Xiao Mu was not surprised. Over the course of thousands of years, the Xiao family had produced only one imperial-grade blacksmith, and it was indeed hard to believe that he had quietly ascended to such heights. After a considerable time, Xiao Li was the first to recover. He excitedly approached. His eyes widened as he gazed at the sword blank in Xiao Mu's hand, his pupils shaking violently. He had seen many things in his lifetime, including what an imperial-grade weapon looked like. Although this sword blank was not yet fully formed, its quality was undeniably imperial-grade, without a hint of deception. Once fully forged, it would undoubtedly be an imperial-grade weapon of the first tier. Yet Xiao Li still struggled to accept it, even during the time of the patriarch. Forging an imperial-grade weapon required extensive time and effort. But Xiao Mu had been in the workshop for less than half an hour. Why are you silent, father? Is your throat uncomfortable? Xiao Mu asked. Xiao Li looked up, his expression a complex mixture of emotions as he regarded Xiao Mu. Mu-er. Perhaps you should stop calling me father. How about I call you father instead? Teach me the art of forging. Xiao Mu felt a flush of embarrassment. Father, please refrain from such nonsense. Be careful lest mother hears and chastises you. At that moment, several uncles finally regained their senses. They crowded around, eager to examine the sword blank in Xiao Mu's hands. Xiao Mu tossed the sword blank to them before turning to the nearby storage room to retrieve a pile of ores, once again tossing them into the Xianqing Ichiding for refinement. Thus began a repetitive cycle. Over the next several days, Xiao Mu immersed himself in the workshop, refining every last bit of ore in his inventory. By the time there were no ores left to process, the shelves nearby were filled with hundreds, if not thousands, of sword blanks. While the only imperial-grade blank created was the first, the subsequent outputs consisted of royal and emperor-grade blanks. Yet, they remained astonishingly impressive. Once these sword blanks were fully forged, they would represent an immense fortune, capable of filling the Xiao family's coffers to overflowing. Chapter 90. The extreme essence liquid. The atmosphere in the weapons forging workshop was vibrant and bustling. All the craftsmen from the Xiao family had been summoned by Xiao Li to assist Xiao Mu. Some were tasked with forging sword blanks, while others were responsible for engraving the magical formations. One gleaming sword after another was produced in an assembly line fashion. This is all money. Xiao Li lamented with deep emotion. Xiao Mu, however, was indifferent to the ensuing matters. He was in a secluded chamber, forging other magical artifacts. Before him lay the imperial silk obtained from the auction in the imperial capital, along with some imperial-grade ores and essence materials from imperial-tier beasts. Xiao Mu intended to use this imperial silk to create 2 dresses as gifts for Su Tranxian and Huangxi. The excess material could also be utilized to enhance his Black Emperor Divine Light armor, further improving its defensive capabilities. As Xiao Mu gazed at the array of materials, he fell into contemplation. Crafting imperial-grade artifacts was not a challenge for him. What troubled him, however, was the design of the clothing. Merely having defensive qualities would not suffice. The style must also be exquisite, otherwise, how could it complement the unparalleled beauty of the 2 ladies? To become a master in forging, it appeared he must first be a top-tier designer. Yet, Xiao Mu clearly lacked talent in this regard. Thus, he opened his special wardrobe to draw inspiration. Although these garments could not be worn publicly, from an aesthetic standpoint, none were lacking in appeal. With some conservative modifications, they could certainly serve as formal attire. Without further ado, Xiao Mu took out paper and pen, beginning to sketch design drafts. 2 days swiftly passed. Xiao Mu's eyes were bloodshot from fatigue. Yet he finally produced 2 design proposals that he felt were quite commendable. Without resting, he immediately set to work on their creation. Another 2 days later, he completed the task at hand. One outfit was grand and elegant, exuding nobility and luxury. The other was youthful and vibrant, brimming with a spirited essence, perfectly suited to the identities and temperaments of Su Tranxian and Huangxi. Xiao Mu nodded in satisfaction, eager to present the new garments to the ladies. However, as expected, both were currently in secluded cultivation. Not wishing to disturb them, he left the clothes by their side and turned to depart. As he exited, Xiao Mu happened upon 2 Shanmengai and Su Xiaotong, who were emerging together, seemingly preparing to go out. "Greetings, master," Su Xiaotong said respectfully. Just as Xiao Mu was about to nod in acknowledgement, he suddenly sensed something amiss. There was a fluctuation of primordial spirit energy emanating from Su Xiaotong. Not only had she begun her cultivation, but in just a few short days, she had remarkably ascended to a mastery level of the Holy Spirit realm, surpassing even her sister Su Xinchang. "Incredible! The Purine body possesses such formidable potential?" Tu Shanmingdai remarked. "Young Master Zhao, are you busy? I plan to take Xiangtong to gather the earthly essence liquid. This substance is extremely cooling and, as I understand, serves as an excellent material for tempering divine weapons. I see you have been preoccupied with forging these past few days. Perhaps you could find use for it. Would you like to accompany us?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Mu's spirits were lifted. The earthly essence liquid was secondary. It was rare for Tu Shanmingdai to extend such an invitation, and it would be impolite to decline. Although having Su Xiangtong along might complicate matters for their intimate outing, it was still a pleasant arrangement. "Very well. Where shall we go?" 3,000 miles northwest of Tangding City, within an ice mountain I happen to discover. "Agreed. Let us set off immediately." Xiao Mu snapped his fingers, summoning the guardian beast Pishio to manifest before him. Tu Shanmingdai felt an absurd sensation at the sudden appearance of the Pishio. The divine beast Pishio from the upper realm, just materialized like this. Xiao Mu had already raised a divine dragon, which he found astonishing. Now there was a second divine beast? Where could one even rationalize such occurrences? Without further deliberation, Xiao Mu conveyed the approximate location to Pishio. In the next moment, Pishio activated spatial powers, transporting the 3 of them to their destination. They found themselves in a mountain range of snow stretching hundreds of miles. Before them stood an imposing ice mountain, towering at 10,000 meters. It was evening, and the setting sun cast a golden hue over the entire mountain. Tu Shanmingdai opened her mouth but refrained from speaking. It felt impolite to pry into others' affairs, so she chose to let it pass without comment. Su Xiangtong gazed at Xiao Mu with a newfound admiration sparkling in her eyes. "Follow me. We must descend several thousand meters underground to reach our destination." Tu Shanmingdai led the way into a massive ice crevice, with Xiao Mu and Su Xiangtong following closely behind. "Has Miss Tu accepted you as a disciple?" Xiao Mu inquired softly. Su Xiangtong nodded. "My master has asked me to cultivate with her for a while, during which she will teach me until I fully master the use of my Purine body. Since this is your opportunity, make sure to learn well from Miss Tuesday. If you can break through to the Holy Emperor realm in the future, I will also benefit from your success," Xiao Mu encouraged with a smile. Su Xiangtong nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, master, I will practice diligently and not disappoint your and my master's expectations." Tu Shanmingdai, having overheard their conversation, remarked indifferently, with Xiaotong's aptitude. Breaking through to the Holy Emperor realm should be effortless, if she were a bit more astute and had some luck on her side. A breakthrough to the Divine King realm wouldn't be impossible. Xiao Mu's expression shifted. It seemed he had underestimated the prowess of the Purian body. After a brief journey, the trio arrived at the base of the ice mountain. The temperature here was frigid. Although there was no biting wind, the air was at least several degrees below zero. Xiao Mu had to summon the divine fire to fend off the cold. Yet, both Tu Shanmingdai and Su Xiangtong seemed unaffected by the chill, appearing entirely at ease. After walking a bit further, they reached an underground ice cavern. Inside the cavern, a wondrous spring bubbled forth. Even in sub-zero conditions, the water remained unfrozen. Xiao Mu immediately activated his supreme divine eye to inspect it. Earthly essence liquid, an imperial-grade essence. A rare liquid formed by the fusion of the extreme power of the Earth's veins with high concentrations of primordial spirit energy. However, its extreme coldness is only suitable for absorption and refinement by those with Purian physiques. The imperial-grade essence was indeed a remarkable find. It was astonishing that such a treasure lay hidden within the Xiao family's territory, previously undiscovered. Yet, it made sense. The environment here was not accessible to ordinary individuals. Without imperial-level cultivation or a Purian body, one would likely freeze solid before reaching this place. Tu Shanmingdai noted. The reserves of earthly essence liquid are quite substantial, estimated at over 1,000 units. Xiangtong won't need this much for her cultivation. So young Master Xiao can take half with him. I shall not be polite then. Xiao Mu wasted no time and stepped forward to open his void storage ring, collecting the bubbling essence into it. In a short while, he amassed a significant quantity. Subsequently, under Tu Shanmingdia's guidance, Su Xiangtong shed her clothing and sat bare within the essence, commencing her cultivation. Although Xiao Mu was present, Su Xiangtong showed no hesitation, providing him with quite the visual feast. The cultivation will take half a day. If you're in a hurry, you may leave, Tu Shanmingdai stated. Xiao Mu chuckled. It's no trouble. I brought you here, and I shall return with you. Half a day passes swiftly. We can sit and converse while we wait. Chapter 91. The Xiao family auction, a profitable venture. The time spent in conversation flew by, and before they knew it, Su Xiangtong's cultivation had come to a close. She had absorbed every drop of the earthly essence, leaving none behind. Her cultivation level had remarkably surged to the 7th rank of the sacred spirit realm. Xiao Mu suddenly felt a pang of regret. This wave of cultivation experience was undoubtedly rich. And how delightful it would have been if it could have been channeled back to him. Perhaps he should consider marrying Su Xiangtong? After all, one should not let the good fortune flow to outsiders. However, in the presence of Tu Shanmingdai, Xiao Mu dared not reveal his thoughts. It's time to return. It is getting late, Tu Shanmingdai remarked as she stood up. Xiao Mu nodded and summoned the Pishio to take the three of them back to the Xiao family ancestral home. At that moment, Su Chanqian and Huang Shi had both completed their seclusion and donned the new garments Xiao Mu had sent them. Xiao Mu was taken aback by their beauty and couldn't help but exclaim, "My ladies are truly stunning." He embraced both Su Chanqian and Huang Shi, observing their affectionate display. Tu Shanmingdai felt an inexplicable dissatisfaction and, without a word, led Su Xiangtong away. "Master, are you feeling jealous?" Su Xiangtong timidly inquired, trailing behind. Tu Shanmingdai paused for a moment but said nothing, returning straight to her chamber to resume her cultivation. Su Xiangtong realized she had misspoken, awkwardly sticking out her tongue before taking her leave. "My dear, your heart is in disarray. No amount of seclusion will help you regain your focus." The voice of the fox ancestor echoed in Tu Shanmingdia's mind. She sighed softly, fully aware of her own turmoil. That night, Xiao Mu once again relished the joy of sharing a bed with his beloveds. Initially, he felt a twinge of concern, given that both ladies were with child and should ideally avoid strenuous activities. However, Su Qianqian had confided a little secret to him. She was currently practicing a unique technique known as the concealment of the fetal spirit. By mastering this technique, her pregnancy period would be significantly extended, requiring at least 3 to 5 years for the embryo to take shape. The advantage was that this technique allowed for intimacy without affecting the fetus, and the innate potential of the child would be greatly enhanced. By the time the child was born, their constitution and talents would be elevated to a higher level. As for Huang Shi, there was no need for concern, as a member of the Phoenix clan, known for their superior beast bloodline. The gestation period was inherently lengthy and could be freely adjusted. Even under normal circumstances, a fetus would take at least 10 years to be born. This was news to Xiao Mu. It seemed he would have to wait quite a while before assuming the role of a father. With his worries laid to rest, the night unfolded into a splendid affair. It wasn't until dawn broke, heralded by the crowing of roosters and barking of dogs, that the flames of passion finally subsided. Xiao Mu and his two wives, thoroughly satisfied, embraced each other in slumber. When he awoke, the sky had darkened. In Tangding City, light shone brightly. While Xiao Mu lingered in bed, enjoying the tender moments with his wives, a grand auction was taking place. Zhao Li was personally overseeing the event, which featured over 1,000 flying swords crafted by Xiao Mu, including the emperor-ranked sword he had named Kaidai, symbolizing prosperity and stability for the Xiao family. As the main highlight of the auction, the Xiao family had heavily promoted it, sending invitations to various influential factions. Public auctions of emperor-ranked weapons were a rare occurrence in the southern region. Such treasures were typically exchanged among imperial families and rarely fell into the hands of ordinary people. Consequently, the auction attracted a significant amount of attention. The venue was packed to capacity, and by the time Xiao Mu arrived, the auction was nearing its climax. The bidding for the Kaidai sword was about to commence. The atmosphere in the hall was electric, as various factions prepared for a fierce competition. Backstage, seeing Zhao Li grinning from ear to ear, Xiao Mu shrugged and said, "Father, just one emperor-ranked weapon has you this elated. Just wait until more of them are crafted. You might laugh yourself into a fit." Zhao Li replied joyfully, "It seems the Zhao family is on the rise. How could I not be happy?" As their conversation continued, it was finally time for the auction of the Kaidai sword to begin. The bidding erupted with fervor, and within moments, the prize soared above 50 million spirit coins. While the sword's quality was only at the third tier of the emperor rank, being a freshly forged weapon inherently increased its value. Especially as a versatile flying sword, it was worth much more than emperor-grade silk. 50 million was merely the starting point. Xiao Mu estimated that the final price could reach over 100 million. It must be said, the forging industry was indeed a lucrative business. Unfortunately, there were too few emperor-ranked blacksmiths in the southern region, perhaps no more than 5 in total. Moreover, most other emperor-ranked blacksmiths were quite elderly, often taking years or even decades to forge a single emperor-ranked weapon. Even when completed, such items would rarely circulate publicly. For most martial artists, these treasures could not be measured by mere money. Sitting at the third-floor window, Xiao Mu surveyed the venue and recognized several acquaintances: Su Ziyu from the Su family, Xiao Mu, the young patriarch of the Qi family whom he had encountered at Baolin Tower, and Jiang Mu, the second elder of the Jiang family. Among many other prominent figures in the southern region, the presence of over 20 Saint Emperor realm experts made the scene quite spectacular. After a fierce bidding war, the Kaitai sword was ultimately won by Jiang Mu for an astounding 110 million spirit coins, a result that did not surprise Xiao Mu. As the foremost imperial family in the southern region, the Jiang family possessed financial resources that left other factions in awe. Moments later, Jiang Mu came backstage to complete the transaction. Upon seeing Xiao Mu, he beamed and said, "Young Master Zhao, I have an unusual request. Could you introduce me to your newly appointed emperor-ranked blacksmith? The Jiang family intends to commission a batch of divine weapons. Though we have an emperor-ranked blacksmith, he is overwhelmed with work." Zhao Li was taken aback. "Wait, son, when did you become acquainted with the second elder of the Jiang family?" Jiang Mu is a superpower at the 8th rank of the Saint Emperor realm, a formidable presence in the southern region. Xiao Mu smiled and replied, "Of course. I can fulfill Elder Zhang's request, but there is no need for an introduction. The blacksmith you seek is right before you." Jiang Mu was momentarily taken aback, then turned his gaze to Zhao Li. "When did clan leader Zhao ascend to the rank of Emperor Blacksmith?" "I had no inkling." Zhao Li's face flushed with embarrassment as he pointed at Xiao Mu. "I am not the Emperor Blacksmith. This young man is." "Young Master Zhao is an Emperor Blacksmith?" Jiang Mu looked at Xiao Mu with a momentary daze. "But you're so young." Chapter 92. I wish to marry you. It is no wonder that Jiang Mu was taken aback. After all, in the southern region, the number of imperial rank artificers is exceedingly scarce, with only a handful of them existing, and their average age surpassing several hundred or even 1,000 years. Yet Xiao Mu? He is barely 20. At such a tender age, merely entering the ranks of an artificer apprentice is a remarkable feat. A 20-year-old spirit rank artificer is a rarity, coveted by various factions. However, Xiao Mu has crossed the threshold into the realm of imperial rank artificers at this age, capable of forging imperial rank grade 3 divine weapons. Who would believe such a claim? Xiao Mu smiled gently. "Elder Jiang, perhaps you could first elaborate on the type of talisman Zhang's family requires, so I can arrange my schedule accordingly." Jiang Mu, displaying a hint of skepticism, replied, "Indeed. Not long ago, our family acquired an ancient martial technique from a cave abode. While this technique is only of king rank, it has a remarkably low threshold for practice, allowing even those who have just broken through to the condensation stage to cultivate it. However, the technique places a significant strain on the heart, necessitating external means to cool it down. Hence, our artificer designed a talisman akin to a heart-protecting mirror. I happen to have a sample here. Would you like to take a look, young Master Zhao?" "Very well, let us see it." Xiao Mu nodded. "A king-rank martial technique with almost no entry barrier?" This piqued his interest greatly. The Zhao family has numerous members, yet most lack the requisite talent, with few being able to cultivate spirit-rank martial techniques. Many ordinary family members practice commonplace techniques that yield poor results. If the Zhao family could obtain such a high-level martial technique with negligible prerequisites, their overall combat effectiveness would undoubtedly soar. Without further ado, Jiang Mu opened his spatial ring and retrieved a talisman resembling a heart-protecting mirror. Ice Clear Heart Armor, a king-rank talisman, crafted by Jiang Feng, the chief artificer of our family, possessing commendable defensive capabilities. It is equipped with a cooling core to maintain a constant temperature and expel excess heat. Xiao Mu received the heart armor and, before Jiang Mu swiftly disassembled it with ease, studying it intently for a moment. The forging process was not particularly complex. One might even describe it as somewhat crude. Had Xiao Mu undertaken the task himself, the final product's performance could have been enhanced by over 30%, with significant reductions in side effects. You provide the materials, and I shall take on this task, free of any forging fees. However, Zhang's family must agree to share that king-rank martial technique with the Zhao family. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mu pondered for a moment before responding. If it were anyone else, I could not possibly agree to such terms. However, young Master Zhao has rendered great kindness to my Jiang family. I believe even the clan leader would not object. So I can take the liberty to accept your request and share the martial technique. Deal. Jiang Mu laughed heartily, turning to Zhao Li beside him. "Clan leader Zhao, You have a fine son. I happen to have a granddaughter who is quite charming and possesses good talent. At just 18, she has already secured the 32nd position on the Southern Region's talents list. Would you like me to introduce her to young Master Xiao? Mu already has 2 wives. Before Xiao Li could finish his sentence, Xiao Mu interjected, that is not an issue. Haha, youth is a wonderful thing. Xiao Mu chuckled as he took his leave, clearly pleased. Xiao Li stared dumbfounded at Xiao Mu. Son, you have just married 2 wives. You should temper your desires. Remember, the allure of beauty can be perilous, and unchecked desires can lead to harm. Xiao Mu chuckled. Father, were you not eager for me to take a wife? I thought by marrying more, I would enhance the Xiao family's lineage. Why are you not pleased now? I merely fear that at your young age, you may exhaust your vitality, and in the years to come, you might regret it. For Xiao Mu, who possessed the eternal golden kidney, such advice from a seasoned individual was of little concern. The following day, Xiao Mu arrived with the martial technique and forging materials, accompanied by a striking young girl with white hair and red eyes. Her extraordinary appearance drew many gazes as she entered the Xiao family, though she appeared timid and shy. Lingering behind Xiao Mu, Xiao Baiwei, 18 years old, 3rd stage of the Sacred Spirit Realm. Possessing a golden grade 3 Ice Emperor sacred body and a golden grade 7 flawless sacred body. Upon seeing Xiao Baiwei, Xiao Mu could not help but be astonished. Initially, he had dismissed Xiao Mu's words, not expecting him to truly bring his granddaughter, and a white-haired, red-eyed beauty at that. Individually, these traits may be deemed ordinary, but together, they were simply extraordinary. What was even more astonishing was that Xiao Baiwei possessed a dual golden sacred body. It was Xiao Mu's first encounter with someone having a dual sacred body, a rare phenomenon indeed. Baiwei, do not hide. Come and greet young Master Xiao. Xiao Mu instructed his shy granddaughter. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Baiwei timidly stepped forward, her gaze fixed downward, murmuring, Greetings, young Master Xiao. Why did I not see you during my last visit to the Xiao family? Xiao Mu inquired. Xiao Baiwei fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Xiao Mu interjected. Baiwei has always been timid and reclusive, spending her time in cultivation at home. She rarely ventures outside. It was only through the use of a royal grade Yuan spirit stone that I managed to coax her out this time. A white-haired, red-eyed recluse with a passion for cultivation. Xiao Mu was immediately intrigued. Such a girl was simply too precious to let slip away. Baiwei, you may go play for a while. Your grandfather and young Master Xiao have matters to discuss. Xiao Baiwei obediently nodded, walking to a corner where she sat down with a book, engrossed in reading, disinterested in the discussions. Xiao Mu encouraged his father to converse with Xiao Mu while he approached Xiao Baiwei. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she whispered, Young Master Xiao, you are sitting too close. I wish to marry you, Xiao Mu declared candidly. Xiao Baiwei trembled slightly, seemingly startled by Xiao Mu's boldness, her eyes welling with tears, nearly on the verge of crying. Xiao Mu was taken aback. What is there to cry about? If you are unwilling, you may simply refuse. I shall not force you. Xiao Baiwei sniffled, casting a furtive glance at Xiao Mu before stealing a glance at her grandfather, who was deep in conversation. She closed the book in her hands, wiping her jewel-like, resplendent red eyes. Grandfather told me that marrying you would bring great benefits, but I am afraid. Afraid of what? I am too timid and have poor adaptability. I fear that your affection for me is merely a fleeting novelty and that over time, you may grow to disdain me. Find me unworthy, deem my character too soft and unambitious, and feel I am unfit to be your wife. How could that be? Though I do not yet know you well, I can see from your eyes that you are a kind-hearted, gentle, and considerate child. How could I ever disdain you? But my parents have always looked down on me, believing I do not meet their expectations. They say I am wasting my great talent. They have not visited me in a long time, and perhaps in their hearts, I am no longer their daughter. Chapter 93. The third beloved wife. Upon hearing Xiao Baiwei's words, Xiao Mu was instantly filled with indignation. What manner of parents would disdain their own daughter? It was utterly unforgivable. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Mu stormed into the assembly hall, seeking out Xiao Mu, who was engaged in a discussion about collaboration with Xiao Li, and confronted him directly. After a brief silence, Xiao Mu spoke. With such kindness in your heart, young Xiao, I feel more assured in entrusting Baiwei to you. What does Elder Zhang mean by that? Xiao Mu inquired. Xiao Mu replied, Baiwei's parents passed away 3 years ago. They died during a cave exploration, and their remains have long since vanished. We have kept this from her, as she is quite delicate in temperament. Should she learn of this, she might react in ways we cannot foresee. With a soft sigh, Xiao Mu continued, as I am advancing in years, I have sought suitors for Baiwei, hoping that after my departure, she would have someone to depend on. Without care, her gentle nature would make survival in this world exceedingly challenging. I have met several young nobles, but none seemed suitable. However, I believe you could be the perfect match for her. As he finished, Xiao Mu presented a jade pendant, stained with blood, to Xiao Mu. This is a relic left by Baiwei's parents. You may choose to give it to her at an appropriate moment or keep it hidden. Accepting this pendant signifies your commitment to her future. Can you bear this responsibility? Under Xiao Mu's scrutinizing gaze, Xiao Mu did not hesitate and accepted the pendant with resolve. Xiao Mu nodded in satisfaction, declaring, Very well, this union is settled. Rest assured, I will ensure Baiwei is well cared for. Xiao Li, witnessing the exchange, was momentarily taken aback. Is that it? It's decided just like that? Am I not involved? After concluding the discussion regarding the ice-clear hard armor, Xiao Mu approached Xiao Baiwei. disregarding his dignity, to sit on the ground beside her. Xiao Mu refrained from interrupting, patiently waiting nearby. Before long, Xiao Mu returned with Jiang Baiwei, addressing Xiao Mu directly. Young man, I entrust my granddaughter to you. She is quite shy. So please forego any grand wedding ceremony. A simple private vow will suffice. She can be slow to react, so exercise patience and ensure she eats well. She often forgets to nourish herself and can go days without drinking if unmonitored. Though she may not be the brightest, her potential is commendable, and with diligent practice, she may achieve great things. He handed Xiao Mu a storage ring, saying, this contains some cultivation resources I have prepared for her. Distribute them gradually. Do not overwhelm her at once, or she may retreat into seclusion until she exhausts them all. After imparting numerous instructions over the course of half an hour, Jiang Mu reluctantly bid farewell to Baiwei and returned to the Jiang family. As she watched her grandfather depart, tears streamed down her cheeks, and she turned away, rubbing her eyes to conceal her sorrow. You have a wonderful grandfather, Xiao Mu remarked. Jiang Baiwei nodded vigorously. Grandfather is the best in the world. And thus I shall be a dutiful granddaughter. He believes that my marriage to you will lead to happiness. So I will follow his wishes and be your wife for life. Come, let us return home and pledge our vows, Xiao Mu said, taking her small hand in his. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Baiwei firmly grasped Xiao Mu's hand in return. Upon reaching the residence, Xiao Mu summoned Su Tianqian and Huang Shi, formally introducing them to the new family member, Jiang Baiwei. Their expressions turned notably complex, yet soon their attention was captivated by Jiang Baiwei. The striking beauty with white hair and red eyes lowered her head, clutching her hands, her nervousness evident in her labored breathing, her palms damp with sweat. Such an endearing sight could not fail to elicit affection from anyone. Su Tianqian stepped forward first, taking Jiang Baiwei's hand and transmitting warmth into her. Instantly, Jiang Baiwei felt a wave of relaxation wash over her, her breathing easing. She could not help but look up, casting a curious glance at Su Tianqian. There is no need for anxiety. Now that you are here, we are family. Just relax, Su Tianqian reassured her. Huang Shi, intrigued, approached and circled Jiang Baiwei, exclaiming, I remember now. You are elder Jiang Mu's granddaughter. I am Huang Shi, and my mother is Jiang Ting. We are practically cousins. If you need anything, do not hesitate to let me know. I will look out for you. As Huang Shi chattered away, Su Tianqian retreated to Xiao Mu's side. White hair and red eyes, this reminds me of a very ancient race. Are you certain Jiang Baiwei is a true descendant of the Jiang family? Xiao Mu, taken aback by Su Tianqian's observation, pondered. Indeed, all members of the Jiang family are of human lineage. How could one exhibit such traits reminiscent of a different race? However, after inspecting with his supreme divine eye, he found no anomalies in Jiang Baiwei's lineage. I am uncertain, Su Tianqian replied with a gentle smile. You act quite impulsively, my husband, but your insight is commendable. This young lady possesses remarkable potential. Not only does she have a dual sacred body, but these two forms coexist harmoniously, with an exceptionally high compatibility. The value of such a dual sacred body is beyond imagination, even in the upper realms. Those born with dual sacred bodies are exceedingly rare and hold significant cultivation potential. However, the Jiang family seems oblivious to this. Otherwise, they would not so easily arrange for her marriage. Xiao Mu's eyes brightened. So, you mean I have stumbled upon a hidden treasure? Indeed, you could say that. Su Tianqian replied with a grin, pleased by the unexpected fortune. After chatting for a while, Su Tianqian and Huang Shi took their leave, returning to their cultivation, leaving the intimate moments of the wedding night to Xiao Mu and Jiang Baiwei. Xiao Mu swiftly prepared the bedroom, setting up a simple altar. They did not change into wedding attire, but walked hand in hand to the camellit altar, beginning their vows. Even in the absence of onlookers, Jiang Baiwei felt an overwhelming sense of nervousness, her white eyelashes trembling in the flickering candlelight. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully marrying the third beloved wife. Reward, Bloodline Enhancement Pill and Martial Skill Advancement Card, God King level. Chapter 94. The True Art of Nine Heavens Thunder Control. Xiao Mu paid no heed to the system notification. Instead, he took Jiang Baiwei's hand, their gazes locking in a moment of intimacy. Jiang Baiwei's fair complexion made her blush even more pronounced, and judging by the intensity of her reddened cheeks, she was utterly overwhelmed with shyness. It seemed as though steam might rise from her head. Yet, despite her profound embarrassment, Jiang Baiwei did not retreat an inch. Even in her naivety, she understood the significance of this moment in her life. Therefore, even if she had to muster all her courage, she wished for this simple wedding to reach a joyous conclusion. Clap, clap. At that moment, a starry cluster and a Pichio appeared in the room, clapping enthusiastically to lighten the atmosphere. This was, of course, orchestrated by Xiao Mu. Since Jiang Baiwei was timid, he figured that as long as they were not human, it would be acceptable. After all, it was a wedding. No matter how modest, it deserved a witness. Jiang Baiwei looked over in curiosity and was immediately amused by the sight of the starry cluster, lying on its back and patting its belly. The Pichio, with a serious expression, also added to the humor of the situation. It even brought a garland of flowers, tossing it perfectly onto Jiang Baiwei's head. Adjusting the garland, a smile involuntarily crept across her lips. Young Master Zhao, thank you. I truly cherish this kind of wedding. Still calling me Young Master Zhao? Jiang Baiwei paused, realizing her slip, and quickly corrected herself. Husband. Now that's more like it. Xiao Mu waved his hand, sending the starry cluster and Pichio away. and led Jiang Baiwei into the inner room. Jiang Baiwei seemed to sense the gravity of what was about to unfold, her nerves tightening, palms becoming clammy with sweat. Xiao Mu gently helped her into a seat, massaging her shoulders as he reassured her, "Do not be anxious, although we have already wed. I shall not pressure you into anything. If you feel uncomfortable, you may retire alone, and I will grant you ample time to adjust." After saying this, Xiao Mu lightly patted her back and made to stand up. Seeing this, Jiang Baiwei appeared resolute, biting her lip as she pulled him back. "Husband, though Baiwei may be slow-witted, I am a reasonable woman. On this night of our wedding, how could I allow my husband to depart alone? I can manage." With that, she clenched her delicate fists, as if rallying her own spirits. Xiao Mu smiled and returned to her side, gently wrapping his arms around her slender waist. She trembled slightly at his touch. "Do not fear, I will be gentle. If you feel any discomfort, just speak up. Husband, may we dim the lights first?" The following morning, Xiao Mu awoke early, gazing down at the silver-haired beauty nestled in his arms, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. What a treasure he had found. He had been considerate of Jiang Baiwei's feelings the previous night, not wanting to prolong matters unnecessarily. Yet, even in that brief span of half an hour, the sheets had been changed 3 times. The adage that women are made of water had never felt more tangible to him. He had yet to check the system rewards. With a thought, Xiao Mu opened the system space. This time, the rewards for marrying were twofold. 1. Bloodline Enhancement Pill. This can strengthen one's bloodline, unlocking greater potential. As is customary, this enhancement would undoubtedly be for Jiang Baiwei, whose bloodline bore unique qualities that may respond exceptionally to this pill. 2. Martial Skill Advancement Card. Divine King level. This allows any martial skill to advance to the first rank of the Divine King level. This was undoubtedly a coveted item. Xiao Mu's current Emperor-level martial skills included the Heaven Shrouding Slash and the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder technique. Emperor-level martial arts were already formidable, but advancing to Divine King level would amplify their power beyond imagination. However, with only one advancement card, which skill should he choose? Xiao Mu hesitated. The power of the Heaven Shrouding Slash was indisputable, yet the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder technique boasted impressive range and numerous strikes, allowing for stealthy execution, making it hard for enemies to detect. After much contemplation, he concluded that upgrading the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder technique offered the best value. Resolute in his decision, Xiao Mu used the advancement card without further thought, elevating the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder technique to Divine King level martial skill. Success chimed the system. The 9 Heavens Divine Thunder technique had now transformed into the true art of 9 Heavens Thunder Control, a Divine King level first rank martial skill that could command Divine Thunder to strike enemies within 100 kilometers, summoning up to 1,000 bolts of 9 Heavens Thunder simultaneously. Incredible! The destructive range and quantity of the true art of 9 Heavens Thunder Control had increased tenfold. A 100-kilometer attack radius meant that Xiao Mu could strike enemies far beyond his immediate vicinity, while also extending his perception to 100 kilometers, allowing him to sense their presence. This perception, however, is distinct from spiritual sensing. It relies on detecting subtle changes in electric currents to ascertain the location of enemies. Closing his eyes, Xiao Mu extended his consciousness with the flow of electricity, spreading it at nearly the speed of light. All life activities within 100 kilometers became vividly clear in his mind. Every living entity radiates bioelectricity, and through sensing these electric currents, Xiao Mu could accurately perceive his surroundings, with even the slightest changes failing to escape his awareness. Once a target was locked, he could summon thunder to strike down upon them. Xiao Mu sought an uninhabited mountain peak to test the might of the true art of 9 Heavens Thunder Control. He unleashed his full strength, sending down successive bolts of divine thunder. After a staggering 66 strikes, he felt drained and had to pause to recuperate. Once revitalized, Xiao Mu carefully rose, ensuring not to disturb Jiang Baiwei, and stepped outside. Summoning the Pishio, he transported himself to survey the aftermath. Where was the mountain? Before Xiao Mu lay not a mountain peak, but a charred, smoldering crater. The entire mountain had been flattened under the onslaught of divine thunder. Such destructive power. He wondered if a peak expert at the Saint Emperor level could withstand it. Xiao Mu was overjoyed. The true art of 9 Heavens Thunder Control was indeed a Divine King level martial skill, its potency extraordinary. Alas, with only one advancement card, if he had 2, he could elevate the Heaven Shrouding Slash to Divine King level as well, achieving true invincibility. Stretching lazily, Xiao Mu had the Pishio transport him back home for a brief nap. The true art of 9 Heavens Thunder Control was undeniably powerful, but its consumption was equally substantial, leaving him feeling utterly drained. After sleeping until the afternoon, Xiao Mu awoke to find Jiang Baiwei watching him intently. Upon being noticed, her face flushed, and she quickly averted her gaze. Xiao Mu, filled with affection, cupped her delicate face and planted a gentle kiss on her lips. Jiang Baiwei froze in place, completely still, as if her spirit had momentarily left her body. "My lady, extend your hand. I have a special gift for you." Chapter 95. The Bloodline of Heaven. Xiao Mu placed the Bloodline Enhancement Pill into Jiang Baiwei's hand. However, the girl seemed momentarily dazed, her thoughts drifting to an unknown realm. Observing her state, Xiao Mu decided to take matters into his own hands. He gently grasped Jiang Baiwei's cheeks, parted her rosy lips, and directly tossed the pill into her mouth. By the time she regained her senses, she had already swallowed the Bloodline Enhancement Pill. After savoring the taste for a moment, she remarked, "It's sweet and quite pleasant." What did you feed me, my husband? This pill can strengthen your bloodline and is beneficial to you. You must refine it quickly, Xiao Mu urged. Jiang Baiwei, somewhat understanding, nodded and immediately settled into a meditative position, circulating her vital energy to refine the medicinal properties. Xiao Mu observed her transformation closely. He could distinctly feel her vital force surging significantly, with her heartbeat quickening steadily. Soon, a strange red glow enveloped her entire being. This glow then receded, accompanied by the fortification of her bloodline. An unusual power manifested within her, seemingly ancient and mysterious, drawing Xiao Mu's intrigue. At that moment, the door swung open, and Su Qianqian entered briskly. She cast a surprised glance at Jiang Baiwei. I was right. Baiwei is indeed of the ancient heavenly bloodline. The heavenly bloodline? Xiao Mu was momentarily taken aback, recognizing the significance of such a lineage. Su Qianqian elaborated, in the primordial times as the heavens opened. The heavenly Tao birthed life, and the original bloodline of all beings was the heavenly bloodline. Over generations, it has diluted and fused into the myriad clans we see today. In this world, all living beings trace their origins to the heavenly bloodline. Each person possesses it, though it has become so diluted that it no longer manifests. Only a select few extraordinary individuals can awaken the powers of the heavenly bloodline through rigorous cultivation, and even a minuscule fraction of its strength can forge a peerless warrior. Some beings are born with a naturally high concentration of this bloodline, known as the chosen ones. They are inherently distinct, with white hair and red eyes being the most prominent features. Su Qianqian took a moment to compose herself and sighed. In my previous life in the Holy Xian Upper Realm, I encountered only a handful of chosen ones. Such fortunate individuals may not even appear once in a million years. My husband, your luck is truly remarkable. Xiao Mu felt a wave of confusion wash over him. So Jiang Baiwei's bloodline was this extraordinary? It seemed the bloodline enhancement pill had not been wasted. About a quarter of an hour later, Jiang Baiwei successfully refined the bloodline enhancement pill. Her aura had transformed significantly, and even her appearance had subtly changed. Her white hair now possessed a purer, more translucent quality, each strand resembling jade, radiating a faint luminescence upon closer inspection. Her eyes had deepened, resembling an endless crimson ocean, sparkling with gem-like brilliance that seemed capable of ensnaring one's very soul. Ding! You have invested a bloodline enhancement pill in your beloved wife, triggering a 1,000-fold return, and received Sky City. Huh, what is this? Xiao Mu opened the system space to reveal a palace imbued with an ethereal quality, encased within a crystal sphere. Sky City, an immortal-grade mansion constructed from celestial stones, capable of floating freely without consuming any energy. It boasts an immortal realm that effectively shields against external environmental harm, complete with a comprehensive life cycle system, and can accommodate up to 1,000 residents for long-term habitation. A plethora of attributes followed, and Xiao Mu began to understand. The system had noticed his small courtyard was becoming overcrowded and gifted him a celestial palace as a wedding abode. Setting that aside, Xiao Mu actually found the current small courtyard quite satisfactory. He approached Jiang Baiwei with concern, asking, "How do you feel?" After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Baiwei replied, "It feels like I have an inexhaustible source of power, but aside from that, there aren't many other changes." Well, her reaction was indeed somewhat slow. She likely needed more time to adapt. Then, my lady, focus on your cultivation. Take these spirit stones and pills. Do not save them for me. Use them as you wish, as much as you desire. After leaving a spatial ring with her, Xiao Mu departed with Su Qianqian. She had experienced quite a bit that day and deserved some solitude to adjust. Once outside, Su Qianqian remarked, "My husband, the heavenly bloodline is exceptionally rare and precious. While few in the southern domain may recognize its value, if the news leaks, it could attract danger. We must keep Baiwei's bloodline a secret from as many as possible. There's no need to worry excessively. Baiwei is quite shy and will hardly interact with outsiders. As long as we remain silent, the risk of disclosure is minimal." Xiao Mu assured her. Su Qianqian nodded in agreement. "That's good. If Baiwei diligently cultivates, she should be able to break through to the Divine King realm within 10 years. By then, she will have the ability to protect herself and won't need to hide any longer. Indeed, by the time Jiang Baiwei reaches the Divine King realm, my own strength will surely have surpassed that level as well. While the upper realms may pose uncertainties, in the Holy Xian continent, it is unlikely any threats will remain. Then I shall also focus on my cultivation. My husband, you may attend to your own matters," Su Qianqian said with a playful smile, about to leave. But just as she turned, Xiao Mu pulled her back, enveloping her in a warm embrace. "My lady, since you are here, why not enjoy some tender moments together? There is no rush for cultivation. Is that something that can be accomplished in just a moment?" Su Qianqian thought to herself. Yet she chose not to dampen Xiao Mu's spirits and followed him back into the room. Days passed swiftly. Emerging from the rear mountain's forging workshop, Xiao Mu stretched luxuriously under the warm sunlight, feeling a bit fatigued. The first batch of ice-clear hard armor had been successfully forged, totaling 600 pieces. 500 were designated for the Jiang family, while the remaining 100 were crafted for the Zhao family to test the effectiveness of the Jiang family's royal tier martial arts. This martial technique, known as Kuaixing battle method, originated from the celestial realm and is a legacy skill from an ancient, secret martial arts sect. The essence of this method lies in harnessing external forces. By borrowing the power of heaven and earth, one can swiftly enhance themselves and gain a significant boost in combat prowess. For warriors above the Saint King realm, practicing this technique offers little benefit, as the increase in power is minimal. However, its brilliance lies in its almost non-existent cultivation threshold. Any warrior who has surpassed the Qi refinement stage and reached the Dan condensation realm can practice it. The forces borrowed by Dan condensation warriors are nearly equivalent to those accessed by Saint King warriors, though the duration of their effects may vary. Dan condensation warriors can unleash combat power comparable to that of Saint King warriors, even if only for a few fleeting seconds, allowing them to exchange blows with such formidable opponents. For those below the Saint King realm, the technique is overwhelmingly powerful. Fortunately, this martial art requires the use of magical artifacts. Otherwise, the awakening of countless Saint King-level warriors across the Holy Xian continent would spell disaster. Chapter 96. The City in the Sky. The Kueishing battle method holds profound significance for the Xiao family, if it could be fully implemented, enabling all family members below the Saint King realm to cultivate it. The overall strength of the Xiao family would undoubtedly soar, propelling them to become the second imperial clan in the southern region, surpassed only by the Jiang family. However, a pressing issue arises. The materials required to forge the ice-clear hard armor are exceedingly scarce. Even with the financial resources of the Jiang family, they could only manage to gather a meager 1,000 sets, half of which they retained for themselves, while the other half was entrusted to Xiao Mu. The additional resources Xiao Mu procured for the Xiao disciples were drawn from the family's own legacy as a weapons refinement imperial clan, exhausting their treasure vault and purchasing at exorbitant prices from external sources to barely meet the demand. To fully implement the Kueishing battle method within the Xiao family, at least 2,000 pieces of ice-clear hard armor must be forged. After all, the combat prowess gained from the Kueishing battle method is only temporary. It cannot be sustained for prolonged periods. If the quality is inadequate, then sheer quantity must suffice. Xiao Mu conveyed this matter to his father, Xyling. Xyling had already grasped the formidable nature of the Kueishing battle method. The Xiao family no longer needed to worry about finances. Their most significant shortcoming lay in the lack of a solid core of strength, with too few mid-level warriors. Once the Kueishing battle method is fully enacted, it would immediately address this deficiency. Even if they appeared strong on the outside yet feeble within, it was still preferable to being utterly weak. Our family's mineral resources are abundant. If we accelerate the mining efforts, we should be able to gather a substantial amount of materials, Xyling suggested. Xiao Mu estimated that a thorough search of their mineral veins could yield enough resources for 400 to 500 sets of ice-clear hard armor. But a significant gap still remained. We will have to intensify external procurement. The Su family might be able to gather some materials as well, which we can exchange for other resources. Rest assured, I will find a way to collect the materials. The Kueishing battle method is too vital. The Xiao family must seize this opportunity to solidify our position and become the second largest imperial clan in the southern region, Zhao declared with unwavering determination. Previously, the Xiao family had no opportunity, but now that it lay before them, they must pursue it at any cost. If the Xiao family truly ascended to become the second imperial clan in the southern region, Zhao would finally have the chance to take pride in their achievements. Xiao Mu chuckled softly, finding little interest in the notion of being second. Even the premier imperial clan in the southern region seemed rather trivial in his eyes. If the Zhao family were to aspire, they should aim to become the foremost imperial clan in the Shengxian continent, or even further, transform into a dynasty. Of course, one must take things step by step. Furthermore, Xiao Mu harbored little interest in the pursuit of power. However, with the system at his disposal, neglecting the opportunity would be a waste. Thus, the formidable task of strengthening the Zhao family was left for his father to manage. Perhaps, in due time, his identity as the young clan leader could even be elevated to that of a crown prince. Such a prospect was indeed delightful. With a grand gesture, Xiao Mu produced a spatial ring and handed it to Zhao Li. "What is this?" Zhao Li inquired. Curiosity piqued as he opened it to discover it filled with an assortment of cultivation resources. "This is a token of filial piety from your son. You are still quite young, and this is the perfect time to strive for excellence. There is a chance you may even break through to the Saint Emperor realm," Xiao Mu said with a grin. Before Zhao Li could express his gratitude, Xiao Mu took his leave. Upon returning to his residence, Xiao Mu recalled the existence of the city in the sky. With nothing pressing at the moment, he decided to release it and see what the city in the sky truly resembled. Such a momentous occasion, of course, warranted the company of others. He summoned Su Chanqian and Huang Shi, bringing Su Xinchang along as well. Jiang Baowei was also invited, but she was engrossed in her cultivation and it would have been inappropriate to disturb her. As for Tu Shan Mengdai and Su Xiangtong, they were nowhere to be found, presumably absorbed in their own training, and Xiao Mu paid them no mind. The four of them set off, soaring into the sky. Given its name, the city in the sky must be situated above the clouds. Xiao Mu ascended to an altitude of 10,000 meters above the cloud layers, before retrieving the crystal ball that sealed the city in the sky from the System S space and casting it into the air. The crystal ball exploded in midair, and in an instant, a tempest surged, and the clouds billowed. A magnificent palace materialized in the once empty expanse of the sky. "What is this?" Huang Shi exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. While Su Chanqian was well versed in various sights, even she was taken aback by this spectacle. "Where did my husband procure such a grand palace? Its ability to float in the air signifies its extraordinary materials, and the celestial aura it exudes is entirely beyond what the Shengxian continent could possess," Su Xinchang mused. questioning whether she was truly worthy of witnessing such a marvel. Xiao Mu, witnessing the city in the sky's emergence, felt a profound sense of awe. He was the first to enter the palace, leading the exploration. It must be said, this heavenly palace was indeed designed with the standards of a bridal chamber in mind. The interior was divided into multiple zones, including a reception area, living quarters, a nursery, training rooms, entertainment areas, a grand dining hall, servant quarters, and storage rooms, among others. Surrounding the palace was a vast lawn, free for design and planning. This was merely the surface. In reality, the city in the sky itself was a top-tier imperial-grade treasure. Not only did it possess a protective barrier, but it also housed a great gathering array that automatically collected the elemental essence of the world. Moreover, the city in the sky could be effortlessly summoned back into the system space, making it convenient to carry when venturing outside. With it, there would be no need for inns when traveling, allowing a daily experience of the warmth of home. After exploring, Su Qianqian was particularly intrigued by the training room. She sensed that the concentration of elemental essence within was exceptionally high, continuously drawing in the surrounding elemental energy. Cultivating here would undoubtedly enhance her efficiency significantly. Eagerly, she selected a training room and immediately began her seclusion. Huang Shi, not to be outdone, chose an adjacent training room and followed suit. Xiao Mu could only shake his head in amusement. You came to explore the new home, yet instead of selecting bedrooms, you both dove into the training rooms. How diligent you are. Turning to Su Xinchang, he said, you should pick a room as well. This place is rather splendid, and you can stay here in the future. Thank you, master, Su Xinchang replied, pleasantly surprised to be the first to choose a room. She modestly selected a small bedroom in the corner. Xiao Mu then made his way to the largest master bedroom in the city in the sky. This room was exceptionally spacious, adorned with an antique charm. It was not lavish, but exuded a comforting atmosphere. Even the air felt refreshing. Unable to resist, Xiao Mu stretched lazily and reclined on the grand bed, soon succumbing to drowsiness. Just as he was on the verge of drifting off, Huang Shi stealthily pushed the door open and entered. Aren't you going to cultivate? She teased, a smile gracing her lips as she leapt into Xiao Mu's embrace. There will always be time for cultivation, but opportunities like this are rare. Today, I shall claim the title of the primary mistress of this master bedroom. Dear husband, prepare yourself. The two quickly found themselves entangled in playful tussles upon the bed, garments flying in disarray as their physical contest escalated to a fervent climax. Chapter 97, The Heavenly Fragrance Technique. As the battle between Fingxi and I concluded, night had fallen. She rubbed her jaw, casting a mournful glance at Xiao Mu. I must devote myself to cultivation. Sister Qianqian's prowess is nearly surpassing mine, and I must intensify my efforts. Fingxi's nirvana sacred body proved formidable. After such a fierce confrontation, she only required a brief respite to regain her former vitality. Yet, she dared not remain alone with Xiao Mu any longer, hastily concocting an excuse to depart. Xiao Mu smiled gently. After a brief rest, he returned to the ancestral residence of the Zhao family, where he brought Jiang Baiwei to a newly arranged bedroom and training room. The elevated atmosphere here was more conducive to tranquility and growth. Jiang Baiwei found it quite to her liking and settled in to cultivate. With all three of his wives beginning their seclusion for cultivation, the feedback Xiao Mu received regarding his own cultivation increased significantly. His strength had now reached the 8th stage of the Sacred Emperor realm, bringing him one step closer to breaking through to the Sacred Emperor level. The following morning, Xiao Mu accompanied the recently returned Tushan Mengdai and Su Xiangtong to Sky City. Is this your new abode? Tushan Mengdai remarked with surprise after touring the premises. If you fancy it, Tushan, you may select a bedroom to temporarily reside in, Xiao Mu offered. Just temporarily? Tushan Mengdia's words momentarily caught Xiao Mu off guard. What did she mean by that? However, she merely smiled coyly and proceeded with her apprentice to choose a room. Without hesitation, she selected the guest room adjacent to Xiao Mu's master bedroom. I choose this one. Your other two wives won't be jealous, will they? Tushan Mengdai teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Correction, there are 3 now. In just a few days, you've acquired another? Xiao Mu smiled shyly. When fate arrives, it cannot be impeded. Tushan Mengdai suddenly halted, realizing she perhaps lacked the grounds to express displeasure. Who is the new wife? Won't you let me meet her? She's rather shy. It's best if you don't. Goodness, you make it sound as if I'm terrifying. I won't bite. Feeling inexplicably vexed, Tushan Mengdai swiftly closed the door, leaving Xiao Mu outside. Xiao Mu scratched his nose, bemused. Today, Tushan Mengdai seemed a bit off. Could she be feeling jealous? He found it difficult to decipher a woman's thoughts. Opting to dismiss such notions, he concluded that as long as Tushan Mengdai remained, there was still hope. Perhaps, over time, affection might blossom. Master, may I also have a training room? Su Xiangtong timidly inquired from a distance. Of course, let me show you. With nothing pressing to attend to, Xiao Mu assisted Su Xiangtong in selecting a training room with a heavier aura of energy. Upon realizing she could possess such an opulent training space, Su Xiangtong felt a swell of emotions, coupled with a pang of guilt. Having recognized Xiao Mu as her master was meant to express her gratitude for his life-saving act. Yet, since arriving at the Zhao family, she felt she had been merely receiving without giving anything in return. How could she maintain her dignity in the Zhao household if this continued? Master, do you have a moment? Not much to do, what is it? Xiao Mu inquired. Su Xiangtong replied. Our Fox clan possesses a unique massage technique known as the Heavenly Fragrance Technique, which alleviates fatigue and restores energy. I would like you to experience it. Massage? Is it intimate? With a hint of nervousness, Su Xiangtong blushed slightly. It can be as you wish, master. Just remain relaxed. As she spoke, Su Xiangtong glanced up to find Xiao Mu clad in nothing but his shorts. How swift. She marveled, taking a moment to steady her heart before kneeling before him. Her delicate hands beginning the massage. Xiao Mu, initially distracted, soon succumbed to sleep, perhaps due to fatigue or the effectiveness of Su Xiangtong's technique. Noticing his deep slumber, Su Xiangtong smiled, continuing her massage with the secret art of her clan. Gaining courage, she allowed herself to scrutinize Xiao Mu's south handsome face up close. What a splendid and noble visage, she thought, nearly drooling at the sight. No, you are a servant. How could you harbor such impure thoughts towards your master? She chastised herself. Yet, the thought of a gentle kiss lingered in her mind. Time passed, and when Xiao Mu finally awoke, twilight enveloped the land. Sky City, perched atop the clouds, offered an unobstructed view of the starry expanse above. Stretching languidly, Xiao Mu mused, the heavenly fragrance technique is indeed remarkable. I feel rejuvenated. Free of all fatigue. He sat up but noticed Su Xiangtong was nowhere to be found, likely returned to her cultivation. Where are my shorts? He pondered, bemused by the playful nature of the little fox. The next day, Xiao Mu arrived early at the rear mountain-s artifact workshop. Zhao had invested heavily in procuring a new batch of materials, urging Xiao Mu to produce another set of ice-clear hard armor. He had selected a group of Zhao family members to impart the Kuishing battle technique. The first 100 practitioners had begun grasping its essence, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. Eager to craft 200 additional pieces of armor, Xiao Mu was excited for more family members to benefit. Seeing Zhao Li's enthusiasm, Xiao Mu worked diligently, spending the entire day fashioning the armors. Once completed, Zhao Li prepared to leave but suddenly recalled something. Turning back, he said, by the way, Mu-er, the Su family will hold an election for the new clan leader tomorrow. I've heard that Su Xyling seems likely to be elected. If you have time, you should attend. Understood. Su Xyling aims to lead the Su clan? She is quite ambitious. As for whether to attend the event, he would decide tomorrow. Stretching again, he thought, my arms are a bit sore. Perhaps I should ask Su Xiangtong for another massage. In a flash, Xiao Mu teleported back to Sky City. As the city's lord, he could conveniently return within a certain range. Upon landing, he encountered Tushan Mengdai, her complexion pale. To his surprise, she collapsed into his arms without uttering a word. Xiao Mu reacted swiftly, catching her, but felt a sticky substance on his hand. Upon inspection, he was horrified to discover a shocking amount of blood. You're injured? Xiao Mu exclaimed in alarm. How could anyone in the southern domain harm Tushan Mengdai? This was simply unfathomable. Chapter 98. Tushan Mengdai's severe injury. Observing Tushan Mengdai's fading consciousness, Xiao Mu, without a moment's hesitation, swiftly carried her back to the room. He rummaged through a collection of healing and detoxifying elixirs, hastily administering them to her. Xiao Mu then summoned the star cluster, instructing it to bestow its starlight blessing to mend Tushan Mengdai's wounds. Upon examination, he discovered that she had sustained a penetrating injury. A formidable force had directly pierced her abdomen, and there were additional wounds across her body, indicating she had been attacked by a master, demonstrating a one-sided domination. The assailant's strength far surpassed that of Tushan Mengdai. However, this was perplexing. Although Tushan Mengdai was a second-tier holy emperor, her origins from the upper realms endowed her with extraordinary physical attributes and talents. The merit of her second-tier status was greater than that of ordinary fifth or sixth-tier holy emperors. Moreover, she possessed the true spirit of a fox ancestor within her. A power Xiao Mu had witnessed firsthand, capable of overpowering even an eighth-tier holy emperor like Yusu Daoren. Star Cluster, summon Su Xiangtong, Xiao Mu commanded. As she often accompanied Tushan Mengdai, she might possess vital information. Before long, Su Xiangtong arrived. Upon seeing Tushan Mengdai covered in blood, she was momentarily stunned, standing frozen in disbelief. Xiao Mu shook her gently, asking, do you know where your master went today? Regaining her composure, Su Xiangtong replied hurriedly. My master left this afternoon to gather medicinal herbs for alchemy. I wanted to accompany her, but she instructed me to stay home and focus on cultivation. How could this happen? My master is so powerful, how could anyone harm her? Furrowing his brow, Xiao Mu contemplated whether Tushan Mengdai had encountered an ambush during her outing. Yet, if a formidable enemy had appeared within the Zhao family's territory, the Pishio should have issued a warning. Summoning the Pishio, Xiao Mu inquired, but it shook its head, indicating it knew nothing. Setting aside these concerns, preserving Tushan Mengdai's life was of utmost importance. Xiao Mu instructed Su Xiangtong to help remove Tushan Mengdai's bloodied garments and to fetch needles and thread, beginning the arduous task of stitching her wounds. After more than 2 hours of diligent effort, he managed to suture her internal injuries and external wounds. Though the bleeding had ceased, her condition remained dire. The assailant had struck with tremendous force, and the attack contained a unique energy that lingered within Tushan Mengdai. If not expelled promptly, her injuries would not heal. The elixirs proved ineffective. Currently, only the starlight blessing from the star cluster could sustain her vitality. But it could not eliminate the insidious energy. My lord, what has happened? Su Qian and Huang Shi, drawn by the scent of blood in the air, approached. Xiao Mu explained the situation and asked Su Qian to examine Tushan Mengdai for any healing methods. Upon assessing Tushan Mengdai's injuries, Su Qian frowned deeply. This bears the essence of the demon race. The one who attacked Tushan Mengdai must belong to them. Ordinary means cannot resolve this. Only a being of divine king status can dispel it. Divine king? In the dead of night, where can we find a master of that caliber? Xiao Mu mused. The entire Xingxian continent likely had weight. There seemed to be someone. Xiao Mu turned to Huangxi. Let us seek Gz. Huangxi quickly grasped the implication. Yes, Sister Gz will surely have a solution. I will implore her. She is kind-hearted and should not refuse me. Gz? Su Qianqian inquired, puzzled. Who is that? Explain on the way. We must depart, Xiao Mu replied, preparing a flying vessel and setting off with 2 Shan Mengdai in his arms. Following the establishment of an alliance with the Phoenix Imperial clan, interactions between their 2 races had become more frequent, and a teleportation array had been erected in the main city. They could now travel directly, reaching their destination in mere minutes. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at Phoenix Valley, but did not linger, continuing northward to the imperial-grade cave abode of Gz. By this time, Su Qianqian had learned about Gz from Huangxi. The Empress of the Divine Phoenix Kingdom? She remarked, surprised. I have certainly heard of the Divine Phoenix Kingdom. Moreover, it is allied with the Zhitian dynasty to combat the demon domain. Gz, is she the same little girl I once knew? She has inherited the position of Empress. It seemed the battle against the foreign evil all those years ago had cost the Shang-Xian realm dearly. Not only had the battlefield she was on fallen, but the region under the Divine Phoenix Kingdom's jurisdiction likely succumbed as well. Otherwise, they would not have replaced their Empress. Lost in thought, they soon reached the entrance of the Imperial Great Cave. Huangxi knocked firmly on the entrance. Sister Gz. It's me. We need your help. Please open the door. However, there was no response from within. The entrance was sealed with restrictions, preventing outsiders from entering. Just then, a crack appeared in the entrance. Come in. Without another word, Xiao Mu hoisted 2 Shan Mengdai and entered the cave, making his way directly to Gz's lakeside pavilion. The lake sparkled under the sun, a small boat drifting with the wind, where Gz sat, a thick layer of petals beneath her. She appeared to have just awakened. Her eyes still hazy. Upon seeing Xiao Mu, a flicker of displeasure crossed her face. Huangxi, your husband can remain at home. There is no need to bring him to me every time. Xiao Mu felt a pang of embarrassment. Gz had never been particularly warm towards him, and it seemed time had not altered her demeanor. Indeed, it is her, Su Qianqian murmured. Gently placing 2 Shan Mengdai on the sandy shore, Xiao Mu earnestly said, Sister Gz, my friend has been gravely injured by a master of the demon race. I implore you to lend your aid. Huangxi quickly bowed. Sister Gz. I beseech you. I promise to visit you more often and bring delicious treats. Gz stretched languidly, stepping onto the water's surface to approach the shore. She cast a glance at the injured 2 Shan Mengdai. Indeed, she has been harmed by the demon race. How despicable. Have they infiltrated the lower realms as well? Noticing the star cluster hovering nearby, her eyes sparkled with curiosity. A dragon cub. Judging by its power, it must be a descendant of the star god. Quite a rarity. Huangxi, where did you acquire this little dragon? Huangxi giggled. The star cluster is a pet my husband adopted. Oh, that is nothing remarkable. Dragons are typically foolish and brutish. They cannot be compared to our Phoenix clan. Be cautious not to associate too frequently with such a savage creature, lest you catch its foolishness. The star cluster hovered in midair, bewildered. And who might this be? Gz's gaze finally settled on Su Qianqian. Initially indifferent, she suddenly felt a sense of familiarity upon meeting her gaze. How strange. Why does she seem so familiar? Chapter 99. The affection of Gz increases. Su Qianqian merely smiled, harboring no intention of acknowledging Gz. The secret of her reincarnation was of great significance. Apart from her husband, she wished for no one else to be privy to it. Furthermore, although she had met Gz in her previous life, it had been but a fleeting encounter when Gz was merely a young girl. Even if she were to reveal her identity, Gz would likely find it hard to believe. Gz, lost in her own thoughts, summoned a glimmer of purple light to lift 2 Shan Mengdai and carried her to her wooden, carved abode. Since it is the work of demons, I cannot turn a blind eye. I have saved this girl's life. You all wait here. With that, Gz entered her dwelling and erected a barrier, isolating everyone outside. It was not long before she emerged, with 2 Shan Mengdai, who had regained consciousness. Thank you, Divine Phoenix Empress, for saving my life. I never expected to encounter someone of your stature in this realm. It is truly an honor. Enough flattery. I saved you because I despise the demonic clan. If they seek to kill you, I will undoubtedly come to your aid. Anything that displeases the demonic clan, I shall undertake, Gz replied with an icy demeanor. 2 Shan Mengdai, overwhelmed by Gz's commanding presence, found herself at a loss for words. Miss 2 Shan, who was it that gravely injured you? Could you elaborate on the situation? Xiao Mu inquired. 2 Shan Mengdai nodded and said, while gathering medicinal herbs, I was ambushed by a white-haired witch. Her strength was formidable. Although she was merely at the 9th level of the Holy Emperor realm, I sensed that her combat prowess might rival that of a god king. I was no match for her, and it was sheer luck that I managed to escape. As for the identity and background of that white-haired witch, I know nothing. She did not utter a word. Gz suddenly asked, where did the attack occur? Near a cave sky at the northwestern border of the Zhao family, in a place called Jusha City. Gz, unfamiliar with the location, pointed to Huangxi and commanded, child, lead the way. I wish to investigate. Of course. Sister Gz, Huangxi replied excitedly. I will accompany you. Xiao Mu added, eager to salvage his image before Gz. After all, Raising GZ's favorability would yield rewards from the system every 10 points. Although it was a daunting task, it was worth the attempt. GZ raised an eyebrow, appearing slightly displeased but refrained from voicing her rejection. Huang Shi, unwilling to waste time, set off immediately. Su Qianqian remained behind to care for Tu Shan Mingdai, ensuring no unforeseen events occurred. In the blink of an eye, the trio arrived at Phoenix Valley. Huang Shi commandeered the large teleportation array, transporting them directly to Jusha City. Much like Heiyan City, Jusha City was a chaotic zone outside the influence of imperial clans. It lay within an area of spatial tremors, surrounded by several spiritual-level caves and a royal-level cave, thus possessing a degree of notoriety. Under the dusk, Jusha City appeared somewhat eerie, devoid of any lights. It was said that due to the abundance of demonic beasts nearby, which roamed at night, the illumination of lights would attract them. The inhabitants of this city retired early at night, completely devoid of nightlife. A wide protective moat surrounded the city, complemented by numerous high watchtowers for nighttime vigilance. Once Xiao Mu and the others exited the teleportation array, they immediately soared into the sky, heading towards the direction where Tu Shan Mingdai had been attacked. GZ moved with exceptional speed, vanishing from Xiao Mu and Huang Shi's sight in the blink of an eye. Xiao Mu embraced Huang Shi, summoning a constellation and riding on its back to pursue GZ. The constellation's speed was impressive, and after a fierce acceleration, a comet-like trail of starlight formed behind them, allowing them to catch up with GZ swiftly. GZ glanced back, noticing Xiao Mu smiling and waving at her. Oomph! GZ accelerated once more, leaving them far behind. Xiao Mu felt a sense of embarrassment. This divine Phoenix Empress was truly independent, showing no regard for courtesy. Upon reflection, it seemed the temperament of the Phoenix clan was quite fiery, which was reasonable given their fiery origins. Ding! GZ's favorability has reached above 10 points. Reward, Imperial Rank Divine Weapon, Fire Spirit Sword. Xiao Mu was taken aback by the sudden system notification. Why did my favorability suddenly increase? It's rather perplexing. The thoughts of this divine Phoenix Empress were indeed difficult to decipher. However, reaching just above 10 points was still a far cry from successfully courting GZ. Not dwelling on it further, Xiao Mu continued his pursuit, glancing at the attributes of the Fire Spirit Sword. Fire Spirit Sword, Imperial Rank, 8th grade. A flying sword forged from pure fire Heagold, providing substantial enhancements to fire-based martial arts. It seemed quite impressive. Xiao Mu retrieved the Fire Spirit Sword and presented it to Huang Shi. This is for you. Although it is not an Imperial-grade divine weapon, the Fire Spirit Sword aligns with your attributes, and the power you wield from it should rival that of an Imperial-grade divine weapon. Upon receiving the Fire Spirit Sword, Huang Shi immediately became enamored with it. Thank you, my husband, she exclaimed, planting a fervent kiss on Xiao Mu's cheek and whispered into his ear. I'll express my gratitude properly when we return home. With that, she playfully brushed her tongue against Xiao Mu's ear. Xiao Mu felt a surge of tingling sensations coursing through him, akin to being electrified. This was quite overwhelming. Just then, they finally reached their destination, where GZ had landed atop a mountain peak, with Xiao Mu following closely behind. Without wasting words, GZ commenced her search in the vicinity. Xiao Mu activated his Supreme Divine Eyes, scanning the surrounding space for lingering auras. The Supreme Divine Eyes proved to be quicker. Xiao Mu soon located the scene of the incident and flew towards it. It was a convergence of several mountain ranges, forming a natural Insha formation, with dark energy swirling around and an abundance of cold attribute medicinal herbs growing everywhere. On a patch of white flowers, traces of Tu Shan Mingdai's blood were evident. GZ soon followed, casting a surprised glance at Xiao Mu, seemingly perplexed at how his sensing ability could surpass her own. Ding! GZ's favorability has reached above 20 points. Reward, Complete Knowledge Reserve of Imperial Rank Alchemy. In an instant, a wealth of information flooded into Xiao Mu's mind. He was astonished. How did my favorability increase again? Understanding dawned upon him. GZ possessed an attraction to strength, showing favor only towards men who surpassed her in capability. It appeared that demonstrating his prowess in her presence was indeed a wise choice. Having grasped GZ's preferences, the path to further enhancing his favorability had now become significantly easier. GZ approached nearby, extending her hand into the void, causing a ripple of wondrous spatial waves. Indeed, it is the sin of the demonic clan. From the traces of the spatial fluctuations, it seems they have already departed. However, since I have set my sights on them, escape is impossible. With that, GZ unfurled her violet phoenix wings, igniting them in purple flames, and stirred up a tempest of fire towards the void. The purple flames surged through the gaps in the void, spreading northward as GZ pursued without hesitation. Chapter 100. The white-haired succubus. The remarkable tracking skills displayed truly astonished Xiao Mu. He and Huang Shi hastily pursued. Yet it was evident that GZ was genuinely serious this time, moving at an astonishing speed as if she could traverse time and space, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Although Xiao Mu could perceive GZ's flowing aura through his Supreme Divine Eye, the prospect of catching up seemed futile if he couldn't match her pace. My dear husband, shall we return for now? Sister GZ possesses such formidable strength that she could easily handle any encounter with the demon clan on her own. Our presence may only hinder her, Huang Shi suggested. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Mu replied, let us pursue until dawn. If we have not caught up by then, we shall return to Phoenix Valley. Very well. Huang Shi nodded in agreement. Once again, they mounted the celestial cluster and followed the trail of GZ's departing aura. 2 hours later, as the sky began to brighten, an endless coastline came into view beneath Xiao Mu's gaze. This is the East Sea? Xiao Mu exclaimed in surprise, realizing they had ventured beyond the continent. How far had they flown? It was no exaggeration to say that the speed of the celestial cluster was truly impressive. In these 2 hours, they must have traversed over 1,000,000 miles. Suddenly, Huangshi pointed towards the distant sea and exclaimed, "Husband, look, there is light. On the horizon, beneath the rising sun." A peculiar radiance flickered. Xiao Mu focused his gaze and sensed Jizi's presence there as well. Without hesitation, he propelled himself forward, though he drew near. It took a full 2 minutes at the speed of the celestial cluster to arrive. The brilliance was far more immense than he had anticipated. Gazing down, he observed torrents of dazzling light surging from the ocean depths, the blinding illumination forming a barrier that obstructed all external influences. 10,000 Sea Celestial Palace, an imperial-level cave heaven, a relic of the ancient sea tribe, buried within her numerous treasures of the Sea Clan. But it also harbors great peril. Is this truly the entrance to an imperial-level cave heaven? This is the 10,000 Seas Celestial Palace. Huangshi was astonished. You are familiar with this place? Xiao Mu inquired. I have heard of it. The 10,000 Seas Celestial Palace is a unique cave heaven that appears only once every 10,000 years. Each opening lasts merely a few months. And its location is unpredictable. It could manifest in any corner of the East Sea. Encountering it relies solely on luck. By the looks of it, our fortune seems to be quite favorable, Xiao Mu smiled. Without hesitation, he and Huangshi delved into the radiant depths of the ocean. The dazzling waters instantly formed a torrent, pulling them into a spatial rift as they plummeted straight downward. Xiao Mu stabilized himself mid-air, and the celestial cluster flew over to carry both him and Huangshi. Upon focusing his gaze, he found himself within a vast underwater realm. A kaleidoscope of colorful corals stretched endlessly, and resplendent palaces rose majestically from the abyss of the strait. Gigantic shells, each 100 meters in diameter, opened and closed, radiating treasures of light, while colossal crabs and lobsters, larger than houses, roamed about with an imposing presence. Yet, the most striking sight was a grand palace exuding an infinite glow of treasures. Xiao Mu's Sky City, though lavish, appeared rather modest in comparison to this magnificent edifice. He suspected that the entire palace was intricately carved from precious jewels and gemstones, and the aura of opulence seemed to envelop him, almost striking him with its grandeur. Just as Xiao Mu was captivated by the sight, a dark flash erupted from the palace, followed by a burst of purple flames. Sister GZ is engaged in combat. Should we assist her? Huangshi exclaimed. It seemed that GZ had already encountered the powerful demon. Without hesitation, Xiao Mu commanded the celestial cluster to charge into the palace. Given the strength of the demon, it was certain that she had sensed their presence the moment they entered the 10,000 Seas Celestial Palace. Therefore, there was no need for stealth. They would confront the situation head-on. As they burst into the grand hall, Xiao Mu witnessed GZ locked in battle with a white-haired demoness. Without a word, he swiftly pulled GZ into the realm of celestial and demonic energies, making her his ally. In an instant, GZ felt her power surge, her eyes widening in astonishment. However, there was no time for further contemplation, as she pressed the advantage and charged forward. Only then did Xiao Mu's attention shift to the opposing white-haired demoness, and he activated his supreme divine eye to investigate her identity. Zhu Jinhua, 9th stage of the Holy Emperor realm, 29 years old, crown princess of the Qin Yuan dynasty, supreme succubus sacred body. Adopted by Li Xianzong from a young age, fiercely loyal to him, Xiao Mu was momentarily taken aback. The crown princess of the Qin Yuan dynasty? Understanding dawned upon him. The 9 Xian supreme bone, crafted by the heavenly killing sect, had been intended for Li Xianzong, the 3rd prince of the Qin Yuan dynasty. Xiao Mu had intercepted it, leaving the 3rd prince's ambitions thwarted. Thus, it was clear why this succubus princess had targeted 2 Shanmeng Dai. She must have believed that the supreme bone was in her possession. One could not deny the fortune of the 3rd prince of the Qin Yuan dynasty to have tamed a supreme sacred body succubus. As a man, Xiao Mu acknowledged the prince's talent. Yet, it was unfortunate that this succubus had provoked him, and he could not allow such insolence to go unpunished. Raising his hand, he unleashed the 9 heavens' thunder true art, sending bolts of divine lightning crashing towards the succubus. Zhu Jinhua, already beleaguered by GZ's fierce assault, the white-haired demoness found herself overwhelmed by the sudden onslaught of thunder, crashing to the ground. Smoke billowing from her form, incapacitated. GZ's eyes gleamed at the opportunity. She advanced swiftly, forming a sealing magic array with her hands, ruthlessly pressing it down upon the white-haired demoness. Only then did she turn to see Xiao Mu and Huangshi. This fellow truly possesses some skill to have caught up, she mused, realizing that her sudden surge in power was indeed his doing. Intrigued, she continued her assault. Ding! GZ's favorability increased to over 30, rewarding her with the imperial-level artifact, Spirit Binding Lock. Ding! GZ's favorability increased to over 40, rewarding her with a sacred body advancement pill. Goodness! The favorability has surged unexpectedly, Xiao Mu remarked. Not only had the rewards escalated from royal-level divine weapons to imperial-level artifacts, but there was also a sacred body advancement pill among them, a precious item that had enabled Huangshi's ascension to the supreme sacred body. As for the Spirit Binding Lock, upon seeing its attributes, Xiao Mu couldn't help but chuckle. Spirit Binding Lock, imperial level, 3rd rank. Upon subduing demonic beasts or monsters, this treasure can forcibly bind the true spirit of the opponent. compelling them to acknowledge their master. This item seemed tailor-made for the white-haired succubus, the cunning demon. Let me unveil your origins. Xyling lifted her delicate foot and pressed it firmly upon the head of the white-haired demoness. Zhu Jinhua trembled as if struck by lightning, her body convulsing, eyes rolling back, and her tongue lolling out, as though she were being drained of life. Do not ruin my newly acquired little servant. Xiao Mu rushed forward to inquire, Sister Xyling, what are you doing? Merely extracting her memories. Xyling replied nonchalantly, goodness, you possess such capabilities? Chapter 101. The devouring lizard. In but a moment, Xyling had completed her memory reading of Zhu Jinhua. She frowned slightly, seemingly displeased. What she had thought was a significant catch turned out to be merely a discarded succubus of the demon race. Still loyal to a human prince, it was truly a disgrace to your kind. Do not fret, Sister Xyling, this is a fortuitous turn of events. At the very least, it proves that the demon race has not yet invaded the Holy Xin continent, Xiao Mu remarked with a smile. Xyling pondered and found merit in his words. The wounds inflicted by the demon race on the Holy Xin realm were profound. The upper realms were still recuperating, and it would take centuries for them to regain their vitality. Should the lower realms witness an incursion from the demons at this juncture, it would spell disaster. It was indeed a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Xyling cast a cold glance at the white-haired demoness lying motionless on the ground and was poised to strike her down entirely. Just then, Xiao Mu hurriedly intervened. Sister Xyling, this demoness is a vital specimen for studying the power of the demon race. Might I handle her? Xyling hesitated, studying Xiao Mu with skepticism. This demoness possesses considerable strength, not much weaker than myself. What makes you capable of dealing with her? If she escapes, can you bear the responsibility? If she escapes, I shall take full responsibility, Xiao Mu assured, patting his chest confidently. After a moment of contemplation, Xyling relented. Very well, do as you wish. Xiao Mu was elated, promptly retrieving the binding spirit lock to ensnare Zhu Jinhua. The lock swiftly merged with Zhu Jinhua's body, imprisoning her true spirit. The other end of the lock fused with Xiao Mu's palm, leaving a chain-like mark. The mark quickly faded. Yet Xiao Mu felt a subtle connection with Zhu Jinhua as true spirit. It should be successful, Xiao Mu murmured. However, as Zhu Jinhua was now injured and unconscious, the true effects of the binding spirit lock would only be revealed once she awoke. Xyling, having observed Xiao Mu's actions, paid little heed to them. After all, she was just a succubus destined to be a slave. Preserving her life was already a stroke of fortune. My lord, Sister Xyling, come quickly. There is a corpse here. Upon hearing Huang Xi's call, Xiao Mu and Xyling swiftly approached. At the foot of the spiral staircase leading to the second floor lay a fresh corpse, appearing to have recently succumbed to death, with no signs of decay. This individual had perished at the hands of Zhu Jinhua, their true spirit sacrificed to the Sea Demon King. The Sea Demon King? Xiao Mu suddenly realized that Zhu Jinhua could not have appeared in the Wan Hai Immortal Palace without purpose. Her aim was to assist Princely San in regaining his strength, having failed to acquire the Nine Shin Supreme Bone. She had surely come to seek treasures of equal value. This individual was slain by the demoness. I glimpsed in her memories that she came here to awaken a beast known as the Sea Demon King for a transaction. 1,000 living true spirits in exchange for a pill capable of restoring the sacred body. However, the Sea Demon King broke its promise, consuming the spirits of 1,000 mortals and demanding the true spirit of a being at the Saint Emperor level. Thus, she left mid-journey to pursue that little fox, Xyling explained coolly. Now it makes sense. At that moment, the palace suddenly trembled violently. Damnable demoness! You couldn't even handle this trivial task. Truly useless. No matter, your true spirit will suffice for my needs. I shall devour you. With a thunderous crash, a massive claw tore through the ceiling, crashing heavily into the great hall, targeting the prostrate Zhu Jinhua. Xiao Mu's heart raced. This was his newly acquired succubus slave. He could not allow her to perish so easily. With a series of thunderous strikes, 5 bolts of heavenly lightning surged forth. The claw became rigid, accompanied by a wail of anguish. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Mu yanked Zhu Jinhua from the palace. Xyling also pulled the still-dazed Huang Xi to safety. Gazing upward, they beheld a slender beast, over 100 meters long, perched atop the palace, extending a lizard-like head toward them. Its golden slit pupils exuded an aura of chaotic malevolence. Upon meeting its gaze, Xiao Mu inexplicably felt a wave of unease wash over him. Huang Xi, overwhelmed, retched violently. Xyling furrowed her brows. I was wondering what the Sea Demon King was. It turns out to be a great deep-sea lizard. Though she spoke dismissively, her demeanor had grown noticeably tense. The strength of the Sea Demon King was extraordinary, appearing to be beyond what should inhabit the Holy Xin continent. Devouring lizard, weakened state abyssal ancient demon. 9th stage of Saint Emperor, 4th stage of primordial God King. Even in its weakened state, it possessed the might of a 9th stage Saint Emperor. Clearly, it was a formidable adversary. Xiao Mu had heard of the abyssal ancient demon before. He recalled a tale from a strange novel wherein an ancient demon from the abyss wreaked havoc among mortals, ultimately being vanquished by a sword god. Take Huang Xi and retreat to safety. This creature is no